Mu Wanqing has traversed into a novel, having assumed the identity of an infant who was switched at birth, subsequently raised as a useless being by a concubine, and ultimately met a tragic fate of having her eyes gouged and tongue severed, descending into the life of a military prostitute. A nefarious father and his concubine conspired to swap identities, while the eldest princess painstakingly nurtured the protagonist, only to find herself complicit in exhausting the resources of the princess's estate, transferring wealth to the general son, thereby aiding him in seizing the throne and leading a life of shared governance with the empress, united for eternity. Mu Wanqing gazed at her love-stricken mother, inwardly lamenting, "Mother, your dear friend is indeed the concubine of your 24 filial husband." Upon this revelation, her mother regained her senses and delivered a swift kick to the scoundrel. Mu Wanqing regarded her blind elder brother with pity. Oh, poor child, beaten by his wife, entangled in illicit affairs, performing lewd acts before you, ultimately succumbing to rage. Fortunately, I can restore your sight. Turning away, her brother made a comeback, trampling the talented scholars of the capital beneath his feet. Second brother, your fortune has been usurped by your friend, leading to a string of misfortunes that culminated in your brutal demise. Third brother, your beloved master is none other than. Dear uncle, does this dish not have an appealing hue? It complements you splendidly. Mu Wanqing remarked, only to discover that the cannon fodder had turned the tables. Chapter 1. Mu Wanqing is reborn. In the world of Blue Star, where technology coexists with cultivation, Mu Wanqing, how ruthless you are. I would rather breach the forbidden zone than cast a glance in my direction. Outside a restricted area, a man cradled the lifeless body of a woman, overwhelmed with grief. The sky was dark and gloomy, pouring rain as relentless as the tears shed by the male cultivator. The spirit of Mu Wanqing stood nearby, gritting her teeth as she watched the man embrace her corpse. By heavens, she was fortunate to have died swiftly. Otherwise, her reputation would have been tarnished. What should you do? A refreshing dish, tossed with scallions, ginger, and garlic, both delectable and visually appealing. What does it matter to Mu Wanqing? I am your brother, yet you wish to bed me. It must be said, the weeping man truly disgusted her. As she voiced her disdain, the space around her suddenly distorted, a great vortex sucking her soul within. When Mu Wanqing regained consciousness, she found herself in a confined space, her body immersed in a warm ocean, surrounded by cacophonous sounds. Faintly, she heard, "Your Highness, the eldest princess, exert yourself, follow my lead, take a deep breath and push as if you were defecating." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. How severe must one's constipation be to require such assistance? "Your Highness, the eldest princess, hold on. The prince is on his way." Must one endure while defecating? Will one perish if unable to do so? Mu Wanqing was astounded. "Mu Demii, you scoundrel. I bear your child, and yet you vanish without a trace." A woman, dressed resplendently yet pale, unleashed a torrent of curses in a dilapidated temple. "Sister, our cousin must be delayed due to pressing matters. Otherwise, given his regard for you, he would surely wish to sprout wings and fly to your side." Beside her, a slender woman of refined demeanor gently reassured her. The eldest princess, blinded by her own sentiments, failed to perceive the contempt and mockery in her gaze. "Sister, perhaps our cousin has not yet arrived due to the great distance." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing ceased her struggles in the warm waters. Had she truly traversed realms? Before she could fully comprehend, the warm current propelled her from the narrow confines, and a blinding light compelled her to shut her eyes. The moment she touched down, a fragrant aroma enveloped the room, while the sky outside shimmered with radiant hues. The midwife hastily bowed, proclaiming, "Congratulations, your highness, it is a little princess." At that moment, another midwife offered her own congratulations. "Congratulations, madam, you have delivered a young lady." While Mu Wanqing remained in a stupor, a resounding slap struck her backside. How audacious to dare strike the posterior of a celestial being! Enraged, she shouted, "Chop it up and feed it to the celestial hounds." What audacity to slap the backside of this esteemed lady! However, all that emerged from her lips was a wailing cry. Once a formidable cultivator in Blue Star, she had inadvertently entered a forbidden zone to escape the advances of a male immortal, only to be struck by lightning and die, now reborn into the mortal realm. Sister, you have succeeded." Zhang Suilian's weak voice held a hint of excitement. "Our esteemed eldest princess has given birth to the little princess and has fallen into a deep slumber," remarked the worried maid beside Shangguan Qingqing. As Mu Wanqing simmered in indignation from the slap, she suddenly ceased her protests. Wait a moment, this scene felt oddly familiar. Mu Demii? The prince? The eldest princess, Shangguan Qingqing, and a sister both bore daughters simultaneously. Was this not a novel she perused in her leisure hours? The sole eldest princess of the royal family, Shangguan Qingqing, had wed a prince who, unbeknownst to her, was already betrothed. The prince, enamored with wealth and status, entered the royal family, presenting a facade of a loving relationship with the eldest princess Wanqing, becoming a model couple admired throughout the capital, the envy of many noble women. In reality, the prince maintained a childhood sweetheart as a concubine, who he had deliberately introduced to Wanqing, fostering their friendship. The lawful wife and the concubine becoming close sisters is truly a melodrama of the highest order. Today, the concubine Zhang Zuelian invited Wanqing to the Guoguosi temple to pray for their unborn children. While at the temple, Zhang Zuelian's maids secretly swapped their prenatal medicine for labor-inducing drugs. This led to an unexpected turn of events on the road, forcing them to seek refuge in a dilapidated temple to give birth together. In half an hour, Wanqing would be exchanged for the daughter of the concubine, subsequently raised in ignorance, becoming a laughingstock throughout the capital. The protagonist, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song, was a celebrated talented young lady of the capital. Ultimately, the true princess would have her face disfigured, her tongue severed, and her tendons cut, enduring torment until death, her demise a tragic spectacle that sent shivers down the spine at mere contemplation. Wanqing, am I truly that unfortunate little princess, swapped at birth and destined for a horrific end? Anxiety coursed through her, yet apart from her eyes, she was powerless to act. As a newborn, she could do nothing. The once formidable cultivator now could only wail helplessly. Wah wah wah. Princess mother, please awaken. If you do not awaken soon, your precious little daughter will be swapped away. Wah wah. I have yet to see Princess Mother. Are you truly beautiful? After witnessing you up close, I fear I may never have the chance again. After all, the original owner grew up to resemble the eldest princess more and more, as if they were carved from the same mold, only to be sob sob sob. A little girl's voice incessantly chattered and wept in Wanqing's ears. She felt an overwhelming urgency within her, a fervent will urging her to awaken. Before long, she finally managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. Upon doing so, she saw two matrons cradling two newly born infants while conversing. The round-faced maid remarked, "Your young lady is truly beautiful. She will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty as she matures." The matron with a square face commented, "Look at the little princess's appearance. She is bound to be as breathtaking as the eldest princess when she grows up." The two chatted while casting nervous glances at those around them. Seeing everyone preoccupied, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to exchange the swaddled infants. Wanqing wished fervently to slap the matron holding her, but with her tiny arms and legs, it was an impossible feat. All she could do was wail internally. "It's over. It's over. This is it. I am about to be exchanged. Dear mother, farewell." Wanqing was in a frenzy. The little girl's voice calling her mother confirmed that this was indeed her newly born daughter. Ignoring her postnatal weakness, she sat up and commanded, "Zhou matron, bring the little princess over for this palace to see." Zhou matron, visibly flustered, felt a jolt of dread. Had she been discovered? The task entrusted by her mistress would remain unfulfilled. Observing Zhou matron's delay, the head maid Qingyi stepped forward, insisting, "Hand me the little princess." She reached out to take Wanqing into her arms. Zhou matron, regaining her composure but still displeased, retorted, "Miss Qingyi, you are inexperienced and unversed in such matters. It is better for this old servant to hold her." Only by holding her could there be an opportunity to swap. The chance had already slipped away, and she would have to seek another. Wanqing kicked her arms and legs within the swaddling. "What do you mean inexperienced, Qingyi? Your intentions are far from benign. You wish to swap me with the female protagonist. My tragic life began with you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Woe is me. Why must my fate be so lamentable?" Wanqing, hearing this voice, felt a surge of anxiety. It further confirmed that her daughter was indeed a celestial being sent by the heavens. Otherwise, how could she comprehend her daughter's innermost thoughts? Drawing a deep breath, she raised her voice with a more authoritative tone. "Qingyi, what is the delay? Bring the little princess here." "Yes, your highness." Qingyi responded, swiftly snatching Wanqing from Zhou matron's grasp. "Hand her over," she exclaimed, hastily approaching Wanqing. "Your highness, look how adorable our little princess is. I have never seen a newborn so fair and charming." Qingyi brought Wanqing closer for Wanqing to admire. Wanqing gazed at the beauty before her with her large, dark eyes, resembling plump grapes. "Wow, is this my ethereal mother? She is truly magnificent. I adore her so much." Such beauty, yet alas, her fate was so tragically sealed. Wanqing's pallid face drained of all color. Cough cough cough. As the sole princess of the esteemed dynasty, who would dare to bring about her demise? Was that not akin to inviting the old immortal to hang himself, desiring a longer life? Just as she was lost in thought, a man's urgent voice echoed from outside. "Your highness, my lady, I have arrived late." Wanqing felt a surge of joy. The prince must care for her, or he would not have hurried so fervently. Chapter 2. Mu Wanqing, oh dear. I seem to have misallocated my strength. Mu Wanqing yawned in Qingyi's embrace. Noticing the dreamy expression on her mother, the princess, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, forcing herself to stay alert. He is here. He is here. That scoundrel father has arrived. The legitimate wife and the mistress giving birth simultaneously in a dilapidated temple. This truly is an outrageous spectacle. I wonder if he has come to see his rightful wife or the mistress. This gossip surely promises to be delectable. Shangguan Qingqing's earlier joy had evaporated entirely. Despite her unwavering trust in the Mu Duke's affections, recurring doubts had begun to take root in her heart. She too was curious whether the Duke had come for her or for Zhang Zuilian. However, her little daughter's question about eating melons perplexed her. Can a newborn even eat melons? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Zuilian, whose face had been clouded by the absence of her own child, managed to smile more genuinely. Sister Princess, your cousin truly cares for you. I envy you, dear sister. Yet, internally she reveled in her own triumph. After all, what did it matter that the royal princess was the sole heir? Her husband's heart belonged to Zhang Zuilian. At that moment, the two mothers had composed themselves, though a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Mu Demii rushed in, first locating the pitifully delicate and gentle Zhang Zuilian, greeting her with a smile and a nod. Shangguan Qingqing's expression stiffened as she witnessed the brazen exchange of glances between the two right before her eyes. Reflecting on the past, such scenes had been all too frequent, almost innumerable. She, the illustrious and singular princess of the Shangguan dynasty, had been raised in unparalleled luxury. Having read countless tales of princesses and top scholars, she too was a princess and could have sought out a top scholar duke. Sneaking out of the palace to fall in love at first sight with a scholar parading through the streets, pleading with her father for this splendid match. This was the duke she had desired, and as she clenched her teeth, the scene before her spun her head. As Mu Demii passed by Zhang Zuilian, he remarked somewhat sympathetically, "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard. Surely your cousin will rejoice upon learning that you have borne him a daughter. My brother said that your husband dotes on you the most, so he must be quite pleased." Zhang Zuilian, suppressing her delight, cautiously glanced at Shangguan Qingqing. The princess observed their subtle gestures, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. This was utterly audacious. How could they be so blatant? Mu Wanqing seethed with indignation. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. A confirmed scoundrel. He hasn't even inquired about mother, yet lavishes care on the mistress. One day, I shall have my revenge on him. Dear Princess Mother, do not be disheartened. It's merely a cucumber, tainted as it may be. Toss it aside and get a new one. Shangguan Qingqing's mind faltered. Cucumber? What is that? Isn't a melon meant for eating? Cucumber, it seemed, could still be used. How exquisite that sounded. Mu Demii approached Shangguan Qingqing, taking her hand. You have toiled so hard. I rushed here as swiftly as I could, yet I have arrived late. It is all my fault. Goodness, one must admit the scoundrel is rather handsome. No wonder Princess Mother is so infatuated. At the age of 28, Mu Demii was already a father of several children, yet he remained dashing, a refined gentleman of striking elegance. Naively, Shangguan Qingqing withdrew her hand discreetly, wiping it on her garment, as if it bore a virus. What nonsense! The child is mine. What toil could there be? Deceived by him, she braced herself for revenge. After all, a royal princess's vengeance was not to be trifled with. The meat must be sliced slowly with a dull knife for it to be truly satisfying. A swift cut would be too merciful for the scoundrel. Mu Demii furrowed his brow, glancing at his hand. It was clean. How could he sense disdain from the eldest princess? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. The eldest princess was enamored with him. How could she possibly harbor contempt? Having reassured himself, he smiled again.
Qingye,
How can you say such a thing? This pierces my heart deeply. You and I are united as one. You bear my children, nurture them skillfully, managing countless affairs. My heart aches for you. Although the eldest princess had a somewhat fierce temperament, her beauty was unparalleled. Otherwise, he could not have tolerated her for so many years. In the past, Shangguan Qingqing would have been touched by such words, feeling elated for days and offering her husband some soothing words.
but now,
All she felt was profound disgust, flowery words, a belly full of lies. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's stomach protested with a loud growl. Having been born for over an hour, she had not had a single drop of milk. I'm so hungry. Am I not supposed to drink milk now? Princess Mother, fetch me some milk. Cow's milk or goat's milk will do. Otherwise, your precious daughter will starve. Shangguan Qingqing was at a loss. Their journey was for blessings. And with her due date still 10 days away, she had not brought a wet nurse. She could only instruct her maid, Qingyi, please go to the nearby village and procure some goats or cow's milk for the little princess. Qingyi bowed and withdrew. In households of high rank, it was not customary for them to personally nurse their infants, especially for the eldest princess. Only then did Mu Demii take notice of the infant in Shang Wanqing's arms. He lifted the baby, playing with her. At that moment, Mu Wanqing puffed out her cheeks, resembling a little dolphin. Despite her discontent, one had to admit, she was utterly adorable. What shall we name our daughter? He usually asked this question as a formality, to show his regard for the royal princess. The princess would typically smile and say, "You decide, my dear husband." Mu Wanqing, I wish to name her Mu Wanqing, Mu Wanqing shouted in her heart, though no sound escaped her lips. This time, Shangguan Qingcheng did not refuse but pondered for a moment.
Mu Wanqing.
Is that the name from before? It mattered not. As long as the daughter liked it, that was what counted. Wu Ge Wanqing flows like water, the western wind rises at dawn. Let us call her Wanqing. Mu Wanqing beamed, revealing 2 rows of tender gums. Her joy was evident to all. My princess mother is indeed splendid, able to compose poetry even for a name. My beautiful mother is just to my liking. I adore this name. She wiggled in delight, attempting to clap her hands to express her joy, but despite her efforts, she could not succeed. Oh no, I seem to have misallocated my strength. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. Mu Wanqing had soiled herself right onto her scoundrel father. A large stain marred Mu Demei's clothing, and his face darkened instantly, though he forced a smile. Wanqing. That is a wonderful name. He then hurriedly handed her over to Granny Zhou and dashed out. Granny Zhou, somewhat excited, thought, could another opportunity arise so swiftly? Chapter 3. Wow, how soft. Mu Wanqing cried out, wah. Oh, this is so embarrassing. So shameful. Here I am, a dignified deity, unable to control my own bowels.
Wah.
I can't live like this anymore. Let me just perish on the spot. What will become of my reputation if this gets out? She howled, though not a single tear fell from her eyes. In contrast, Zhang Xuelian's daughter remained remarkably calm, having only cried a few times since her birth. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Shangguan Qingcheng felt the clouds of doubt dissipate. The newborn, even at such a tender age, was concerned with dignity, unable to suppress a smile. Sensing the shift in sentiment, Mu Wanqing vehemently rejected this notion, now truly crying in earnest, tears streaming down like large pearls. I don't want this old hag. She's truly wicked. Just look at her. She's no good. Shangguan Qingcheng widened her eyes, her expression serious. Granny Zhou, summon Green Blossom. Granny Zhou was reluctant to relinquish this golden opportunity. Your Highness, it is perfectly normal for a newborn to cry incessantly. After I change the little princess's diaper, she'll be just fine. Moreover, Green Blossom lacks experience. Let me handle this. Saying so, she attempted to take Mu Wanqing into her arms. Shangguan Qingcheng's expression darkened, her tone icy. Are you instructing me on how to do my duties? Madame Zhou was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, she fell to her knees. This old servant does not dare. I acknowledge my mistake. Sweat poured down her forehead. The imposing presence of the princess was indeed terrifying. Although Princess Shangguan Qingcheng was generally kind and never harsh towards her subordinates, this incident reminded everyone of her royal status, making her untouchable. Green Orchid cast a scornful glance at Madame Zhou, who often bullied others in the princess's residence, relying on her status as an elder from the palace. Green Orchid held little regard for her and, bending down, directly picked up Mu Wanqing, saying, "Bring her here." Gently, she wiped Mu Wanqing clean with a soft cloth before wrapping her up. Dear sister, why bother getting angry with a servant? Zhang Xuelian coughed lightly, covering her mouth. She glanced at Mu Wanqing and then at her newborn. The little princess is indeed lively and adorable, unlike my own girl, who is as silent as a clam. Internally, she thought how thoughtless the girl was, making her feel quite vexed. Shangguan Qingcheng nodded knowingly. Indeed. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense, as Zhang Xuelian had not anticipated such a response. Just then, Qingyi hurried in with a box. Madam, I have brought some goat's milk, and it is already warmed. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's mouth involuntarily leaked a string of crystal-clear liquid. Finally, it's time to eat. Though melons are delicious, they do not satiate. Shangguan Qingcheng had grown accustomed to her little daughter's whimsical thoughts. Let us feed Qing, or
Mu Wanqing slurpede geldi. Torugu enjoying her meal.
Before long, She was full and drifted off to sleep. It was no surprise. Newborns tire quickly. Zhang Xuelian noticed half a bowl remained and felt a pang of pity, remembering that her daughter had yet to taste milk since her birth. To lend credibility, she hadn't brought a wet nurse this time. She spoke softly, "Dear sister, Qing has had her fill. Could you spare a bit for my daughter?" Shangguan Qingcheng recalled what Qing had said before, that they had caused her demise, and resolutely refused.
No.
It was not out of cruelty. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Zhang Xuelian's tears streamed down her face as she saw a figure approaching outside, looking utterly pitiful. "Dear sister, are you truly unwilling to spare even the leftover milk for my daughter?" Mu Deming entered after changing clothes, as is customary in affluent households. They kept spare clothing in their carriages for emergencies. Hearing what his beloved said, he was displeased, for that child was his hope. He suppressed his emotions and coaxed Shangguan Qingcheng. "Madam, it's just a bit of leftover milk. After all, Qing can't finish it. So why not give it to the baby?" Shangguan Qingcheng lost her patience. "Do you have an opinion?"
Keep it to yourself.
Without caring for their emotions, she turned and commanded, "Qingyi, return to the princess's residence." Left behind, the two exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that today, the grand princess was decidedly off-kilter. When Mu Wanqing awoke again, she found herself in a spacious, elegantly decorated room, enveloped snugly in a delicate swaddling cloth. Being newly born, she could not turn over, but could only rotate her large, jewel-like black eyes to gaze at the ceiling. The opulent decor featured soft pink gauzy curtains that kept summer insects at bay, while allowing light to filter through. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It was fortunate that the living conditions here were decent. It was not a life of hunger, where one lay in bed counting stars. How could a formidable being like her endure such a life? Otherwise, she would have perished on the spot. Thinking of the male cultivator who had caused her demise made her seethe with rage. "Oh, dear mother, I need to go again." In the adjoining room, Shangguan Qingcheng interjected, "She hasn't tea." Such slander. Her complexion had improved significantly by now. "Qingyi, see if the little princess is awake and let the wet nurse feed her."
Qingyi leaned in slightly, yes.
As she approached, she spotted the little bundle with a distressed expression on her fair face, inexplicably flushed. The baby's hands were pressed firmly over her eyes. Qingyi picked up the little one and felt a wetness. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Madam, the little princess is shy. This is my first time seeing a newborn exhibit such modesty." The wet nurse, Madame Wu, also laughed in agreement. "I have never seen such a fair and lovely newborn before." Shangguan Qingcheng, hearing praises for the little one, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Qing was indeed far more beautiful than her several brothers had been at birth. The wet nurse cradled Mu Wanqing, unwrapping her clothes to prepare for feeding. Mu Wanqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, but soon began to suckle upon catching the scent of milk. To be honest, it did not taste particularly pleasant. "This milk bag is truly substantial. Her husband is quite fortunate. I wonder what it feels like to touch." Lost in thought, she reached out her hand and squeezed.
Wow.
So soft and bouncy. Cough, cough, cough. Shangguan Qingcheng clenched her fists and coughed. Just born. How could Qing have learned such lewd gestures? While she was still in a daze, Mu Wanqing began again. "Mother's milk bag isn't small either. I wonder if the feeling is the same? How unfortunate that my worthless father does not cherish it. By the way, does the princess mother keep her milk bag for herself, saving it all this time? I wonder if it will spoil." Cough, cough, cough. Shangguan Qingcheng felt the urge to discipline her child. Chapter 4. The unfortunate second brother, Mu Jingchuan. Shangguan Qingcheng couldn't help but wonder if her little daughter carried memories from her past life, coupled with the scene of her daughter's birth. She could hear her thoughts. Anything else was not out of the realm of possibility. However, how to handle such a reckless little girl? Could it be that Qing was a boy in her previous life? She murmured to herself. Qingyi retreated to the corner, pondering what she had just heard. Did Madame mention men? Was she seeking revenge on the prince consort and looking for a lover instead? How could she persuade her to wait until after her confinement? It was said that engaging in intimacy during the confinement period could lead to illness. Lost in thought, Qingyi's face grew warm. At this moment, both mistress and maid were caught in their own reveries, albeit with differing thoughts. Mother, do I have a sister? I really have a sister? Just then, a boy around 7 years old, dressed in elegant azure robes, dashed in. It was none other than the second young master of the Mu family, Mu Jingchuan. With his exquisite features, one could imagine he would capture many hearts as he grew. However, his clothes and hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Sure enough, as he dashed past the threshold, He stumbled, kicking his left foot against his right heel, and fell flat on his face. Second young master, Qingyi, seeming accustomed to this, rushed over to help Mu Jingchuan up. Shangguan Qingcheng, lying on the bed, pressed her forehead in distress. Her second son had been perpetually unfortunate since 3 years ago. She asked, filled with concern, "Chuan, did you hurt yourself?" Mu Jingchuan skillfully pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve, wiping his nosebleed as he replied, "Mother, I'm fine. Just a little nosebleed, no big deal." Mu Wanqing, lying on the bed, was now alert, scratching her little hands. "TSK, TSK, TSK. ISNT that my unfortunate second brother, Mu Jingchuan?" Mu Jingchuan, often the subject of ridicule due to his perpetual misfortunes, was well known throughout the capital. His reputation for bad luck provided much amusement for the townspeople, who would often say, "Have you heard? The second son of the Grand Princess has had another mishap today." Thus, their worthless father held little affection for him. What a fine appearance! "Second brother, let me blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." Hearing the voice of a little girl, Mu Jingchuan looked around, finding no one but his adorable little sister on the bed. He stared intently at Mu Wanqing's lips, puzzled, as she hadn't spoken a word. Surely a newborn could not talk, could they? Could it be the voice of his sister's thoughts? He turned to glance at his mother, only to find her utterly unresponsive. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization illuminated his mind. Indeed, he shared an unparalleled bond with his sister. For, how else could he perceive her innermost thoughts? He settled beside the bed and beheld a delicate infant, exquisitely chiseled, lying there, beaming at him with an endearing smile. It was evident that this particular species, his sister, was undeniably charming, while the notion of having a brother was rather unappealing. He introduced himself, saying, "Sister, I am your second elder brother," as he reached out, intending to caress Mu Wanqing's face. However, upon noticing the remnants of blood smeared across his hand, she vehemently waved her arms in rejection. "Ah, remove your filthy hands. Those conspicuous bloodstains might even harbor remnants of snot. What a wretched second brother. Not only unfortunate but also unclean."
So repulsive, so repulsive.
Mu Jingchuan mused. Just moments ago, she was eager to cuddle him.
Now,
she has begun to disdain him. Truly, the intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, and the thoughts of an infant are equally inscrutable. Adults often lament that it is difficult to nurture women and petty individuals. Moreover, his sister is both a woman and a child. Alas, poor second brother, how unfortunate he is. His closest confidant is the eldest son of his father's mistress. Mu Jingchuan strained to listen intently, fearing he might miss a single word. Yet, he found himself perplexed by his sister's utterances. Could it be due to her tender age? What is a mistress? A concubine? His father has a mistress?
Impossible.
It could not be true. Mu Jingchuan vehemently denied this notion in his heart. His parents were the epitome of love and affection, a model couple admired throughout the capital. If everyone else harbored mistresses, his father would never do such a thing. Seeing her second brother's expression shift, Mu Wanqing let out a sigh. Evidently, he has inherited our mother's endearing foolishness. Mother is friends with her lover, while the second brother befriends her son. Yet, their intentions are insincere. They merely wish to exploit the prestige of the princess's residence to flaunt their power, ultimately resulting in a collusion that depletes their wealth. Mother, misled into doting on a counterfeit, while the second brother becomes a mere plaything in the hands of another, ultimately left with nothing but scraps. Truly a dismal fate. Mu Jingchuan thought. He was left with nothing but scraps?
Oh.
Thus, a man who, despite enduring countless misfortunes, falling flat on his face, being struck by bird droppings, and having fruit fall upon him, never shed a tear, now cried inconsolably, his face awash with tears. The maids and servants nearby were utterly bewildered. The second young master was inexplicably crying, and his sorrow seemed profound. Shangguan Qingcheng, too, was curious as to why her son wept. Could he possibly hear the thoughts of the little bundle? No, that was implausible. It must be that he was hurt from his fall. Regardless of his maturity, he remained a child. Yet, she was at a loss as to how to comfort her second son, for he truly was a victim of misfortune. After a while, Mu Jingchuan stood up and, through his sobs, declared, "Sister, you are truly adorable. Your second brother adores you." Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes and waved her tiny hands. "Do not cry, unfortunate second brother. Wanqing likes you too." Suddenly, a smile broke through Mu Jingchuan's tear-streaked face as he playfully rubbed the infant's face with his tear-stained hand. Though his sister revealed the harsh truth to him, he felt grateful, yet it did not quell his discontent. Surely, it was permissible to tease the little one. Indeed, witnessing another's unhappiness brought him joy. By the time Wanqing realized what had transpired, her face was already dampened. She was dirty. She was unclean. Oh, dear mother, I am dirty. I am unclean. Second brother is a villain. Wanqing sobbed heart-wrenchingly, her fan-like eyelashes adorned with glistening tears, presenting a pitiful sight. Shangguan Qingsheng gently wiped Wanqing's face with a handkerchief, soothing her softly. Do not cry, dear Qinger. Your second brother is merely playing. She pretended to lightly tap Mu Jingchuan's hand. You naughty boy, how could you smear your sister's face with such filthy hands? The unfortunate child, typically acting mature due to his misfortunes, now displayed a rare moment of childishness. Was Qinger a little lucky, star sent from heaven to rescue their family? Do not cry, dear. Your mother will scold him for you. Wanqing sensed discomfort on her face. I need to wash my face. It cannot be cleaned. There is snot on my face. Whoa. Shangguan Qingcheng discreetly wiped Mu Jingchuan's hand with her handkerchief. Mu Jingchuan lamented. Mother, if only you could turn a blind eye. I would not have to endure this. If only you would relax your brow, I would feel that you do not despise me. Ooh. Mu Jingchuan covered his face, crying heartbrokenly as he ran away. He sought solace in books. Within their pages, he found no disdain. Shangguan Qingcheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and called out, Chuaner.
Slow down.
Wanqing felt as though she had forgotten something important. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the courtyard. Chapter 5. Beauty and Misfortune. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the room fell silent, as if time itself had halted. Shangguan Qingcheng thought to herself, this surely cannot be her fault, right? It truly is not her fault. She only intended to offer a kind reminder. Wanqing lamented. She had forgotten to restrain her second brother. Despite her diminished abilities, barely retaining a fraction of her former strength, there was no reason not to save her brother, even in this world devoid of spiritual energy. What terrible luck! If only I could have suppressed that misfortune. It is all the second brother's fault for causing me to cry and forget. Shangguan Qingcheng mused. Truly, her unfortunate son is quite the character. Coming back to her senses, she instructed. Qingyi, bring the second young master in. Let us examine his injuries and summon a physician. It was not that she was slow to react. After all, she had given birth to 4 children in 3 years. And her memory had become quite murky over 12 years. When they brought Mu Jingchuan in, he had 2 noticeable streams of blood running from his nose. Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. TSK, my second brother, at such a tender age, has bled twice within an hour. Fortunately, he is young. While others may perish from overexertion, he is more likely to succumb from blood loss. Hearing his sister's thoughts, Mu Jingchuan paused at the doorway before. With a loud thud, he bumped his knee. Is this something a 7-year-old should be hearing? Calmly, he straightened himself and limped inside. The sound of the collision made Wanqing wince, feeling a sharp pain in her knee, surely turning it blue. She internally voiced, Ah, how painful. This threshold will be dismantled by me sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Mu Jingchuan nearly spat blood. Listen to that. Is that human language? In that moment, he had already devised an entire curriculum for Wanqing's education. Wanqing continued to voice her grievances. This unfortunate soul is lucky to have met me. I can suppress this misfortune, albeit temporarily, due to my youthful limitations. Mu Jingchuan's face broke into a gentle smile. The mere notion of suppression brought him great joy. Yet he momentarily forgot his current state. Having fallen, his hairpin had fallen from his head, leaving his hair disheveled. Blood flowed from his nostrils into his mouth. And as he grinned, blood seeped from his gums, while his forehead was bruised. Entering from outside, the lighting accentuated his ghastly appearance. He resembled a little ghost. Oh, dear mother, the only difference between my second brother and a ghost is that he bears the label of misfortune. How am I to draw my brother closer? Without his proximity, my abilities cannot manifest. Wanqing once again felt the helplessness of being a newborn. Qingyi, wipe the second young master's face. Shangguan Qingcheng, recalling the earlier scene of her little one crying and complaining, felt both amused and exasperated. This pair of siblings were indeed treasures. Yet, her heart ached for Chuaner, who, due to her poor judgment, had chosen such a suitor, leading to this current predicament. Perhaps she should not have harbored expectations, after all. A tale is merely a tale and should not be taken to heart. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude. It was her perseverance that had resulted in the blessing of 3 sons and 1 daughter. Mu Jingchuan washed his face and cautiously approached, asking Mother, May I come up and play with my sister for a while? Of course, Shangguan Qingcheng granted permission. It was a rare moment for Mu Jingchuan to exhibit his childlike innocence. The bed was spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people, with plenty of room to spare. Shangguan Qingcheng, concerned about potential threats to her little one, decided to keep her close at hand for peace of mind. The midwife had already been confined to the woodshed. She intended to handle matters personally once her confinement was over. That woman, having relied on the prestige of the princess's residence over the years, would become inconsequential without it. Who would still show her any deference? Zhang Suilian, your suffering has only just begun. I hope you can endure it. Lost in thought, she instructed, Qingyi. Go inform the treasury that from now on any requests for silver from the master must have my approval. Mu Demii held the rank of a 4th-grade official, with a monthly salary of 20 taels of silver and 260 pickles of rice. This position was merely a nominal title granted in consideration of the princess's influence. Otherwise, given his qualifications, even a county magistrate would be a stretch. His status as a top scholar was also quite dubious. Yes, my lady, Qingyi complied. As someone from the palace, she understood the wisdom of saying little and doing much. She even felt a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, the princess was of such esteemed status, while Mu Fuma was merely a man of appearance and words. In her view, Mu Fuma was unworthy of the princess. Yet, back then, the princess had been resolute, seeking the late emperor's decree to marry a commoner, leaving those who served her with little choice. Before long, it was time for Mu Wanqing's full moon celebration. The princess, overjoyed with her beloved daughter, naturally planned an extravagant affair. The princess's residence was festooned with decorations, emanating an atmosphere of festivity. The emperor and empress graced the occasion, showering the event with lavish gifts, creating a bustling scene. The banquet was opulent, making guests feel at home. The only ones discontented were Mu Demii and Mu Wanqing. Mu Demii's dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that his other daughter, Qing'er, had her celebration hastily arranged, leaving him unable to even catch a glimpse of it. He wondered if the princess had noticed his discontent. Something felt amiss. Mu Wanqing's unhappiness arose from her being exposed to the gaze of all, feeling utterly humiliated. Shangguan Qingcheng had no energy to concern herself with such matters. Her sole focus was on thoroughly tormenting that man, ensuring he faced disgrace and downfall, his greatest punishment. Death would be the ultimate relief. To live would mean enduring relentless suffering. The busy day passed amidst Mu Wanqing's embarrassment and eventual slumber. By the time she awoke again, twilight had descended. She moved her arms, attempting to instinctively sit up. Alas, she had overestimated her current state. How could a newborn of merely 3 days manage to sit up? After a moment of effort, she could only muster a tiny sound. A foul odor wafted through the air, prompting Mu Wanqing to hold her breath. How awful! It was truly unbearable. Her face flushed with embarrassment. After a while, she began to breathe again. Oh my goodness! I nearly suffocated myself with my own fart. Shangguan Qingcheng found it amusing and instructed the wet nurse to feed Mu Wanqing. During the process, there was no shortage of gentle kneading, causing the wet nurse to turn red, feeling that the little princess's technique seemed oddly familiar. After being well fed, Mu Wanqing lay beside her mother, their eyes meeting. Embarrassingly, Mu Wanqing drooled from the corner of her mouth. It's all my royal mother's fault for being too beautiful. I can't control my drooling. With my royal mother's looks, she'd undoubtedly be the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Mother, your beauty is one thing, but your noble birth is another. How can anyone else compete? The Shangguan dynasty was one where only a single girl was born each generation, surrounded by affection and adoration. Nobility was inevitable. Shangguan Qingcheng suddenly reminisced about the past, how her father and mother showered her with love, as did her several royal brothers. Mu Wanqing recalled the tragic fate of the princess in the novels. Alas, beautiful women have always met with misfortune. The princess's ending is truly heart-wrenching. Shangguan Qingcheng shivered at the thought. Was her beauty fated to bring misfortune? What did that mean? Do continue. Chapter 6. Being born on the same day, the same month, and the same year is but a scheme. A newborn changes each day, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Wanqing had already been born for over 20 days, with but 2 days until her full moon. She was now chubby and fair, her arms resembling tender lotus roots, each segment plump and delightful. She had perfectly inherited Shangguan Qingcheng's beauty. Her features were sculpted, and her large, dark eyes sparkled with a life of their own, captivating anyone who gazed upon them. Her lashes were long and curled, her brows naturally dark, and her lips a rosy hue without any embellishment. At that moment, Shangguan Qingcheng was lost in worry. Since the full moon banquet, she had only seen Mudimii once. And that was only because he wished to withdraw silver from the treasury, necessitating a visit. After being rebuffed, he had turned away and not returned. How many vows had been exchanged at their wedding, with promises made to cherish one another, declaring that even if there were 1,000 rivers to cross, having each other would suffice? All mere empty words. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, to the point where she contemplated sending an assassin to castrate him. At that moment, Wanqing was uncontrollably gnawing on her own feet. She didn't intend to, but they looked so plump and delectable. The more she nibbled, the more addictive it became, until she surrendered to the temptation. She recalled that in the novels, it was mentioned that the original protagonist had not been born at full term. The princess had invested considerable effort and resources to nurse the protagonist back to health from her congenital deficiencies. Even so, the protagonist often feigned weakness to garner sympathy and acquire treasures. With such a beautiful mother, how could Mudimii bear to make her unhappy? That little Tsuelian, in her desperation to switch me with her daughter, truly went to great lengths. The mere thought ignited Wanqing's anger. After years of scheming, was it so effortless? Shengguan Qingcheng. Little Tsuelian? You mean that Zhang Tsuelian? Truly shameless. She was no longer saddened, focusing instead on listening to the little one's grievances. Let that scoundrel father introduce me to the princess, and soon they became friends. Then came the pregnancy, and the prayers for blessings, all meticulously planned. Thankfully, the princess eventually uncovered the truth. Otherwise, I would have surely been a pitiful child unloved by both father and mother. It's truly outrageous. They went out on dates, and even encountered a blind fortune-teller. That fortune-teller claimed his wife was bearing a daughter destined for greatness, endowed with fortune, and that his good days lay ahead. Then mysteriously he vanished. Thus, Mudimii became a firm believer in this. At that time, little Tsuelian had only been pregnant for a little over a month. Dear dog, I shouldn't have insulted you. I'm sleepy again. I need a good sleep to grow tall. The little one yawned, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Poor Shengguan Qingcheng was left in a state of anxious frustration, having only caught half of the gossip. Whether it was her own or someone else's, gossip was always delicious. She truly wished to shake the little one awake to continue the tale, but that was evidently impossible. She would have to wait for the next opportunity. When she was 3 months pregnant, all the royal physicians had declared it a girl, earning her royal brothers and sisters-in-law much envy and gifts. The Shengguan family had a tradition. Only one girl was born per generation, and no one had anticipated that this generation would be in the princess's residence. At 3 months, Zhang Tsuelian had just over a month of pregnancy. They were born on the same day, a rather grand game, not fearing that the other child might not survive. As her due date approached, Shengguan Qingcheng had no desire to attend. However, Zhang Tsuelian's repeated pleas to pray for her unborn child, along with the promise of blessings from a master, compelled her to accompany. The bowl of blessed water from the Guoguosi temple was likely premeditated, perhaps even the incense in the carriage. Reflecting on all that had transpired, Shengguan Qingcheng felt she had been too trusting of others. As a member of the royal family, she was not naive to the deceptions and intrigues of others. That little Tsuelian had acted far too convincingly, while she had been preoccupied with indulgence. No, it wasn't mere indulgence. Rather, she had been complacent, entangled with a scoundrel in a whirlwind of romance. Uncertainty lingers regarding the authenticity of emotions. As she reflects upon the matter, she increasingly contemplates the feasibility of castrating that scoundrel. Madam, we have received news from Jingyu Pavilion, the second young master. Qingyi, entering in a flurry, hesitates mid-sentence. Shengguan Qingcheng, with a weary sigh, pinches the bridge of her nose. Have you fallen again? Qingyi gently shakes her head, refraining from revealing where she had stumbled. Shengguan Qingcheng exhales softly, as if accustomed to such occurrences. It's nothing, as long as there are no missing limbs. It's all within the realm of normalcy. Summon a physician. Jingchuan has likely grown used to these incidents. Let the household doctor pay a visit. Over the years, she has become accustomed to the fact that such events transpire several times a day. Practicing calligraphy, one might be struck by an inkstone. Drinking water, one might discover a tiny green caterpillar. She has encountered all manner of bizarre incidents. A mere fall is not a grave matter. Qingyi remarks, "This truly is my biological mother. If it weren't for her presence at the second young master's birth, one might suspect he was adopted. When mishaps occur, Qingyi must report them, and with a steely resolve, she states, the second young master has been bitten by a goose on his private parts." What? Shengguan Qingcheng's voice rises sharply as she bolts upright, urgently inquiring, Will this have any repercussions in the future? Wasn't Qing'e meant to suppress him?
Qing'e.
Having been born not long ago, could only provide temporary suppression for a few days. It's likely due to his tender age. A few days of respite, though minimal, is better than none. Alas, it is fortunate she has several sons. Otherwise, he would be rendered useless. Qing'e reassures her he will be fine. It won't affect him. She fears that if she does not clarify, her princess might harbor all sorts of thoughts. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingqing exhales in relief. That is well. Let the household physician attend to him. Goodness, how tragic. I have no concerns beyond my curiosity. I am simply intrigued by how my unfortunate second brother was bitten by a goose. Shangguan Qingqing then notices that the little dumpling has awakened, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, she too is curious about how Jingchuan ended up in such a predicament. Mu Wanqing's eyes gleam with delight. My royal mother is truly in tune with my thoughts. According to Zheng, who is often by the second young master's side, today he went to play with the eldest son of Lady Zhang. They quarreled over whose sister was more beautiful. When the neighbor's goose wandered out, one person bought a goose to fight. Whoever won would have the prettier sister. Initially, all went well, and it appeared the second young master was poised to win. But amidst cheers and applause, the two geese, as if they had discovered a caterpillar, suddenly turned on him with overwhelming ferocity, caught in a pincer attack. The second young master's rear and private part suffered an unmerited calamity. What Qing'e did not mention was that she too was bitten by that goose. Shangguan Qingqing face-bombs. Thank goodness I have many sons. Mu Wanqing, in astonishment, remarks, I never imagined it would be such a scandal. Gagaga, forgive me. I can't help but laugh. This truly is something my unfortunate second brother would encounter. Ha ha ha, it's just a little caterpillar. I am now very curious. Was my second brother lying flat or on his stomach? Shangguan Qingqing is momentarily taken aback. She too is slightly curious. As for you, Qing'e. Chapter 7. The scoundrel father wishes for the protagonist to host a full moon banquet together. Mu Wanqing's large eyes widen in astonishment. Knowing her mother's intuition, she anticipates the next question from the princess. Observing her mistress's pause, Qing'e assumes there is something unspeakable. She quickly gestures to the maids and servants in the room to withdraw, not forgetting to glance around to ensure no one is watching. She closes the door behind her and leans in to whisper, Princess, you may speak now. Speak of what? Shangguan Qingqing blurts out, bewildered by Qing'e's actions. In the past, such behavior would indicate something of great importance. Doubts begin to cloud Shangguan Qingqing's mind. Qing'e's expression falters. Having accompanied the princess for many years, she has a sense of her heart. Could it be that the princess's skills have advanced so much that she cannot discern even the slightest hint? Suppressing her thoughts, Qing'e inquires, didn't he, the princess, have something to command? This question leaves Shangguan Qingqing in a state of confusion. Mu Wanqing, in a flurry, cries out, Mother, please ask Qing'e whether my unfortunate second brother was lying down or on his stomach. Shangguan Qingqing momentarily freezes. She herself isn't particularly curious about this matter. If it were her, she would lie on her side to avoid discomfort. The little dumpling is still too innocent. Qing'e, ensure Jingchuan takes proper rest. Inform the teacher at the academy. Shangguan Qingqing waves her hand dismissively. Go on. Qing'e stiffly acknowledges yes. In the evening, Shangguan Qingqing is dining. For the past 2 days, she has been able to rise and eat independently. This time, her recovery feels swifter than before. Mu Demii enters happily from outside. Madam, are you eating? Shangguan Qingqing continues eating, without sparing him a glance, only pausing momentarily. Mu Demii feels a twinge of awkwardness. Then, with a smile he believes to be warm, he inquires, Is there a portion for your husband? He takes a seat opposite Shangguan Qingqing and instructs Qing'e, Qing'e, bring an extra set of chopsticks. Turning back, he adds, It has been a long time since I have dined with Mu Wanqing, having just finished her meal in Wu Nainai's arms, occasionally wipes her mouth. I must admit, while my scoundrel father is quite handsome, others have long since descended into the realm of balding and rotundity, whereas my scoundrel father retains a distinguished air, only gaining a touch of maturity with age. No wonder he has bewitched my royal mother to such an extent. Indeed, many young ladies in the capital harbor secret affections, wishing to become his concubines, yet out of respect for my mother's authority, they dare not act. Though Qing'e has begun to harbor disdain for Mu Demii due to her mistress, as a servant, she must obey. Yes. She slightly bows and turns to fetch a set of utensils when wait. Shangguan Qingqing halts, calling to Qing'e. Nonchalantly, she takes the handkerchief from the maid and wipes her mouth. After rinsing her mouth, she remarks, a concubine? Quite nice, but she cannot be the mother of my children. However, even dining with that scoundrel feels nauseating. Shangguan Qingcheng maintains a suitable smile and adds, the prince has yet to send word that he wishes to dine with us. Ruishua Tower has not prepared a portion for you. My royal brother has always advocated for frugality. As a royal princess, I must set an example. Waste is unacceptable. Mu Demi's smile stiffens as he gazes at the exquisite food on the table. As a royal princess, everything she consumes is meticulously prepared, and the flavors are beyond compare. Given the affection showered upon the eldest princess by both the late emperor and the current sovereign, royal chefs are a necessity. With his background, he would never have had the opportunity to partake in such delicacies, which is why he had previously relished dining at Ruishua Tower. After such a long absence, Mu Demi finds himself longing for those flavors. It's all right, Chung. We are one in marriage. I do not mind. Wasting food is wrong. I can make do. His tone is filled with sincerity. Of course, that was the old Shangguan Qingcheng. I may not mind, but I do.
Mu Wanqing feels utterly disgusted.
Greasy. No wonder, he can charm people into revealing their innermost thoughts. Mother, do not be deceived. In the future, I will find you some muscular uncles. That scoundrel father is all show with no substance. Cough, cough, cough. Shangguan Qingcheng suddenly breaks into a fit of coughing. The little dumpling continuously challenges her understanding and speaks without restraint. She could very well find herself a new father. How remarkable. There is no one else like her in the entire daxia. Seeing Mu Demi's natural expression, Shangguan Qingcheng suspects it is merely a facade of concern over her coughing. She silently breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, regaining her former dignified demeanor, and rolled her eyes inwardly. The more she observed this man, the less she found him agreeable. How blind she must have been in the past. Calmly, she remarked, this princess is indeed perturbed. Who claims that I would squander food? Luao, take these leftover dishes and feed them to the dogs. Yes, your highness. Luao stepped forward lightly, swiftly collecting the bowls and chopsticks. Ha! My princess mother is truly a talent. Isn't that implying that my worthless father is no better than a dog? Indeed, dogs are such loyal creatures. It is hardly an insult to them. Mu Demi felt a twinge of annoyance. In the past, Shangguan Qingcheng would always insist. How could one let her husband eat leftovers? The little kitchen should prepare some new dishes that he loves. She would often have his favorite meals ready.
Now,
his status in Ruishua Tower was even inferior to that of a dog. Mu Demi, having failed to achieve his aim, could only force a smile and say, as long as there is no waste, feeding the dogs is also acceptable. Qingyi felt embarrassed on his behalf. Shangguan Qingcheng took Mu Wanqing from Granny Wu's arms and began to play with her. She placed a finger near the baby's mouth, and the little one instinctively tried to bite and suckle. Sometimes, when she missed, she would anxiously drool. Shangguan Qingcheng teased the baby, who was growing increasingly impatient, wishing desperately for a bite. That finger, so fair and delicate, must taste delightful. The baby instinctively grasped her mother's finger and tried to push it into her mouth. A hint of disdain flickered in Mu Demi's eyes. His Lian Xiao would never behave like this. Although that child had been somewhat unattractive at birth, she had now grown into a beautiful and sensible girl who never cried or made a fuss, even alerting them when she needed changing, unlike that wretched girl who left him in a mess. He looked at Mu Wanqing's face and praised, my daughter is truly beautiful. Shangguan Qingcheng was naturally delighted. How could the only daughter of the Shangguan family not be beautiful? Mu Demi felt a twinge of grievance. It was obvious she was his daughter. When did she become solely a member of the Shangguan family? Yet, he dared not voice his objections.
Mu Wanqing yawned.
Her eyelids growing heavier, forcing herself to listen for a while. Why is my princess mother so stunning? I love her so much. My worthless father is just rambling endlessly, not getting to the point. I'm so sleepy, but I want to eat some melon. What should I do? I want to prop my eyelids up with a stick. Before she could finish her thought, Mu Wanqing had already fallen asleep. Mu Demi continued his aimless chatter, noticing that Shangguan Qingcheng was not very responsive. He finally had to state the purpose of his visit today. Qingcheng, in 2 days, it will be Wanqing's full moon celebration. And we must make grand arrangements for our daughter. The daughter of Madame Zhang is also due on the same day. Shall we invite her over to celebrate together? Chapter 8. The Unusual Preferences of a Worthless Father. Shangguan Qingcheng tightened her grip around the baby, feeling a surge of indignation. This man was utterly shameless. Mu Demi continued. My cousin is currently away trading and has yet to return. Madame Zhang, being merely a woman, cannot handle certain matters. That child shares the same birth date as Wanqing. And Madame Zhang delivered her in the same temple as you did. You have always been on good terms with Madame Zhang. What a serendipitous connection. If we celebrate the full moon together, it would surely be a delightful tale to tell. Once our daughter grows a bit older, she will have a sister to grow up alongside. You and I are of an age where further childbearing is unlikely. Having Wanqing supported by a sister will put our minds at ease. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became, convinced that this plan was feasible. Establishing a good relationship between the child and the princess would facilitate future matters considerably. Mu Demiai's schemes were well calculated. Shangguan Qingqing found it amusing. She mockingly inquired, "Is this idea yours, or did it originate from Zhang Suilian? Does this imply agreement?" Mu Demiai's anxious heart finally settled. It was my suggestion. First, for the sake of our daughter, and second, to support our kin. He then lowered his gaze, his mood somewhat dimmed as he continued. You know my parents passed away early, and the clan gathered funds multiple times to support my studies, allowing me to eventually pass the examination. Otherwise, you and I might never have had the chance to meet in this life. This last part was the truth. As a princess, how could Shangguan Qingqing ever marry a commoner? Shangguan Qingqing smirked slightly. This matter, I shall consider. The notion of a clandestine child seeking to become sisters with the daughter of the Grand Princess was nothing short of fanciful. Such dreams were not even worth entertaining. She then feigned fatigue, saying, I am weary and still in confinement. I shall not keep the prince consort any longer. Qingyi, please see him off. Prince consort, please. Qingyi performed a courteous gesture. Mu Demiai felt that the matter was nearly settled, oblivious to Shangguan Qingqing's shifting demeanor. Splendid. How could his precious daughter suffer indignities? The Washing 3 banquet had been rather uneventful, attended only by inconsequential merchants. In high spirits, Mu Demiai departed. After seeing him off, Qingyi angrily shut the door and returned to find Shangguan Qingqing already in bed, peacefully asleep. She was left to stew in her frustration, pacing the room. The next day, Qingyi, cheeks puffed, asked, Your Highness, why did you agree to the prince consort? How could the daughter of a merchant befit our grand princess? Not to mention celebrating a full moon together, such a notion was utterly unheard of. Shangguan Qingqing took a sip of porridge, smiling lightly. When did I agree? I merely said I would consider it. A consideration implies at least a partial agreement, but there are still many aspects to ponder. Qingyi was taken aback. I've learned something. The master is still the master. Matters can indeed be handled this way. In the future, when others sought her assistance and found themselves in a bind, she could always delay in such a manner. Mu Wanqing had just awakened when she heard the news and was furious. What on earth is my worthless father thinking? Is he attempting to forcibly bind the heroine to the Grand Princess's house? Little Billion's plan to swap daughters has failed, and now he concocts another scheme? Truly, a worthless man deserves a dog, and it is foretold that he will eventually become the father-in-law of an emperor. Oh, my princess mother. Sharpen your titanium alloy eyes and see clearly. How could a child of a concubine celebrate a full moon with me? It infuriates me. I must curse him. After pondering for a long while, inspiration struck her. I've got it. I will curse that worthless father to fall into a latrine while squatting, tasting the essence of human irrigation. As soon as she finished, an invisible force flew toward the Hanlin Academy. Shangguan Qingqing deliberately mentioned this matter, fully aware of the baby's temperament. The little one particularly enjoyed hearing such tales, and she had previously not realized how much fun could be derived from them. She had thought of chastising the not-yet-month-old baby for her impudence. How unfilial to have referred to her as a dog-eyed creature. However, what on earth was titanium alloy? Was it gold? It must be some inferior quality gold. She lightly tapped the baby's bottom. Yet, she was still too young. She would remember this for future retribution. After the cursing, the somewhat drowsy baby, unaware, had once again evaded her mother's loving discipline. In a secluded corner of the Hanlin Academy, a man clad in official robes lay on the ground, retching uncontrollably. The location was somewhat remote and few people frequented it. Mu Demiai, feeling unwell, had no choice but to seek the nearest latrine, which was overcrowded. Unable to wait, he resorted to this isolated restroom. Due to its seclusion, it had seen little maintenance. After expelling his bodily impurities, his trousers seemed to conspire against him, refusing to cooperate no matter how he tried to pull them up. After struggling for a while, he ran out of patience and leapt up forcefully, managing to pull his trousers back on. The wooden plank beneath him gave way, sending him tumbling into an unceremonious immersion. Just as he managed to claw his way back to a semblance of uprightness and called for help, his foot slipped once more, plunging him back into the depths, where he was met with the authentic flavor of organic fertilizer. As he neared the brink of unconsciousness, a eunuch fortuitously stumbled upon him. Coincidentally, his attendant arrived, stirring quite the commotion. One eunuch surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "Did you hear? The wooden prince has fallen into the latrine." "Indeed. I heard it from my cousin's nephew's aunt's grandson. It's dreadful. He was covered all over, and when he was found, he even had some in his mouth." Another eunuch mimicked a retching gesture, adding, "Isn't that just horrific? He must need several baths." "Absolutely. If it were me, I'd be far too embarrassed to face anyone." Before long, news of the wooden prince's mishap had spread throughout the Hamlin Academy. By the time it reached the latter circles, it had morphed into a tale of woe for the princess. How unfortunate for the eldest princess. The wooden prince has a penchant for searching the latrine for food. Everyone who encountered him took care to steer clear. Each adult would remark, "Wooden prince, I never imagined your tastes to be so peculiar. Every individual has their own little quirks. Why must yours be so utterly unique?" Ultimately, he was decreed to be confined for a month. In the residence of the eldest princess, the Ruishua building was filled with laughter, a scene of joyous camaraderie. After her laughter subsided, Shangguan Qingcheng found the situation rather disgusting, recalling how that man had once nibbled at her. Chapter 9. The Full Moon of Wanqing. Following her amusement, Shangguan Qingcheng fell into contemplation. What sort of nephew of hers would be so indiscriminate in his appetites as to associate with such a woman? If only she were aware. She could write to her royal brother to discipline him properly. A prince of such stature ought not to marry a woman of dubious reputation. With the current state of Daxia, there was no heir apparent, leaving her uncertain of the situation. Should she perhaps arrange a session of affectionate education for her royal brother? In a decade or so, with regular intervals, surely he could be steered in the right direction? The royal princes expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, royal aunt. But that won't be necessary." Suddenly, Shangguan Qingcheng recalled that her royal brother had been a source of her displeasure. Perhaps it was time to give him something to occupy his mind. She penned a letter to Shangguan Su, its content essentially conveying, "To my esteemed royal brother. As you read my words, know that time flies and our nephews and nieces are maturing. I hope you will guide them well, and not allow them to marry indiscriminately." Upon receiving the missive, Shangguan Su pondered briefly. Though his royal sister could be somewhat headstrong, she was not one to speak idly. He summoned several of the older princes to the Yangxin Palace for a thorough lecture. The Shangguan family adhered to the principle that good individuals arise from strict discipline. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was a staple of every educational session. The princes left utterly bewildered, having never even held a girl's hand, feeling unjustly accused. They cursed the instigator in their hearts, wishing to know who it was that had caused them such punishment. On the 15th of June, the day of Wanqing's full moon banquet arrived. Early in the morning, the entire residence of the eldest princess was adorned with lanterns and decorations, the servants bustling about busily arranging the festivities. The Ruishua building radiated joy. "In recognition of your efforts in caring for the princess this past month, every member of the Ruishua building shall receive a year's worth of rations as a reward. Other servants in the household will receive 3 months' worth." Shangguan Qingcheng shed her confinement attire and donned the palace garments she had once cherished. The resplendent attire suited her splendidly, living up to her name of unparalleled beauty, radiating an exquisite charm. Time had left no mark upon her visage. Rather, it had endowed her with a more mature allure. Previously, out of concern for Demi's discomfort, she seldom wore palace garb. Now, regardless of who it concerned, her own happiness was paramount. Seated upon the imperial concubine's couch, Shangguan Qingcheng delicately attended to her alabaster hands. "Have the invitations been sent out?" "Yes, they have been dispatched as per your wishes, including that one," replied Qingyi. A mischievous smile graced Shangguan Qingcheng's face. "The show is about to commence. My period of confinement is over, and to those scoundrels, your good days are numbered." She instructed the front courtyard to relay that the prince should remain in his quarters today, lest his presence offend others. Qingyi hesitated. "Your Highness, might that not be unseemly? The front courtyard lacks hosts. It may be perceived as neglecting the guests." It wasn't that she sought to intercede for the prince, but, rather, she worried about the potential impact on the reputation of the eldest princess. As for this prince, Qingyi had never held him in high regard, but alas, her mistress had once favored him. At least now, she had seen the light. Shangguan Qingcheng maintained her composure. "What is there to fear? A mere empty vessel. We can manage without him. I have made prior arrangements. The crown prince will assist in his stead." Qingyi felt reassured. The crown prince is indeed an admirable choice. Far superior in stature to the prince. Yet, she voiced her concern, but the prince may not be pleased with his aspirations to soar high. How could he let such an opportunity slip through his fingers? Whether he is pleased or not is of no consequence. As long as I am satisfied, that suffices. Shangguan Qingqing's aura was commanding and authoritative. Qingyi observed her mistress, regaining the formidable presence she once possessed. Oh, how splendid my mother is! Mother is beautiful. Mother is formidable. Mother is my greatest idol. Wanqing recognized that in ancient times, women were often defined by their husbands, yet her mother was exceptional. Shangguan Qingqing gazed at the cherubic child, and her smile became ever more genuine. Today, the little one was adorned in festive attire, a charming red palace dress, a silk tiger hat and tiger shoes, coupled with her naturally delightful appearance, round, sparkling eyes that twinkled with enthusiasm, fluttering eyelashes, and a mouth that was perpetually smiling. She was irresistibly adorable, evoking the desire in all to pinch her cheeks. Today, her little bundle of joy was particularly enchanting. And Wanqing's spirit soared. At last, the full moon has arrived. Now I can explore the antiquated and picturesque capital. I've been cooped up in this little realm for far too long. It's enough to make one feel stale. In her earlier cultivation, even sleep had been a means to enhance her skills, under the strict guidance of her master. Thus, at such a tender age, she had achieved the realm of transformation, a talent unparalleled across the blue star. Shangguan Qingqing furrowed her brow. Her little darling was indeed a source of worry. It seemed she needed to appoint 2 capable individuals for protection. With a thought, she called out, Qingyun, Zy, from now on, you shall be the princess's closest guardians, ensuring no harm comes to her. Both were palace maids. Qingyun possessed some martial prowess, granting her some peace of mind. Yes, the 2 maidens replied in unison, revealing one's gentle nature and the other's competence, a testament to Shangguan Qingqing's concern for her little one. By the hour of the snake, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., guests began to arrive in succession. Auntie, let me see my cousin. A small male voice called from outside the banquet hall. 7th Prince. Please take care. Came a high-pitched voice trailing behind. Shangguan Qingqing felt a swell of emotion. Her previous estrangement from the royal family due to the prince had left her unfamiliar with her own nephews. Even summons from the Empress Dowager had been met with avoidance. The visitor was the 7th Prince, Shangguan Mo, a plump and adorable 5-year-old. Greetings, Auntie, he said, bowing respectfully. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, let me see my little cousin. Father is quite ineffective. With so many concubines, none have borne a daughter. If not for the palace's numerous concubines and maids, one might think it a monastery. Nanny Wu, bring Qing here. Shangguan Qingqing instructed with a smile, pleased that her nephew adored the little one. Soon enough, Nanny Wu brought Wanqing over. Shangguan Mo stood on tiptoe to get a better look. Wow, is this my sister? How adorable. He introduced himself, little cousin, I am your 7th cousin. Wanqing greeted him with gleeful exclamations, hello, 7th cousin. A soft voice, reminiscent of a young girl, echoed in Shangguan Mo's ear. In the entire room, only his little cousin was present. She had just celebrated her 1st month, making speech impossible for her. Could it be that he was some sort of chosen one? Perhaps this little cousin was a celestial fairy sent by the heavens to rescue him. A smile, broad and unrestrained, spread across his face. Wanqing, however, continued her incessant chatter. 7th cousin is a seasoned gourmet, possessing profound insights into culinary delights. With merely a whiff, he can discern the ingredients within any dish. Yet at the age of 10, he could not identify the elements of the creations made by the 5-year-old heroine, for as their culinary exchanges continued, the bond between them deepened. In time, he found himself deeply enamored with the heroine, willing to relinquish his princely title to remain by her side. Ultimately, the Shangguan dynasty met its demise, and the heroine tethered him like a dog in a pigsty, slicing pieces of meat from him, compelling him to consume them. How tragic! Shangguan Mo felt his expression freeze. Was this truly his fate? Such a dismal end for him? A chubby little boy, now weeping inconsolably. Nearby, a eunuch fretted, 7th Prince. Do not cry, look at the candied fruits. In the past, whenever Shangguan Mo shed tears, those attending would use similar tactics to soothe him. Clucking, clucking, still eating. And yet you've grown as plump as a pig, proclaimed he. This prince shall eat no more. From this day forward, I shall become as slender as a reed. With a determined motion, Shangguan and Mo overturned the exquisite candied fruits prepared by the royal kitchen before dashing out. A group of eunuchs hurriedly bowed to Shangguan Qingcheng and then rushed after him. Furrowing her brows, Shangguan Qingcheng pondered. The Shangguan dynasty is fated to fall? Who is the architect of its downfall? Could it be that the concubine's daughter of Mu Demii possesses such malice? Should I eliminate her before she can gain any strength? Chapter 10. Your daughter. Does she deserve it? Dear sister, I have arrived. Zhang Suilian entered, adorned in vibrant crimson, her complexion akin to that of a blossoming peach. Behind her trailed a woman with a sharp, acerbic demeanor, cradling a quiet infant in her arms. Over the years, Zhang Suilian had followed Shangguan Qingcheng, learning a modicum of etiquette. She slightly bent her body in greeting. I pay my respects, elder sister, before standing upright, casting a haughty glance around, as if appraising the banquet's decorations and the attending guests. The other ladies present felt a sense of dissatisfaction with her scrutinizing gaze. This woman, of lowly status, was afforded the protection of the Grand Princess, compelling them to suppress their discontent. Observing the surroundings and the attendees, Zhang Suilian nodded in satisfaction. Such a full-month celebration was worthy of her daughter. She affectionately grasped Shangguan Qingcheng's hand. Sister, you've worked hard. I heard from our cousin that you were particularly eager for our daughters to celebrate their full month together. I am overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, sister. Once Lian Xiao grows up, she will certainly treat you as if you were her own mother. What audacity! Aspiring to be the daughter of the Grand Princess, she, a mere concubine's daughter, believes herself deserving? Shangguan Qingcheng brushed Zhang Suilian's hand away, smiling as she delivered the most piercing remark. My mother, the Empress, bore only me. What merit does the term sister hold for you? Madame Zhang, henceforth, it would be best for you to address me as your Highness, the Grand Princess. Zhang Suilian's smile gradually faded, and she murmured yes. Her hand, clutching her handkerchief, tightened. What had happened to the Grand Princess? In the past, when she called her sister, the princess would smile and take her hand, introducing her warmly to the assembly. With the princess's backing, no matter how highborn the other ladies were, they dared not slight her. What were the officials' wives to her? Even they had to greet her with smiles. Some even seeking to ingratiate themselves with her to gain favor with the princess. Accustomed to looking down on the wives of officials, Zhang Suilian now felt the disdainful gazes from those around her, which irked her greatly, leading her to curse them silently. Shangguan Qingcheng took her seat at the head of the table, exuding an air of authority that was both imposing and unapproachable. She regarded Zhang Suilian with contempt, scoffing. I am unaware of when the daughter of a mere merchant has been deemed worthy to be my daughter. This statement filled Zhang Suilian with humiliation, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The Grand Princess has always been particularly warm and gracious towards us, so I was somewhat casual. Moreover, as we are of the same clan, according to our cousin,
I should call you sister-in-law.
ISNT at best if we overlook such trivialities. The Grand Princess must have been misled to treat her in such a manner. They were family. As long as she lowered herself and spoke kindly, the Grand Princess would surely treat her as before. The wife of the Minister of Justice whispered to Madame Xia, Is this the merchant's wife who frequently flaunts her connections with the Grand Princess? Madame Xia scoffed. Even Lord Lu wouldn't dare speak so. He is kin to the Emperor, yet look at her origins. Madame Li of the Minister of Justice remarked. There are distinctions between ruler and subject. Even Prince Mu must respectfully address the Grand Princess as Your Highness.
How dare she?
To refer to herself in such a manner before the Grand Princess is truly an affront to her merchant upbringing, thinking too highly of herself. Though their discussions were hushed, all present could hear. Zhang Suilian clenched her fists in frustration, as if desperately holding back her rage. In her heart, she thought, You dare look down upon me only because the Grand Princess has not married into your family. I share a man with her. What else should I call her? If not sister? No one noticed the woman behind her, holding the baby Mu Lianxiao, whose gaze was as fierce as that of a venomous serpent. She bore no semblance of a newborn. However, this scene caught the eye of Mu Wanqing. Look. The heroine's glare resembles that of a predator ready to devour me and the princess's mother. It is truly terrifying. Those who have traversed realms are remarkably unreserved. Shangguan Qingcheng's attention shifted to the child behind Zhang Suilian. Indeed, that gaze was unlike that of a mere infant. A child, albeit somewhat endearing, bore a gaze as sharp as that of a ferocious beast. It was truly bizarre. How could she raise such a child as her own? With a voice as cold as ice, Shangguan Qingcheng declared, Since you are unaware of decorum, As a princess, it is my duty to ensure you are educated properly. Mama Tian, once the banquet concludes, you shall accompany Madame Zhang back to her residence. Remember to teach her well. The last few words were emphasized heavily. If you fail to educate her, you needn't return. From behind Shangguan Qingcheng emerged a particularly stern lady-in-waiting, one who appeared quite unapproachable. Mama Tian bent down to bow. Responding respectfully, "Yes, your highness, this old servant shall ensure she is taught well." Mama Tian was a trusted confidant of the Grand Princess. She understood the purpose behind her assignment. Zhang Zuelian and Mu Lianxiao seethed with indignation. Was this not an overt attempt to place a spy within their household? Surely, it was meant to teach them a lesson. Who would dare offend the Grand Princess's teaching attendant? In that moment, both felt as though they had swallowed a fly. And yet they were still required to wear smiles. With tears glistening in her eyes, Zhang Zuelian pitifully expressed, "Thank you, your highness." Mama Tian, with a stern demeanor, approached. "Madam, you lack both rank and title. How could you dare to gaze directly at her highness? Furthermore, when greeting, one must perform a kneeling salute." Zhang Zuelian lowered herself to the ground, her fierce gaze concealed beneath her bowed head. She would ensure that this old hag would pay dearly. "Thank you, your highness." Seeing the tears, Shangguan Qingcheng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her.
Rise.
"This is merely the beginning, dear Zuelian. We shall take our time. I possess all the time in the world to deal with you." She smiled and beckoned to the ladies present. "Please take your seats." "Yes, your highness. Today is my daughter's full month celebration, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves thoroughly." Madame Xia had been fixated on Mu Wanqing. The little princess is truly adorable. "May I hold her?" She had a fondness for children and had enjoyed a loving marriage for 8 years, but had yet to conceive. The renowned physicians of the capital had examined her to no avail. Shangguan Qingcheng nodded. The Xia family had some connections with her. As Mu Wanqing entered a stranger's embrace, her eyes darted about, curious and wide. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before her, Lady Xia exuded a commanding presence, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior who had graced the battlefield and vanquished invaders. Alas, despite 8 years of marriage, she remained childless. Foolishness abounds. "If there's a problem, it must surely lie with your husband," mused Shangguan Qingcheng. How ignorant are the ancients, who so readily cast the blame upon women. The notion that a man's inability to conceive could be a factor left her bewildered. It seemed prudent to discreetly remind Lady Xia of this possibility. As Mu Wanqing played in Lady Xia's embrace for a time, she was rewarded with a splendid jade bracelet. The arrival of Her Majesty the Queen, the Crown Prince, and the third prince soon filled the hall with formality. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Third Prince." Queen Lu Lanqing, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown that swept the floor, was embellished with intricately embroidered phoenixes poised to take flight, enhancing her dignified and noble demeanor. Her flowing black hair was elegantly styled with a 5 phoenixes morning sun hairpiece, with peony and pearl hairpins adorning her temples and golden tassels swaying gently with her every movement. She approached Shangguan Qingcheng, who she gently urged to rise. "Princess Qingcheng, please. There is no need for such formalities between us as sisters-in-law." When Queen Lu married into the royal family, Shangguan Qingcheng was but a young girl, and she had always cherished her sister-in-law dearly. Behind her stood the 16-year-old Crown Prince Shangguan Yu, refined and cultured, a paragon of nobility and the presumed next emperor. Many young ladies in the banquet hall cast furtive glances his way, their cheeks flushing at the sight. With his exalted status and striking appearance, he was the dream suitor of countless young women in the capital, and to be his legitimate wife would nearly guarantee the position of queen. Beside him was the 12-year-old third Prince Shangguan Wu, clad in azure embroidered with tigers, every gesture radiating royal grace. "We pay our respects to our royal aunt." The 2 boys greeted Shangguan Qingcheng. She hastily moved forward, her excitement palpable. "Please rise." It was a rare occasion for her to encounter her nephews, and she was deeply touched that they remembered her. Overcome with emotion, she discreetly dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. Noticing her distress, Queen Lu broke the awkwardness by beckoning to a maid. "Quickly, bring the little princess to me, that I may have a look." Mu Wanqing gazed up at the stately and beautiful matron, her heart brimming with joy, revealing her signature smile. Queen Lu, holding Mu Wanqing, exclaimed in delight, "Oh, this child is so unreserved." Having composed herself, Shangguan Qingcheng playfully tapped the tip of Mu Wanqing's nose. "She has a preference for beauty. Look how she nearly drools at the sight of her royal sister-in-law." Such a lovely aunt, truly to my taste.
Wow.
Big cousin, how can you be so handsome? You surpass that so-called beauty by tenfold. How is it that my third cousin is already this robust at just 12? Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Wu exchanged glances, pondering if the Day-S star was indeed their little cousin. They discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Could anyone else hear her thoughts? How astonishing! At this moment, Queen Lu gently caressed Mu Wanqing's cherubic face. It is rare to see a child just a month old possess such spirit. She shall undoubtedly follow in Princess Qingqing's footsteps and become the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, you jest. Shangguan Qingqing feigned shyness, stifling a giggle with her handkerchief. At your age, still shy? Queen Lu teased, her laughter echoing throughout the banquet hall. The atmosphere lightened considerably as the other ladies relaxed and began to engage in casual conversation. Mu Wanqing soon became the center of attention among the gathered matrons. After a while, Queen Lu remembered she had yet to present a gift for the little princess. She gestured to the maidservants in the back, and several of them approached, each carrying a tray. Queen Lu picked up one item. Little Wanqing, this is a golden phoenix and lotus necklace from your royal aunt, crafted from gold and jade. Do you like it? Having once been an orphan who lived with a crippled beggar until his passing, Mu Wanqing had been rescued from the brink of starvation and trained in the ways of cultivation. Despite her celestial abilities, she remained fond of collecting various treasures. Upon seeing the golden necklace, she clutched it tightly. Thank you, Aunt. I adore it. It has truly touched my heart. Who would have thought that after one death, I would be so fortunate? The exquisite feel of it is irresistible. I am rich. I am rich. Do mind your drool, Shangguan Qingqing admonished, feeling embarrassed. I wish I could toss the child away. Mu Wanqing, having donned the golden necklace, fastened it around her neck, feeling the substantial weight. In her past life, she had often heard mothers deceive their children with promises of keeping treasures safe until they grew up. Surely, her royal mother would not take it away now? One tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, a true masterpiece. Queen Lu could hardly contain her delight, covering her face as she stifled her laughter. This little dumpling is simply adorable. I have borne several sons, all of whom are rascals. I long to carry this sweet dumpling away. Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Wu exchanged glances, their mouths twitching at the realization that their cousin had a penchant for gold. Shangguan Yu produced a box. Cousin, this is a blue field jade pendant from your elder brother, blessed by a master from the National Protection Temple. May it ensure your safety and health as you grow. Mu Wanqing adjusted the golden necklace around her neck and tucked the bracelet into her bosom. After securing her treasures, she reached for the jade pendant offered by Shangguan Yu. This jade is exceptionally translucent. It is indeed a rare gem. Thank you, big brother. I love it. Who would have thought my cousin had an eye for jade? Shangguan Yu mused, now viewing his little cousin as a truly extraordinary infant since he could hear her thoughts. The key point is that it has been blessed, not merely that it is blue field jade. Such a wonderful elder brother. I'm rich. I'm rich.
Indeed.
She is quite special, Shangguan Yu replied. Shangguan Qingqing wondered aloud whom the little dumpling resembled. Shangguan Wu felt somewhat embarrassed by his gift. Realizing the gaze of the crowd upon him, he reluctantly produced his offering. With an air of pride, he presented a small wooden sword. Little cousin, this is a small wooden sword I carved myself. When you grow up, I will teach you martial arts if you wish. At that moment, Queen Lu playfully swatted his back. What nonsense! What would a girl need with martial arts? This boy, who had always been enamored with physical training, had developed quite an impressive physique, though his complexion remained slightly tanned, much to Queen Lu's chagrin. Mu Wanqing had already adeptly placed the jade pendant away.
Wow.
Thank you, third brother. I like it very much. I'm rich. I'm rich. In an instant, the air was filled with exclamations of wealth and fortune. A wooden sword made from sandalwood is incredibly valuable. Indeed, sandalwood was a rare find in her previous life, and crafting such a sword required considerable resources. What a wasteful act! Shangguan Wu's eyes sparkled with joy. It turned out that his little cousin also appreciated his gift. He beamed like a fool, declaring to Queen Lu, Mother, look. My little cousin likes the wooden sword I gave her. Mu Wanqing clung to the small sword, and the crowd erupted in laughter. Finding her an endearing little dumpling, she does not truly like the sword. Shangguan Qingqing and Shangguan Yu chimed in. She is enamored with the materials used to make it. In a corner, Mu Lianxiao seethed with jealousy, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Why was it that no one bestowed gifts upon her? Despite being of the same age, What could that little waste of space possibly offer? All she did was smile. Did no one see her understanding nature? She, too, was destined for greatness, the most favored of all. What a blind bunch they were. Wanqing felt a surge of intense hatred wash over her as her gaze swiftly shifted. Jealousy truly distorts one's visage. Chapter 12. The Purple Jade Phoenix Pendant. Wanqing pondered. Should she eliminate that so-called female lead? After all, she was no virtuous character. It would be a service to the people. Yet, would such an act jeopardize the fortune of the little dumpling? After all, they were born on the same day.
If it came to that,
perhaps she could simply ensure the girl endured a more miserable existence. Zhang Xuelian found herself in an excruciatingly awkward position. Of humble status and having quarreled with Wanqing, she was overlooked, relegated to a corner, enduring disdainful glances. Some even dared to openly mock her, reluctant to leave. She watched as Lu Lanqing received gifts from the two princes, her heart poisoned with envy. The princess was so petty. What was the harm in allowing her daughter Lianxiao to celebrate her full month? It was merely a matter of adding a few items. They were not asking for much, just a small share of the gifts received. One must understand that Lianxiao was destined for greatness. Treating her well would surely reap future rewards. The more Zhang Xuelian contemplated, the more she believed her fortunate days lay ahead. After all, didn't the book say that one must first endure hardship? Enduring a little suffering was nothing. She could withstand it. Wanqing observed her expression with keen interest. Wanqing was unafraid of Lianxiao. She was a transcended cultivator, unfazed by a mere underachiever from the 21st century. Naturally, she held her in contempt. Wanqing waved her hand dismissively. Bring Zhang Xuelian out. The little princess seems a bit discontented at her presence. No sooner had she spoken than several matrons seized Zhang Xuelian and dragged her away. Well done. It's truly my mother, so beautiful and formidable. I wish to court her. Zhang Xuelian was bewildered. How had she upset a mere infant just turned 1 month old? Could a newborn understand anything? Surely, that woman who was utterly devoted to Lang would not have discovered their relationship. No, that was impossible. As she was being dragged towards the door, Zhang Xuelian cried out desperately, Your Majesty, help me. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I did nothing while standing in the corner. Wanqing mused. Is she dazed, thinking of romance? Is that what she implies? Teaching a child so young? Wanqing felt a headache coming on. What a calamity. Lu Lanqing looked at Wanqing with admiration. The familiar princess had returned, albeit with a rather flimsy excuse. Her nephew was still so small, and yet he was already bearing the brunt of blame? She felt a twinge of sympathy for the little dumpling. After the troublesome individuals departed, the banquet reached its zenith. Everyone conspicuously refrained from mentioning Demii. The atmosphere was too heavy. As noon approached, preparations for the feast were underway. The emperor has arrived. The empress dowager has arrived. The eunuchs proclaimed, Long live our emperor. Long live our empress dowager. Everyone knelt in reverence. Emperor Shangguan and Empress Dowager Chen took their seats at the head table. The Empress Dowager raised her hand. Rise. Be seated. Thank you. Empress Dowager. Wanqing was cradled by Nurse Wu. Her eyes fell upon a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dressed in a bright yellow robe adorned with the image of a dragon soaring over the sea. His long, elegantly arched brows and jet-black, jade-like eyes sparkled with warmth. His handsome visage radiated the morning light, exuding a divine aura and innate nobility. He emanated the regal presence of a ruler. Truly a family resemblance. Well preserved. Complemented by naturally striking features. Wanqing approached, and Empress Dowager Chen grasped her hand with teary eyes. This troublesome daughter had distanced herself from the royal family for the sake of a man. Each summons was met with various excuses, and as a result, the Empress Dowager seldom called upon her anymore, secretly wiping away tears. Wanqing wiped her own tears with one hand, calling out with guilt, Mother. Fortunately, it was not too late. Empress Dowager Chen patted Wanqing's hand. Silly child, do visit your old mother in the palace more often. I will. The ancient emperor, living only in legends and history, so valiant and majestic. Grandmother is such a kind and gentle lady. A sweet, childlike voice echoed in the ears of Shangguan and Empress Dowager Chen. The voice was endearing enough to make their hearts tremble. Emperor uncle, come play with me. Empress Dowager grandmother, come play with me. Are you bringing me gifts as well? Love you both. Their eyes turned to the only little dumpling present. It was undoubtedly their newly born niece. What a beautiful little dumpling. This was the sole thought in their minds. Her grape-like large eyes were pure and clear, her round, chubby face as delicate as a peeled egg, and she looked at them with an adorable smile, a droplet of liquid glistening at the corner of her mouth. Emperor Shangguan Li's booming voice declared, "Bring the little princess over." Nurse Wu trembled slightly. "Your Majesty." She could get close to the emperor now. Mother, she had made it. She approached Mu Wanqing, squatting down to pay her respects. "Little princess, greetings to your Majesty. Wishing you good fortune." The eunuch beside the emperor took her.
Mu Wanqing giggled.
Su Ning was astonished. The little princess was so cheerful. Her smile seemed capable of healing all grievances. As he held the little dumpling, he slowed his pace to the most leisurely he had ever walked since serving the emperor. Emperor Shangguan Li held the little dumpling, who was fragrant and soft. "Hello, Emperor Uncle." Indeed, daughters were more delightful to embrace than troublesome little boys. Their family had only produced one girl per generation for several generations. He had been fervently trying to have children, yet they were all boys. The same was true for his younger brothers. They were all troublesome little rascals. Otherwise, with his bond with the Empress, why would he need more consorts, adding to his troubles? Before he could even relish the moment, Empress Dowager Chen snatched the baby from him. "I haven't had a turn yet. What are you holding her for?" Mu Wanqing showed no signs of shyness as she was passed from one embrace to another. Ridiculous. She was utterly exhausted, yet she persisted for the sake of the gifts. "Come now, I am your grandmother." "Grandmother, no, I should call you grandmother. Wishing you good health and longevity." "Grandmother as health isn't great. Mother seldom visits her due to that scoundrel father, always leaving her in sorrow." Shangguan Qingqing thought, she really was too unfilial. She must spend more time with her mother from now on. Empress Dowager Chen asked, "How does my dear know this?" "Surely, my dear must be a celestial being sent from above. Grandmother is the Empress Dowager. Any gift she gives is worth a fortune. I can hardly wait." Shangguan Qingqing one moment filled with sorrow, the next, wretched daughter. Empress Dowager Chen, my dear is truly unique, so spirited and adorable. This is a gift from your grandmother, a purple jade phoenix pendant. It is a family heirloom, passed down to daughters only. Dear, you must treasure it. The pendant was the size of a baby's palm, a soft purple hue, adorned with an ancient phoenix design. Shangguan Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the pendant that Mu Demii had tricked her out of? How could it be in her mother's possession? Had she been watching over her all along? The guilt within Shangguan Qingqing deepened. Mu Wanqing stared in awe at the purple jade phoenix pendant before her thoughts wandering far and wide. Chapter 13. The Phoenix Space. Wasn't this the space jade pendant bestowed upon her by her master during her past life? Within it lay spiritual fields, heavenly treasures, spiritual springs, and many cherished items. More importantly, it was rich in spiritual energy, immensely beneficial for cultivation. Empress Dowager Chen, feeling a bit awkward, asked, "Dear, do you not like the gift from your grandmother? Shall I take it back? I heard from Lu Lanqing that dear was fond of the gifts I bestow." Upon hearing that her grandmother intended to reclaim it, Mu Wanqing quickly grasped the purple jade phoenix pendant, playing with it in her hands. "I absolutely adore it. Thank you, grandmother. I love you so much. This is my favorite gift from today," exclaimed the Empress Dowager, her heart brimming with joy. "I never anticipated that the protagonist's space would mirror my existence in a past life." She expressed her profound affection for the jade pendant gifted to her, her smile unwavering. Such overwhelming elation, yet a deep solitude lingered within her. Upon noticing the purple jade phoenix pendant, Shangguan Qingqing, feeling a pang of guilt, inquired, "Mother, how did this pendant come to be with you? Was it not taken away by that scoundrel?" The Empress Dowager sighed, harboring a sense of disappointment and resentment towards her daughter. Were it not for the sweet little one, she would have never bothered to visit the princess's residence. That matter could be discussed later. Mu Wanqing interjected, "What else could it be? It was deceitfully taken by that rogue and gifted to his concubine. I just wonder how grandmother found out. Has she been keeping an eye on this foolish princess mother all along?" Shangguan Qingqing bowed her head, feeling unfilial for burdening her mother at such an advanced age. Shangguan Li, aware of some underlying truths, quickly diverted the conversation, saying, "Little Wanqing, if there's anything you desire, just tell uncle. The emperor will provide it for you." Mother's favorite? That's impossible. He is the emperor, and the entirety of the great Xia belongs to him. Wanqing hastily tucked the pendant into her embrace, spreading her hands wide. She wished to roll her eyes, yet being merely a month old, she was not the protagonist of some bizarre novel, capable of speech from birth. She had overestimated the capabilities of her infant form. as she attempted to roll her eyes. They nearly got stuck. Dear Uncle Emperor, can't we possess a modicum of common sense? The child is but a month old, merely a bundle of milk. How could she possibly speak? Are you not merely making empty promises? However, the gifts you should bestow need not be extravagant. Just a few pieces of jewelry, exquisite jade. Gold or shops will suffice. Shangguanli replied, Indeed, that is not too much. You scold him, yet still desire riches. Such youthful naivety. With a smirk he proclaimed, Princess Mu Wanqing, daughter of Princess Qingcheng, with her jade-like beauty and charming demeanor, has won my heart. Henceforth, she shall be titled the Duchess of National Protection, with the honorific Yu Qing, and granted a fief of 300 households. How generous! A Duchess of National Protection is unprecedented.
Wanqing smilafaltered.
But she was already a duchess. Granting her another title of Duchess of National Protection still makes her a duchess. How miserly of the emperor. Shouldn't my full-month banquet be adorned with gifts? 300 households pale in comparison to a few pieces of jade. Having never encountered such matters in her previous life and lacking formal education, she was oblivious to the true value of a fief of 300 households. Uncle Emperor, how miserly. I no longer favor you. Titles cannot be consumed as sustenance. What is the worth of 300 households? How much currency can that yield? Shangguan Qingqing's expression soured. The little one was indeed an innocent naïve. The Empress Dowager mused. My dear child is still just a child. She can be educated over time. Nonetheless, she remains my favorite. A sense of inexplicable happiness washed over her.
Shangguanli remarca.
A prince typically receives a fief of 600 households. The little one likely does not grasp how significant 300 households is. Yes, that is indeed the case. The treasury of the Great Xia is rather depleted. 300 households is quite a substantial amount. The infant's grumbling continued. Well, 300 it is. If that is what it is, let it be. It is better than nothing. After all, Uncle Emperor is a poor monarch. Considering today he has been cuckolded again, I shall generously forgive you.
Shangguanli skufa, kukulda.
Who dares to place such a crown upon him? Such audacity. By the way, the orchid pavilion in the Imperial Garden must be abuzz with excitement right now, right? I thought the Emperor appeared radiant upon entering. Of course, it is not green. Love is a light, green enough to make one uneasy. After enduring for so long, having secured 300 households, I am utterly exhausted. I am still but a baby. Time to sleep. Before her words could fully escape, the infant had already drifted into slumber, blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently spilled a monumental secret. Missing out on a major revelation. Shangguanli clenched his fists, pondering which scoundrel had dared to tarnish the emperor's honor. A certain concubine mused, Isn't nightfall the right time? The Empress Dowager was nearly unsteady on her feet, incensed by the impropriety and moral decay in society. What calamity had befallen the Shangguan family? And which wretched person dared to sully the royal reputation? She vowed to have them punished. Shangguanli, in a state of desperation, hastily consumed a few bites and excused himself, for anyone who knew of being cuckolded could not remain composed. The Empress Dowager, too, departed in haste. Shangguan Qingcheng pondered whether to inform her royal brother of his plight or perhaps discreetly send someone to investigate, lest he remain in ignorance of the cuckolding. The banquet proceeded in this peculiar atmosphere. When Mu Wanqing awoke once more, it was already night. Clutching a sack of grain, she had a midnight snack and lay down on her designated small bed. She retrieved the purple jade phoenix pendant from her bosom, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The energy in her dantian was nearly depleted, yet she had yet to activate it. In her previous life, activation required blood. As she had not yet embarked upon her cultivation journey, the protagonist, too, had fortuitously activated it using blood. Wanqing examined her tiny hand, placing it to her mouth.
Ouch.
Her gums ached, her fingers throbbed, yet it was futile. She had no teeth. Lying flat, she scanned her surroundings, finding nothing she could utilize. She stared blankly at the ceiling. Her infant body was incapable of movement. Even rolling over was a challenge. Grasping the jade pendant in her left hand, she struck it forcefully against her head. Thud! The sound of the pendant connecting with her head echoed. How foolish she was. Couldn't she simply use her spiritual energy to cut her hand? Mu Wanqing utilized her spiritual energy to slice her fingertip, smearing her blood upon the purple jade phoenix pendant. In an instant, the phoenix pendant transformed into a glimmering starlight, flying to her left forearm, becoming a small phoenix birthmark. Her consciousness entered the pendant. Shangguan Qingcheng was startled awake by the sound of the infant striking her head, only to witness the scene of self-harm. Before she could intervene, the infant spread her hands wide and fainted. In a courtyard in the southern part of the capital, Mu Lianxiao was jolted awake from her dreams, feeling an acute pang in her heart. Why did it seem as though she had lost something of great significance? Within the phoenix space, Mu Wanqing sat outside a dilapidated hut, lost in thought. Who could tell her why her space had transformed into such a state? Where was her continuous spiritual spring? Where were her countless rare treasures? What was this nonsense of not a single drop falling all day? The luxurious bathing pool of spiritual spring from her previous life was now reduced to a mere puddle, barely enough for a large bowl. The heaps of rare treasures had dwindled to just a few small pieces. The once rich spiritual energy of her space was now so thin that she could only feel a faint trace. Mu Wanqing felt utterly despondent. The only unchanging aspect was the phoenix statue, steadfast in its original position. Reflecting on her past life, she believed she had committed no heinous acts deserving of such fate. At most, she had slain a few spirit beasts and monsters for sustenance. Sighing, Mu Wanqing resolved to drink some spiritual spring to restore her energy. As she had just depleted her reserves, she approached the small pond of spiritual spring and leaned down to take a sip. The coolness washed over her, instantly alleviating her fatigue and discomfort, clearing her mind considerably.
Wait.
She realized she had just walked. Looking down, she saw that she now appeared to be over 3 years old. Why was this so? She had been 16 in her previous life. Why was she not 16 now, but rather 3? Wanqing, Wanqing. A hurried voice called out in her ear. She meticulously wiped the bloodstains from the little dumpling's hands and fetched some medicinal ointment, preparing to apply it. Miraculously, the wounds on the dumpling's hands began to heal. However, soon after, dark and foul substances emerged on the child's face. Initially, Shangguan Qingqing thought it was merely a smudge. She began to wipe it away with a cloth, but to her dismay, the stain only multiplied, accompanied by an unbearable stench. The black filth enveloped the child, forming a thick layer. She abandoned the notion of cleaning it off and felt utterly despondent. This dumpling could not be kept. Should she dispose of it instead? Mu Wanqing interjected, "Don't throw it away. A wash will suffice." Shangguan Qingqing, fearing the discovery of the dumpling's secret, had previously dismissed all the servants. The dark muck continued to ooze from the dumpling, making her want to ascend to the heavens out of sheer disgust. Covering her mouth and nose with one hand, she shook the little dumpling with the other. Within the phoenix space, Mu Wanqing was overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of stench, as if her body had been cast into a cesspit. Upon regaining consciousness within her body, she was utterly bewildered by the foul odor. "Oh, my beautiful, ethereal mother. Do you truly believe your daughter is unworthy and have discarded me into a dung pit? Mother, I am your child, born after 10 months of hardship. How could you cast me aside? Perhaps we could reach a compromise. Just wash me first, and then you can send me to my grandmother?" Her grandmother had a fondness for her, and she would likely not suffer there. Shangguan Qingqing lamented, "This dumpling. No, this stinking dumpling. Who said that a daughter is a mother's warm garment? This garment not only lets in the wind but also invites storms. Qingyi, fetch some water for the Princess Yujun's bath." "Yes, your highness," Qingyi responded from outside before hastily departing, her mind filled with suspicion. The young princess was still so small. Was she perhaps in need of a change? However, the moment she pushed open the door, a powerful stench assaulted her senses. She gazed at the eldest princess in astonishment. Could it be that the eldest princess's affection for the young princess was merely a facade? How long would this cleaning take? Despite her many thoughts, she did not cease her actions, occasionally stealing glances at the eldest princess, who appeared as if she were about to speak but held back. This made Shangguan Qingqing feel as though Qingyi were observing a cruel stepmother tormenting a helpless child. She sighed, realizing she would have to bear this burden. This incident must remain a closely guarded secret. Qingyi hesitated before speaking. "Your Highness, the young princess is still so small. She is the child you endured so much to give birth to." Finally, Shangguan Qingqing understood the misinterpretation. Qingyi likely thought she was mistreating the dumpling. She wished to clarify.
It is not me.
With a resigned tone, she remarked, "Wipe that expression off your face. I am the dumpling's mother. I would never mistreat her." Qingyi, her most trusted maid and confidant, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the eldest princess was indeed the young princess's biological mother. Qingyi focused on her task, washing the dumpling 5 times before she finally returned to her previous, charming self. At that moment, the dumpling had succumbed to sleep, overwhelmed by the stench. Shangguan Qingcheng grasped the dumpling's left hand, noticing something peculiar. There was no birthmark at birth. This phoenix mark had only appeared today, and it bore a striking resemblance to the totem on the phoenix pendant. Shangguan Qingcheng found herself torn between wondering if keeping the purple jade phoenix pendant was the right choice or a grave mistake. She gazed at the little dumpling, entranced. The dumpling's skin was fair and translucent, exceedingly beautiful. She was tempted to take a bite, but when her finger gently poked the child's face, it left a glaring red mark. Shangguan Qingcheng silently chanted, "This is my daughter. I am not jealous. This is my daughter. I am not jealous. This is my daughter. I am not jealous." After repeating this mantra 3 times, she felt much better. The following day, Wanqing awoke to discover her hearing and vision had remarkably improved. This spiritual spring was indeed a wondrous thing. She needed to find an opportunity to let her mother drink some. It was not merely to witness her mother's disheveled state, but also because her mother had many health concerns. "The eldest princess in the storeroom is causing quite a stir," Qingyi quietly remarked. Shangguan Qingcheng sat gracefully on the imperial concubine's couch, since she seeks attention so desperately. "Bring her here." "Yes," Green Willow answered, retreating. Soon, the round-faced midwife arrived, kneeling and banging her head on the ground. "Your Highness, please spare this old servant. I was forced into this." In the storeroom, she had to contend with countless mice, and her body trembled at the thought. It was terrifying. The mice would gnaw at her clothes, fingers, and toes, and there were even threats against her life. Shangguan Qingcheng's lips curled as she slowly uttered, "Oh,
Who forced you?
Qingyi shouted sternly, "Speak the truth." The round-faced woman trembled as she knelt. "It was Madame Zhang who compelled me to act thus. She wishes to swap her daughter with the young princess to bask in the splendor of the eldest princess's residence, while subjecting the young princess to torment." What the old servant said was true. The eldest princess could investigate. "My daughter works for that vile woman, who has slandered her with accusations of theft. If I did not comply, she would have my daughter killed. Woe is me. I am also left with no choice." Qingyi looked at her with disdain. A traitor seeking favor was not worthy of sympathy. "What else do you know?" "Madame Zhang, no, that vile woman's visit to the Guaguosi temple was a plot. At the temple, she instructed her maid to swap the pregnancy preservation medicine for labor-inducing medicine, and they both consumed it together. Even the dilapidated temple was meticulously planned. It was too small to accommodate many people, making it easy to switch the young princess." The round-faced midwife recounted everything clearly. Qingyi, filled with righteous indignation, asked, "Why does she want to swap children? The eldest princess has never treated her poorly."
Why?
"Of course, it is to eliminate me, allowing the concubine to enjoy a life of luxury, so that the concubine and that scoundrel father can drain the eldest princess's residence and then join forces to overthrow the great Xia." Shangguan Qingcheng felt a chill at the mention of the great Xia's downfall, not daring to breathe too deeply. She wished for the dumpling to continue speaking. "I am so curious about which concubine has ensnared the emperor uncle." The novel had only vaguely mentioned it without elaboration. The secrets of the royal family were far more intriguing when uncovered. The round-faced midwife pondered for a moment. "It seems to be someone named Milang."
Emilang? Ha.
"That name is even less appealing than Delang. That scoundrel has peculiar tastes."
Wanqing laughed heartily.
Shangguan Qingcheng inquired, "Is it truly that amusing?" Finding no further revelations, she waved her hand. "Give her 50 lashes. If she survives, sell her off. If she dies, let her body be discarded to that woman." Such individuals did not deserve any mercy. "Yes." Green Willow commanded the guards to drag the midwife away. The round-faced woman cried out in panic, "Your Highness, spare me. Please spare me. It is too late for mercy." Qingyi struck her with a resounding slap. She was eager to witness the woman's reaction upon seeing the corpse. Shangguan Qingcheng called out into the void, "Dark One." Chapter 15. The Phoenix Feather. From an unknown source, a fully armed man in black leaped down. Kneeling on one knee and greeting, "Your Highness." Shangguan Qingcheng beckoned, and Dark One approached. "You are." Dark One vanished into the shadows in an instant. She murmured to herself, "Zhang Tsuelian Mudimiai, I will slowly peel your skin away, ensuring you suffer more than death." On this day, Mu Jingchuan had a day off. After several days of mental preparation, he finally summoned the courage to visit his sister. "Sister, mother," he called out as he stood outside the door. "Second young master. Please slow down." Little C's voice trailed off before, bang. The familiar sound of something being thrown echoed through the air. Mu Jingchuan let out a muffled groan before nonchalantly rising to his feet and brushing off his clothes. The room was devoid of any other presence. Wanqing had just awakened, one hand clutching a foot as she stared vacantly at the ceiling. Upon hearing the commotion, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. TSK, 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 that sound is quite a headache. I do feel a bit sorry for my second brother. He was left with nothing after being deceived by that woman. Not only did she steal his fortune, but his remains were ground to dust for planting flowers and feeding dogs. Truly, apart from his unfortunate disposition, he has been left with naught. His plight is comparable to that of my sister, who was swapped at birth. No, my fate was worse. I suffered gouged eyes, a scarred face, a severed tongue, and broken tendons, ultimately perishing from cruel torment. My unfortunate second brother is better off. My suffering was akin to a living death. Mu Jingchuan's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot. Had he and his little sister suffered such dire fates? His sister was swapped at birth, and he was now to be considered a brother to that woman? Before the swap, he had also shared a brotherly bond with her. It was unfortunate that the woman was such a skilled pretender. While everyone else mocked him, only she did not disdain him. She played with him. No wonder their encounters were always so fortuitous. It was all premeditated. But now there was still time. He would not allow that family to have an easy time of it. Unfortunate second brother. Wait for me. Mu Wanqing recalled that within the phoenix space, she seemed to have acquired a few phoenix feathers through serendipity in her past life. The phoenix feathers possess the power to ward off evil and nurture the soul. If her unfortunate brother carried one close to him, his fortune would no longer be drained. To thoroughly remedy the situation, a crucial item must be found. But she was far too small to venture outside. Thus, her unfortunate brother would have to endure a little longer. As Mu Wanqing's consciousness entered the phoenix space, she rummaged around outside the thatched cottage. Finally, she discovered 3 phoenix feathers and selected the smallest and least pristine among them.
Mu Jingchuan watched, astonished.
As his little sister fainted, and then suddenly regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she held a feather that resembled both a plume and an exquisitely crafted hairpin. It was a radiant golden hue, shimmering with a faint blue-green luster, akin to a starry night sky, resplendent and captivating. The only flaw was its slight disarray. He was taken aback by the feather pin. Its material was unlike anything he had ever seen or heard of. Was his sister truly gifting him such a treasure? His spirit soared. Sister, is this for your second brother?
Ah.
Mu Wanqing handed the phoenix feather towards her unfortunate brother.
Ah.
Yes. The little dumpling's voice was still somewhat halting. Thank you, sister. I will certainly keep it close. Mu Jingchuan accepted it, examining it closely. Such an object had never been presented by their mother. It surely was not from her. How then did his little sister come by it? A heavenly treasure? As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Jingchuan's eyes sparkled. Was he soon to possess a divine hairpin? Could it turn stone to gold, granting him unrestrained desires? Mu Wanqing quipped, young man, perhaps you've read too many stories? You know to keep it close, so you aren't foolish. This phoenix feather can suppress evil. Demons and malevolent spirits will not dare approach. Simply carrying it will allow your fortune to be contained, and you shall no longer be unfortunate. Mu Jingchuan felt a surge of astonishment. This could indeed suppress his ill-fated attributes. How splendid! The thought of living like a normal person made his lips curve into an unstoppable smile, resembling a foolish, carefree child. Thank you, little sister. You are truly kind. He vowed to protect her diligently henceforth.
Mu Wanqing make good high lips.
Wipe that grin off your face. It's quite painful to behold. Mu Jingchuan continued to amuse Mu Wanqing, pulling faces. Make a funny face. Mu Wanqing, expressionless, observed her unfortunate brother's antics, appearing rather dim-witted. She gazed at the ceiling, lost in thoughts of the novels she had read. Suddenly, her eyes widened. June 26th. How had she not recalled it sooner? Today marked the day her elder brother, Mu Jingxian, took his own life. The blind elder brother, weary of living in darkness and feeling he had brought shame upon the princess's residence, chose this tragic fate. Due to his eyesight issues, he had grown reclusive and peculiar, disliking anyone entering his courtyard. Mu Jingchuan rambled on, sharing what he believed were humorous anecdotes. He laughed heartily, asking Mu Wanqing's sister, isn't that funny? Nearby, the devoted servant, Abu, rested his forehead in embarrassment, lowering his head. Abu was a slender lad of about 10 years. He sat numbly, listening to the second son's lackluster jokes, which were not only mundane but quite cold in humor. For instance, there was a fool who saw others cooking and wanted to learn. So he went home and began cooking. He put water in a pot, added rice, and then sat beside it waiting. When his father returned home, he found the fool sitting by the pot, and the water was still cold. Or another. A concubine said, "Your Majesty, cast me into the cold palace. It is far too hot for me." Perhaps Mu Wanqing's sense of humor was a bit more refined. As she found these jokes bland and unamusing, she coolly regarded Mu Jingchuan, continue, "Unfortunate second brother. If you keep this up, you might just end up at the elder brother's banquet. In half an hour, brother will take his life, and by the time anyone discovers it, he will have but a breath left." Mu Jingchuan replied, "There won't be a banquet for him. Due to his misfortune, he has never attended any gathering." Realizing this, he scooped up the little dumpling Mu Wanqing and dashed toward the door. His sister was a fairy. She must have a way to save their elder brother.
Abu.
Who had been idly drawing circles on the ground, suddenly realized that the second son was running off with the little princess. Given the second son's unfortunate luck, if he were to drop her, no amount of lives could compensate. He hurried after them, shouting, "Second master, slow down. Don't drop the little princess." Mu Jingchuan not only managed to keep his grip, but also ran steadily with the little dumpling toward a secluded courtyard in the southeast of the princess's residence. After running for what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the courtyard of the Nongyu cottage, which appeared quite dilapidated. Breathless, the three arrived, panting heavily. Abu, trailing behind, swallowed hard and quietly said, "Second master, the elder brother might get angry." As a servant, unable to dissuade his master, he could only join in. "No, it's fine. If anything happens, I will take responsibility," Mu Jingchuan declared, bolstered by a surge of determination, though he stuttered as he spoke, either from exhaustion or fear. The little dumpling waved her tiny hands, anxious. "Hurry inside. If we don't, will we be going to collect Big Brother's corpse?" Mu Jingchuan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. It didn't budge. "Push harder. You're so foolish." He handed the little dumpling to Abu, stepped back a few paces, and charged at the door with all his might. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Ignoring the pain, he rushed into the main courtyard, calling out, "Elder brother." Chapter 16. Elder brother Mu Jingxian regains his sight. When Mu Wanqing was carried inside by Abu, she saw Mu Jingxian's left wrist bleeding profusely, his face as pale as paper, his emaciated body devoid of flesh, collapsed in a pool of blood. With barely a breath left, his fate was uncertain. Despite the distance between them due to his blindness, Mu Jingchuan was still a child, and in that moment, he could only cry. His elder brother, despite their lack of closeness, was still his blood relative. Mu Jingchuan knelt beside Mu Jingxian, shaking his body. "Elder brother, wake up. Please, wake up." After shaking in vain, Mu Jingchuan stood up. Abu, give me my sister. Quick, go fetch the physician." He realized his sister was a little fairy and surely could save their elder brother. Mu Wanqing pointed at Mu Jingxian's body, straining to make herself heard.
Put me down a bit."
"I can't reach." Mu Jingchuan understood and lowered the little dumpling closer to their elder brother. Mu Wanqing placed her finger in Mu Jingxing's mouth, channeling the spirit spring through her fingertip. She soon realized that her elder brother was unable to swallow. With no other choice, she exerted the meager amount of spiritual energy she possessed to guide the liquid downward. After a while, having administered a dozen or so drops of the spirit spring, the bleeding from the wounds on Mu Jingxing's hand ceased, and scabs began to form. His complexion gradually regained a healthy hue. Mu Jingchuan observed his younger sister placing her finger into his elder brother's mouth, while Mu Jingxing started to improve. Yet his sister's, once translucent and rosy cheeks began to pale. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and he felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that his elder brother was siphoning off his sister's essence? How else could the transformation be so rapid? His mindset shifted from concern for his elder brother to a dilemma. If both his elder brother and sister were to encounter peril, whom should he save first? Were Mu Wanqing aware, she would be tempted to slap her unfortunate second brother. In a world devoid of spiritual energy, her scant spiritual power would soon be exhausted. With no means of replenishment, weakened, she entered the phoenix space, where a sip of the spirit spring revitalized her considerably. As Mu Jingxing ingested the spirit spring, the toxins within his body began to purge themselves. Mu Wanqing waved her hands, dancing with excitement. Quickly, hold me away from him. I don't want to faint from the stench any longer. Hurry. Mu Jingchuan, mistaking his sister's agitation for concern for their elder brother, choked out, "Sister, brother will be fine." Abu has already gone to summon the physician. Fearing that his sister might not perceive the gravity of the situation, he drew the little one closer to them. Inwardly, he mused, "With a fairy like you intervening, surely brother will be all right." Mu Wanqing covered her mouth and nose with her small hand. Was she merely curious? She simply wished to avoid becoming a foul tofu. Thank you very much. Unfortunate second brother, can't you see the dark impurities continuously oozing from brother's face? I need to go outside. I require fresh air. If I don't, I swear I'll die right here.
Mu Jingchuan hesitated.
Overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from Mu Jingxing, holding his breath, he rushed into the courtyard with the little one in his arms. Upon reaching the courtyard, the two synchronized a few deep breaths, savoring the fresh air, which alleviated their distress significantly. Not long after, a clay figurine dashed out from the house.
Flop.
The figurine leaped into the fish pond. The duo observed the pond beside them, its water having transformed from crystalline to murky. Once the clay figurine washed the grime from its face, a fair complexion emerged. The delicate features mirrored those of Mu Jingchuan, with narrow, phoenix-like eyes that could captivate hearts even at the tender age of 11. With the sun blazing overhead, it raised a hand to shield its eyes, surveying the sun and surrounding scenery. When Mu Jingxing awakened, he was greeted by the rancid scent enveloping him. His head spun, yet he felt no pain in his hands. Instead, he sensed a newfound vitality coursing through him, far superior to any prior state. Unconsciously, he opened his eyes to blinding light, which took him a moment to adjust to. Unable to endure the foul odor any longer, he recalled the pond in the courtyard and dashed out to wash himself. At that moment, Mu Jingxing realized he had regained his sight. He, Mu Jingxing, could see. No longer the despised blind man. During his unconsciousness, he had felt something fleshy forced into his mouth, accompanied by the sweet water. Who had saved him? Mu Jingchuan stood dumbfounded, astonished that his elder brother could see again. Would he be punished? The age-old adage held true. A younger brother fears his older brother, etched into their very bones. Trembling, he called out, "BB brother."
Mu Jingxing frowned.
Having heard of this unfortunate second brother, ever since he ingested what that person had given him, his vision had gradually faded. Initially, he thought it was merely a case of blurred vision or illness, until he realized he had become completely blind. Poor second brother. The third brother remarked, "I heard that last month, our mother added another sister to our family. I hope this one is normal."
Mu Wanqing.
Nestled in the arms of the unfortunate second brother, gazed at her elder brother in the water. Although he had lost some weight, he was undeniably a charming young lad. "Hi, brother. Brother, have your eyes healed? If so, that's splendid. Now you won't be subjected to the humiliation of witnessing infidelity on your wedding bed. Your wife and an outsider engaged in lewd acts. Thankfully, you were blind at that time. However, that woman was so lascivious, her voice incessantly grating. It would have driven you to madness." Mu Jingxing interjected, "What lewd acts?
Who is that?
You, a mere child, dare utter such filth while calling me brother? Is that person my wife?" Mu Jingxing gritted his teeth, infuriated. "You wait." He forced a smile at the little one in Mu Jingchuan's arms, then turned serious, saying, "Jingchuan, why did you bring her out? She is still so young."
Mu Jingchuan quivered.
His elder brother was indeed as fearsome as the legends foretold. He struggled to articulate a coherent response. The little one pouted, "If I don't come out, you'll be waiting to meet the king of hell." In the story, although Mu Jingxing was saved, it took a long time before a servant discovered him, bringing him back from the brink of death, yet leaving behind a lingering affliction that could easily lead to his demise from anger. But could you at least stand up and witness the lives surrounding you? What a pity. Mu Jingxing shifted his gaze back to the murky pond. The fish within floated lifelessly, clearly beyond salvation. Chapter 17. The Phoenix Space Expands. Silence. A deathly silence. Even the summer cicadas ceased their song, as if mourning the lives of the koi in the pond. During the process of his near-fatal unconsciousness, he had imbibed the water brought forth by her finger. Was it the miraculous properties of that water? Mu Jingxing's gaze oscillated between Mu Wanqing and the deceased fish in the pond. That chubby little hand must belong to his little sister, just a month old.
So,
it was his sister who saved him? To corroborate his thoughts, the little one's inner voice echoed once more. Brother, couldn't he have overdosed on the spirit spring?
Could he?
If a mortal were to drink it undiluted, would they become foolish? Is he feeling embarrassed? So many goldfish perished due to the toxins he expelled from his body. Could it be guilt? I did not kill Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren perished because of me. I implore you, brother, do not let your compassion run rampant. Consider those who desire your demise. Speaking of which, my brother is quite handsome, even blind. He is still a charming lad, though his luck leaves much to be desired. Mu Jingxing chose to ignore the disparaging remarks. So, that sweet and refreshing water was called the Spirit Spring. His sister mentioned that mortals would experience great effects from drinking it. Thus, The spirit spring must have been brought down from the heavens by her. No wonder it was so miraculous, expelling his toxins and revitalizing his chronically frail body. His sister had saved his life, pulling him back from the abyss of darkness, allowing him to see the light once more. She had rescued him from a shattered existence, filling it with hope. He vowed in his heart, from this day forth, he, Mu Jingxing, would live solely for his sister, mother, and 2 younger brothers. Should anyone dare to bully his sister, they would have to step over his dead body.
Mu Yinghuan watched Mu Yinginki na days.
Was his sister's tiny finger truly so powerful? And what was this spirit spring? It could restore sight to a blind man and revive one on the brink of death. To say he was not envious would be a lie. Perhaps after drinking it, he too would possess extraordinary abilities, able to combat tigers with bare hands, scale rooftops, and possess unparalleled intelligence. The more he contemplated, the further his thoughts drifted. It seemed that at this moment, he stood with a sword in hand, suspended in the air, surveying the entirety of the capital city, proclaiming, "You are all but ants. Do hurry forth to pay your respects to the valiant Chuan." The imagination was overly grand, prompting Mu Jingchuan to erupt into a cacophony of laughter. Mu Jingxian remarked, "Little brother is not only foolish but also dim-witted."
Mu Wanqing sighed, "Elas."
It appears I am the most sensible one in the family. I wonder if I might find peace and leisure in the future. Mu Jingxian calmly emerged from the pond, water droplets cascading from him incessantly. He cast a cold gaze at Mu Jingchuan and said, "The matter of my restored sight is to remain confidential for the time being. Do not divulge it to anyone." His voice was somewhat hoarse, likely a result of his changing voice or possibly from a long period of silence. Mu Jingchuan shivered slightly and weakly replied, "Understood." Mu Jingxian expressed his disdain, noting how his younger brother seemed even more fragile than his own physique. "Take good care of our sister, and do not let her fall." It was said that this younger brother had been perpetually unlucky, suffering calamities both great and small, from minor inconveniences like food getting stuck in his teeth to grievous injuries that left him bloodied and broken. His current streak of good fortune was likely due to their sister, who had the power to save him. Thus, it was reasonable to believe she could also aid her misfortunate brother. Although he had to tell the truth, it was not as simple as it seemed. Mu Jingxian extended his fair right hand, demanding handkerchief. Mu Jingchuan was momentarily perplexed. What did he require a handkerchief for? As the eldest son of the princess's residence, he was certain he would not lack for such items. Oh well. Unable to comprehend, he obediently produced a handkerchief and handed it to his elder brother. Mu Jingxian took the handkerchief and haphazardly wrapped it around his left wrist. Mu Wanqing nodded in approval. For an 11-year-old, his ability to think so much is commendable. The careless bandaging serves 2 purposes. It conceals the fact of his wounds healing and perfectly aligns with the misfortune of a second brother. However, despite his cold demeanor, this elder brother was quite kind to her. Just as he finished wrapping his wrist, a young servant rushed in, panting. "Young master, what has happened to you?" he exclaimed before even entering the room. The servant, Wang Jia, was a thin lad of about 13 or 14. His attire as a servant of the princess's residence worn and faded. He hurried to Mu Jingxian's side, disregarding his own breathlessness, and began to inspect his master's condition. Upon confirming that the young master was relatively unharmed, Wang Jia let out a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon noticed Mu Jingxian was drenched, his brow furrowing in concern. "Young master, how could you allow yourself to become like this? Your health is already precarious. This will surely lead to illness, and you refuse to take your medicine." Wang Jia was the only servant left loyal to Mu Jingxian, as the others had long abandoned him in search of better prospects. Mu Jingxian, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I am perfectly fine. Please assist me in changing my clothes." Wang Jia, realizing the gravity of the situation, grabbed Mu Jingxian's hand. "Yes, let us hurry, young master. Take your time. I shall support you." He felt immensely grateful that the young master was unharmed. The young master was a savior to his family. Without him, they would all have perished. His family had always instructed him to serve the young master diligently, never to be ungrateful. Even if following the young master led to no prospects, he was more than willing. In his heart, the young master was a benefactor, a master, and even a friend. Just then, another servant burst in, breathless. "Second young master, the old master is ill. He says he has a headache and has summoned the physician from the residence." The servant had encountered the princess on his way to find a doctor. Mu Jingchuan remarked, "Our father is ill? How fortuitous." Mu Wanqing, feeling somewhat bored, closed her eyes and entered her phoenix space. Upon entering, She noticed the space had expanded significantly, and the speed at which the spiritual spring dripped had increased considerably. Previously, it took half an hour for a single drop. Now it was roughly every 20 minutes. The area filled with heavenly materials had also grown slightly. The concentration of spiritual energy within the space had improved, yet it still fell short of the levels required for cultivation. Why had the phoenix space grown? It was inconceivable that simply eating, sleeping, and playing could cause such a change. Could it be that she had altered her brother's fate and suppressed her unlucky second brother's misfortunes? Both brothers were mere cannon fodder, destined for tragic ends. Wanqing could not help but ponder the purpose of her transmigration. What had triggered her arrival in this world? She sat cross-legged in contemplation within the space. Time passed slowly, her mind racing yet yielding no answers. As her consciousness returned to the outside world, she heard Mu Jingchuan, "You little rascal, come out this instant." How could he, at such a young age, dare to steal from his sister? Given his size, he could hardly carry her. Shangguan Qingcheng was furious, exclaiming, "You lot are all troublemakers. You cannot even find a proper companion." She snatched the baby from Mu Jingchuan's embrace. Once she confirmed the baby was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Get back and copy the 3-character classic 10 times. Do not emerge until you have completed it. The surrounding servants and young maids whispered among themselves, "Is the princess making things difficult for the second young master? Given his unfortunate nature, he will likely ruin the paper or break the quill." In Chapter 18, their father sought to stay at Ruishua Tower. As a result of Mu Jingchuan's punishment, Mu Jingxian received several new servants and nurses. At Ruishua Tower, Qingyun and Zi knelt on the ground, lamenting, "It is our fault. We nearly caused a disaster and put the princess in jeopardy." For some reason, both of them had suffered from stomach troubles today. Seeing the little princess sleeping soundly, they had ventured out together, not anticipating that their absence would allow the second young master to sneak away. Mu Wanqing was exasperated. Why should the servants bear the consequences of her second brother's mistakes? Servants had no rights. "Dear Princess Mother, it was I who insisted that the unfortunate second brother take me to rescue our elder brother. Otherwise, even if our elder brother survived, he would be plagued by illness. You cannot imagine. When we arrived, we found our elder brother's frail body, his face devoid of color, lying in a pool of blood. It was a sight of utter devastation. Had I not used the spiritual spring within the phoenix space to pull him back from the brink of death, he would have been left in a weakened state. Furthermore, the toxins within him were so severe that they could kill an entire pond of fish." Mu Wanqing spoke in a flurry, her hands gesticulating wildly. Shangguan Qingcheng, relieved yet concerned, realized the grave peril her eldest son had faced. All of this was thanks to the baby. Poison? Jingxian had been poisoned, leading to his blindness. And for years the household physician had only cared for him, without discovering the toxin. Was it due to the physician's incompetence, or had he been bribed?
No wonder.
When she had previously sought to investigate, Jingxian had pleaded with her not to. Her beautiful eyes shifted to the two on the ground as she commanded, "Rise. You are to face a month's salary deduction, but this shall be the last instance. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." The two servants bowed deeply before standing aside. The baby enjoyed a delightful afternoon tea, embarking on her journey of growth in her little bed. Upon awakening, a servant approached Mu Deming. "Greetings, Your Highness." Though the servant knelt to pay his respects, his tone was one of reluctance. He understood that she was the wife of their master. Yet she now behaved as though she were a royal princess. The principle of marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog was one even he, an illiterate servant, could comprehend. Shangguan Qingcheng did not even lift her eyelids. Qingyi stepped forward, coldly inquiring, "What do you want?" In reply to Qingyi, the servant stated, "The master instructed me to inform you that he wishes to dine with you this evening." How could he, a mere servant, be of higher status than Qingyi? Simply because she had come from the palace? Qingyi glanced at Shangguan Qingcheng, who nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. The servant was left bewildered. Understood? What does that even mean? However, he was merely a messenger. "I take my leave." After the servant withdrew, Qingyi cautiously inquired, "Shall Her Highness the eldest princess prepare a few dishes that the prince consorts enjoy?" To be frank, she was exceedingly reluctant. Shangguan Qingcheng, perplexed, responded, "Why prepare what he likes? One dish suffices for me." Qingyi's grin widened instantly. "Very well." Shangguan Qingcheng, with a scoff, remarked, "Shall I prepare for his arrival? Does he deserve it?" Indeed, dear mother, a key fits a lock, but how does that scoundrel measure up? He thinks he can just waltz in? This isn't an inn. What a farce." Shangguan Qingcheng mused, "Little Milk Bun's words do ring true." It is indeed so. When one dines at a restaurant, they pay for exquisite delicacies. Here she prepares sumptuous feasts only to be met with deceit and betrayal. Prepare a hammer? To crush him? Too bloody, too violent, too cruel. Once again, a day of hardship approaches. I can only endure, while I yearn for savory delights. When will these days come to an end? The milk bun gazed at the ceiling, exuding an air of despair. Shangguan Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Each time she indulged, the milk bun would incessantly chatter. Feeling playful, she commanded, "Set the table." Qingyi waved her hand, and soon several maidens brought forth the dishes, unveiling them on the table. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Bird's nest chicken soup, shark fin crab stew, abalone with pearl vegetables, sea cucumber with pig's trotter, steamed little piglets. Mother, the princess dines on multiple dishes alone. The essence is that I can savor the aroma and appreciate the colors, yet the taste remains unknown to me. Qingyi began to arrange the dishes. Why arrange? Self-serving is far more delightful. Mother, how can you drink porridge first? If you fill your stomach with it, you won't have room for the rest. Start with the steamed little piglet. Oh, delicious. Mother, isn't it delightful? Shangguan Qingqing stifled a laugh. Qingyi, the royal chef's skills have indeed improved. Commend him.
Yes.
Qingyi bowed and retreated. Another bite of sea cucumber with pig's trotter. Oh, I'm left feeling lonely. The milk bun cried out in urgency, while Shangguan Qingqing had overindulged. Qing'er, I have arrived, Mu Dermi announced, clearly having made an effort to present himself. His blue robe accentuated his distinguished demeanor, and the jade crown meticulously held his hair in place, exuding nobility and elegance. Is that scoundrel attempting to flaunt his charm? Mother, do not be deceived again. Shangguan Qingqing mused, I must admit, this man is indeed handsome, otherwise I wouldn't have been so insistent on marrying him.
Mu Dermi.
Somewhat displeased, yet still smiling, remarked, Qing'er, did I not send a Jing to convey that I would join you for dinner? After a long pause, he sighed and affectionately said, Very well, I suppose Qing'er must be hungry. It matters not if I eat first, I shall manage with whatever is left. The dishes you have enjoyed are particularly delightful, I have longed for their taste. After casting a flirtatious glance at Shangguan Qingqing, he began to eat from her bowl.
Oh.
How greasy. Mother, we shall not have the cucumbers others have used. They might be spoiled. Shangguan Qingqing, though unable to decipher the milk bun's words, could grasp the general meaning. My dear girl, you are not yet 2 months old. Mu Dermi, elegantly yet hastily devoured his meal, set down his chopsticks after a cup of tea. Indeed, the dishes here suit my palate. I have not eaten so well in many days. After rinsing his mouth, he reached for Shangguan Qingqing's hand, but she subtly evaded his touch. Unfazed, Mu Dermi spoke in a tone he believed to be gentle. Qing'er, it has been a while since we. The day was waning, it would be prudent for them to rest early. Women are most obedient in bed. He had been kept at bay for too long. His purpose today was to persuade her to plead with the emperor on his behalf. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Qingqing appeared even more radiant, igniting a fire within him. Mu Wanqing, in a fit of exasperation, thought, not early at all, the sky outside is still bright. Truly, a refined scoundrel. Green Ayue and the others discreetly tidied up and retreated outside, closing the door gently. Shangguan Qingqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Let's indulge in something thrilling today. Mu Dermi felt a surge of excitement. The eldest princess had always held herself aloof and pretended to be demure in such matters. Leaving him unfulfilled. Would today grant him his desire? Excellent. Qing'er, how do you wish to play? I shall comply. Chapter 19. The princess punishes the scoundrel father. Shangguan Qingqing's smile grew ever more enchanting, causing Mu Dermi to yearn to pin her down immediately for a thorough release. Mu Wanqing gazed helplessly at the ceiling, pondering whether to cripple that scoundrel's leg, thereby preventing him from troubling the princess. The two entered the inner chamber. Mu Dermi approached to remove the eldest princess's garments. Shangguan Qingqing, untying the soft belt at her waist, swiftly transformed it into a whip. Upon closer inspection, it was adorned with countless fine needles, each tipped with barbs. Are you ready? Mu Dermi hastily removed his outer robe. Qing'er, I am prepared. Please, feel free to ravage me. Shangguan Qingqing chuckled lightly. Ravage, you say? I hope you won't scream too loudly. She swung the whip, striking him across the back with a resounding crack.
Ah!
Mu Dermi, caught off guard, felt as though the flesh on his back had been torn away, agony coursing through him as blood rapidly welled up, leaving a crimson mark. He gazed incredulously at the woman who once cherished him above all else. Qing'er, what is this?
What?
Shangguan Qingcheng replied with a derisive smile. Crack. Seizing the opportunity while Mu Dermi was unprepared, she struck again.
Ah!
The pain pierced to the core, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. He mustered a pained smile. Qing'er, if it is to vent your anger at me, I shall bear it. I would never hold it against you. Only hope you do not harm your health.
For that would sadden me.
Shangguan Qingcheng smirked playfully. Is that so? Then I shall truly showcase my skills. Indeed. Mu Dermi gritted his teeth. Crack.
Crack.
2 more lashes followed. Outside, Mu Wanqing stood in stunned silence. Is my princess mother truly this fierce? What a relief. Just hearing the sounds brings such satisfaction. I adore this mother. Strike him. That scoundrel deserves it. Mother, whip him with all your might. Hearing the milk bun's inner thoughts, Shangguan Qingcheng lashed out with the whip. Crack. Crack. Another 2 strikes. Mu Dermi felt the warmth of his blood ebbing away, the separation of flesh from body. Teetering on the brink of fainting, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, suppressing his cries. Mu Dermi feigned strength, stating, Qing'er, whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept. I only fear that word of this may tarnish your reputation, and in turn, the royal family's name. A classic green tea line. Despite his incapacity to endure, he still pretended to consider others. Mu Wanqing, nibbling her toes, couldn't he help but critique. I've seen plenty of green tea vixens. But a green tea man is a rarity. Truly, the epitome of repugnance. Shangguan Qingcheng felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She toyed with the whip in her hands. This is the princess's residence. As long as I desire, it shall not spread. Pausing, she added with a sardonic smile. Should anyone insist on seeking their demise, I could easily dispose of a few. Regardless of their status, even my royal brother would find a way to shield me. What? Is the prince consort eager to test that? Mu Dermi seethed with indignation. When had this woman transformed into such a person? Had she not once wept and begged to marry him? How could it be? I treasure Qing'er as my jewel. I would never allow anyone to tarnish your reputation. Since marrying Qing'er, I have not so much as glanced at another woman. My heart holds only Qing'er, to grow old together, a lifetime shared. You are all I need. Mu Dermi believed the princess was merely upset with him. As long as he lowers his stature and utters a few kind words, the princess will revert to her former self, prioritizing him in all matters. Smack. Another crimson mark appeared on Mu Deming's body, a sight both ghastly and shocking. Had the former Shangguan Qingcheng been present, she would have been heartbroken, personally tending to his wounds. Yet, the current Shangguan Qingcheng felt a revulsion that surpassed even the most distasteful of experiences. Hearing you call her Qing'er makes me feel as though you have sullied my name. According to protocol, you should refer to me as Your Highness, the Princess. Mu Deming, enduring the humiliation and pain, knelt down. Yes, Your Highness. However, once we are wed, as husband and wife, we shall be of one accord, a family. TSK. The image of a scoundrel leeching off others is truly unseemly. Smack. Before Mu Deming could finish his sentence, Shangguan Qingcheng wielded her whip once more. Even if I were to marry you, residing in the princess's residence, you would merely be referred to as Prince Mu. You are nothing more than a son-in-law. Surely you understand the distinction between ruler and subject? Mu Deming wore an expression of deep sorrow. Your Highness, you may belittle and scorn me, but how can you tarnish my character? After over a decade of marriage, do you still not comprehend the kind of person I am? Shangguan Qingcheng laughed coldly. Understand? What is there to understand? You have an illegitimate son and daughter, and had it not been for the divine intervention of the little dumpling, you would still be in the dark. Nurturing a cunning individual under the guise of a close sister, showering them with treasures and fabrics, only to raise a wolf in sheep-esque clothing.
Zank Kuilan, Mu Demin.
And those 2 illegitimate children, none of them shall escape my wrath. Smack. Your words do not please me, and you deserve to be punished. I bestow my favor upon you, and you ought to be grateful. Should I withdraw my favor, you must endure in silence. Mu Wanqing interjected, adding to the drama. It was a moment of sheer dominance. Shangguan Qingcheng stifled her laughter. How does it feel, Prince? Mu Deming replied. It feels absolutely dreadful. Every inch of skin on my back feels as though it is ablaze. Had he known that visiting Rui Shui Tower would lead to this, he might have reconsidered. A month of confinement is not unbearable. After all, more than half has already passed, with only 10 days remaining. Smack. Shangguan Qingcheng parted her crimson lips. Answer me. Mu Deming, suppressing the pain, felt as though his head were being pounded. It feels wonderful. You have worked hard, Your Highness. Oh, How utterly ironic. He has been slapped and yet must inquire if she is hurt. Shangguan Qingqing settled onto a chair, pouring herself a cup of tea. That is good. I do not mind enduring a little hardship. Next time, should Prince Mu wish to visit Ruishui Tower, he may simply send someone to inform me. Mu Deming, to be summoned only to be struck, he is no fool. He would not dare trouble the princess with such concerns. I am more than willing. Consider it a means to stretch my limbs. Moreover, that servant Jing is unfit to remain by the prince's side. I shall have him sold to the brothel tomorrow. He is rather handsome. I am certain someone will take a liking to him. Mu Deming could only manage a pained smile, forcing out a single word. Good. The agony of the stretching is akin to being flayed alive. He has a foreboding feeling that his days ahead will be filled with torment. Shangguan Qingqing felt quite satisfied. Begone. Mu Deming prostrated on the ground. Your servant takes his leave. Grabbing his clothes, he scurried out the door in a hasty, unsteady manner. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, gnawing on her hand, witnessed a bloody figure hastily flee. Is this the scoundrel of a father? TSK. How tragic. It would have been more fulfilling to witness it firsthand rather than just hear it. Shangguan Qingqing remarked, Wretched daughter. Do you wish to see your mother strike your father? How spirited you are. Chapter 20. Encountering Zhang Suilian. The following day, aboard Mu Wanqing once again entered the Phoenix space. She stood before the dilapidated house, noticing that the space had expanded yet again. What could have caused this enlargement? It was peculiar to witness such growth twice in a single day. If relying on the scoundrel father to be punished by the princess mother could restore the Phoenix space to its former glory, how difficult that would be. If only she could speak, urging the princess mother to lash out at the scoundrel father and his mistress every so often. She could enjoy the spectacle. The Phoenix space would expand, and the princess mother could vent her frustrations, all three benefits in one delightful scenario. Within the Phoenix space, the small pool of spiritual spring had grown significantly. Mu Wanqing took a hearty sip, feeling satisfied before stopping. She entered the wooden house. Inside, the space was quite empty, save for a shelf holding some unnecessary items and a few seeds. For one who could not yet consume food, everything seemed futile. Outside the wooden house lay a broken basket, filled with odds and ends from her past life. She couldn't help but wonder if its dilapidated state was the reason it still remained. Her once splendid standalone villa had transformed into a decrepit wooden house, with the treasures of heaven and earth reduced to but a mere handful. Alas, life is so arduous. After finally embarking on the path of cultivation, who knew that immortality was not guaranteed, living only to the tender age of 16, a short-lived ghost. Now, she was merely a swaddled infant. With nothing to do but lie there, her situation felt increasingly dire. Soon, the day of the Qixi festival arrived. The Qixi festival was a day when unmarried men and women could venture out together, the only day free from criticism. Many unmarried individuals would go on dates today. The streets of the capital were bustling with life. Shangguan Qingqing was in good spirits, planning to take the little dumpling shopping. Before stepping out, she repeatedly instructed Qingyun and Zi, you two must stay close to the princess, not allowing anyone to approach her. Yes, we shall remember, replied the two happily. The princess rarely cried, making their tasks quite easy, and the monthly stipend from the princess was quite generous. It felt as though they had fallen into a nest of fortune. The group set out in grand procession. Their first stop was Zhuangshui Street. Located on the east side of the city moat, across from Shishui Street, the water was crystal clear, untainted by the foul pollution of later times. Even the fish and shrimp at the bottom were clearly visible. Mu Wanqing was astounded by the scene. The ancient capital was remarkably prosperous. The streets were lined with buildings adorned with all manner of lanterns. Various shops offered a plethora of goods. The lanterns reflected the joy of the people, and one could only imagine how enchanting the night would be. Passers-by were bustling about, holding colorful slips of paper on which they had written their wishes, carrying water lanterns, waiting for nightfall to release their wishes into the moat. In the center of the moat stood an arched stone bridge, draped with exquisite silk fabrics, adorned with flowers and ribbons, shimmering with enchanting light. The sounds of vendors calling out, children laughing, and parents reprimanding their offspring created an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, how beautiful! It's a pity I can't explore on my own or enjoy street snacks. Shangguan Qingqing replied, it's nice to think about. When women shop, it is invariably for jewelry and fabrics. Shangguan Qingqing led her entourage into the Rainbow Pavilion. The Rainbow Pavilion was the premier ready-to-wear shop in the entire capital. Upon entering, voices of contention echoed from above. How dare a shabby merchant contend with me over garments made of ethereal gauze? Do they not realize their own worth? In my opinion, you ought to visit the shops on West Street to buy some fine cotton fabric to embroider at home. It would save you quite a bit. A delicate female voice chimed in, followed by laughter. Madam, in my view, a lowly merchant like her should feel honored to wear even cotton fabric. In the ancient hierarchy of society, merchants ranked last, their status lowly indeed. While Madam S. husband may be a government official, my husband may be a merchant, but my sister is a princess. Are you not afraid of incurring the princess's wrath? Zhang Xuelian's voice rang out. Oh, it's little Billion. She deserves it. However, there is one thing you have misjudged. Your man is, in fact, the prince consort. Shangguan Qingqing remarked, the little one changes expressions so swiftly. Yet, I cannot shake this inexplicable discontent. Is that woman using my name to deceive others? She dismissed the saluting shopkeeper and the crowd. Do not delude yourself. Who does not know that the royal family has only one eldest princess? Moreover, the esteemed princess possesses a discerning eye and has long seen through you. How utterly embarrassing to be ejected from the banquet celebrating Princess Yu's first month. And yet, she dares to invoke the name of the eldest princess. Lord Ho returned from the feast and declared that there is no longer any need to fear the wives of those lowly merchants. Previously, they had endured in silence. But now, they have invited humiliation upon themselves. My sister and I merely exchanged a few words. In a few days, we shall reconcile as if nothing had happened. Something you could only envy, Zhang Xuelian declared with haughty assurance. Once she reconciles with Mi Lang and that woman, she would ensure that these contemptible individuals pay a hefty price. Those who are wise should hand over the cloud-like veil to me. Who knows if I am pleased? I might even speak a few good words for you in front of the eldest princess. She is merely an ordinary lady. After all, she is destined to be the matriarch of the eldest princess's residence. Shangguan Qingqing ascended the stairs slowly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. Her red lips parting slightly. Is that so? How could I be unaware of any quarrel with Madame Zhang? Mu Wanqing clapped her hands in Zaiwei's embrace. Mother, if you strike her, my phoenix space will grow larger. Shangguan Qingqing mused. This person cannot perish. Her contributions for her daughter could still render her of some value. I pay my respects to Her Highness, the eldest princess. The one quarreling with Zhang Xuelian was a lady in pink, possessing an enchanting beauty, whom Shangguan Qingqing did not recognize. Zhang Xuelian, secretly delighted, pondered whether the princess bore her no ill will. I knew it, given our relationship. How could my sister ignore me? She exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. I just knew my sister would not harbor anger towards me. She cares for me so deeply. How could she bear to disregard me? Observing the pink-clad lady trembling slightly, she chuckled softly. You shall have your just desserts. Then, lowering her voice, she added, I know my status is humble, unworthy of calling you sister, yet I truly regard you as my own sister. How could this lady provoke discord between us? The pink-clad lady quickly knelt. I meant no offense. Please forgive me, Your Highness. She was merely a secondary wife. If this matter were to reach the ears of the lord and lady, surely they would punish her. The thought of being made to write lines sent a shiver down Shangguan Qingqing's spine. She did not even spare the woman a glance. Her words were well articulated, yet they struck hard. Rise. The pink-clad lady appeared bewildered. Thank you, Your Highness. What does this mean? Zhang Xuelian, with a tone of reproach, tugged at Shangguan Qingqing's sleeve, clearly dissatisfied with how the princess was handling the situation. My mother is not a man. What is the point of this display? The little dumpling rolled her eyes inwardly. Shangguan Qingqing forcefully withdrew her sleeve. It seems Madame Zhang has forgotten what I have said. With that, she unfastened the soft whip at her waist. Chapter 21. The Whipping of Little Billion. Crack. Ah. Sister, what are you doing? Zhang Xuelian curled up on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Shangguan Qingqing sneered. What am I doing? Since Madame Zhang has a poor memory, I do not mind helping you remember. Crack. Crack. She struck with precision, ensuring symmetry. In the summer's light attire, a few lashes soon left Zhang Xuelian's body stained with blood. I have stated before, my mother only bore me as her daughter. I have no sisters. Your Highness, if my cousin learns of this, he will surely be incensed. Zhang Xuelian wept uncontrollably. Oh. You dare threaten my mother? Little do you know, the scoundrel father has already been punished. A vile man with a wretched woman. It is only my mother who has been wronged. Shangguan Qingqing felt no remorse. That man had fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter with her. The little dumpling was indeed a reincarnation of a celestial being. How fortunate she was. Crack. Another lash fell. Then let him come seek me. Zhang Xuelian found it hard to believe. This woman adored Mi Lang like her very life. How could she not care for him? Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Coupled with the blood-soaked marks on her body, she appeared utterly wretched. Kneeling, she cried out, "Even if you are a princess, you cannot indiscriminately whip the common folk. We are all subjects of the great Xia. As a royal princess, should you not protect the commoners?" She cast a glance at the onlookers, hoping to evoke their sympathy. They exchanged glances, but none dared to look at Zhang Xuelian. How could they? The pink-clad lady admonished, "Silence. You have offended the royal princess and spoken such insolence. You deserve punishment. As a lowly merchant, how dare you address the eldest princess as sister? Such treachery must be punished. How could a merchant like you ever hope to associate with the esteemed eldest princess?" This was a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the princess while also avenging past grievances. Mu Wanqing raised an eyebrow, regarding the pink-clad lady with newfound respect. Not a bad one. However, given the female lead's vengeful nature, when she matures, retribution will surely come. Shangguan Qingcheng followed her gaze, and indeed, the infant behind Zhang Xuelian had sharp eyes, her fists clenched. Suddenly, she burst into loud wails. Zhang Xuelian, kneeling, hurriedly gathered Mu Lianqiao into her arms, crying softly, "Qiaoer, do not be afraid. Mother is here. Mother will protect you, even if it costs her life." Those present understood one truth. Calamity does not befall infants. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Billion seeks to gain sympathy by invoking the female lead. If the princess strikes again, she may be criticized. Mu Wanqing harbored resentment. Indeed, they were a family. Shangguan Qingqing scoffed. Did they think this was the end? "Qingyi, this person has impersonated my sister. Give her 20 slaps, followed by another 20 with a rod. Should there be any further offenses, I shall not be lenient." "Yes, your highness." Qingyi complied, rolling up her sleeves. She delivered slaps with precision.
Crack.
The left side of Zhang Xuelian's fair face instantly bore a clear imprint of a hand, swelling high. Crack. Another slap met her right cheek, resulting in a symmetrical swelling. Qingyi's slapping technique was commendable. Crack. 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 17, 18, 19, 19.5, 20. Shangguan Qingqing exclaimed, "What nonsense is this 19.5? After 20 slaps, Zhang Xuelian's face resembled that of a pig's head, with handprints vividly visible, blood seeping forth, a sight most ghastly. "Phew. Qingyi's hands are red. Mother ought to reward her. My phoenix space has grown yet again. How delightful." Shangguan Qingqing too felt a surge of joy. The intermittent crack of the whip was indeed a pleasurable sensation.
Ah!
"Your highness, spare me." Zhang Xuelian crawled, attempting to grasp Shangguan Qingqing's garment. The 20 slaps had loosened her teeth, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The injuries on her body, if met with another 20 lashes, could very well claim her life. Crack. Without hesitation, Shangguan Qingqing raised the whip once more.
Ah!
Zhang Xuelian was filled with regret. Why had she ventured out today? Why was Shangguan Qingqing so heartless, even disregarding Mi Lang's face? She had compromised, becoming a consort. Why did fate treat her so harshly? She harbored hatred. Hatred for Shangguan Qingqing, hatred for that wretched child. Had it not been for her, her Qiaoer could have enjoyed luxury in the princess's residence. She loathed that so-called official wife. Were it not for her, she would not have fallen to such a fate. Leveraging the power of the eldest princess's residence to meet this disgraceful end, she despised everyone present. Not one among them pleaded for her. They were all opportunistic sycophants. Her Qiaoer was destined for greatness. Today's humiliation would be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. She would make them kneel before her, wishing for neither life nor death. Despite Zhang Xuelian's overwhelming feelings of resentment and bitterness, she was still taken away, crying out, to receive punishment. As the crowd dispersed, Shangguan Qingqing gently inquired of the woman in pink. "To which household do you belong, madam?" The pink-clad lady, Li Shuanger, excitedly knelt and replied. In response to her royal highness, "I am Li Shuanger, a concubine of the Yongbua Marquis estate."
Li Shuanger?
Mu Wanqing had a faint recollection. Oh, it's her. An exceptional martial artist, who fought alongside the Yongbua Marquis on the battlefield years later, only to meet a tragic fate. She died without ever bearing a child. Shangguan Qingqing felt a surge of admiration for a woman who would brave the battlefield for their great Xia. Take this jade pendant with you. In the future, if you require assistance, present it at the princess's residence to seek me out. Wanqing casually scanned Li Shuang'er, her understanding clear. Although she had not studied in her past life, her mentor had introduced her to numerous medical texts. As for the issue of infertility, the condition of coldness in the palace leading to blocked fallopian tubes is quite manageable. A few drops of spring water should suffice. But how can I persuade her to drink it? Li Shuang'er knelt on the ground, holding the jade pendant in a daze. Was this fortune truly falling from the sky? Shangguan Qingcheng cleared her throat. We are quite fated to meet. Henceforth, you must frequently visit the princess's residence to keep me company. The weather has been pleasant lately. So, do come tomorrow. Once at the princess's residence, she was confident her divine daughter would find a solution. Wanqing thought, no, I am still but a child. How does my mother understand me so well? Is this what they call a mother-daughter connection? Mother, I love you too, sending heart emojis. Shangguan Qingcheng's lips curled into a smile. Of course, for I am your mother. Li Shuang'er, convinced of the authenticity of this windfall, quickly bowed her head in gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your highness's gracious gift. As long as your highness does not disapprove, I shall certainly visit often. I can boast to my mistress upon returning.
Humph. She only knows how to bully me.
I shall ask the master for a daughter as adorable as Princess Yu today. After parting ways with Li Shuang'er, Wanqing and her entourage visited several shops. Shangguan Qingcheng was in high spirits that day and gifted each companion a small trinket. Everyone was elated, thinking to themselves that they must serve the princess even more diligently. The group remained cheerful, a delightful sight on the street. The princess exuded noble grace, while Princess Yu was as charming as ice and snow. By the time they returned to the princess's residence, it was nearly evening. Wanqing had fallen asleep in Qingyun's arms. Chapter 22. Your mother is still your mother. Mother, why didn't you take me with you when you went out? Upon entering the estate, Mu Jingshan was sprawled on the threshold, legs crossed, complaining. Shangguan Qingcheng, who had entered first, was startled. You rascal! Do you wish to scare me to death just to inherit my fortune? Pray tell, have you completed the assignments your teacher assigned? Mu Jingshan ceased his leg-crossing antics. A fatal blow. Upon returning, you inquire about my studies? He leaped up, laughing, as your son. I am greatly concerned about your well-being while you are out all day. Since you have returned home safely, I shall now go review my lessons. With that, he scampered off. I shall check your work later. At the mention of this, Mu Jingshan ran even faster. Shangguan Qingcheng smiled with pride. Your mother is indeed your mother. You wish to contend with her, but my son is still too young. At the Yongbua Marquis' estate, Li Shuang'er rushed home, skipping her own courtyard to head straight to the main residence. Upon entering, she called out loudly, Madam, sister. After searching the inner chamber, the side hall, and the outer garden, she could not find the Yongbua Marquis' wife. She decided to give up and plopped down on the stone steps outside the main hall, shouting, Chen Jingshu, where on earth are you? Soon, a man and a woman entered from outside the courtyard. The man was robust and exuded masculine energy, while the woman walked gracefully, slightly taller than the average woman. Her demeanor dignified. The man, Lu Wenchao, strode forward, pointing at Li Shuang'er. You, look at how you've presented yourself. Which concubine dares to address her mistress by her given name? He then turned to point at the Yongbua Marquis' wife, Chen Jingshu, saying, Look at you. You've spoiled her utterly. It infuriates me. The servants and attendants silently retreated outside the courtyard, quietly closing the large door. Li Shuang'er sprang up, hands on her hips, defiantly retorting, What of it? This is how a concubine of the Yongbua Marquis' estate behaves. What's wrong with my sister indulging me? Are you dissatisfied? Lu Wenchao glared. You lack even the slightest semblance of a woman's grace and gentility. Return and write New Sun 10 times as punishment. Chen Jingshu, exasperated, rubbed her temples. Here we go again. Li Shuang'er, instantly enraged, thought that being punished to write would be akin to death. New Sun? I think you should be writing Nan Sun. Your parents named you Wenchao, hoping to cultivate your literary prowess, yet look at you. Where is your scholarly disposition? Lu Wenchao was fuming, thinking it was utterly beyond the pale to expose one as shortcomings. Your parents, too, are foolish to name a son of a military family with a literary name. Li Shuang'er shot back, I see you deserve a beating. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? As they exchanged barbs, they rolled up their sleeves, preparing for a fight. Chen Jingshu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, unleashing a roar. All of you, be quiet. Are you all so idle that you have nothing better to do? Go to the back courtyard and chop firewood for half an hour. Lu Wenchao's anger dissipated instantly. despite her gentle and demure demeanor when she was roused to action. He knew he would suffer without a chance to retaliate. He obediently replied, "Yes, my lady." Li Shuang'er raised an eyebrow at Lu Wenchao, playfully tugging on Chen Jingshu's sleeve. "Sister, good sister, I was wrong. Guess who I met while shopping today?" "You definitely won't guess." Chen Jingshu rolled her eyes. "If you keep dawdling, I'll have to send you to the study." Li Shuang'er quickly produced the jade pendant, explaining, "I encountered someone on the street who claimed to be the younger sister of the Long Princess." Chen Jingshu impatiently interrupted, "Get to the point."
Li Shuang'er pouted.
The princess was angry. Lu Wenchao bellowed, "You angered the Long Princess?" "No. I must see what treasures we have in the storeroom to offer as an apology." The two voices chimed in unison, "Be quiet." Lu Wenchao felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, he was the Yongbua Marquis and a general leading troops into battle. Why should he heed the words of two women?
"Oh,"
Chen Jingshu remarked, "Continue, or else you'll be punished."
Li Shuang'er swiftly added,
"The Long Princess gifted me a jade pendant and invited me to the princess's residence tomorrow." Chen Jingshu sighed. "You can dawdle for half a day over a single sentence." Lu Wenchao felt wronged, thinking that for a mere sentence, he had to endure his wife's ire. Yet, the next moment, he faced an even harsher reality. "You shall chop firewood with your bare hands for an hour," Chen Jingshu said expressionlessly.
"Why?"
"Because Li Shuang'er is your woman." Lu Wenchao retorted. "You protect her so fiercely. One might think she is your woman." He could only grumble internally as the burly man walked away, looking quite pitiful. Li Shuang'er made a face at him. "Serves you right." Chen Jingshu, with a look of indulgence, feigned seriousness, "If you cause trouble tomorrow." The next day, while the little dumpling was playing at the table with Zihua, she secretly added a drop of spring water into the teapot. Shangguan Qingqing observed but pretended not to see. Noticing that the little one remained inactive, as a caring mother, she had to create an opportunity for Zihua to hold the dumpling at the table. Wanqing placed the spring water carefully, her small hands instinctively clapping. "Everything is ready. We just await the right moment. Though, I am unsure how much I added. It should be sufficient. Mother will surely drink with her guests later, right? This will help her recover from the ailments caused by childbirth." Shangguan Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. In the next moment, Mother is already 30. Surely there are many impurities within her body? If the impurities are expelled, will there be any side effects? Should I leave or stay to watch the show? Shangguan Qingqing bit her lip tightly. "You wretched girl. She's my own flesh and blood. I cannot strike her now. Perhaps when she grows older, then I shall." Wanqing remained unaware that she had narrowly escaped another calamity. "Your Highness, the wife of Duke Yongbua has arrived," announced a servant from the outer courtyard. Shangguan Qingqing replied, "Bring her in." It was naturally out of the question for her to go greet anyone. As the crown princess, few could command her presence at the gates of the palace. After a brief interval, two women, one tall and the other short, entered. "We pay our respects to your highness." The crown princess, Shangguan Qingqing, sat regally in the main seat, exuding an air of royal dignity. "Rise," she commanded. "Thank you, your highness." Li Shuang'er introduced, "Your highness. This is my elder sister, the wife of Duke Yongbua." Today, Li Shuang'er donned a pink garment, appearing to be in her 20s. At first glance, one would perceive her as a charming and adorable young woman. Chen Jingshu chided softly, "Shuang'er, do not be rude."
"Oh," Li Shuang'er obediently replied.
Her back damp with cold sweat, fearing her impudent sister might offend the crown princess, which was why she had accompanied her. Shangguan Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Finding the situation amusing, it was rare to witness a first wife and a concubine in such harmonious coexistence. "Ah, so this is the formidable Chen Jingshu, who surpasses even Duke Yongbua. It is a pity that her martial prowess, born in a woman's body, has prevented her from becoming a general in her own right. Alas, perhaps the bloodshed has been too great. Neither has borne offspring." Shangguan Qingqing gazed intently at the tall and short women before her.
For her family,
Would Duke Yongbua not be left without a successor? Her expression softened considerably. "Qingyi, please see to their seating."
"Ah."
"It is indeed for the sake of the Shangguan family." Chapter 23. The Crown Princess is with child. There are 13 years remaining until the fall of the Shangguan dynasty. I must reach the pinnacle of my cultivation, so that I may resolve matters with a mere snap of my fingers. Will the bloodshed, if excessive, lead to inner demons? In this world, there are no practitioners of the way, hence, there should be no tribulations. Thus, the existence of inner demons must be non-existent, right? Shangguan Qingqing's fingers, which had been lightly tapping on the table, paused. "The little dumpling is so formidable?" The mere act of snapping fingers could bring about the downfall of a dynasty. Truly a celestial feat. If the notion of inner demons exists, then I must not allow the dumpling to partake. It is not selfishness. The little dumpling must descend to undergo trials. And having only been born for less than 2 months, she has already contributed greatly to this family. I cannot rely solely on the little dumpling for everything. Shangguan Qingqing turned her gaze to the wife of Duke Yonghua. These two remarkable women were indeed worthy of admiration. She personally poured them a cup of tea. This year's pre-reign Longjing, do tell me if you enjoy it. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Jingshu and Li Shuang'er were both elated. It was an immense honor to have the Crown Princess serve them tea personally. Having come from a security agency, Li Shuang's background was not particularly distinguished, which made her feel rather apprehensive. After tasting the tea, Chen Jingshu found it sweet and fragrant. Indeed, the Crown Princess's tea was exceptional. She had been fortunate enough to taste pre-reign Longjing before, yet it had never been this sweet and refreshing. Li Shuang'er drank it down in one go, and remarked, I don't really understand tea, but I think it's delicious. Delicious indeed. Chen Jingshu wished she could disassociate herself from her sister's outburst. Even if she didn't understand, she could at least feign some decorum. Hadn't she seen that the Crown Princess hadn't even taken a sip? Shangguan Qingqing interjected. No, it is not as you imagine. I simply do not wish for the little dumpling to become the subject of ridicule, nor do I want to lose face. Shangguan Qingqing casually broached a topic. As I observe you both, your steps are light, and your demeanor exudes a heroic spirit. Have you practiced martial arts?
Li Shuang'er,
With her unreserved nature, blurted out, my father runs a security agency, and I have learned from him since childhood. Your Highness, let me tell you, my father is truly formidable. He has never lost a single escort mission. My mother is also skilled in martial arts. She wields a whip with such finesse. It is a sight to behold. My elder brother is even more impressive than my parents. I am the weakest in the family, having only grasped the basics of whip techniques, and my skills in boxing and swordplay are merely superficial. My sister is incredibly skilled. She wields a staff with great prowess. Right, sister? She began with such fervor, brimming with confidence as she spoke of her family, feeling as though she could talk for 3 days and nights without pause.
Ha ha ha.
Miss Shuang'er, do take a look at Lady Chen's expression. It has turned as dark as ink. Your nature is truly impulsive. You've blurted out all the family matters. Your Highness, do pour more tea. You should drink as well. The little dumpling Wanqing was thoroughly entertained. This melon was indeed delightful. Shangguan Qingqing could hardly suppress her laughter. In the vast capital, it would be difficult to find someone with such straightforwardness, who among them did not have a mind like a sieve.
Is that so?
How impressive. Lady Li, if you have the time, you must show me your skills. I also have a fondness for whips. She filled Li Shuang's cup once more.
Li Shuang'er giggled, sure.
I would be delighted as long as the Crown Princess does not find it bothersome. Receiving praise made her heart feel as if it had been sweetened with honey. Shangguan Qingqing smiled gently. How could I possibly? Is Lady Chen's staff also a family heirloom? Chen Jingshu felt utterly mortified. She possessed such an elegant name and a tranquil appearance, yet all semblance of that vanished before the Crown Princess. She could no longer be bothered to maintain her facade. Boldly, she stated, it is not as exaggerated as my sister claims. My maternal family is a branch of the Empress Dowager's lineage. My father, who enjoys practicing with the staff, hired a master from the martial world to teach him. He learned to a mediocre standard, while I mastered it completely. Indeed, it appears that novels have mentioned how her father was quite exasperated. What a fine young lady, always carrying a staff when she goes out, causing the neighborhood children to avoid her like the plague. Shangguan Qingqing chuckled at the thought. Every child's childhood was fraught with parental headaches. She recalled her own youthful days. Having been doted upon by her father and mother, wielding a whip and claiming unmatched supremacy within the palace, for no one dared to retaliate. Having never seen anyone wield a staff, Shangguan Qingqing was intrigued. Oh, Lady Chen, you must demonstrate your skills for me when you have the chance. This sense of camaraderie felt reminiscent of her own youthful days, filling her with unparalleled joy. Li Shuang'er clapped in excitement. That would be wonderful. We have time right now. Don't we, sister? Chen Jingshu retorted. Li Shuang'er, you silly girl. You're wearing a long dress. How can you wield a staff? With the conversation reaching this point, she had no choice but to comply. She vowed to send Li Shuang'er to the study to copy texts upon their return home. Chen Jingshu, therefore, firmly clasped her hands in salute. Respectfully, I shall comply. Li Shuang'er felt a chill at the nape of her neck and glanced outside. The sun was high in the sky. Qingyi, fetch a staff, Shangguan Qingqing instructed. then gestured for them to move to the courtyard. Wanqing felt that the spiritual essence added was insufficient and had little effect. She leaned on the table's edge and added over 10 more drops. These people were merely being polite. The teacups were so small that they could barely hold a sip of water. Utterly useless. Thus, she decided to add more. The little dumpling set her things down and called for Zy, pointing towards the door. Quickly carry me outside. I want to see the staff skills. Mother is unreliable. Look at how everyone is practicing without bringing me along. The little dumpling protested incessantly. Shangguan Qingqing reflected that she seemed to have truly forgotten about her own troublesome daughter. In the courtyard, Chen Jingshu grasped the staff, and her demeanor transformed dramatically. The image of a demure lady wielding a staff was incongruous. In an instant, she morphed from a virtuous woman into a fierce bandit. Your Highness, I shall begin.
Wow.
How impressive. Although the little dumpling had been a cultivator in her previous life, her fighting was often flamboyant and rarely showcased such classical martial arts. Shangguan Qingqing mused. In truth, she is not incapable. Chen Jingshu, wielding the long staff, performed with great vigor, thrusting, poking, striking, smashing, and slicing with effortless transitions, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a single staff, she commanded an imposing presence typically reserved for a broadsword. Sister is amazing. Li Shuanger cheered and clapped beside her. Shangguan Qingqing genuinely praised her. Quite remarkable indeed. Remarkable? It is nothing short of exceptional. Indeed, when women unleash their ferocity, what relevance do men hold? Who claims that women are inferior to men? That a woman can outshine her male counterparts? The little one corrected herself in her thoughts. Shangguan Qingqing stood in stunned silence. Who dares assert that women are of lesser worth, that a woman can surpass a man? Surely, such a notion is one that even the storytellers would shy away from. Meanwhile, Chen Jingju was swinging her staff toward a stone at the edge of the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into powder, displaying immense power.
Li Shuangya.
Caught up in the excitement, involuntarily grasped Shangguan Qingqing's sleeve and exclaimed, Princess, look at how formidable my sister is. With one strike, the stone shattered into pieces. If this were on the battlefield, one blow could shatter an enemy's skull, splattering brains and blood everywhere. Those of a timid disposition would surely be haunted by nightmares. Shangguan Qingqing envisioned the scene in her mind, a wave of nausea rising within her. Yu Li Shuanger, in a moment of silliness, asked, Has the princess conceived? Shangguan Qingqing replied, She just gave birth to the little one less than 2 months ago. Chapter 24. The wooden prince falls into the latrine again. Chen Jingzhu, having just finished her display with the staff, was already drenched in sweat, and now perspiration poured from her even more rapidly. Li Shuanger exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? The princess has only recently given birth to the Jade Princess. That unfortunate child. Isn't she afraid of losing her mind? Surely. The princess couldn't be feeling queasy just from watching her perform, could she? It was also quite possible, given that the royal princess was likely pampered. Chen Jingzhu's mind was in turmoil, contemplating what to do. Would the princess be angered and take her life? At that moment, she was already weighing the odds of their potential demise. Li Shuangya whispered, When other ladies experience nausea, it indicates pregnancy. Isn't the princess exhibiting similar signs? Chen Jingzhu retorted, She can't help it. It's all that wretched man's fault. Mother, if you keep throwing up, you won't be able to hide your pregnancy anymore.
Alas.
Mother is too weak. Even a mere servant can make her sick. Chen Jingzhu added, Jade Princess, is this polite? Shangguan Qingqing suppressed her nausea. I am perfectly fine and not pregnant. It must be something I ate that upset my stomach. You wretched girl, this is all your fault. Another tally was added to the list of grievances against the troublesome girl. Madame Chen's staff technique is quite impressive. She should come to the princess's residence to instruct me. Chen Jingzhu was puzzled. Hadn't she just seen her vomit? How could she still wish to learn? But those matters were beyond her concern. If the princess wishes to learn, I shall gladly impart my knowledge. Qingyi, fetch a set of clothing for Madame Chen and take her to wash her face. Shangguan Qingqing noticed that Chen Jingzhu's hair was soaked with sweat. They were still in the midst of important matters today, and such remarkable martial skills should not go to waste. Thus, she could not allow them to leave. That wretched woman frequently visited the princess's residence, so she had prepared plenty of new garments. Qingyi responded, Yes, Madame Chen, please follow me. Chen Jingzhu's anxious heart finally settled. Thank you, Your Highness. Qingyi, please lead the way. The two departed. With a gentle smile, Shangguan Qingqing turned to Li Shuanger and said, Madam Li, the sun is quite fierce. Why not join me in the shade for a while? Li Shuang'er wiped the sweat from her brow. Certainly. It is indeed very hot. Her demeanor had noticeably softened, as she seemed to recognize her previous faux pas. Shangguan Qingqing took her seat in the main position, gesturing for Li Shuang'er to sit as well.
Luao, prepare some tea.
Lu Ao suggested, Your Highness, the tea is cooled. Shall I brew a fresh pot? Mu Wanqing grew anxious upon hearing this.
No, no.
It cannot be replaced. I have added a considerable amount of spiritual spring water to it. It would be a waste. Li Shuang'er chuckled. The cool tea is refreshing. No need to trouble yourself. Although ice blocks were present to cool the room, standing in the sun for too long left one feeling restless. A feeling that could not be easily quelled. Shangguan Qingcheng was exceedingly pleased. She need not concoct an excuse. Since Madame Li did not mind, pour it out. Yes. Lu Ao poured the tea. Li Shuang'er consumed 3 cups in quick succession, her agitation subsiding considerably. Whether it was her thirst or the quality of the princess's water, she sensed that this cold tea was even sweeter than before. The hidden ailments in her body vanished, and her long cold abdomen felt warm and comfortable. Your Highness, your tea is truly delightful. Yes, yes, drink more. Perhaps you'll return home bearing twins. Shangguan Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. Is it truly that delectable? If you enjoy it, drink a few more cups and visit often. As for giving you any, that is impossible. I simply do not have any. It was all due to the effects of the spiritual spring water that the little one had infused. Her own throat felt parched, and as she lifted the tea to her lips, a refreshing sensation enveloped her, akin to a sweetness that surpassed sugar, far more exquisite. The discomfort in her body vanished instantly. She poured another cup, drinking heartily, unable to stop herself. Mother, drink a bit more. It is beneficial for your health. Should I step outside for a while? I'm still young, and do not wish to become a stinky little one. Shangguan Qingcheng replied, Want to go outside? Not a chance. Li Shuang'er sensed something uncontrollable seeping from her. Shangguan Qingcheng felt it too. Perhaps it was due to having birthed 4 children, as she experienced a considerable movement below her navel. At that moment, Chen Jingzhu, having changed into a new outfit, entered. Mu Wanqing burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Madame Chen's tall figure must be close to 6 feet, which is remarkably tall in this era of 5 feet or so. Wearing a small blue dress, it looked as though an adult was donning children's clothing, with sleeves and hem falling short. Shangguan Qingcheng remarked, Li Shuang'er, haha sister, did you borrow that girl's dress? How utterly amusing. Shangguan Qingcheng stifled her laughter. As a princess, she had to maintain her dignity. Madame Chen, do make do with it. It was true that the princess's residence could not provide attire of such length. Not even the maidservants possessed such garments. Wearing a guard's clothing would not do either. Chen Jingzhu sighed. It's quite all right, Your Highness. I have grown accustomed to it. In the past, my height invited disdain and made it difficult to find a suitor. Thankfully, I met my husband. As she thought of him, her cheeks flushed. Shangguan Qingcheng was perplexed. What was the reason for her blushing? After all, they were both women. Sit down and have some tea. Yes. Chen Jingzhu drank a cup, while Shangguan Qingcheng poured her another. After 5 cups, the latter finally ceased pouring. Chen Jingzhu felt puzzled. Had she inadvertently upset the princess? Although the tea at the princess's residence was exquisite, did they not say that after 3 rounds of tea, it was time to bid farewell? The implication was clear. When the host poured the 3rd cup, it was a signal for the guests to take their leave. Mother truly is clever. Since it stinks, let us all share in it. No one should be left out, nor should anyone mock another. The little one in the cradle nibbled on her tiny feet, exuding cuteness. Li Shuang'er several times wished to hold her but hesitated. The princess's little one is so adorable. If only she could conceive one, regardless of gender. Chen Jingzhu echoed. Indeed. She does not cry or fuss, is fair and lovely. A true beauty, just like the princess. Shangguan Qingcheng could not deny that the little one was indeed charming, her skin far superior to that of any other infant. Soft and tender, akin to tofu, one feared that a mere touch would ruin her. Soon, the entire room began to fill with an unpleasant odor, and the faces of the gathered began to turn grim. Li Shuang'er gasped, Sister, did you just pass gas? It reeks terribly. Chen Jingzhu shot her a cold glance. Perhaps you should take a whiff of yourself. Here it comes, the stench is unbearable. Despite Shangguan Qingcheng having anticipated this, she was still taken aback by the foul smell. She knew this was only the beginning. The little one had released quite a bit. Chen Jingzhu and Li Shuang'er exchanged doubtful glances. Had the princess been deceived? Had she purchased inferior tea? Once again, there are whispers of an assassination attempt on Her Highness. the Grand Princess, leaving those around her caught in the crossfire. The three individuals, lost in their own thoughts, dared not utter a word, for the stench that filled the air was unbearable. Onlookers, including Qingyi and Laveshuo, appeared anxious, refraining from making any rash movements in the absence of the Grand Princess's signal. After a while, the entire princess's residence was engulfed in a foul odor, causing the little one to fall into a deep slumber from the suffocating air. Passers-by outside were repelled by the noxious smell, hastily retreating. One individual whispered to a companion, "Could it be that Prince Mu has once again fallen into the latrine?" "Do not speak such nonsense," his companion quickly admonished, covering his mouth. Chapter 25. You two have pilfered flour from the princess's estate. After a stick of incense had burned, 3 clay figures emerged from the chaos. Thankfully, the 3 of them had been diligently wiping their noses. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to asphyxiation. Unable to endure the stench any longer, Qingyi assigned Laveshuo and Zy to stand guard while she rushed to summon hot water, relishing a deep breath of fresh air. Yet, the entire princess's residence was shrouded in the foul aroma, as if they were ensnared in a miasma. In the study of the Lingyu Pavilion, Mu Jingxing sat engrossed in his reading when the familiar stench wafted in through the window. How could anyone's body contain such horror? It must be his unfortunate younger brother's doing. At Zhu Jingyuan, Mu Jingchuan felt the same dreadful familiarity, which fish in the pond had once again suffered. In the front courtyard, Mingde Garden Mu Deming, confined to the house due to his punishment, found himself at a loss for what to do, his back aching painfully, and he could not even lie down comfortably. Instead, he contemplated more inappropriate thoughts, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the odor. In Ruishua Tower, the forcibly slumbering little one was abruptly awakened by the foul smell. Oh my goodness! Perhaps due to my age, the impurities in my body could nourish a garden. I must ask, why not find a bath to soak in? At least my clothes wouldn't be obscured by this stench. Heavens, this is unbearable. I cannot partake of this melon. I shall return to sleep. The little one concentrated her spiritual energy at her fingertips and pressed on her sleep acupoint. While she could not shield herself from the odor, slumber was her only refuge. Unworthy daughter, exclaimed Shangguan Qingcheng, for the second time chiding her for being aged. At merely 30 years. How could she be considered old? Unworthy daughter, she thought, I never suggested soaking in water, otherwise, how could she bring such shame upon herself? If there was a method to induce sleep, why not grant her, as a mother, the same privilege? This marked the 3rd entry in her notebook for the day. With calmness, she wiped the grime from her face, instructing Qingyi, prepare water for the 2 ladies as well. Yes, Qingyi responded from outside, scurrying away. After a refreshing bath, Chen Jingzhu donned a shorter gown. Her exposed skin was fair and delicate, her face smooth and radiant. Initially, the 2 had suspected that the Grand Princess was a victim of foul play, only to realize now that something delightful was intended for them. Their excitement swelled, and they resolved to honor the Grand Princess henceforth. Li Shuang'e leaned closer to Chen Jingzhu, boasting, "Sister, look how smooth my skin is. I can hardly keep my hands off it." Chen Jingzhu expertly caressed her own skin. "Indeed, it is quite smooth. Is yours the same? Let me feel."
Li Shuang'e exclaimed.
Her hands roving.
Wow.
"It's just like mine." The servants around them bowed their heads, pretending not to witness the scene. Chen Jingzhu's face flushed crimson as she swatted away the mischievous hands. "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Li Shuang'e glanced around and reasoned. "Then let us return and indulge ourselves privately." Upon Shangguan Qingcheng's return, she was met with this spectacle. What had she just witnessed? She had only ever heard of the bond between men, never of such intimate exchanges between women. Surely, these 2 must be true lovers. Clearing her throat, she coughed softly. Only then did Li Shuang'e notice the princess's presence. "Wow, your highness, you are so beautiful." At that moment, Shangguan Qingcheng, with her regal bearing and skin as fair as snow, appeared no older than 17 or 18, though she exuded a maturity beyond her years. She looked like a celestial being descended to earth, breathtakingly lovely. "Thank you, your highness, for your generosity. We shall visit to express our gratitude in due course." "We take our leave," Chen Jingzhu stated, aware that this matter could not be easily explained away. Shangguan Qingcheng waved her hand dismissively. "Go on. I wish to admire my present self." No sooner had the 2 exited the estate than they created quite a stir. Who are those 2 young ladies? To emerge from the Grand Princess's residence. If only I could catch their eye, my life would be complete, remarked a scholarly-looking gentleman. "Are you blind?" They sported a woman's hairstyle. His companion retorted, rolling her eyes. Another woman chimed in, Indeed. They are already married. You ought to abandon such thoughts. Did no one find them familiar? With such remarkable height, there could only be one possibility. At the Yongbwa Marquis's residence, upon seeing the sisters, he was momentarily taken aback. Did you two just steal flour from the Grand Princess's estate? Though our Yongbwa Marquis's household is not wealthy, you could have purchased flour if needed. Chun Jingzhu and Li Shuang'er rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront his teasing. In Ruishua Tower, Shangguan Qingcheng lifted the teapot, noting there was still a little left. The effects of the spiritual spring water were indeed remarkable. Let us not waste it. Qingyi, pour each of them a little. Shangguan Qingcheng displayed great generosity towards those around her. Qingyi hesitated, recalling that the Grand Princess and the two ladies had consumed tea before experiencing such changes. Torn between reluctance and desire, she thought of the smooth, egg-like skin they had acquired. Who would not covet that? Thank you for the princess's gift. Head to your rooms, prepare the water, and then soak in the tub while drinking, she instructed. Yes, the group replied cheerfully as they departed to share the bounty. When the little one, Nai Tuanzi, awakened the next day, she found Zy tidying up. Turning, she saw the little one with wide-open eyes. Ah, the young lady has awakened. You must be famished after sleeping all night. Would Wanqing blinked in surprise. She had slept through the night? Her small body could hardly withstand such a deep slumber. After a hearty meal, Nai Tuanzi finally spotted her mother. Ah, who is this? My beautiful princess mother. So lovely, like a fairy. Mother, come here. The little one playfully extended her arms toward Shangguan Qingcheng. Ah, mother, hold me. Shangguan Qingcheng embraced her, and the little one playfully touched her face and nibbled on it, leaving her covered in drool that was impossible to wipe away. Mother, nibble gently, like soft tofu. What a wonderful mother I have. Truly a shame that wretched man is my father. Nai Tuanzi declared. When I grow up, I will definitely find a new father. If one does not work out, I shall find another. After all, with a mother as beautiful as you, I need not fear not being able to marry. Shangguan Qingcheng's arm stiffened. How could this unworthy daughter constantly contemplate replacing her husband? If one did not suffice, another would? Would that not make her a promiscuous woman? Absolutely not. If it must be so, I shall seek multiple suitors, one to cook delicious meals, another to earn money for me to spend, and another to fight my battles. Shangguan Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened in indignation. How many would that entail? Could servants not suffice? What need had she for a father? Enough of this nonsense. Record it. That makes 7 times. Take the young lady outside to bask in the sun. The physician says that sunlight is beneficial for the body. Shangguan Qingcheng handed Nai Tuanzi over to Zy, fearing that if she did not send her away soon, she might lose her temper. Yes, your highness, Zy replied, taking the little one. As they entered the courtyard, a young servant rushed in, flustered. Your highness, the wife of the Yongkong Marquis has come with a throng of people, causing a disturbance at the door. Chapter 26. The Yongkong Marquis's withdrawal from the engagement. Yongkong Marquis? Wasn't the elder brother's fiancé from the Yongkong Marquis's household? Would Wanqing rummaged through her memory, recalling passages from the novel. Shangguan Qingcheng adjusted her slightly askew sleeves and stood up, saying, let us go and take a look. Qingyi leaned down to support Shangguan Qingcheng's hand. As they passed through the courtyard, Mu Wanqing extended her hand toward the beautiful mother of the princess. Mother of the princess, take me along. How could one enjoy the spectacle without me? However, Shangguan Qingcheng ignored her and walked past without a glance.
Move on, King.
Her hand still raised high, felt a chuckle bubbling within her as Zy suppressed her laughter, diminishing her presence. Will love truly fade away? Upon exiting Ruishua Tower, Shangguan Qingcheng slightly tilted her ruby lips upwards. Still wish to watch the performance? Little one, I shall take care of you. Qingyi's shoulders trembled as she lowered her head. The princess was teasing the little county princess again. Given the little princess's penchant for drama, she would surely be sulking for several hours. Yet, with the little princess unable to follow, Zy remained. It seemed the princess had grown increasingly fond of indulging her whims. Shangguan Qingcheng's expression turned serious as she admonished, what are you laughing at? Do you wish to laugh for an entire hour? For every interruption, a month's salary will be deducted. Qingyi's shoulders froze at the thought of how much that would be. She hastily replied, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. I shall not. Shangguan Qingcheng smirked with satisfaction. Oh, you think this princess cannot handle you? Once Shangguan Qingcheng's figure vanished, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, ah, let us go. She pointed towards the door. Is the county princess hoping to chase after the eldest princess? Zy inquired with a gentle smile.
Mu Wanqing nodded eagerly. Ah, yes.
Hurry, or we shall miss the fresh excitement. All right, let us go. Outside the gates of the eldest princess's residence, a middle-aged woman named Lu Fengshi, clad in deep blue and possessing a robust figure, was wiping away non-existent tears with a handkerchief as she lamented, "You all must judge this matter fairly.
I.
The legitimate daughter of the Wanqing Marquis am graceful and talented, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How can a blind man like Mu Jingxian be worthy of her?" A crowd gathered around, but due to the esteemed status of the eldest princess's residence, no one dared to echo her sentiments, fearing retribution from the princess's household. Seeing her attempts to sway the crowd were in vain, Lu Fengshi began to sob quietly. 5 years ago, my daughter accidentally fell into the water. It was the eldest prince of the princess's residence who called for help, and a servant from the Wanqing Marquis' household rescued her. Must my daughter's life be ruined because of this? Those in the crowd pondered deeply, questioning if they would wish suffering upon their own daughters. Such words stirred the hearts of the parents present, and soon murmurs of agreement arose. Certainly not. Indeed, my wife and I cherished our daughter dearly, treating her as our most precious jewel. Even if she has her flaws, how could one bear to part with her? Yet others interjected, one cannot say that. The eldest princess's residence is immensely wealthy. To marry into such a family is indeed a fortune. Would you accept such a fortune? That depends if the eldest princess would even consider our daughter worthy. The discussions grew louder and more fervent, and eventually, a majority began to sympathize with the legitimate daughter of the Wanqing Marquis. Lu Fengshi was pleased with this outcome. She slightly bowed to the crowd, forcing a smile as she expressed, "Thank you all, on behalf of my lord and my daughter, for your kindness." Her humble gesture further endeared her to the onlookers, who began to feel the weight of her plight. "We cannot push Miss Lu into the fire. Even the eldest princess should not seize what does not belong to her. Her Highness the eldest princess is coming." A wave of fear washed over the crowd as they suddenly realized they had spoken ill of the eldest princess outside her residence. The lively chatter hushed instantly, leaving them in stunned silence. Among the crowd, a few clear-headed individuals immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the eldest princess." As others quickly followed suit, cries of "Long live the eldest princess" filled the air, resulting in a sea of kneeling figures before the gates of the eldest princess's residence. Lu Fengshi stood at the forefront of the crowd, reveling in the sight of so many bowing before her. She fantasized about the power she wielded. Qingyi's voice cut through the air, "How audacious. Do you not kneel upon seeing Her Highness the eldest princess?" Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fengshi stammered, "I have seen the eldest princess." Shangguan Qingqing paid her no mind, surveying the kneeling crowd. The sun bore down harshly, causing sweat to pour down their backs. Yet they dared not move, fearing retribution from the princess. After a long pause, Shangguan Qingqing seated herself in a chair brought forth by a servant. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Now, tell me what transpired." Lu Fengshi, her head bowed, trembled with apprehension, hesitant to speak. After a moment, recalling her daughter's future, she smiled and approached. "Your Highness, my daughter is rather plain and unworthy of the eldest prince. That engagement was merely a casual agreement made years ago. As time has passed, perhaps it is best to let it go." Shangguan Qingqing smiled coyly. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, since the engagement, my daughter and the eldest prince have not met, and there is no emotional foundation. I believe it is prudent to dissolve this union," Lu Fengshi insisted.
Wanqing stifled Aleph.
They were engaged for such a short time, yet the eldest brother became blind. How could they have met? Is that really what you wish to convey? Yet I have heard quite differently. Shangguan Qingqing's voice rose. "A blind man like Jingxian unworthy of your fair daughter?" Lu Fengshi knelt again, her expression unchanging. "I never said such a thing. It must be someone else's fabrication. I simply believe my daughter and the eldest prince are not well matched, and this marriage should be called off." Mu Wanqing observed her mother playfully toy with the situation. "With such a demeanor, I doubt your daughter is particularly beautiful. What kind of daughter could emerge from that sharp tongue?" Shangguan Qingqing pondered deeply. Was the daughter of the Wanqing Marquis truly unworthy of being a bride? Yet, it seemed Jingxian had quite the fondness for her. As a mother, should she not find him someone who could understand and care for him? Shangguan Qingqing gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. "Then I shall take your words as unspoken. So, you imply the Wanqing Marquis' visit today is not to return tokens, but to annul the engagement?" Lu Fengshi felt torn, fearing the wrath of the eldest princess. She had heard of the incident where the princess violently reprimanded a lady-in-waiting during the Qiqiao festival. The consequences had been unbearable to witness. However, with Mu Jingxian blind and unable to pursue his studies, she could not allow her meticulously raised daughter to be ruined. This marriage must be dissolved. Had not the Marquis assured her it would be foolproof? What had gone awry? Shangguan Qingqing's patience waned. Had it not been for her son, she would have acted already. Madame Lu, I am inquiring of you. If this was merely a social visit, I could grant you a reward. Just then Mu Demii stepped forward.
Cheng'e.
Allow me to decide this matter. This marriage shall be annulled. Jingxian's blindness should not condemn the daughter of the Yongkang Marquis to a life of hardship. Let us empathize with each other. Shangguan Qingqing's eyes blazed as she fixed her gaze upon the man before her.
Chapter 27, Mu Demei's mischief strikes.
Mu Demii continued. Let us put ourselves in their shoes. If it were Wanqing, would you wish for her to be wed to a blind man? Therefore, let us not impose hardship upon the Yongkang Marquis' daughter, shall we? The onlookers praised Mu Demii, declaring him a man of great integrity. He does not seek recompense for favors. Such individuals are rare these days. Truly a good man. Others chimed in. Even if one's child is not perfect, such remarks are uncalled for. Truly unworthy of parenthood. Mu Wanqing could hardly contain her laughter. Is this truly your biological father? Perhaps the eldest brother is merely a gift from the princess when she purchased buns. However, mother, that woman is utterly unworthy. Not only did she betray my elder brother, but she also indulged in licentious acts on their marital bed. My brother was driven to the brink of despair, his eyes wide open in a hollow gaze until the very end, refusing to close them. Shangguan Qingqing, what have I just heard? A cuckold? How dare that harlot? Although some of it eludes my comprehension, the meaning is unmistakable. At this moment, I am also troubled by thoughts of the future upbringing of the little dumpling. Mu Demii wears a gentle smile, standing tall and straight, then turns with a beaming expression. Qing'e, do you not agree with what I've said? So many people sing his praises, which only attests to Mu Demei's excellence. His sense of superiority was instantly restored. Shangguan Qingqing nodded earnestly. Indeed. Seeing the princess affirm his statement, Mu Demei immediately replied with a smile. Since Qing'e agrees, let us return the tokens to one another. Mu Wanqing turned away in disgust. Such a scoundrel should be struck by lightning to learn how to be a proper person. He truly is unworthy of the title of father. No sooner had she spoken than an invisible starry light ascended, vanishing into the horizon. Shangguan Qingqing scoffed. The eldest son of the Long Princess's estate, even if he is blind, does not warrant entry for just anyone. The betrothal was arranged because my son took a liking to her. How could a mere daughter of a small marquis family be worthy of my royal family's eldest son? Let the engagement be nullified. I never held any regard for the Yongkang Marquis, so return the tokens and the gifts given to me. This is the double fish pendant given by the Marquis, she declared, handing the jade pendant to Qing'e. The little dumpling mused that if the rumors were true, such a woman was indeed unworthy. She dared not gamble, for there are countless maidens throughout the realm. Why cling to one who disregards her marital duties? Qing'e accepted the pendant and approached Lady Lu, Marquis's wife. Please take this and return the token of the Long Princess's estate. Lady Lu's gaze shifted uncomfortably. She knew well that the token and the gifts from the Long Princess were each of considerable value. Moreover, she had no intention of returning them. With a slight smile, she said, my daughter has suffered some damage to her reputation during these years of engagement. It would be better to consider those gifts as compensation for her. Your Highness, surely you agree? A mere blind man. What airs he puts on. The return of the gifts is out of the question. The token is something her daughter has carried closely. It is the ice heart lotus pendant, consecrated by the revered monk Master Shurjan of the Protecting Nation Temple. The gifts included the plum blossom glaze hairpin, the 8-treasure jade gourd, and the coral cloisonne. Each item is a rare treasure. Just the yard of cloud brocade presented by the vassal state is worth a fortune. How could she part with it? Mu Wanqing's large dark eyes brimmed with disbelief. I've seen shamelessness before, but never such blatant disregard, wanting to break the engagement without returning the tokens and gifts. Truly, the audacity is astounding. Mu Demei recalled the promise made by Lord Lu to grant him half upon the successful completion of his task. Ever since the birth of that wretched daughter, the princess, misled by someone, had deprived him of the right to freely access the treasury. He had a wife and a son and daughter to support. How could he manage without funds? His smile remained, and his voice warm. Qing'e, perhaps we should let this go? Miss Lu from the Marquis. Shangguan Qingqing toyed with the jade ring on her finger, not lifting her head. Her tone was icy. When has the son-in-law of the Long Princess's estate had a say? Qing'e, I am still your husband. How can I be without a voice? Mu Demiai's left hand, hidden behind his back, clenched into a fist, suppressing his anger. Strike him. This scoundrel of a father never learns. It infuriates me. I detest such men. In the novels, scoundrel fathers collude with the Wanqing Marquis to scheme against the princess's treasures. Mother sacrificed many valuables for my brother, which is why Lord Lu suppressed the idea of breaking the engagement. After splitting those treasures with the scoundrel, he used them to curry favor with the little billion. That dog of a man. Has he forgotten how he ascended to the position of son-in-law? Shangguan Qingqing thought she had once believed Mu Demiai held a modicum of affection for her. How could she have fathomed he would conspire with outsiders against her? That dog of a man. She was just about to draw her soft whip when suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above the Long Princess's estate. The sun that had just been shining disappeared in an instant, as if someone had committed a grave offense to invoke the anger of heaven.
Boom.
A bolt of lightning struck down, curving directly toward Mu Demiai with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. Mu Demiai fell to the ground, his singed hair crackling, his face blackened, smoke escaping his mouth. Deservedly so. Heaven cannot bear to witness this. How could I have such a father? Once I grow up, I shall definitely find myself a new one.
Oh.
Watching that scoundrel get struck is truly cathartic, delightful even. Almighty, why not strike him once more? Shangguan Qingqing. Why do I feel this lightning is somehow related to the little dumpling? Cough cough. Mu Demiai, supported by a servant, struggled to suppress his coughs. Your Highness, are you unhurt? The thunderclouds continued to churn in the sky, and a second bolt of lightning swiftly descended.
Boom.
Just as Mu Demiai had risen, he was struck down again. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with a foul odor. Clearly, Mu Demiai had lost control of his bladder. Shangguan Qingqing. It is confirmed. This is indeed connected to the little dumpling. How else could the strikes occur at her command? The little dumpling must be the daughter of heaven herself. After the two bolts of lightning, the dark clouds rapidly dispersed, returning to the previous sunny day. Were it not for the pitiful sight of Mu Demiai lying on the ground, one might think it all a dream. The scene fell into a deathly silence. With everyone in shock, jaws dropped. What heinous acts had the son-in-law committed? To be struck twice by lightning, an unprecedented occurrence.
Ah.
What a splendid strike. How delightful. To witness the scoundrel urinating in public. Mu Wanqing clapped her hands enthusiastically, though the sound was soft. In this quiet atmosphere, everyone could hear it clearly. Lady Lu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. Why, on such a clear day, had there been thunder, striking the son-in-law twice? It left them utterly baffled. Your Highness! Your Highness! The servant, alarmed, could only shout from a distance. This call snapped everyone but Mu Wanqing and Shangguan Qingqing back to their senses. Mu Demiai rose, his eyes bloodshot, pointing accusingly at Mu Wanqing. Wretched girl. You were born to bring calamity. Chapter 28. The carefree little dumpling, wholly engrossed in the spectacle.
Mu Demiai.
With a venomous glare, advanced toward Mu Wanqing, hair disheveled and skin charred, speaking as if he were a demon emerging from hell. Had I known it would come to this, I should have drowned you the very day you were born. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since your birth, my life has been cursed. You are a disaster.
Why do you not go die?
The last words he nearly shouted, rushing madly toward Mu Wanqing. His loathing for his daughter was palpable. Wretched spawn. If this daughter does not perish, it will surely lead to my demise one day. The master's words ring true. As he approached Mu Wanqing, Mu Demiai's sinister smile widened, believing that soon his troubles would be over. He was close, so very close to eliminating this calamity. Just a little more, and he could rid himself of her forever. Cackling, he thought, die. But in a flash, Shangguan Qingqing intervened. A whip struck Mu Demiai's hands. Blood gushing from his palm, his little finger severed. The scene was gruesome.
Ah.
Mu Demiai dropped to the ground, desperately trying to reattach his severed finger. A chorus of frightened gasps erupted from the crowd, with some even fainting in shock. I declare this, before my very eyes. You wish to bring harm upon my daughter and malign my son as a blind man. What of Jing Xiu being blind? It is not within your purview to slander him. The first lash. It is for Jing Xiu. You are unworthy of being a father. Not only neglecting to protect him, but also siding with outsiders.
Crack.
The second lash, delivered for Wanqing, whom you have never held close since her birth. Have you ever shown her love? Offered her gifts? How dare you curse my daughter? Crack. The third lash is for me, as your wife. You have failed to defend me, your heart inclined towards treachery. A person as heartless and ungrateful as you deserves this punishment.
Crack. Ah.
Mu Demii writhes in agony, his eyes blazing with resentment, vowing that one day he shall make this person pay dearly. Casting a glance at the crowd, he collapses to the ground, unconscious. Mu Wanqing senses her father's murderous intent. Initially, she intended to use her meager spiritual energy to cripple him. Little did she expect her mother, the princess, to intervene.
Ah.
Mother is so magnificent. I adore her. One lash on the left, another on the right. The elegance of her stance is unparalleled, and her aura unmatched. I am cherished and protected by my mother. Eventually, Mu Wanqing bursts into tears. In her past life, she was often called a wild child, a bastard, subjected to all manner of cruel taunts. Shangguan Qingsheng drops the whip in her hand. It dawns on her that during her time in the heavens, the little darling had no mother. Her gaze towards the little one softens with increasing affection. The wretched man must not die yet. He must contribute to the little darling's phoenix space. Her eyes narrow. The wretched man's days in the political sphere are numbered. Meanwhile, Lu Fengshi, having been struck by lightning, still has not come to terms with the situation. The eldest princess is truly fearsome. One cannot imagine the pain of the whip upon her own body. How could Mu Fuma be such a person? How can such a father exist in this world? Indeed, if I were to have a father like that, I would rather bear the shame of disowning him. It is evident that even heaven cannot tolerate this. The young princess is still so small. How could he be so cruel? Even a tiger does not consume its young. The crowd's sentiments shift dramatically. Indeed, as the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger. Many among them are without allegiance, neither malevolent nor ill-intentioned, merely easily swayed. How foolish the world is! The little darling cannot help but lament. Shangguan Qingsheng wipes the sweat from her brow, dragging the bloodied whip forward. As she moves, the whip trails behind her, leaving a gruesome track of blood. Terrified, Lu Fengshi trembles and stammers, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do? I am the lady of the Wanqing Marquise. Even if you are the eldest princess, you cannot indiscriminately whip the wives of officials." Shangguan Qingsheng scoffs. "Is that so? Just a marquise wife. How dare you threaten me?"
Crack. Crack. Crack.
3 successive lashes fall.
Ah.
Lu Fengshi screams in agony, each lash tearing at her flesh, the pain causing her to break into a cold sweat. "Who gave you the audacity to pilfer my possessions? Have you all assumed I am incapable of wielding a whip?" Previously haughty, Lu Fengshi now kneels, banging her head on the ground. "I dare not, I dare not. Dare not? I see you are quite daring. Not only daring, but have indeed acted." Shangguan Qingsheng's expression is frigid, her eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Lu Fengshi, upon witnessing this scene, trembles uncontrollably. The once gentle and courteous eldest princess has transformed into a figure of wrath, resembling the arrival of a reaper. She laments in pain. "No. The Wanqing Marquise will certainly return everything. Is it the pain for her treasures or the agony from the lashes?" Shangguan Qingsheng commands, "Qingyi, take the list of gifts, bring a few people, and personally escort Madame Lu. You understand my temperament. Do not forget, bring everything back to me. The ice heart hibiscus pendant, the plum blossom glass hairpin, the 8-treasure jade gourd, and the cloisonné coral." "Understood, Your Highness." Qingyi leads several maids and guards, dragging Lu Fengshi away. Today's spectacle is truly thrilling. The wretched father has been struck and whipped, old and new wounds combined. He will be in pain for a long time. If he continues his antics, I shall soon be able to change my father. In conclusion, Mu Wanqing muses. Shangguan Qingsheng thinks, what a carefree little darling. Even when her wretched father seeks her life, she is only concerned with enjoying the spectacle. How will this heartless child fare as she grows? As this thought crosses her mind, Shangguan Qingsheng cannot help but shake her head. The onlookers, seeing there is no further excitement, quietly disperse. However, the news of Mu Fuma's attempt to murder his newborn daughter and his slander against his blind eldest son, conspiring with outsiders to scheme against the eldest princess's wealth, spreads like wildfire. Ultimately, he was struck by lightning, and the eldest princess whipped him. Alongside this, the lady of the Wanqing Marquise is also infamous for her shamelessness, seeking to annul her engagement while refusing to return the token. The spectacle is indeed disgraceful. In no time, the capital is abuzz with gossip. At the entrance of the eldest princess's residence, a new servant of Mu Demii awkwardly inquires, "Your Highness, what shall we do about the Fuma?" Shangguan Qingsheng scoffs. "Let him lie there. No one is to move. Do not forget whose salary you are receiving." "Yes, I dare not." The servant kneels. He would rather offend the Fuma than suffer a whipping himself. Within the Yongkong residence, Miss Lu Sairu clutches her jade pendant tightly, her eyes pleading, "Mother, the ice heart hibiscus pendant belongs to me. I have worn it for 5 years. You know its significance to me." Chapter 29. The Unparalleled History of Mu Fuma. Lu Fengshi's back is in excruciating pain, her clothes unchanged, as she seeks her daughter's ice heart hibiscus pendant. Yet, her daughter clutches it tightly, leaving Lu Fengshi no choice but to exert more force. "Rower, I understand the pendant's importance to you. However, today, due to your engagement's dissolution with that blind man, the princess demands the return of the token and betrothal gifts." Lu Sairu feels a surge of anger towards her mother. She knows full well how vital the pendant is to her, yet her mother insists on taking it. Her eyes fill with desperation. "Mother, please plead with the eldest princess not to take the pendant. If she does, I will be in grave trouble." Pausing, she continues, "The eldest princess has been generous to me. I do not believe she would demand the return of the token and gifts. Before the age of 5, she was frail and often tormented by nightmares. Ever since Mu Jingxiu rescued her and they were betrothed, wearing the ice heart hibiscus pendant, her health has gradually improved, and she has not experienced nightmares since." Lu Fengshi's gaze hardens. Refusing to return the token could lead to the eldest princess's wrath. "That was your engagement with that blind man. Now that the engagement is annulled, returning the token is only reasonable. Mother, do you no longer care for me? Are you still worthy of being my mother? Do you wish to see me plagued by nightmares each night?" The 10-year-old Lu Sairu, in a fit of rage, is far from her usual gentle self. Lu Fengshi feels a pang of disappointment. Sairu is her firstborn, and she has doted on her more than her other children. Yet Sairu shows no concern for her own injuries. The Yongkong marquisate is in disarray. Naturally, Mu Wanqing is oblivious to this turmoil. She is presently focused on securing her sustenance, diligently eating. Though the spectacle is delightful and entertaining, it does not fill the belly. She intends to eat her fill, drink, and then sleep. Shangguan Qingqing gazes at the slumbering little darling, her heart aching. In her past life, the little darling must have been a child who lost her mother early, living with her father. But her father, being a man, may have contributed to her struggles. As her thoughts drift, Shangguan Qingqing leans against the noblewoman's couch and falls asleep. Outside the gate of the eldest princess's residence, is that the Mu Fuma who was struck? TSK, how tragic. What? Do you sympathize with him? How could I possibly feel sympathy for a contemptible man unworthy of being human? Indeed, our princess is such a striking beauty, yet she does not disdain the humble origins of the wooden prince. It is one thing for him to show ingratitude. It is quite another for him to wish harm upon the jade princess. Precisely. The Marquis of Yongkong has come to rescind the engagement. And not only has he failed to assist Her Royal Highness the eldest princess, but he also dares to claim that his son is unworthy. Those who are aware perceive his actions as a noble sacrifice for the greater good, while those who are oblivious might think he confronts a mortal enemy. Nonsense. The eldest son is indeed the biological offspring of the wooden prince. The very blood ties that bind him are so tenuous. They all flocked from various corners of the capital to witness the spectacle. Had it not been for the prince's status, they would have pelted him with rotten eggs. Mu Demii was roused from his stupor by the blazing sun and the cacophony of gossip surrounding him. The blood on his body had already dried, and an unbearable itch began to torment him. Slowly, he propped himself up, only to be met with a sudden hush as the murmurs and gestures ceased. The sight of the wooden prince, with disheveled hair and skin darkened and cracked, was nothing short of grotesque. Stains of blood and marks resembling lightning strikes adorned his azure robe, rendering him a pitiful figure, akin to a refugee escaping calamity. It was truly a sight to evoke sympathy. What wrath must have befallen him? Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, he rasped, "Asa, why am I still outside the gate? Why have you not carried me into the estate?" The moment he uttered the words, he felt his skin split further, the agony causing beads of sweat to trickle down into the crevices of his wounds, intensifying his suffering. Thankfully, the surroundings were quiet enough that Asa could hear his feeble voice. "Your Highness, you bear numerous wounds, and we feared causing you more pain by moving you." Asa replied with a measured tone. Could he disclose that it was the eldest princess who forbade any movement? Naturally, that was out of the question. Mu Demi's grim visage stiffened, and a sound escaped his nostrils. "Humph. Assist me into the estate, and summon the physician." Since the departure of a Jing, who had been sold away, Asa, who had been assigned to him, was lacking in every regard. He wished to replace him, but stewardly asserted he had no authority to do so. As the prince of the esteemed Shangguan family, he found himself powerless to effect change. Were it not for his house arrest, he would have fled the confines of the princess's estate without a second thought. Asa cast a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, were it not for the eldest princess's leniency, given the way the prince overstepped his bounds, his favorable days would have long since come to an end. Yet here he was, still pretending to be the princely figure. Despite holding disdain for this prince in his heart, he proceeded with caution in his actions. As the main figure departed, the onlookers dispersed, yet throngs of curious spectators continued to flock toward the gates of the princess's estate. It is a rare occurrence to witness someone struck by lightning. To be struck twice on a clear day is a tale too extraordinary for even the finest of narratives. The wooden prince's misfortune is unparalleled in history. To miss witnessing such an event would be a grave loss. If indeed there exists a divine force, it would serve as a reminder to uphold one's integrity. As the ancients said, man acts, and heaven observes. One must live with honor towards oneself and one's family. Consequently, the entire capital has ignited a fervor for familial harmony, with fewer wicked mothers-in-law and an improved disposition towards sons and daughters alike. In light of such events, Emperor Shangguanli remarked, Mu Demii has been a prince for over a decade. At last, he has rendered some service to the Shangguan dynasty. In the eldest princess's estate, Mingda Courtyard stands as the solitary domain granted to Mu Demii after his marriage to Shangguan Qingqing. Within Mingda Courtyard, Mu Demii reclined in an awkward position upon his bed. His back ached, making it unbearable to lie down, while his face throbbed painfully and his body bore the charred remnants of the lightning strike. Your Highness, your wounds will require tender care for some time. The skin on your face is necrotized, and we must wait for it to scab over and new skin to emerge. Fortunately, the injuries are severe enough to avoid disfigurement, an elderly physician with white hair stated, his eyes shut as he sat at the head of the bed, one hand checking the pulse while the other absent-mindedly stroked his beard. Asa shrugged his shoulders, contemplating the peculiarities of this doctor.
Mudemaya's gaze hardened.
Were it not for Dr. Liu being one of his own, he might suspect that Dr. Liu had been sent to infuriate him.
Doctor.
Liu carefully examined the wounds on Mu Demei's body. The combination of new and old injuries, exacerbated by prolonged sun exposure, had led to inflammation. A fever was likely to ensue. Your Highness should take care, and remember to take your medicine. A persistent high fever may lead to madness, Doctor. Liu warned with utmost seriousness. Mu Demei's chest heaved in agitation. Damn fool. Chapter 30. What sin has he committed? The moment of Mu Demei's true despair was only just beginning. Dr. Liu shook his head and nodded, leaving Mu Demei in a state of trepidation, fearing for his life. Dr. Liu sighed heavily, speaking earnestly. Your Highness, wearing clothing hinders the healing of your wounds. Moreover, given the inflammation, we must remove your garments to treat you, which may cause some discomfort. I ask for your patience. Mu Demei exhaled through his nose. The blood on his clothes had dried, and indeed, it was somewhat painful. Dr. Liu hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to proceed, before pointing to Asa. You come help me. Asa stared incredulously at himself. Me? But I know nothing. Dr. Liu replied, just do as I say. The prince is our master. I would not dare harm him. Mu Demei lamented. What sin have I committed?
Asa retorted.
That's your own words. I bear no responsibility. Unfasten the front of the clothing. I will handle the back, Dr. Liu instructed.
Oh.
Dr. Liu, still unconvinced, cautioned, Your Highness, I will count to 3, and then begin to remove your clothing. Please prepare yourself mentally. Mu Demei, growing impatient, nodded, gritting his teeth, steeling himself for the impending pain.
1.
Upon reaching 1, Dr. Liu forcefully yanked Mu Demei's clothing off entirely.
Ah!
Mu Demei cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness. What kind of divine physician was this? The moment he opened his mouth to scream, the wounds on his face split further, and the pain brought him back to full awareness. Dr. Liu, did you not say to count to 3?
Asa inquired, voicing Mu Demei's thoughts.
Dr. Liu replied, You wouldn't understand. Diverting attention lessens the pain. Asa pointed at Mu Demei's back, indignantly exclaiming, Then you could take your time. The wounds on the prince's back are far worse now. Dr. Liu shot him a disdainful glance. You wouldn't understand. Would you prefer a brief moment of pain, or half an hour of agony? It's better to get it over with quickly.
Asa nodded hastily. Mu Demei ceded.
What kind of pain is this? My life is hanging by a thread. This was the first time he considered replacing the estate physician. However, that matter. Upon awakening, Mu Wanqing heard the servants reporting to her mother, the princess, about the events concerning her father in Mingda Courtyard. The little one clapped her hands like a small motor. Ha ha. Serves the scoundrel right. He deserves it. That physician is quite the character. His conversational skills are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. As for not being disfigured, I suspect the damage will be quite the spectacle. He be scaring children in the streets with his patchy face. Most astonishingly, he hasn't died of rage yet. I fear he is merely half alive. Shangguan Qingqing felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The little one asserted that dead men leave scars, and surely he would be left with scars, half alive at best. Shangguan Qingqing possessed a blind trust in the little one. She perused the book in her hands, not lifting her gaze as she said, "Let him recover." "Yes." The young servant responded with a bow and retreated. Just as he reached the threshold of the hall, Shangguan Qingqing looked up. "As long as he doesn't die. There's no need to waste good medicine."
Yes.
The young servant hastily fled the scene.
How terrifying.
Once, the princess and her consort shared a love so profound. Now, however, they teeter on the brink of demise, lingering in a state where survival is the only solace. Yet, Su Guanqing's heart remains untouched by the day's events. An unworthy daughter-in-law, paired with a scoundrel unfit for fatherhood, hardly warrants her ire. After indulging in the gossip, Mu Wanqing retreated to the Phoenix space. Without question, the space had expanded yet again just a tad. The little chubby figure squatted on the ground, counting the drops of spiritual spring cascading from the milky white stone. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Upon reaching 10, she would take a small sip. 10 drops were still too scant. A single gulp would see it vanish.
Oh.
How slow this is. When will I attain freedom with the spring water? Fortunately, her mother, the princess, is quite formidable, were it not for her mother's strength. Her Phoenix space would have had to wait until she turned 3 to achieve such growth. At that time, she could earn a little or perhaps await an elevation in her cultivation level. However, in this world devoid of spiritual energy, advancement seems utterly impossible. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial it is to have a mother endowed with divine assistance. While Mu Wanqing was lost in thought, she looked up, her eyes brightening. Why does the phoenix statue appear slightly different? The once vivid statue of the phoenix had a subtle change in its tail feathers, carved from an unknown stone. The statue was entirely a jade-white hue, now adorned with a blue mark the size of an infant's fingernail at its tail. Mu Wanqing summoned her spiritual energy and began to rub at the blue spot. Surely, she thought, a product of this space cannot fade. After scrubbing for quite some time, until her internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted, she sat on the ground, panting. Yet, the blue mark showed no signs of vanishing. What on earth is this?
I am utterly exhausted.
After resting for a while, she approached the small pool to sip some spiritual energy, nourishing her depleted meridians. Gradually, she felt her internal energy surging beyond what it was before. Mu Wanqing wandered about the space, hoping to discover any other changes. Whether the alterations were too minute to detect or whether there were indeed no changes at all, she could not ascertain. Ultimately, she ceased her search. Why expend such effort? When the time is right, it will naturally reveal itself. With that thought, Mu Wanqing exited the Phoenix space. However, upon her departure, something in a corner of the space trembled slightly. Once outside, Mu Wanqing froze in place. Who is this young lady before me? She is quite lovely. Kneeling before Su Guanqing was a girl of around 10 years old. She donned a delicate pink dress adorned with fireflies, her hair styled into twin buns, each adorned with a butterfly tassel pin, rendering her both charming and lively, hinting at an extraordinary beauty in her future. Qingyi knelt beside her, beginning to report the day's achievements. Your Highness, the ice heart hibiscus pendant, the plum blossom glass hairpin, the 8-treasured jade gourd, and the cloisonné coral have all been retrieved. However, the yun brocade was utilized by the Wanqing Marquis estate. 2 rolls in total, one for Miss Liu and the other for old Madame Liu. Madame Liu exchanged the inferior yun brocade for silver notes at the current market rate. All accounted for, it totals 50,000 taels. Please count, Your Highness. With that, Qingyi produced a bundle of silver notes. Su Guanqing raised an eyebrow, refraining from taking the notes. It appears to be quite a sum, yet considering the Wanqing Marquis lineage, acquiring 50,000 taels must have required some effort, no? Let the treasurer handle the silver notes. A mere 50,000 is not worth my personal counting. Beside her, Lu Xiru lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Yet, in a concealed corner, her eyes brimmed with hatred. Chapter 31. Lu Xiru covets the ice heart hibiscus pendant. Su Guanqing's brows knitted in displeasure. What is this all about? She had held a favorable impression of Lu Xiru. However, After hearing the little dumpling's inner thoughts, her fondness had evaporated entirely. No one wishes to witness their son adorned with the mark of betrayal. Qingyi sensed the princess's discontent. Her mind stirred. Miss Lu had previously been quite favored. In that moment, she realized her well-intentioned actions had borne ill consequences. Your Highness, Miss Lu expressed a desire to see you. Previously, you held her in high regard, so I took the liberty of bringing her in. Her voice grew softer with each word, sensing a punishment was inevitable. Yet, she bore no resentment towards the princess, as the princess's kindness towards her was profound. She ought not to speculate on the princess's sentiments. Your Highness, I am Sairu. Do you not remember me? Lu Sairu struggled to lift her head, her eyes slightly reddened, glistening with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. This is the same Lu Sairu who, on her wedding night, engaged in an affair with another man on her brother's wedding bed, allowing her brother to witness it. She is indeed quite beautiful. It is no wonder so many are enamored with her. Su Guanqing replied, such scandalous behavior? Were her son not the victim of this betrayal, she would likely find the tale even more riveting. Fortunately, Jingxi had already extricated himself from this predicament. Su Guanqing raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Should I be expected to remember you? Lu Sairu seemed incredulous. Could the cold individual before her truly be the beloved Long Princess? She stubbornly fought back the tears threatening to spill. With a quivering voice, she said, But you have always been so fond of Sairu, bestowing upon me numerous gifts each year. How could you forget me? As she spoke, she shook her head. Mu Wanqing was taken aback. Oh dear, her tears flow and retract at will. Such mastery. A sure candidate for the Oscar. If she were to grow up on Blue Star, she might outshine those actresses who possess beauty but lack talent. Su Guanqing thought, the little dumpling is once again voicing thoughts beyond her comprehension. Perhaps she implies that Lu Sairu is merely putting on an act? At this moment, Su Guanqing felt no affection for Lu Sairu. Rather, she harbored a hint of aversion. Surely, you understand the principle of loving the house and its crow. My affection for you stemmed from your engagement to my son. Now that the marriage has been dissolved, what reason do I have to continue? My wealth does not render me a fool. The term fool was something Su Guanqing had picked up from the little dumpling. Tears cascaded from Lu Sairu's eyes, but the dissolution of the marriage was never Sairu's intention. Marriage is a matter of great importance, determined by parental wishes and matchmaking. Sairu had no say in the matter. Pausing, she spoke resolutely. Sairu has always regarded you as a mother. Regardless of the engagement, I shall continue to show you respect. Another attempting to claim my mother. How infuriating. Su Guanqing mused. The little dumpling is feeling jealous. Impatiently, Su Guanqing interjected, just state your purpose directly. If Lu Sairu had no ulterior motive, she would find it hard to believe that the fall of the Su dynasty would not affect her. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sairu declared, I am immensely grateful for the eldest son's life-saving grace, and willingly accept marrying him. Even if he remains blind for life, I harbor no grievances. Moreover, I have cherished him since childhood. Mu Wanqing was left astounded. What kind of girl knows about love at such a young age? After all this time, she still has not gotten to the point. Young lady, does your mother know of your feelings? In her previous life, she, a 16-year-old girl, had no understanding of love or affection.
Su Guanqing volerte li agred.
Miss Lu, please get to the point. Regarding the marriage contract, it is to be handled by your mother in person. Lu Sairu, with a tone of urgency, continued, I desire the ice heart hibiscus pendant. I implore the Long Princess to part with it. I trust you have heard that I often suffer from nightmares, and only the ice heart hibiscus pendant can suppress them. Seeing the Long Princess's patience wearing thin, Lu Sairu was compelled to speak candidly. Su Guanqing nodded gravely. A pendant blessed by Master Shizhan is undoubtedly powerful. Lu Siro's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed that Her Highness, the princess, still held affection for her, as she had acquiesced to her request. On the other hand, Shangguan Qingcheng rolled her eyes, questioning the excitement. What are you thinking? Knowing that it is a rare opportunity, how dare you speak up? Who granted you such audacity? The treasure personally consecrated by Master Shizhan is priceless, and yet you presume to dream of it. Have you considered whether you are worthy? The familiar presence of the princess's mother had returned. I had thought she might show leniency towards Lu Siro. Lu Siro knelt upon the ground, tears cascading down like pearls severed from their string. She hastily prostrated herself in apology. Your Highness, I was foolish to hope. Understanding your folly is a start. Now, begone, lest you provoke my wrath. Shangguan Qingcheng possessed no compassion for Lu Siro, nor was she reluctant to reprimand her. It was merely that her opponent was too inexperienced. A bit of nurturing was in order before further chastisement. Lu Siro retorted, "Is this how you treat me?" Her gaze was fierce, hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. Why, despite her current state, would the princess remain unwilling to bestow upon her the ice heart lotus pendant? Was it merely a trinket? Why such stinginess? Moreover, the annulment of her betrothal was not her doing. She was merely a passive participant. Once the loathsome individual had departed, the air in the grand hall felt significantly more refreshing. The novel was not mistaken. Children of noble families are never simple, alas. If they are already so at a young age, what will they become when they grow older? While I relish gossip, I wish I could simply silence such people. Shangguan Qingqing remarked, "You, my dear little dumpling, are even more extraordinary. You are a little fairy." After Lu Siro's departure, Jingyi knelt to apologize, "Your Highness. It is all my fault. I should not have brought that person before you. Please, punish me as you see fit." Shangguan Qingqing pondered what penalty to impose. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened with inspiration. "You shall be forbidden from eating meat for a month." Qingyi felt as though her spirit had been drained.
Ah?
"Please, no. I cannot bear to live without meat. Meals are tasteless without it. A whole month without meat, please." Shangguan Qingqing's delicate face grew slightly vexed. "Do you dare voice your objections?" "And no, Your Highness," Qingyi replied, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling as though the world had lost its warmth. The princess was simply too cruel. Shangguan Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. "That is the best response." Qingyi departed to convey a message to her brother and mother, stating that the matter concerning Mufuma would be dealt with by the princess herself, sparing them from involvement. The events of the day were bound to reach her brother and mother soon. It would be far less entertaining if everything concluded too swiftly. The scoundrel still had some utility left for the little dumpling, as Qingyi composed herself and exited. Chapter 32 began. Mu Zhanpeng was about to face a streak of misfortune. On the 14th of July, the Ghost Festival, all academies granted a day off. Children, with their innocent eyes, feared encountering unclean entities. On this day, every household would caution their children against venturing outside once the sun had set. Meals were prepared early in the kitchen, and after a simple ancestral rite, families gathered for a reunion dinner.
Oh.
Not quite. Excluding the scoundrel father, there was also the long-absent third brother. Even Mu Wanqing herself could only fidget with her fingers, watching from the side. Steamed lamb, roasted chick, duck shreds and sauce. For happiness, meatballs, braised lion's head, roasted pigeon, Huainan beef soup. 3 individuals shared 12 dishes. 1 adult, 1 child, and 1 adolescent. How could they consume such greasy fare for dinner? All right, I admit I am envious. What is the most tragic situation in the world? It is not discovering that you are siblings by the same father but different mothers, nor vice versa, during a romantic interlude. Rather, it is being presented with delectable food, able to smell and see it, yet unable to taste it. I am neither a deity nor a demon. A mere whiff does not suffice to satiate my hunger. Shangguan Qingqing mused. In the past, I thought little of these dishes, but after the little dumpling's praise, they seemed to taste far more delightful. Mu Jingxi declared, "I am blind and cannot see." When Jia served the dishes for this young master, Mu Jingchuan chimed in, "Truly delicious." Serve the dishes? One must serve oneself to truly enjoy them. Just as Shangguan Qingqing and Mu Jingchuan prepared to have the servants serve the dishes, they silently grabbed their chopsticks to serve themselves.
Ah.
The pleasure of selecting what one enjoys is truly exquisite. Could it be? Is the eldest brother still pretending to be blind? Even mother is kept in the dark. How ungrateful. Mother would surely reprimand him. The expression on Mu Jingxi's face while eating was aggravating. He surreptitiously cast a blank stare at his mother, relieved that she had not overheard his sister's thoughts. It was not that he did not wish to speak. Rather, he had his own burdens to bear. Who knows when his mother's romantic inclinations might resurface? Mu Jingchuan asked, "Sister, is she so foolish that she might be beaten to death?" Shangguan Qingqing paused momentarily in her chewing of the roasted pigeon. He can see? How wonderful! After all, the little dumpling's spiritual spring water is quite formidable. How could it fail to heal? Gently, Shangguan Qingqing placed a piece of braised lion's head onto Mu Jingchuan's plate, saying tenderly, "Chuan, eat more of the braised lion's head. It will help you grow and excel in your studies in the future." It seemed that the little dumpling's presence had also subdued Mu Jingchuan's misfortunes, though it remained uncertain how long this would last. Being still young, she could not reveal her ability to hear thoughts. As Mu Jingchuan dropped the lion's head into his bowl, he exclaimed, "Mother, must I eat the braised lion's head?" Two heads are rather frightening. I do not want to become a monster. I have already endured enough ridicule. If I become a monster, I would surely be beaten to death. Do you not want to study properly?
Wanqing flatly countered.
Mother, if the second brother is unwilling to study, let him copy. Mu Jingchuan felt wronged. He had kept his secret from his elder brother, yet his brother had betrayed him. His heart ached. The little dumpling suddenly recalled a lesson from her past life. A good memory cannot replace a poor pen. One cannot learn to swim while standing on the shore. The well of knowledge is inexhaustible, and 3 days without practice leaves one rusty. It is better to enrich oneself with knowledge than to adorn oneself with jewels. A flower pot cannot yield a towering pine, nor can a courtyard nurture a steed that runs 1,000 miles. Second brother, you must strive harder. You are no longer a child. The weight of our family's responsibilities rests upon your shoulders. Shangguan Qingqing remarked, the little dumpling possesses impressive knowledge. She might not need to exert too much effort in the future. Mu Jingxi replied, I must admit, the fairy sister is quite remarkable. But could you please refrain from constantly reminding me of my feigned blindness? Thankfully, Mother cannot hear. Otherwise, a stir-fried bamboo shoot with meat would be unavoidable.
Mu Jingchuan lamented.
I wish I could be blind. What can I do? I do not want to study. Studying is simply too painful. His eyes darted around, suddenly sparkling with inspiration. Elder brother, I believe you would excel in your studies compared to me. Learning is indeed possible. You can teach me the principles. If I do not know something, it is fine as long as I can recite it and understand what it is. He turned to Shangguan Qingqing and asked Mother, do you agree with what I have said? Shangguan Qingqing raised an eyebrow. This braised lion's head is quite useful, though perhaps not in the most conventional sense. It is indeed good. You should add to your repertoire, both copying and reciting. I shall personally oversee your progress. There was no need for her to worry excessively about Mu Jingxi. His actions undoubtedly had their reasoning, and he surely had his own untold burdens. As his mother, she should be more understanding. Listening to your recitations is acceptable. Although I have been blind for several years, I completed the Analects by the age of 7. Mu Jingxi set down his chopsticks. Mu Jingchuan protested, then why is it only I who suffers? Second brother is truly foolish. Elder brother's demeanor exudes a scholarly air, while you, upon exiting, radiate a rogue's essence. That you are not beaten to death is a testament to mother's kindness. Mother, as the saying goes, golden canes bring forth good people. A continuous beating is what they need. The little dumpling continued to munch on her melon seeds while offering her commentary. Shangguan Qingqing, could it be that she is truly too gentle? Mu Jingxing, it has nothing to do with him. Mu Jingchuan, perhaps he should just take his sister away and discard her? This sister is utterly terrifying. One can scarcely imagine the burdens he would bear in the future. Infuriated, Mu Jingchuan consumed another bowl of rice. Today, Shangguan Qingqing, Mu Jingxing, and Mu Jingchuan once again received the tender care of Nai Tuanzi. After finishing their meal, Nai Tuanzi added a few drops of something to their tea. Sensing the familiar taste, the three of them silently indulged in an extra couple of cups. Thanks to Nai Tuanzi, they had eaten more rice. Thanks to Nai Tuanzi, they had drunk more water. Now, the three of them resembled a trio of bloated figures, leaning back in their chairs, propping up their bellies. What a feast! Nai Tuanzi, how exasperating. Second brother, with nothing to do, bring your studies here and read them to your elder brother. Mu Jingxing pondered the uniqueness of the dumpling, realizing that if he lacked the ability in the future, he would be unable to protect her. Although the dynasty belonged to their uncle's family, if a heartless emperor were to ascend, how could they safeguard themselves? It was up to the second brother to strive harder. Mu Jingchuan immediately straightened his back. Elder brother, are you a devil? I just finished my dinner. What? Mu Jingxing's tone was icy. Mu Jingchuan immediately cowered. Elder brother, I meant to say you are a good person, and it is my honor for you to help me. The next day, at noon, Mu Jingchuan dashed into Ruishua Tower. Mother, Mu Zhanpeng had a stroke of bad luck yesterday. It was particularly perilous, frightening several people. At that moment, Shangguan Qingqing was wiping Nai Tuanzi's face. What a mess she had made.
Oh.
Another juicy story. Mu Zhanpeng, the heroine's biological brother. Second brother. Hurry and tell us. Hurry. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled. She was finally getting a new piece of gossip. Shangguan Qingqing was also curious. Though worried her son might fall again, many people were discussing the matter today. After Mu Jingchuan finished his sentence, his expression was one of eagerness, urging them to inquire further. Chapter 33. Mu Zhanpeng was led by a ghost. Though second brother's storytelling skills are rather lacking, as long as the gossip is juicy, It suffices to satiate our curiosity. Heaven knows Nai Tuanzi was on the verge of losing her mind. The phoenix space could jump and run and even expand, but it was somewhat dull.
Slap.
Shangguan Qingcheng smacked Mu Jingchuan on the back of his head. You wretched child. Learning nothing good, only emulating your sister.
Speak.
Mu Jingchuan rubbed the back of his head. Oh. He found a stool to sit on. It was said that yesterday Mu Zhanping had not eaten dinner yet, and he was insisting on urinating. He absolutely refused to use the chamber pot, and when his attendant accompanied him outside, he did not want to follow. The attendant, left with no choice, had to wait outside for Mu Zhanping. Time ticked by, and as darkness fell, the attendant began to sense something was amiss. Upon entering the outhouse, he found no trace of Mu Zhanping. The attendant searched all around the outhouse but found nothing. Preparing to report to Madame Zhang, he thought Mu Zhanping might have sneaked out to play. It was the night when the ghost gates opened, and the attendant was terrified. By a large tree in the yard, he saw a woman in white float past, laughing eerily with a chilling sound, sending shivers down his spine. The attendant was so frightened that he lost control of himself, collapsing to the ground and begging for mercy. By the time he regained his composure, the woman in white had vanished. He stumbled to report to Madame Zhang, but she did not believe him and even gave him a beating. When Madame Zhang sent someone to search, they only found one of Mu Zhanping's shoes in the courtyard. She assumed it had been stolen and wanted to report it. As the servant was about to leave, that strange voice echoed again in the courtyard, causing everyone to fearfully refrain from leaving the estate. A group of people formed a circle in the courtyard to search, but after a long time, they found nothing, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground. Until midnight. When the rooster of the neighboring house crowed, Mu Zhanping was in the courtyard, running around that large tree, going in circles, completely unresponsive to calls. At such a young age, his strength had become extraordinary. Several people could not hold him back. His bare feet were already bloodied and mangled, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, his speed unabated. Occasionally, he would exclaim, "You should die," or "I was wrong. Please spare me." The maids and servants screamed in terror. Mu Zhanping's expression shifted abruptly. "What are you screaming about? Come and join me. Want to you?" Those who had been screaming stared blankly and nodded, one by one joining Mu Zhanping's chaotic procession. Finally, the rooster crowed again. Mu Zhanping and the others suddenly snapped back to reality. The scene by the tree appeared to have changed, revealing a dry well. At dawn, a timid young servant reported to the authorities, and the officials fished out an extremely decayed corpse from the dry well. Many speculated that Madame Zhang, being jealous, had killed her husband's concubine and tossed her into the well, leading to such an outcome. Her son had borne the consequences for her. Coincidentally, it was the day the ghost gates opened, and that concubine had returned for vengeance. After regaining consciousness, Mu Zhanping remembered none of his actions, only that he had been eating. His bloodied feet throbbed with pain upon touching the ground, causing him to cry uncontrollably, thinking he had been beaten. Although the wounds on his feet were clearly self-inflicted. Terrified, Madame Zhang invited numerous Taoists and monks. Mu Jingchuan spoke until his throat was dry. He lifted the water from the table and drank deeply, before continuing. A succession of monks and Taoists entered, each shaking their heads. They proclaimed that the woman's resentment was too great and could only be suppressed with the blood of Mu Zhanping's father. The last statement was uttered in an exceedingly low voice. Mu Zhanping's father, was he not also his own father? Upon learning this, their mother would surely be heartbroken. Wouldn't she? Mu Jingchuan cautiously glanced at Shangguan Qingcheng. Surely, their mother was unaware of this news? Let me bear this burden alone in silence. Shangguan Qingcheng appeared deep in thought. So it requires the blood of that deceased man? Yet that man should still be in hiding, shouldn't he? I am quite eager to see the reactions of that scoundrel and that shameless woman. Mu Wanqing was very excited.
Wow, wow, wow.
Do ghosts and deities exist even in the Great Xia? Are they real or just a figment? However, I am quite looking forward to the scoundrel father's performance. Wouldn't his face scare people more than ghosts? He must be far more terrifying. Alas, the unfortunate second brother has finally told a somewhat complete story. This gossip is quite good. I would rate it an 8, with 1 point for friendship and 7 for the unfortunate Mu Zhanping. Yet, it remains unknown whether this misfortune was originally Mu Zhanping's calamity or the unfortunate second brother's. Mu Jingchuan. So he is only worth 1 point then? Shangguan Qingcheng was intrigued, pondering what reason they would use to confront the scoundrel father. Isn't Mu Zhanping's father a traveling merchant? It would take time to find him, wouldn't it? My dear princess mother is truly naive. That man is the same as my father. I wonder if the scoundrel father will show up. Given his level of concern for his concubine's children, he would undoubtedly come. If he could poison elder brother, what else could he not do? Thankfully, elder brother is lucky. He has only lost his sight. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. We, who are merely pawns for Mu Lianxiao, share the same tragic fate. If it weren't for the princess mother's infatuation with love, things wouldn't have turned out this way, would they? Shangguan Qingcheng unconsciously ground her teeth. She finally understood why he could see, yet chose not to be honest with her. It was to spare her feelings. She finally grasped why. When she insisted on continuing the investigation that year, Jingxing had knelt and begged her to stop. She finally comprehended why that pond of koi could perish. Clearly, that poison was extraordinary. Mu Jingchuan, it turns out neither elder brother nor he had a favorable outcome. So elder brother's poison was personally administered by that man. How could he be so cruel? At this moment, Mu Jingchuan's heart underwent a profound transformation. The princess mother and that little billion have fallen out. Has she reached the point where hearing the name little billion makes her teeth grind? Indeed, the relationship between the concubine and the legitimate wife has been adversarial throughout history. The princess's mother is justified in her disdain for her. However, were I in her position, I would undoubtedly express gratitude toward Xiao Billion. Rubbish belongs in the trash bin. And Xiao Billion's willingness to reclaim it can be seen as a contribution to the population of Daxia, akin to a tadpole's offering. Shangguan Qingcheng, should she feel pleased? One would think so. Indeed, rubbish ought to be discarded properly. There is no disputing that. Yet, Shangguan Qingcheng's heart is a tumult of conflicting emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. Mu Jingchuan, that must be contingent upon the mother being aware of it. However, given that mother has chastised that scoundrel father twice, as their feelings have waned, it is conceivable that she could finally rid herself of him. The more he contemplated it, the more appealing the thought became. Imagining a future devoid of a father, with only a mother by his side, surely seemed delightful. Mute me, is the princess's residence unable to accommodate me? Shall I take my leave then? Chapter 34, Mu Wanqing's first solid food. In the 13th year of Jingda, Daxia, on the 15th of November, the half-year-old Mu Wanqing could crawl and even utter a few simple words. Most delightfully, she was now able to partake in solid food. At that moment, Mu Wanqing sat in her designated chair, on Zai's lap, waving her chubby little hands, her bright, dark eyes fixated on the delicacies before her. Saliva glistening at the corners of her mouth. Come on! Noticing that her mother, the princess, was silent and her designated assistant dared not move the chopsticks, she grew increasingly anxious, resorting to uttering words. Shangguan Qingcheng could not help but chuckle. In the 6 months since the little dumpling's birth, she had already expressed her yearning for food countless times. More. Mu Wanqing pointed with her tender little hands at the various meats she wished to devour. They're all mine. All mine. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can eat. Shangguan Qingcheng, this little dumpling is quite insistent. Reluctantly, she tore off small pieces of the selected meats and placed them in the bowl before Mu Wanqing. The little one watched as what could have been consumed in one bite was now divided into countless morsels. Her mouth twisted in irritation. How could one be so stingy? However, her hands were swifter than her thoughts, and she quickly grasped the shredded meat, shoving it into her mouth. Initially, it was difficult to swallow. After a few attempts, she finally succeeded in getting some down. Yet her clothes were stained. Well, that's not my fault. It must be because my mother dressed me too warmly. The guilt that briefly crossed Mu Wanqing's face vanished almost instantly as she closed her eyes, relishing the taste of the meat. With only one tiny milk tooth, she had to savor each bite slowly. Ah, this is delicious. After half a year of waiting, I finally get to taste the royal chef's cooking. This meat is exquisite, though it could use a bit of chili. Shangguan Qingcheng. In November, the capital experienced a sudden drop in temperature, becoming exceedingly cold. Thus, the little dumpling was dressed in layer upon layer of clothing. However, what was this chili she spoke of? She had never heard of it.
Luckily, I'm clever.
I only ordered one type of meat. 3 pieces. That should last me a while. Why did I only order 3? I should have ordered everything. Before long, the little dumpling had polished off the 3 strands of meat. Eager for more delicacies, she carelessly sampled various flavors and swallowed the meat whole. Your Highness, please slow down. Be careful not to choke. Zai exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. Surely, such a large mouthful would be uncomfortable. Ha! Nonsense, how could I choke? I am, after all, a former expert. Speaking too much brings tears. Nevertheless, in this realm of Daxia, I am comparable to the most formidable of masters. Just days prior, Mu Wanqing had sensed a shift in her cultivation. Perhaps a breakthrough was imminent. Shangguan Qingqing, do elaborate on your past. Don't leave us hanging. Half-hearted tales leave the taste of deliciousness wanting. You mentioned you could rival the masters of Daxia? A half-year-old dumpling? She can barely walk. Such a significant occasion naturally calls for the presence of Mu Jingxiu and Mu Jingchuan. Mu Jingxiu, upon hearing the little dumpling's thoughts, had no doubts. It felt entirely reasonable to him. Mu Jingchuan's eyes sparkled. So, my little sister is this formidable. I wonder how great the opportunity to learn martial arts from her might be. The little dumpling pointed excitedly at the feast laid before her, indicating each dish in turn. Even a sliver would satisfy her. In the face of delicacies, children make choices. I am no ordinary child. Naturally, I desire everything. Shangguan Qingqing, am I spoiling the little dumpling too much? Fortunately, she had consulted the physician beforehand about what was permissible for the little one to eat. Given Mu Wanqing's character, she was bound to desire everything in sight. Mu Wanqing was not picky. Whatever was presented would suffice. After indulging for a full half hour, she finally felt some measure of contentment. Why do I only have one stomach? While cows possess four. It takes so little to fill me up. I feel so weak. Woe is me. Shangguan Qingqing, should she cry or laugh? This little dumpling is simply delightful. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and buried her face in a handkerchief, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Mi Jingxi, my little sister is simply too adorable. I must hold back, otherwise, she will be disheartened. Ignoring his flushed cheeks, he remained quite serious.
Mu Jingchuan, ha.
This is too funny. He could no longer restrain himself. The previously composed Shangguan Qingqing and Mu Jingxiu exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in unison. Realizing that Mu Jingchuan was indeed able to hear the little dumpling's thoughts. In an instant, Mu Jingchuan refrained from laughing. He quickly soothed her, little sister, when you grow older, I shall take you to savor every delicacy in the capital. Mu Wanqing raised an eyebrow.
Don't try to deceive me.
I'm being serious. I will definitely take you. The unfortunate second brother, looking quite impoverished, seemed unreliable. However, surely he could manage some snacks, right? Strangely enough, Mu Jingchuan caught a hint of disdain in his little sister's gaze. Though I may be poor, our mother is quite wealthy. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she turned to Shangguan Qingqing, as if to say, Mother, is what my unfortunate second brother said true? Will you provide the funds? Shangguan Qingqing, I am indeed quite wealthy. What concern is that of yours? In truth, she was rather financially constrained, yet the little dumpling possessed a considerable fortune. Mu Wanqing's face was a tapestry of confusion. When had she amassed such wealth? The gifts from those individuals? Keeping them seemed of little use. Exchanging them for money to buy food was certainly an option. Shangguan Qingqing playfully pinched the little dumpling's nose, affectionately stating, Your emperor uncle granted you the title of Jade County Princess during your full-month feast, with a food allowance of 300 stones annually. Mu Wanqing was overjoyed. Is it really so impressive? I thought it was merely a trivial amount of grain. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Without knowledge, one is plagued by worries. Mu Jingxiu, I feel no jealousy, but the dumpling's knowledge is remarkable. Mu Jingchuan, wow, my little sister speaks with such wisdom. Why must I toil away in my studies? At that moment, the little dumpling cast an even more disdainful look at Mu Jingchuan. So, you're utterly useless. Perhaps you'll have to rely on me for sustenance. Mu Jingchuan, he felt quite exasperated. Why must he decipher the meaning behind his little sister's gaze? Could he truly pretend to be oblivious? Mu Wanqing's inaugural experience with solid food was filled with both joy and frustration. Now, at half a year old, she was growing, and by the time she turned one, she would be able to eat more. With her cleverness, walking would come in due time. If only she had a steed. Thus, she could eat while sitting on the go or reclining, such bliss. Chapter 35 Shangguan Qingqing, this is my own flesh and blood. Yesterday, Mu Wanqing was filled with joy. But today she finds herself in dire straits. In the early morning, while still ensconced in slumber, Mu Wanqing felt an unbearable bloating in her abdomen. Once a formidable figure of the transformation stage, she had not experienced such discomfort since embarking on her path to immortality. In her dreams, she tirelessly sought a favorable location, hoping to transform the heavenly gifts of food into a product of bodily function akin to a piston mechanism. Yet her search proved fruitless. The embrace of her mother, the princess, was no remedy. Her elder brother's writing desk yielded no relief either. The treasure chest of her second brother seemed somewhat promising. What was that sparkling golden object ahead? And the soft cloth of Wanqing. Surely that would be even better. Mu Wanqing hurriedly crawled toward it, but no matter how she tried, she could not reach it, as a formidable yellow mass obstructed her way. Panic ensued. Yellow clay monster, step aside. My lady's gate is about to burst.
Frustrated, Mu Wanqing fumed.
How could such a gossamer thin barrier withstand the onslaught of a rushing torrent of mud and stones? Leave. The voice was somewhat indistinct, yet it sounded achingly familiar. Who could it be? In my circle, there shouldn't be such a monster made of muck, right?
Nurankai.
Mu Wanqing lay there, staring up with a fierce expression, though she appeared utterly adorable. What a fool. Must you insist on obstructing me? I may not be a scholar, but I understand shame. You are forcing me to abandon civility. I am but a half-year-old infant. What need have I for modesty? Oh, since that is the case, I shall no longer be polite. It's suffocating me. With that, a torrent of mud and stones erupted forth. What a relief. The floodgates had finally reached their limit. Shangguan Qingcheng, who was in the midst of changing Mu Wanqing's diaper, gasped in horror. Just 2 days prior, she had painstakingly repaired that exquisite, light yellow brocade.
Now.
It lay thoroughly soiled. Good heavens! What kind of celestial daughter is this? She thought, believing the little bundle to be the reincarnation of a fairy, albeit quite clever. Each time the little one relieved herself, she would weep. Thus, Shangguan Qingcheng had taken it upon herself to change Mu Wanqing's diaper, a task she had only previously done for her first child, while the other two had been tended to by maids and nurses. Now, utterly at a loss, Shangguan Qingcheng beseeched the heavens, please, save me. Drenched in filth and overwhelmed by an atrocious stench, both Wu Nemo and Zai were visibly anxious. For this was indeed their responsibility. Zai tentatively suggested, Your Highness, perhaps you should go and wash up. Mu Wanqing awoke, startled by the foul odor. Just as she had finally relaxed and prepared to drift back into slumber, she felt as though she were enveloped by a veritable cloud of excrement. Struggling, she managed to awaken. Once she regained consciousness, Mu Wanqing was bewildered. Indeed, she was surrounded by an appalling stench emanating from her mother, the princess. It was quite inconceivable. How could someone so enamored with beauty allow herself to be in such a state? Oh, dear mother, look at yourself. Have you any intention of suffocating your own daughter? You have no other daughter but me. If you suffocate me, you will be left without a child. Neither grandmother nor the emperor will permit such a fate. Alas! I am so small that I cannot even run away from home. Perhaps, dear mother, if you could bear with me a little longer. Once I am able to walk and run, I shall leave of my own accord. Shangguan Qingcheng, who is responsible for this mess? The culprit dares to claim she wishes to suffocate her daughter. The snow of June cannot adequately express her grievance. Shangguan Qingcheng truly wished to reprimand the child, especially this one who had just turned half a year old and already expressed a desire to flee from home. After glancing at the child in Zai's arms, she silently retrieved her ledger and noted a tally against the little one. The ledger was rather thick, likely containing hundreds of entries. Gazing at the freshly cleaned, rosy flesh, she wondered if perhaps a light slap would suffice to relieve her frustration. Does the princess not fear the smell? Is she practicing her self-control? Such audacity! Those past companions of mine were never this ruthless. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Qingcheng restrained herself. She is my own flesh and blood. My own child. She repeated this mantra in her mind, waiting for her emotions to settle somewhat. Through gritted teeth, she commanded, Qingyi, prepare water. Yes. Qingyi responded promptly and withdrew. The maid began to remove Shangguan Qingcheng's garments, draping her in a grand cloak before she commenced her bath. As the room filled with steam, her skin became as smooth as moonlight. At that moment, Mu Wanqing finally realized that she had mistaken her mother's embrace for that yellow mass, leading to her unfortunate release. But why had this occurred? The bodies of mortal infants are indeed quite fragile. In her past life, had it not been for the beggar who cared for her, she might have succumbed long ago. Today, it must be a stomach upset. After all, it was her first experience with solid food yesterday, and it was only natural to be unaccustomed. Yet, she could not help but feel that her mother, the princess, was enduring unnecessary discomfort. Surely, her mother would be willing to bear it. Now dressed and presentable, Mu Wanqing gazed at the solitary bowl of white congee on the table, her mood somewhat soured. Her mind was filled with questions. Where is the meat? My meat? Just as I was allowed to taste it, I am now denied? How can this be? Having just emerged from her bath, Shangguan Qingcheng heard her daughter's thoughts and scoffed inwardly. You wish for meat? How dare you? After such a mess, you expect to indulge? Seated opposite the little one, Shangguan Qingqing watched as Mu Wanqing sipped her kanji. Oh, dear. My poor little tummy, how you have suffered. Please bear with it for just a moment longer. With a satisfying gulp, Mu Wanqing consumed the kanji that Zaib offered.
Ah.
It is truly delicious, rivaling even meat. One must admit, the royal chef's skills are remarkable. After only a few bites, she felt quite full. Yet, Mu Wanqing was convinced her belly could accommodate a bit more. After a moment of forced endurance, the contents of her throat surged forth, reaching her mouth. Determined, Mu Wanqing swallowed hard, resolving not to let the food escape. I cannot let this precious sustenance go to waste. However, as she swallowed a little, much more came bubbling back up. Again and again, she struggled against the tide, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her face flushed crimson, appearing as though she might burst at any moment. Shangguan Qingqing, in a state of panic, swiftly rose and commanded Qingying.
Quick.
Pry open Qing'er's mouth and let her expel what is inside. Little princess, be good. Let us spit it out, shall we? Zhao gently coaxed. Mu Wanqing shook her head vehemently. She had no intention of complying. After enduring so much discomfort, why should she expel it? Would that not render her suffering in vain? Qingying was cautious not to apply too much force, fearing it might hurt the young princess. Yet, Mu Wanqing's skin was so delicate that even the slightest pinch left visible marks on her rosy cheeks. After much struggle, Mu Wanqing ultimately triumphed, swallowing the kanji that had surged into her mouth once more. At last, it has gone down. Is my stomach perhaps a tad too small? If I stretch it a bit each day, surely it will grow, right? Shangguan Qingqing was both amused and exasperated. What a peculiar daughter she had birthed. Chapter 36. A child of extraordinary intellect. Mother, sister. Mu Jingchuan rushed into Ruishua Tower in a flurry. Ever since donning the precious item gifted by his sister, he had not experienced a single misfortune. However, he often witnessed Mu Zhanping suffering misadventures at the academy. Mu Jingchuan took great pleasure in taunting him on several occasions, which alleviated his own frustrations considerably. For the time being, he decided to bide his time. Once his sister grew a bit older, she would undoubtedly teach Mu Zhanping a lesson. From the whispers of his sister, it was clear that the family of the external room possessed a remarkable aura, akin to that of an indomitable insect that he could not contend with. Though the exact nature of the little creature remains a mystery, the very essence of its name suggests a duality of both virtue and vice. Shangguan Qingqing chuckled softly, glancing at Mu Jingchuan. You mischievous rascal. Why can't you emulate your elder brother's composure? With that, she shook her head in resignation. Children are indeed a burden. Yet, her facial expression radiated an undeniable sense of contentment. Mu Wanqing gazed at Mu Jingchuan with sparkling eyes, her enthusiasm palpable. Each visit she made was marked by the novelty of a different melon he would bring. Mu Jingchuan flashed a smile at his mother before darting over to his sister. Teasing, silly sister, how many times must I tell you? It's erge, not ear. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes in response. Am I not aware it's erge? My tongue just won to cooperate. If it weren't for the melons you bring to amuse me, would I even bother calling you? Please, I'm just half a year old. I'm not some clever little monster. Internally, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but grumble. Shangguan Qingqing, her smile unwavering, replied, You are not a clever little monster. You are a bright and adorable little fairy. Mu Jingchuan quipped, so every time my sister beams at him, she is secretly cursing him in her heart? Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that this was his only sister, deserving of his utmost affection. With that thought, he abandoned any pretense and spoke candidly. From my observations, Father's mood has been quite pleasant these past few days. Instantly, Mu Wanqing lost interest, internally scoffing, What kind of gossip is this? How dull. What a waste of my effort to twist my tongue to shout. Mu Jingchuan added, So even a mere mention of year is a reward for him? Perhaps I should cease indulging him. That tiny creature cries in the most unsightly manner. Shangguan Qingqing's smile faltered. Ever since the arrival of the little one, her expressions had been a whirlwind, difficult to keep in check. After all, the little one continuously challenged her perceptions. However, this time, it was evident that erge had brought nothing of merit. A trace of disappointment flickered in Shangguan Qingqing's gaze. Mu Jingchuan felt a chill in his heart, suspecting that his mother had perhaps picked up the child from some obscure corner. Alas, what else could he expect from his own mother and sister? Thus, he continued, Father ventured out today, clearly in high spirits, sneaking out through the back door. I followed discreetly and saw him enter the courtyard of Mu Zhanping and his kin. He intended to say that father had gone to his concubine's residence, but upon reflection, he decided against it, knowing it would sadden his mother.
Oh,
Has he finally succumbed? After that lightning strike, the skin above his shoulders was utterly charred. Now, unable to resist again, mother, give him a good thrashing. Or better yet, have him castrated, so that our uncle, the emperor, can assign him menial tasks in the palace. Men must not be coddled. The age-old truth remains unchanged. Wealth breeds corruption. Shangguan Qingqing pondered who might have imparted such ideas to the little one. The child was a reincarnated fairy, thus could not possibly have learned such sordid matters. Her gaze shifted to the chattering boy beside her, who bore a resemblance to her. It was undoubtedly he who had taught her. Mu Jingchuan exclaimed, "What a grave injustice! Mother, I am being wronged." At this moment, he felt an inexplicable chill, wondering how his own sister could be so ruthless. He resolved never to offend her again. The thought struck deep within him. Terrifying, indeed. Let us head out to the streets. Does sister wish to go shopping? Mu Jingchuan's heart leaped with joy. Every outing with his sister promised excitement. However, their mother was often reluctant to allow them to take her out. Mu Wanqing pointed towards the entrance of Ruishua building, exhaling a single word with great emphasis. Go. Perhaps my arrival has altered the fates of everyone in the princess's residence, save for that scoundrel father. Some things may change, while others may come to pass sooner than expected. That scoundrel father seeking out Xiao Bilian must surely be for a rendezvous. I wonder, what could his intentions possibly be? Shangguan Qingqing and Mu Jingchuan instinctively lowered their breaths, fearful of disturbing the little one's contemplation. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing remembered. How could I have forgotten? Our clever little external lady would never be able to hold back. Let's go. We must see this spectacle. How could they resist witnessing the excitement?
Mu Jingchuan.
Assuming the role of a translator for the infant, declared, "Mother, sister wishes to go out to play." In truth, she was eager to see a performance. A thought he kept to himself. Shangguan Qingqing, intrigued by the prospect of entertainment, readily agreed. Let us go. She instructed a few of her trusted attendants. Stay close to the second young master and the princess. In reality, she was concerned that becoming too engrossed in the performance might lead to losing the little one. The group wrapped themselves in thick cloaks and exited the princess's residence. This was Mu Wanqing's second venture into the streets. Despite her desire to explore, her small stature was a limitation. This time, she observed the wares being sold along the street with particular attention, especially the food. In the near future, she would savor the delights of every alley and avenue. Let us go that way. Mu Wanqing pointed towards East Street, directing the group as they meandered through the city. They arrived at the heart of the capital, which was divided into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. At the very center of these districts lay a vast commercial plaza, teeming with visitors, including merchants from distant lands. In the center of the plaza stood a grand circular platform, utilized for significant events or announcements. Here, news spread rapidly and widely. Upon the platform stood a man and a woman. The man wore a mask while the woman possessed an air of grace. Beside them stood a young boy, and the woman cradled an infant girl of only a few months. Surely, this must be the scoundrel father and his external lady. TSK. Look at their family of 4, so blissful. Just look at that scoundrel father's beaming face. Mu Jingchuan's gaze was fixed intently on the figures on the platform. His former best friend turned out to be his half-brother. How absurd. Even though Shangguan Qingqing had come to terms with the situation, she could not overlook the irony of the woman she had once cherished like a sister, now wearing a smile that mocked her. How tragic it was that she had welcomed her into her home, only for her to take her place in her husband's bed. What could possibly be happening? You might not know, but the blessed girl of the capital is here to offer us blessings. Surely, you must have consumed some foul liquor to think a mere infant could provide blessings? How could a baby that can barely speak be of any significance? By the age of half a year, they can articulate complete thoughts and even compose poetry. Is that not a sign of immense fortune? Such a girl would undoubtedly be remarkable as she grew. The man in the center of the platform spoke, "Dear townsfolk, I trust you have all heard of our family's purpose here today." At this moment, Mu Deming, standing proudly on the platform, was brimming with confidence. Months prior, he had suffered great humiliation at the gates of the princess's residence, and his visage had since been transformed with a new face. Yet that was all in the past. From this day forth, he, Mu Deming, would rise to prominence in the capital, thanks to his precious daughter, Lian Xiao. He raised his head high and stood tall, exuding the charm of a dashing young man. With a gesture to silence the crowd, he continued, "My daughter, Mu Lianxiao, can read and write at 6 months old, composing poetry and prose with ease." At 6 months, reading and writing? Composing poetry? Surely. Even the storytellers would not dare to claim such feats. When my son was merely 6 months old, he had yet to utter a single word. Perhaps your son is simply slow-witted. After all, she is the daughter of fortuity.
And what is so unusual about that?
It is indeed true. The niece of my neighbor's uncle's cousin's nephew, who resides next door to the daughter of fortuity, often speaks of her remarkable fluency. Upon hearing the gossip, Mu Jingchuan whispered, "Sister, is she truly that exceptional? At just 6 months, she possesses such prowess? As someone who has attended school for several years, I wouldn't dare boast so." Shangguan Qingchen clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, wrinkling it with frustration. That foolish man. Is he truly attempting to harm his own daughter because of that enchanting creature? Hearing her unfortunate second brother's words, Mu Wanqing felt momentarily speechless. Do you believe I possess the extraordinary wit of the protagonist? I'm merely 6 months old. How could I possibly speak? Is it not akin to playing a lute to a cow?
Bah.
Am I merely talking to myself? Use that pig brain of yours. She is the protagonist. What is impossible for her? Shangguan Qingchen remarked. So, Mu Lianxiao is a solitary spirit from elsewhere? Unlike her daughter, who is a little fairy.
Mu Jingchuan mused.
With so many remarkable individuals, why not add one more? I too wish to be extraordinary. Mu Demii, basking in the flattery of the crowd praising his precious daughter, continued. My daughter Lianxiao not only excels in poetry and literature, but also possesses a modicum of divination. She has foretold that this winter will be exceptionally cold, with a heavy snowfall lasting 10 days in a fortnight. Thus, she has decided to use her tiny form to pray for the well-being of the common folk of our great Xia. Upon hearing this, many in the audience were thrown into a state of panic. They were ordinary folk, harboring an intense fear of natural disasters. Each heavy snowfall claimed countless lives, with some perishing in their sleep, never to awaken again. Many sought to avoid such calamities. Is it true? No wonder this year's weather feels unusually frigid. It seems a disaster is impending. Disasters are sent to punish humanity, is it not? The crowd buzzed with speculation, though some remained clear-headed. Who believes you? Just because you say there will be heavy snow for 10 days, does that make it so? Indeed. Such a young child spreading such ominous words, inciting panic. I suspect you have ulterior motives. As the murmurs spread, many began to realize the absurdity. How could a 6-month-old child be capable of such things? Only a demon could achieve this. Mu Lianxiao sensed the tide turning against her and grew increasingly dissatisfied with her bumbling father for his foolish words. She had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Cradled in Zhang Zuelian's arms, she gazed down at the crowd with eyes that belied her infant status. With a sweet, innocent voice, she began, in the great Xia, calamity descends with bitter cold, snow blanketing the fertile fields in ruthless destruction. The literati exchanged glances, and only Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes heavenward. This line was penned during the great snowfall of 2008 during the snow disaster. The protagonist used this very verse to initially infiltrate the circles of the literati. Mu Jingchuan felt an overwhelming envy. He too desired such abilities. Shangguan Qingcheng was lost in thought. The servants and maids silently observed the spectacle, understanding they had no place in such matters. The crowd remained skeptical, questioning how such verses could flow from the lips of an infant. The calamities of the great Xia bring relentless cold, snow ruthlessly ravaging the fertile fields, they mused. This verse painted a vivid image of the ferocious snowstorm. Indeed, she must be a child prodigy. Then it follows that the daughter of Fortuity's prediction of heavy snowfall may indeed hold truth. How could a newborn have witnessed such scenes? Many began to believe in Mu Lianxiao's identity as the daughter of Fortuity, though some remained unconvinced. After all, she had only spoken a single line.
Could it not have been relayed by another?
A mere verse cannot substantiate her identity. Let us see some tangible proof. I am the fortunate man, after all. Can you compose poetry? Of course not. Listen closely. In the capital, one earns. In the capital, one spends. Come New Year, I find myself broke. Laughter erupted among the crowd. What kind of verse is that? Does it not count? It is rather smooth, easy to recite, and quite comprehensible. Mu Wanqing found great amusement in such simple and accessible verses, for her education was limited. I like it too, Mu Jingchuan chimed in. Shangguan Qingcheng, returning from her reverie, pondered, if everyone were to write poetry thus, would our great Xia not become the laughingstock of other nations? Mu Lianxiao, unable to contain her pride, reflected on her former life as a science prodigy, having lived until the age of 20. She had been nearing her third year of university when a roommate mentioned that a character in her favorite novel, the adorable and fearsome little princess, shared her name and met a ghastly end. As a diligent student, she typically avoided such tales, but being young and curious, she stayed up late to read, only to find herself engrossed in the story. After several sleepless nights writing papers, she had an intense argument with her roommate, which led to a heart attack. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn. With a narrative unfolding, Mu Lianxiao had no desire to play the supporting role. She had crossed over. Why could she not be the protagonist, as her roommate claimed? In the late Tang dynasty, there had even been a female emperor. She could aspire to be the woman by the emperor's side, could she not? Chapter 38. The performance begins. Upon her arrival, she had overheard her biological mother expressing a desire to exchange her for a princess from the Long Princess Mansion. If successful, she would undoubtedly become the most cherished girl of the Shangguan dynasty. Unfortunately, her so-called mother was as dim-witted as a pig, and the plan failed. She later learned that the exchange was meant for her half-sister, born just minutes after her. Ultimately, the original owner of this body had been killed by that very sister, which fueled her desire for revenge. Mu Lianxiao envisioned a beautiful future. Speaking in her infantile voice, she attempted to remain calm. Esteemed guests, I understand your skepticism towards a girl who is still breastfeeding. However, I possess my own means to prove that I am the daughter of fortuity. Of course, you may choose not to believe me. After all, my tender age renders me incapable of grand deeds. When you find yourselves frozen to death, I shall not hold your disbelief against you, and will offer you my blessings. Mu Wanqing nearly burst into laughter. What a straightforward girl. Is she not cursing everyone to their demise? Surely she would be torn to pieces. Shangguan Xingcheng could not suppress the upward curve of her lips. This is your precious, wild child, Mu Demii. I shall see how long you can revel in your pride. Mu Jingchuan wished to shake his sister's head and inquire about what a straightforward girl meant, as he could not comprehend her oddities. Mu Lianxiao had undoubtedly stepped on a landmine with her words. Who would wish for another's death, let alone curse them? That she was not smacked dead was a testament to the hope of living a few more years. Yet, there would always be those with fiery tempers. Amidst the throng, a stout and imposing man bellowed, "Where did this wretched girl come from? Shouldn't she be nestled in her mother's embrace, sipping milk? At such a tender age, she has chosen to venture forth as a fraudster. Does she not fear stunting her growth?" Laughter erupted, as another chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Zhang, with her appearance, she ought to end up plying her trade in a brothel. We brothers would not disdain such a place, even if it were filthy. We could always visit a few more times."
Oh,
"Brotherly, how could you speak so?" retorted another. "That couple clearly does not belong to the common folk. They would not stoop to such a place. If they were to indulge, it would surely be at the esteemed Spring Breeze Pavilion." Before them, Mu Lianxiao stood, draped in a warm white cloak, her shoes embroidered with red plum blossoms. Her eyes sparkled with a fox-like charm, and her cherubic face was undeniably delightful. When she grows up, she will surely captivate many a man's soul. Mu Lianxiao was well aware of the significance of the Spring Breeze Pavilion, the most illustrious brothel in the capital, renowned for its enchanting courtesans who attracted countless suitors. She meticulously noted the figures of the two individuals in the audience, vowing that when she gained fame in the capital, they would find no refuge. With a subtle gesture, Mu Lianxiao signaled to her mother that it was time to execute the next plan. Zhang Xuelian nodded in agreement. As long as her daughter earned her rightful place, she would support her in all endeavors. Furthermore, her precious daughter was deserving of it. Zhang Xuelian embraced Mu Lianxiao and twirled her around in the center of the stage. The moon-white cloak flared out, lending an enchanting grace to her movements, captivating the onlookers. It was rare for a lady to exhibit such a lack of decorum in full view of the public, yet men, despite their feigned disdain, were thoroughly enchanted. Her figure belied the fact that she had borne 2 children. Indeed, in such a vast forest, all manner of creatures could be found, under the bright light of day. Before the gaze of the multitude, such shameless words were spoken. As Zhang Xuelian spun with her daughter, a flurry of colorful butterflies appeared, swirling around Mu Lianxiao in a mesmerizing dance. Some even alighted upon her, unafraid. Even Zhang Xuelian, holding her daughter, found herself graced by the butterflies' affection, with a few daring to land on her as well. Butterflies in winter? Each one more beautiful than the last, encircling her. Could it be that she truly was a harbinger of good fortune? The people of the Great Xia were deeply superstitious, and witnessing such a spectacle, many began to believe that Mu Lianxiao was indeed a girl of fortune. How could there be so many butterflies if she were not? Surely, she was destined for greatness. As Mu Lianxiao surveyed the crowd, noting that a significant portion had come to believe in her destiny, a sense of pride swelled within her. She silently thanked her roommate for insisting she watch the lengthy 81-episode drama about Empress Dowager Neogolu, with the identity of a girl of fortune. Her future endeavors would surely be facilitated. Goodness, these common folk are truly dim-witted and blind. Do they not see that the butterflies are emerging from the little girl's clothing? It is truly a hardship for little Billion, having to both cradle a child and manage her cloak. Otherwise, the butterflies would have perished from the cold, mused Shengguan Qingcheng. Shocked that Tuanzi had discerned this so readily, while she had merely suspected. The confused one was Mu Jingchuan, wondering why his sister only shared half of her thoughts. Naturally, it is due to the fragrance on her garments. However, in such frigid weather to employ such means, one can only hope it does not attract unwanted attention.
Moving Chuan Pandert, stand.
The method to entice the butterflies was, indeed, so simple. Shengguan Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. Thus, Tuanzi had summoned them not merely to witness the pretense of that family, but rather to enjoy the spectacle. Fortune girl, might you advise us on how to prepare for the impending snow calamity? Inquired Mu Wanqing, at a loss for words. Is it truly so simple that it requires inquiry? Are you possessed of a pig's brain? Replied Shengguan Qingcheng, who also wished to ask. Naturally, we must venture into the mountains to gather firewood, stockpile coal, and prepare provisions in case the snow obstructs our access to food. Additionally, the roofs must be repaired and the accumulated snow cleared diligently during the snowfall, Mu Lianxiao declared, her voice filled with confidence. Since you have called me a girl of fortune, I cannot stand idly by while you face disaster. First, from this day forth, let us ascend the mountains to gather firewood and prepare for the coming snow. Second, we must stockpile food to ensure we have sustenance in case we cannot procure any. Third, we must repair our roofs and diligently clear the snow during the snowfall. The crowd, hearing Mu Lianxiao's articulate suggestions, expressed their gratitude fervently. Thank you, fortune girl. Thank you, they exclaimed, their voices resonating with enthusiasm. Mu Dimiai and Zhang Xuelian reveled in their moment of glory, envisioning a bright future ahead. The only dissonance came from Mu Wanqing and her two sons, who were aware of the underlying truths, and the servants, who looked down upon the display. At this moment, Mu Wanqing, with her heightened senses, spotted a dark mass approaching from the left front.
Ah!
A spectacle is about to unfold. Is Mu Lianxiao prepared? Shengguan Qingcheng and Mu Jingchuan surveyed their surroundings, fully aware that the family on stage was about to face misfortune. Their anticipation was palpable, and they could hardly contain their eagerness. Chapter 39 Mu Wanqing. Oh dear, how tragic. The four members of the Mu Dimiai family, basking in the flattery of the onlookers, felt an unprecedented satisfaction of their vanity. Mu Lianxiao's eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction as she cast a glance towards a corner of the audience, where a maid held a young girl in her arms. She scoffed inwardly. What did it matter if her status was elevated? Being born into privilege was fortunate, but to live beautifully and ascend to greatness was the true victory. Just like now, in such a setting, she truly embodied the identity of a scholar. With a live leap, Mu Lianxiao shot a glance at Mu Wanqing, as if to say, and what of the princess? Even father still scorns you. I am still his cherished daughter. Mu Lianxiao's slight gesture did not escape Mu Wanqing's notice, yet she merely offered her signature innocent smile. Sister, do not pretend. It will lead to dire consequences. Mu Lianxiao failed to comprehend the playful smile that danced upon Mu Wanqing's lips. Why would she stoop to argue with a mere infant? The child could only laugh and cry, devoid of any intellect, a mere weeping babe. She, Mu Lianxiao, possessed centuries more knowledge and wisdom than that princess. What was there to fear? With this thought, Mu Lianxiao's smile grew ever brighter. Mu Dimiai, of course, had spotted Shengguan Qingcheng and her entourage. Wearing a mask, he was confident that the woman would not recognize him. It must be said that she was becoming increasingly beautiful, yet he could not approach her. The princess's airs were grand, but his Xuelian was kind and understanding, fulfilling his every desire. Mu Wanqing's senses were considerably sharper than the average person's. She had long felt a penetrating gaze directed at their position. They occupied a corner of the square, and though the crowd was formidable, it did not deter those who wished to observe. Noticing the presence of individuals from the princess's residence, they instinctively refrained from intruding. As the attention of the surrounding crowd shifted entirely to the stage and the newly emerged girl of fortune, Mu Wanqing's group became a mere background, receiving scant notice. Following the direction of that intense gaze, Mu Wanqing realized it was none other than her half-brother, Mu Zhanfeng, a child of an extramarital affair. He was hardly deserving of the title of brother. His eyes were fixated not on her, but rather on Mu Jingchuan, who was being cradled by a servant to her right. Was he frightened by the impending misfortune? Mu Wanqing peered through the unfortunate child to see what lay behind him.
Ah!
Something is drawing near, Shangguan Qingqing queried. What is it then? This obstinate child always loved to keep her guessing, igniting her impatience. Mu Jingchuan thought to himself that his sister could be exceedingly unlovable at times, always behaving in such a manner. It was infuriating. In contrast, at this moment, Mu Lianxiao was still reveling in her pretentiousness. Daughter of fortune, your wisdom truly knows no bounds. Even someone so young can comprehend so much. You articulate the strategies to cope with a snow disaster with such clarity. Your immense kindness and grace are beyond our ability to repay. We can only hold it dear in our hearts. Your kindness is beyond repayment. In the next life, I shall serve you as a humble beast of burden. If I were beautiful, I would offer myself to you. If I were unattractive and poor, I would still serve you in the next life.
Mu Wanqing silently scoffed.
How exceedingly realistic. Shangguan Qingqing remarked. It seems particularly insightful. The Yongkang Marquise is a prime example, is it not? When Jing Xiao was in good fortune, he sought to form an alliance through marriage. Yet once he lost his sight, he turned his back, breaking off the engagement.
Mu Wingchuan interjected. Astute.
Truly astute. His sister surpasses that so-called daughter of fortune by leaps and bounds. The flattery in the air continued unabated. In the distance, a dark cloud loomed ominously closer.
Oh.
After such a long wait, they are finally arriving. A group of inept fools. 10, 9, 8. The cries for the goddess to repay in the next life as a beast of burden echoed.
Goddess.
It was unclear who initiated the call, but soon a chorus of voices joined in.
Goddess.
Goddess. Goddess. Their fervor resembled that of a cult leader promoting a scheme. If this were on Blue Star, one could feast on free meals for several years. You all overestimate me. I am still young. Please do not hold me in such high regard, Mu Lianxiao humbly replied. Do not belittle yourself, goddess. Your abilities are indeed commendable, and we shall certainly revere you. Indeed, the goddess need not be modest. Mu Wanqing expressed her disdain. Tisk, tsk. Tsk, the goddess has appeared. Quickly witness her impending misfortune. I hope you can maintain your convictions. Suddenly, a mosquito of an extraordinary size approached Mu Lianxiao, sending her into a panic. Father, she exclaimed. Mu Demii was equally startled. He had never encountered a mosquito of such magnitude. After all, he had not seen any mosquitoes in over a decade since entering the princess's residence. Servants would typically handle such matters, not to mention the mosquito-repelling sachets available. Mu Demii hovered around Mu Lianxiao until he finally swatted the mosquito dead. However, as one fell, several more appeared. Those standing close by observed with curiosity. Why were there mosquitoes on such a cold day? And why were they so large? Those farther away could not see. Assuming it was merely the goddess in a state of blessing. Perhaps they are merely seeking sustenance? One mused. Do you believe that? The oversized mosquitoes multiplied, flocking around Mu Lianxiao. Each one landed upon her exposed skin, their stingers piercing her flesh, instantly swelling into welts. As she gazed at her palm, the welts multiplied, each growing to the size of a mung bean. If her hands bore such marks, one could only imagine her face. Finally, Mu Lianxiao could no longer contain herself and cried out, "Ah, get away!" Buzzing intensified as the number of mosquitoes swelled.
Ah!
Zhang Xuelian, who was embracing Mu Lianxiao, was the first to suffer the consequences. The mosquitoes bit her mercilessly, causing unbearable itching, and with her hands occupied, she could not swat them away. Thankfully, the mosquitoes appeared to prefer targeting Mu Lianxiao. How can this be? How can there be so many mosquitoes in winter? Mu Lianxiao couldn't believe it. Moreover, their size suggested they could not possibly be domesticated. Her thoughts raced. Was the heavens so unjust? She had only begun to attract attention, and now this calamity befell her. Was this truly the goddess? Look at her plight. How could a goddess be beset by such unknown mosquitoes? Even the most skilled may falter, perhaps. Before the speaker could finish, others nearby chimed in. Perhaps it is an aberration. Mu Wanqing looked upon the girl on stage. Pitiful. Truly pitiful. And this is just the beginning. Shangguan Qingqing questioned. Could there be more? Chapter 40. The female protagonist is hunted by all. The 4 individuals on the platform, save for Mu Demii, were all bitten to the point of being unrecognizable, resembling plump steamed buns. Those nearby retreated in fear of being caught in the fray. As the scene was utterly terrifying, they could see clearly from their vantage point. Mu Jianping cried out in despair, "Help!
Help!
And thus a swarm of mosquitoes surged into his open mouth. Overwhelmed, he rolled on the ground, crushing many mosquitoes in the process. Others attempted to call for help, but as they opened their mouths, more mosquitoes invaded. They could scarcely get a word out. Those below, of course, did not rush to assist. They merely observed, indulging in the spectacle, a trait inherent to human nature. Good heavens! How can there be so many enormous mosquitoes?
It's terrifying.
Each bite leaves a welt. Indeed. It's so dense it makes my scalp tingle. Will they perish? Better yet, such a girl dares to claim she is the daughter of fortune. If I discover who called her a goddess, I would not hesitate to end them. She is surely an aberration. Shengguan Qingcheng maintained a bemused smile throughout, as if she were merely a spectator. Yet, what thoughts lay hidden in her heart remained a mystery. Mu Jingchuan could hardly contain his joy. Finally, that family was suffering misfortune. Witnessing the scene of Mu Demii being bitten, he felt no pity. Instead, he thought, serves you right, let them sting you more. Death would be better. He had no desire for a father who only cared for a bastard child. Sister, look how miserable they are. They're worse.
Mu Wanqing.
Too lazy to engage further, merely responded with a nah. Indeed, it's quite tragic, so tragic I almost wish to bring some snacks to enjoy while watching. If these mosquitoes bite so many times, and if they carry any viruses, the scars would be uniquely artistic, much like my creations, she mused. Shengguan Qingcheng thought, is the little one's imagination too grotesque? She envisioned such a scene and promptly shook her head, dismissing the thought. How dreadful. Shengguan Qingcheng once again questioned the little one's taste. It was indeed hard to accept. However, if it were those few, she would welcome the outcome. Their existence was the root of all disgust. Never mind, this is simply too revolting. Dear mosquitoes, please sting them a few more times, but do not leave scars. For if I see them on the street, it would ruin my appetite. Shengguan Qingcheng was left speechless. What a peculiar daughter of the gods. Mu Jingchuan wholeheartedly agreed with his sister's sentiment. It was indeed repulsive. As the three of them contemplated their thoughts, the individuals on stage continued to be tormented by the mosquitoes. Why were these creatures only targeting this family of four? Had they committed some grievous offense deserving of divine wrath? Pretending to be the daughter of fortune and aspiring to be a goddess was not without consequences. The heavens were surely watching. Had they not sent an army of mosquitoes to deal with them? This reminded her of the prince of the Long Princess's residence, who had also incurred divine wrath and suffered heavenly retribution. After that incident, the atmosphere in the capital improved significantly. How could anyone dare? Why not dare? Many would sacrifice even their family for fame and fortune. The discussions among the crowd grew increasingly fervent as they wished to tear the individuals on stage apart.
Mu Liangkao.
Tormented by the bites, finally realized that the fragrance from her clothing had attracted the mosquitoes. At this moment, she found herself devoid of the energy to ponder whether mosquitoes also had an affinity for flowers. With great difficulty, Mu Lianxiao managed to utter, "Hurry, quickly remove your clothes." Their garments were all infused with various floral fragrances, emanating a delightful aroma. Mu Deming was the first to react, shedding his coat. His outerwear bore no scent, but after embracing Mu Lianxiao for a brief moment, he found himself leaving behind traces of her fragrance. Once he had disrobed, the mosquitoes indeed pursued his discarded attire, and the number of insects around him diminished significantly. Zhang Xuelian swiftly tore off the small cloak draped over Mu Lianxiao, reducing her attire to mere undergarments. The overwhelming scent emanating from Mu Lianxiao attracted the mosquitoes, resulting in Zhang Xuelian, who held her close, receiving more than her fair share of the mosquito swarm's attention. Mu Deming cradled Mu Lianxiao in his arms, shielding her. This girl was his auspicious charm for future promotions. She must not be allowed to catch a chill. As the family of four discarded their clothing, the swarm of mosquitoes gradually dispersed. Only then could they discern the appearance of those on stage. A mere glance was enough to induce nausea in many women. It was utterly revolting. The pustules on Zhang Xuelian's face were densely clustered, covering her entire visage. The once rosy complexion of her cheeks had turned pale and began to ooze, with some areas occasionally dripping a foul yellowish liquid, emitting a strong stench. The swelling of her eyelids forced her to squint to see. Her neck and hands were similarly afflicted. Mu Deming's mask had fallen off at some point, revealing a visage that was no less tragic than Zhang Xuelian's. The newly grown flesh appeared to be particularly appealing to the mosquitoes. His swollen eyes made even the simplest act of seeing a challenge. Mu Zhongping sat on the ground, weeping in pain. Occasionally, pus would fall into his open mouth, prompting him to retch uncontrollably. After returning from a bout of vomiting, Mu Jingchuan gasped, "Sister, perhaps we should refrain from consuming such melons in the future. It's truly too disgusting." Ever since he had ingested the spiritual spring water his sister provided, his senses had sharpened considerably, even at the edge of the square. He could see clearly. Mu Wanqing had already prepared for this, lying in Qingyun's embrace. To avoid disturbing her appetite, she opted not to witness the scene. Weak, pathetic. "It's your fault for being so weak," Mu Jingchuan retorted, feeling indignant that his sister would dare label him as weak. "Is that weakness? It's simply too revolting." He then glanced at the little bundle nestled in Qingyun's arms and discerned the truth. "Sister, please tell me you've been lying down all along? So it's just me who didn't see anything, while the servant held you the entire time." Mu Wanqing shot him a withering glance. "What else could I do? Why on earth would I want to witness such a disgusting spectacle? I've only just started eating solid foods. I wouldn't want such filth to ruin my appetite." At that moment, Shangguan Qingcheng's expression was far from pleasant. The scene was exceedingly repugnant. Fortunately, she had distanced herself from the scoundrel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to swallow anything in the presence of such a man. However, an inexplicable suspicion lingered in her heart. She felt that she had been deceived by the little bundle. Mu Jingchuan thought, well, it's his insatiable curiosity that has led to this. Meanwhile, the crowd at the square began to react, hurling vegetable leaves toward the stage. Fraud. A family of frauds. They are nothing but scoundrels. Smash them. Smash them. Chapter 41. The protagonist's delightful visit to the Yamen. In the capital's Yamen, the governor of Jingzhou had enjoyed a restful night and, upon rising, began to attend to some trivial matters before feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. With no pressing issues at hand, he decided to postpone further work until the afternoon, thinking to take a brief nap. After instructing his clerk and subordinates, he retreated to the back hall. After finishing a light lunch prepared by his concubine, he found her particularly charming that day and began to contemplate some intimate moments. Master, please come out. There's an urgent matter." Suddenly, the clerk outside shouted. The governor of Jingyao was startled, fearing something serious had occurred, and quickly inquired, "What is it?" "There's a report that someone in the central square is promoting evil and misleading the populace," the clerk replied from outside. The governor of Jingzhou was immediately infuriated. "This trivial matter can easily be handled by the constables. Why must it come to me?" he retorted angrily. "Master, it's the Long Princess who sent someone to report this," came the voice from outside.
"What?"
The governor was taken aback and promptly dressed to head out. The governors from various provinces were particularly unfortunate in the capital. While a governor usually held significant authority in a province, in this unique location, even a single reprimand could lead to several officials of lower rank being summoned. With the elite gathered, the position of the governor of Jingzhou required utmost caution. At this moment in the central square, the crowd was enraged.
"Fraud.
Impersonating a divine woman, attempting to deceive us. Do they truly think we are so gullible? Beat them." The atmosphere was charged with fury as some individuals began to hurl rotten vegetable leaves and spoiled eggs at Mu Deming's family. Foolish populace. Are you not the very ones who can be easily deceived?
Mu Wanqing mused to herself.
Mu Deming, Zhang Tsuilian, and the others were in a state of utter disarray, suffering greatly. "My daughter is indeed a divine woman." This was confirmed by Master Shichan, the esteemed monk of the Guagosi.
Mu Demon shouted emphatically.
Had it not been for Master Shichan's assertion, he would never have resorted to the perilous act of substituting his daughter for a prince, all in the hope of granting Mu Lianxiao a noble identity to facilitate her rise. Nonsense. How dare you slander Master Shichan? You think you can associate yourself with him? The crowd grew even angrier at his words. Master Shichan held immense prestige in the Great Xia, revered by many as a figure of divinity, and Mu Deming had only further incensed the crowd. Beat them to death. How dare they defame Master Shichan? As more objects rained down upon them, Zhang Suilian cradled Mu Lianxiao, trying to shield her from harm, yet they could not entirely escape the onslaught. A rotten egg struck Mu Lianxiao, and her eyes glinted with resentment. Alas, this family is truly miserable, Mu Wanqing thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Shangguan Qingcheng and Mu Jingchuan observed with cold indifference, harboring not a shred of sympathy. They deserved it. Impudent rabble. My husband is a man of noble standing. If you persist in your insolence, I shall have you all arrested. Zhang Suilian finally reached her breaking point and shouted angrily, straining her neck. She nearly revealed that her husband was the prince, but Mu Lianxiao quickly interjected, preventing a potential scandal. What a foolish mother I have, Mu Lianxiao thought. Her eyes filled with disdain. What noble person. If you have the capability, speak it aloud. The crowd below mocked her. Preposterous. Mu Deming furiously waved his sleeve. He was genuinely incensed. From a distance, he noticed a squad of soldiers rushing towards them. To his delight, he realized it was led personally by the governor of Jingzhou. Governor of Jingzhou, quickly arrest all these audacious rabble. He shouted enthusiastically. The governor of Jingzhou recognized the prince and, upon seeing his disheveled appearance, felt a sense of dread. Upon noticing Shangguan Qingcheng and her family watching the spectacle from below, he felt even more troubled. The report had made it clear that the individuals on stage were the offenders. So, the Long Princess had sent someone to report on the prince? Such familial disputes were the most challenging to navigate, as both sides were equally formidable. Alas! The governor of Jingzhou silently lamented, contemplating resignation and a return to rural life. Who could endure dealing with such trivial matters day in and day out? Master, what shall we do? The clerk asked quietly. What else can be done? It's evident who holds more power, the Long Princess or the prince, the governor of Jingzhou replied solemnly. Arrest them. Remember, we are apprehending those who disrupt the peace. The constables charged towards the stage, chains and shackles in hand, prepared to seize them. Zhang Suilian was struck with fear and hurriedly fled, clutching Mu Lianxiao tightly. Mu Deming's face darkened considerably. Governor of Jingzhou, do you not recognize the prince? He exclaimed in anger. What? You dare impersonate the prince? The governor thundered. You have the audacity to be so brazen. Seize them and take them away for punishment. The magistrate of Jingzhou displayed an expression of shock and exclaimed loudly. Mu Deming's complexion turned ashen, and before he could protest, he was shackled. Ha ha ha. The scoundrel father is finished. I wonder if he can withstand the severe punishments of the court, Mu Wanqing mocked with unrestrained glee. Shangguan Qingcheng maintained a stoic demeanor. Yet her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. No, I mustn't laugh. I am a princess and must exhibit decorum. Mother, your mouth is stretched to the base of your neck. Could you perhaps restrain yourself a little? Building joy upon the suffering of that scoundrel father is rather unbecoming. Shangguan Qingcheng pinched her thigh hard to suppress her laughter and shot a glare at Mu Wanqing. Princess, save me. Mu Deming suddenly cried out towards the princess. He feared the court's harsh punishment and was even more terrified that Zhang Suilian and Mu Lianxiao would not be able to endure it. He was aware that this matter was likely related to the princess, and thus chose to drop the pretense. Princess, are you acquainted with this man? The magistrate of Jingzhou feigned surprise as he inquired. If the princess were to intercede, then it would be settled. He certainly did not wish to truly apprehend the son-in-law. Shangguan Qingcheng cast a cold glance at Mu Deming, her face displaying disdain. How could such an exceedingly ugly person be worthy of acquaintance with this princess? Step away. The stench emanating from you could suffocate me. She scolded, covering her nose. Mu Deming's expression became rigid. Once so infatuated, he was now met with such utter disdain. How fickle. He could only look at Mu Jingchuan and Mu Wanqing with a pleading gaze. Jingchuan, Wanqing, you wouldn't also deny knowing me, would you? He hoped.
Who are you?
Mu Jingchuan frowned, his face contorted with disgust. What filthy beggar dares to call me by my siblings' names? Be careful, I don't slap you. Not a relative. Not a familiar face, I don't recognize you, Mu Wanqing chimed in. Mu Deming's face turned green. The bond of blood seemed so tenuous. Where is the justice in this? Mu Deming was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood in anger. You, he pointed at the three, at a loss for words. Since you do not recognize him, I shall take him away, the magistrate of Jingzhou said darkly and ordered his men to escort Mu Deming back to the office. Wait a moment, Shangguan Qingcheng suddenly interjected. Mu Deming's face lit up with hope. Has her conscience finally stirred? Just as he was about to tenderly call her my lady, Shangguan Qingcheng coldly declared, such a bold criminal must not be shown leniency. Let him endure whatever severe punishment is available. His bones are cheap and require thorough tempering. With a thud, Mu Deming's legs gave way beneath him, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 42, Li Shuang'er and Chen Jingshu's pregnancy. After enjoying the spectacle and consuming a rather unsavory melon, Mu Wanqing and the others decided to take a stroll to refresh their eyes. The group indulged in all sorts of purchases, for the princess's residence was not lacking in funds. Upon their return in the afternoon, the doorman reported. The wife of Lord Yongbua has come to deliver an invitation, stating she will be visiting tomorrow. This left Shangguan Qingcheng somewhat perplexed. After all, These two had frequently visited her at the princess's residence in the past, bringing her much amusement, but it had been a considerable time since their last visit. Could there be some matter at hand? At the Yongboi Marquise, clang.
Clang. Clang.
Chen Jingshu practiced with her spear in the courtyard, engaging in her unique morning routine. Li Shuang'er stood nearby, clapping and cheering like an enamored admirer. After a moment, Chen Jingshu paused, and Li Shuang'er hurriedly approached with a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. The two laughed and chatted, one caring and attentive, the other brimming with exuberance, presenting a picture of true affection, an unexpected pairing for the Yongboi Marquise. Sister, your martial skills are becoming increasingly refined. I believe it won't be long before you become invincible in the Great Xia, the foremost master of our time. Then we can roam the world together, acting justly and heroically. How exhilarating!
Li Shuang'er exclaimed, grinning widely.
Chen Jingshu rolled her eyes, accustomed to Li Shuang'er's erratic thoughts. Just as she was about to respond, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, clutching her belly in discomfort. Sister, what's wrong with you?
Li Shuang'er asked.
Her concern evident. For reasons unknown, the pain was sudden and excruciating, but it subsided after a short while. It was nothing serious, Chen Jingshu reassured her, albeit with a puzzled expression. Having trained in martial arts for years, she was generally in good health and rarely fell ill. Sister, I will fetch Dr. Zhang right away. Li Shuang'er insisted, still uneasy. Do not worry. Perhaps I simply overindulged at last night's dinner, causing a bit of discomfort today. Chen Jingshu waved her hand, beckoning Li Shuang'er back.
Li Shuang'er looked momentarily dazed.
Sister, are you truly just feeling a bit stuffed? Your appetite is hardly smaller than a grinding stone. I am quite well, Chen Jingshu began, but was suddenly overtaken by nausea. She hurried to the tree and began to vomit, leaving Li Shuang'er alarmed.
Quick.
Go summon Dr. Zhang. She urgently instructed her servants. Before long, Lord Yongboi, Lu Wenchao, and the doctor rushed in. Madam, I heard you were unwell. So, I immediately dashed back from the court.
How are you?
Lu Wenchao inquired worriedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingshu's face darkened. You left the court and rushed back? Not quite. I informed His Majesty beforehand. Lu Wenchao chuckled. Chen Jingshu sighed, face-palming. This foolish man. Surely one cannot leave the court at will? What does he think the emperor and officials are? At this moment in the Great Xia court, Emperor Shangguan Su was engaged in a silent standoff with a group of officials. Were it not for his understanding of Lord Yongboi's character, he might have deemed it a serious act of disrespect. Your Majesty, Lord Yongboi's actions are a blatant disregard for law and decorum, an affront to the sovereign. He should be severely punished. An official stepped forward in indignation. A valid point. Let him serve a day at the city gate as punishment. Emperor Shangguan Su replied as usual. Lord Yongboi, Lu Wenchao, was quite the regular at the city gate. Within the Yongboi Marquise, Dr. Zhang, what is the diagnosis? Lu Wenchao and Li Shuang'er asked anxiously of the household physician. Dr. Zhang sighed heavily, causing their hearts to sink. My lord, for the next 10 months, both you and the madam will face considerable challenges, Dr. Zhang stated. Lu Wenchao's face turned pale with fright.
What?
10 months of illness? What kind of illness is this? My poor wife. His nose tinged with emotion. Tears streamed down his face. Li Shuang'er was similarly affected, and the two of them lamented together, creating quite the spectacle. Chen Jingshu glared at the two, her expression one of disapproval. Dr. Zhang, are you saying that I am with child? She quickly inquired. Dr. Zhang smiled faintly and nodded. In an instant, the two who had been wailing fell silent, first stunned, then filled with disbelief. Am I truly pregnant? Lu Wenchao stammered. My diagnosis is never flawed, Dr. Zhang affirmed seriously. Moments later, the Yongboi Marquise echoed with two startled exclamations, sending the household into chaos. After repeated confirmation, the two finally accepted the reality of Chen Jingshu's pregnancy.
Ah!
Sister is finally pregnant. How wonderful, how wonderful!
Li Shuang'er shouted exuberantly.
I'm going to be a father. Lu Wenchao bellowed, his voice even louder than hers. Silence. Dr. Zhang, unable to endure the commotion, admonished them, prompting a reduction in their ruckus. Chen Jingshu remained in a daze. She was actually pregnant. After so many years of trying, how had it suddenly happened? It was indeed curious. Previously, she had been unable to conceive, likely due to some underlying ailment, but regrettably, Dr. Zhang's knowledge was limited, preventing a precise diagnosis. And this time, upon examination, I found that the madam is now free of any issues, and her constitution has greatly improved. Truly bizarre. Dr. Zhang continued. Hearing this, Qin Jingshu fell into deep thought. If there had been any recent occurrences, it could only be the visit to the princess's residence. That day, after drinking several bowls of tea, she had expelled numerous impurities and felt a marked enhancement in her physical constitution upon returning. At that time, she had suspected that the tea served by the princess must have contained some miraculous herbs. Could it be that the tea we drank at the princess's residence was indeed the fabled elixir that cleanses the marrow and revitalizes the body? Qin Jingshu exclaimed in astonishment. Such efficacy certainly justifies the title of a divine remedy, Dr. Zhang remarked. How generous of the princess to bestow such a miraculous medicine upon us. She is truly benevolent. Li Shuang'er exclaimed with delight. This favor cannot be taken lightly. Qin Jingshu's expression grew complex. My dear husband, should the princess ever require our assistance in the future, we must not hesitate to lend our support, she earnestly conveyed to Lu Wenchao. As my esteemed wife has articulated, should that time arise, I shall bravely face any challenge without a second thought. Lu Wenchao responded with solemnity. Though impetuous, he has always been a man of his word. A debt of gratitude must surely be repaid. Very well, I shall prepare a few prescriptions to stabilize the First Lady's pregnancy. Remember, henceforth, no more vigorous activities are permitted. She must rest, Dr. Zhang instructed, offering his prescriptions with a firm reminder. Lu Wenchao and Li Shuang'er nodded vigorously in agreement. Once matters concluded, Dr. Zhang picked up his medicine box, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Li Shuang'er leaned against the door, retching. After a bout of dry heaving, she wiped her mouth and found the three of them staring at her in astonishment. My dear husband, sister, I think I might be pregnant too, Li Shuang'er said weakly. That day, the residence of the Earl of Yonghua echoed with howls akin to wailing ghosts, sending shivers down the spines of neighboring households, who huddled beneath their blankets in fear. Chapter 43. Two Pairs of Twins. The following day in the morning, bright and early, Qin Jingshu and Li Shuang'er arrived at the princess's residence. Your Highness, the familiar sound of Li Shuang'er's exuberance echoed from outside Ruishue Pavilion. Take care. Be cautious and do not jump around so. Qin Jingshu's voice remained gentle and filled with affection. Li Shuang'er tugged on Qin Jingshu's sleeve, urging her to hurry along. Sister? Come quickly. Qin Jingshu shook her head, appearing somewhat helpless against Li Shuang'er's enthusiasm. You, however, wore a smile that bore no trace of reproach. Shangguan Qingcheng had already prepared tea, eagerly awaiting their arrival. She held great fondness for their spirited personalities. As Li Shuang'er approached, she playfully clasped her hands in greeting. Your Highness, I humbly present my respects. Qin Jingshu slightly bowed. I pay my respects to your Highness. Shangguan Qingcheng quickly stepped forward to assist the two women. Enough with the formalities. There is no need for such politeness among us. She bore no resentment toward Li Shuang'er's status as a concubine, a woman devoted solely to her sister, and the great Xia deserves her utmost kindness. Please, take a seat. Qingyi, serve the tea. Yes. Qingyi replied with a particularly crisp voice. Ladies, please enjoy the tea. The princess has specially prepared your favorite pre-arranged longjing. Qingyi engaged with them a bit more than usual, recognizing the genuine bond between the princess and the two women. They were indeed worthy of friendship. Each time they visited the princess's residence, they would bring gifts, regardless of their value, and always share with the princess. Unlike that previous woman, who would take away several items each time she visited, even when the princess offered them, the First Lady of the Earl of Yonghua would firmly refuse any such gifts. The princess was indeed fortunate to have such friends, and it brought her much joy. Qin Jingshu's smile was sweet. Your Highness, I fear I may have to decline your gracious offer this time. As she spoke, she gently caressed her abdomen. Shangguan Qingcheng, incredulous, inquired, Oh? Is it possible that the First Lady is? How long has it been? Qin Jingshu shyly nodded. Yes, I was just diagnosed yesterday. And I came to share this joyful news with my sister. Shangguan Qingcheng's smile broadened, even more radiant than her own pregnancy. Perhaps the child born to Qin Jingshu would resemble both parents, potentially growing into a new generation of generals. How splendid would that be? She earnestly advised. First Lady, now that you are with child, please refrain from any strenuous activities that might disturb the pregnancy. This pair is quite energetic. If they go a day without practice, they feel utterly unwell, and I cannot help but worry without a reminder. With a smile, she instructed Qingyi. Qingyi, bring me that red cloud hairpin to gift to the First Lady of Yonghua as a congratulatory present. It seems the miraculous waters of the little one are indeed quite effective. Qin Jingshu responded with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall certainly take care to nurture the child. She then shifted the conversation. However, Your Highness, I must decline this generous gift. The princess has already bestowed a tremendous favor upon our family. We cannot presume to desire more. Shangguan Qingqing's expression turned serious as she stated firmly, This is a decree of reward from me. It cannot be refused. Chen Jingzhu understood the princess's intent was not to be harsh with her. Then I shall graciously accept your generous gift, Your Highness. Li Shuang'er interjected eagerly, Your Highness. Your Highness. I am with child too. You cannot show favoritism. She did not seek the princess's treasures, but rather wished to regard her as family. Really? Shangguan Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the depth of their camaraderie, not realizing it extended to shared pregnancies. This was indeed a remarkable bond.
Li Shuang'er, unusually bashful,
Lowered her head. Yes. Shangguan Qingqing's smile grew even more radiant. Then congratulations to Lady Li. Like begets like. Perhaps the offspring of such esteemed parents will surpass their mothers in greatness. With a commanding wave of her hand, Shangguan Qingqing declared, Reward. Green Willow. Hurry to the storeroom and fetch me the pink tassel hairpin to present to Lady Li. Yes. Green Willow replied, beaming as she departed. Chen Jingzhu dismissed the attendants and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Shuang'er, kneeling on the ground. They both bowed deeply. We sisters are truly grateful to Your Highness for bestowing upon us the divine remedy. Shangguan Qingqing gestured for the attendants to withdraw. She stood and attempted to lift them up. Please rise. What are you doing, First Lady of Yongbua? Lady Li, this is not how you usually conduct yourself. Chen Jingzhu, however, remained resolute, unwilling to rise. I am aware that you and my sister are familiar, and you must know her identity and health circumstances, which is why you granted her the identity token and further provided divine medicine to heal us both. Allowing us the privilege of motherhood is something for which we are truly grateful. We sisters can offer no greater return than this. Should the princess require assistance in the future, just utter a command, and the Earl of Yongbua shall face any challenge, be it scaling mountains or descending into fiery pits, without hesitation. With that, she bowed 3 times in quick succession. This was a debt that Shangguan Qingqing had borne for the little one. Without the arrival of the little one, according to past developments, their family would have faced utter annihilation. The Earl of Yongbao would fare no better. Since they were all fated to be mere pawns, they would band together to vanquish whoever ascended to the throne in the end. Yet, it remained a mystery as to who that person was. Li Shuang'er, eager, bowed 3 times first, overly earnest. Rubbing her slightly reddened forehead, she laughed cheerfully. Your Highness, I cannot articulate my gratitude adequately. Should you command me to summon a cat, I shall not tease a dog. Should you bid me to chase chickens, I shall not pursue ducks. Mu Wanqing, having listened to the exchange, interjected. So, no silver or gold. 2 individuals for children, yet why not request something tangible? Any jewelry or treasures that could be exchanged for food would suffice. Shangguan Qingqing nearly lost her composure, suppressing her laughter. If memory served her right, it was the little one who first sought to save them, was it not? Had she misinterpreted the little one's intentions? For children? Could it be that both were expecting twins? Shangguan Qingqing could not contain her delight for the 2 women. Seeing the princess lost in thought, Li Shuang'er worried she might have misspoken. She mentally replayed her words, finding no fault. Had she been too blunt, causing the princess discomfort? Should she perhaps study harder? The more she pondered, the more her expression darkened. Oh dear, if you do not allow Li Shuang'er to rise soon, she might just burst into tears. Your grievances aside, the Earl of Yongbua has no wealth to offer. There is nothing to bestow. Mu Wanqing, feeling somewhat exasperated, struggled to conceive a second reason for preventing them from rising. Shangguan Qingqing silently noted this for the little one and eventually helped the 2 women to their feet. Rise. Do not mind these formalities. You are now bearing children, and it is imperative to consider the well-being of the little ones within your womb, for they are not resilient enough to endure such upheaval. My deepest gratitude, Your Highness.
Ah.
It seems I have found a helper for the princess mother. Although I cannot directly aid the great Xia, I can nurture, under the guidance of my esteemed self, that male protagonist shall not easily seize the world. Speaking of which, the male protagonist at this moment is Shangguan Qingqing listened intently. If only she knew where that man was, she would eliminate him without hesitation. She glanced over and found, splendidly, that the little bundle of joy had fallen asleep again. She was tempted to gently rouse her, urging her not to speak only half of her thoughts. Chapter 44. Is it permissible for her to engage in a bit of mischief? Chen Jingzhu and her sister were left by Shangguan Qingqing at the princess's residence for lunch. It was a rare occasion for anyone to remain for the meal at Ruishua Tower. Typically, only a handful of individuals were present. Sometimes, Mu Jingchuan would drop by, though Mu Jingxing seldom did. The Qin sisters were quite perceptive and never broached the subject of the prince consort, as they both held a strong disdain for such men. Weak and frail, with a delicate appearance, incapable of bearing burdens or enduring a single blow from either of them. What use was there for such a man? During the meal, Chen Jingzhu and Li Shuang'er found themselves in tears for the first time, arguing over who would feed the little one. Chen Jingzhu smiled as she offered a tender morsel of chicken. "Little princess, come, let us enjoy this chicken." Mu Wanqing responded with a delighted awa. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she savored the meal. "This enchanting beauty certainly pleases my heart." This chicken requires no effort to be chewed with her baby teeth, making it exceedingly convenient. Li Shuang'er, unwilling to be outdone, presented a piece of pork knuckle to Mu Wanqing. "Little princess, look at this. We shall enjoy the knuckle. I must tell you, I have never tasted such delicious knuckle anywhere else in the capital. The princess's residence serves the finest." Mu Wanqing welcomed it with open arms. "This beauty also pleases my sensibilities. Observe how the pork knuckle is rich yet not greasy, truly irresistible." Shangguan Qingqing's hand hesitated as she pondered. The little one appears to have inherited that man's fickleness, does she not? However, it seems she is easily swayed by delectable treats. At that moment, Shangguan Qingqing harbored doubts about whether, as she grew older, the little one might be lured away by mere food. Mu Wanqing pointed to a dish of stewed pigeon. "Ah, I want to eat that." In the presence of outsiders, Mu Wanqing seldom spoke, wishing not to reveal her precociousness. Yet, despite her efforts to conceal it, others could discern her uniqueness among other newborns. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her large, radiant orbs exuding charm, coupled with her adorable demeanor while eating. She was the epitome of cuteness. Chen Jingzhu and Li Shuang'er were utterly smitten. They each picked up morsels from Mu Wanqing's fingers, exchanging glances that gradually sharpened with intent. "Here, little princess, you shall have the stewed pigeon." Chen Jingzhu's smile remained gentle and captivating.
Li Shuang'er, slightly slower,
Interjected, "My dear sister, this piece I have is tenderer and tastier. Eat mine." Chen Jingzhu promptly retorted, "Sister, your argument lacks merit. The piece I have is equally splendid. Little princess, come, enjoy mine. Mine is better." The two began to bicker. The source of this calamity, Mu Wanqing, was left frozen. How could they argue over such trivialities? Their sisterly bond was indeed suspect. "My dear beauties, there is no need to vie for my affection. I shall embrace all that you offer. Yet alas, my stomach is rather uncooperative." She promptly devoured the piece of pigeon from Chen Jingzhu's chopsticks, followed by a bite from Li Shuang'er's. The two morsels filled her cheeks, making her look like a delightful little hamster. Utterly adorable. Shangguan Qingqing mused, her progeny is surely destined to be a heartbreaker. The evidence is irrefutable. How should she convey to her little one that such behavior is undesirable? At that moment, Shangguan Qingqing felt overwhelmed. A daughter demanded more care than 3 sons combined. "Sister, since you are with child, it is only fitting that I, as a concubine, should feed the little princess." Li Shuang'er, in her eagerness to feed Mu Wanqing, even belittled her own status. Chen Jingzhu's expression darkened as she firmly stood her ground. "Sister,
how could you say such a thing?
You are also with child. Furthermore, the little princess holds a noble status. How can a mere concubine presume to feed her?" Li Shuang'er retorted defiantly. "Why can't I? Shall we not practice?" Chen Jingzhu shot her an incredulous look. "Practice with me? What courage do you possess? You have never won a single match. You should focus on nourishing your baby." Shangguan Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary to argue so fiercely over feeding the little one? She smiled and gestured for Qing Yun to hold the child. "Qing is still young. It is not advisable for her to consume too much meat. Ladies, please enjoy your meal." Shangguan Qingqing had to intervene. Otherwise, the two would surely continue their quarrel, and the lunch would be ruined. After a hard-fought meal, having witnessed the little one's cuteness, they both desired to have their own adorable daughters. Li Shuang'er turned to Chen Jingzhu and said, "Sister, imagine if we could give birth to a daughter as lovely as the little princess. How wonderful that would be. So enchanting, with her fair, delicate skin and round, sparkling eyes, her long lashes fluttering like little fans, utterly adorable, complemented by her naturally rosy lips. When she smiles, it's as if the most beautiful things in the world wish to bequeath her gifts." Chen Jingzhu pondered for a moment and nodded. The little princess is indeed exceptionally charming, and that is due to the gentle nature of her highness. As for us, if either of us were to bear a daughter, it would suffice. If you were to give birth, she would surely be as spirited as you. Hardly fitting the mold of cuteness. She too desired a daughter. After all, between the two of them, one could produce a son to carry on the family name. Li Shuang's voice rose slightly. What do you mean, sister? Are you suggesting that my daughter would not be cute? Are you implying I am not cute? Chen Jingju sensed she had misspoken and quickly apologized. Sister, you are very cute, but think about it, if our daughter is too spirited, wouldn't it be difficult to manage her in the future? Li Shuang glared with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? Are you saying that my spiritedness is a flaw? Chen Jingju earnestly replied. Not at all. You are the best. But our daughter must not become a subject of ridicule like us. Both of them, due to their martial prowess, had found no suitors when it came time for marriage, often becoming the topic of gossip at mealtime. That's true, then fine. Sister, you shall bear the daughter. Li Shuang concluded after some thought.
Wanqing sighed internally.
These two sisters truly believe they can dictate the gender of their offspring at will. Moreover, none of the children they carry are girls. What is there to argue about? In a world so filled with charm and prowess, having me is more than enough. Shangguan Qingcheng could not help but chuckle. The sisters of the Yongbua Marquis's wife had long aspired to bear a daughter since their arrival at the Grand Princess's residence. Yet now it seemed their hopes might be dashed. Shangguan Qingcheng smirked slyly. Hee, is it permissible for me to indulge in a bit of mischief? Chapter 45, The Unfortunate Yongbua Marquis. Shangguan Qingcheng smiled faintly. Madame Yongbua, there is another possibility. Both of you may be carrying boys. Chen Jingju was taken aback. Surely not. If they are all boys, what will become of their wishes? Li Shuang sprang to her feet. It cannot be. If they are all boys, won't that dismantle the Yongbua Marquis's residence? My mother once told me that one girl can outshine several boys. If two were to emerge at once, it would be manageable, but if they were rowdy, what a calamity that would be. No way. Li Shuang's voice rose, startling those present. It cannot be all boys, or else I shall be forced to discipline them 3 times a day. Shangguan Qingcheng expressed her profound sympathy. Even a small bundle from her family could outshine several. And although they had yet to commit any outrageous acts, their words were far from restrained. She had recorded a considerable number of transgressions in her little notebook, and the most concerning aspect was that she was merely half a year old. Wanqing was rendered speechless. She gazed at the distinctly visible orange glow emanating from the abdomens of Chen Jingju and Li Shuang. Was it not obvious that they were expecting boys? The red glow signified a girl. Wanqing felt deep compassion for the 4 unborn boys. How could a mother be so fierce? They are still mere infants, deserving of tender care and affectionate love. They ought to be cherished as my gentle mother, the princess, would. As her thoughts concluded, she pointed at the bellies of Chen Jingju and Li Shuang with an expression she deemed serious, though it was rather adorable, and proclaimed, for little brothers, all brothers. There are 4. Chen Jingju was left in a daze. It was over.
Li Shuang was stunned.
Why didn't he, her sister, also have one? If only one of them could bear a girl. Shangguan Qingcheng wore an expression that was hard to articulate, even if the little bundle praised her. She had no intention of erasing any entries from the little notebook. After a lengthy silence, Chen Jingju managed to speak. For boys? It struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her slumped in her chair. The worry that had been absent before now loomed larger than ever. It was often said that children's eyes were exceptionally clear, capable of seeing things that adults could not. The little princess was merely 6 months old. She must be correct. This was undeniably a monk's temple. Li Shuang nearly fainted from the shock. She clung to a flicker of hope. Perhaps the princess was speaking falsely? It couldn't possibly be true. How could a 6-month-old discern such matters? Yes, it must be false, false. Li Shuang kept murmuring to herself. For boys.
How could that be?
Just one girl would suffice. She had envisioned countless scenarios of dressing her daughter in various adorable and beautiful outfits. Now all those dreams were dashed. Wanqing rolled her eyes heavenward. Indeed, I am adorable, but there is only one of me in this world, so do not harbor any thoughts. Shangguan Qingcheng disregarded the little one's inner voice and interjected with a chuckle. In fact, boys are quite wonderful. You'll need to bear a few more, otherwise, it won't be enough to fill the ranks. Truth be told, sons were far from ideal. Each one of hers was a source of concern.
Her eldest son, Wanqing,
had been blind for many years, causing her immense worry. Her second son, Mu Jingchuan, had encountered misfortune for years, leading to endless anxiety. As for her third son, Mu Jingling, well, let us not dwell on that. And her youngest daughter, Mu Wanqing, the reincarnation of a goddess, kept her heart perpetually in her throat. Chun Jingzhu envisioned the chaos that would ensue. The house would be in disarray, with children running amok. Her head felt heavier. She forced a smile and suggested, "Why not have a team? Each of us could have two, and at this rate, it wouldn't take long." Li Shuang'er felt a tremor in her heart. "Sister, you must do your part, and your husband will be yours. As for me, I simply cannot." Shengguan Qingqing Mu Wanqing. This woman is truly fierce. She even disregards men. Chun Jingzhu quickly chimed in. "Sister, what are you saying? Our husband belongs to both of us. How can we part with him?" After a moment's thought, she added, "If it comes to that, let him sleep in the study." Shengguan Qingqing. Is that appropriate? Discussing such matters of one wife and one concubine in my presence makes me itch to give him a few whacks. It seems he has been sent to prison. Let us spare him for now. Mu Wanqing. The Duke of Yong is quite the player. Li Shuang'er immediately agreed. "Sister, you make a valid point. From now on, we shall share a bed, and we needn't bother with that man." Chun Jingzhu nodded with a gentle smile. It was settled, undeniably true love. At the city gates of the capital, achoo, achoo, Lu Wenchao sneezed repeatedly. A young soldier of about 17 or 18 years beside him said, "General Lu, have you caught a cold? Would you like me to fetch you a bowl of ginger soup?" Lu Wenchao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I am in good health. It must be that my two wives are thinking of me at home." The young soldier chuckled. The general is truly enviable. Both wives are not only beautiful but also skilled in martial arts, and they share a bond akin to that of sisters. Who in the capital does not know this? The two wives of the Duke of Yong were known to be closer than the Duke himself. They never schemed against one another, sparing the Duke much worry. The only regret was that the two wives had not conceived after all these years.
Oh,
Is that not the Duke of Yong? Why is he back guarding the city gate again? Remember to stand straight. Otherwise, I shall report you to His Majesty. A rather sharp voice echoed from within the city. Lu Wenchao, in good spirits today, did not wish to engage with the newcomer. He coolly replied, "Duke Yongkang, what brings you here?" Lu Feng, beaming, surveyed his surroundings and said, "I was passing by and thought I would check on the Duke of Yong, assigned to guard the city gate. After all, we are colleagues in the same court. I naturally had to greet you." The emphasis on assigned to guard the city gate was pronounced. Everyone knew that the Duke of Yong and the Duke of Yongkang were not on amicable terms. The Duke of Yongkang, a civil official, looked down upon martial generals like Lu Wenchao, considering them to be crude and unrefined, and thus often targeted them in court. Lu Wenchao looked down at Lu Feng. "I am delighted. You may leave now, little chick." He could easily handle such a person with one hand. If he were to fall and cry, he would simply have to return to guarding the gate. Although guarding the city gate was not particularly arduous, who would desire to do so day in and day out? A fleeting flicker of malice crossed Lu Feng's eyes before he smiled and said, "I heard that the Duke of Yong was screaming yesterday. I came to inquire whether your wives are expecting?" The sarcasm was palpable. It was well known that the Duke of Yong's two wives had been married for many years without conceiving. Renowned doctors from inside and outside the capital had been consulted, yet to no avail. Upon hearing the mention of pregnancy, Lu Wenchao's smile became considerably more genuine. "Indeed, my two wives are both expecting. Thank you for your congratulations.
Lord Lu.
I am guarding the city gate and cannot accept gifts. Please send your congratulatory presents to the Duke of Yong's residence." He gestured to a trusted aide nearby. "Lord Lu has never visited the Duke of Yong's residence, so he might not know the way. Please guide him." It was rare for Lu Wenchao to demonstrate such wit. Yes. Lu Feng. Chapter 46, An Unknown Book of Space. Lu Feng was merely being polite, but he never expected it to be true. Moreover, he had no intention of sending a gift. Half a year ago, the engagement of the Duke of Yong's eldest princess had nearly drained his family's coffers. Things had only just begun to improve. How could he afford to spend indiscriminately?
Now,
He had no choice but to send a gift. He steeled himself and said, "As the Duke's wife is finally expecting, I naturally must send a gift. However, as the pregnancy is still in its early stages, the Duke's residence must take great care, otherwise, even a lord would not withstand it." Lu Wenchao, having successfully pulled one over on Lu Feng, was in high spirits. Yet, he could not resist Lu Feng's sharp tongue. He drew his sword from his waist, his gaze fierce as he warned, "If you cannot speak properly, then refrain from speaking at all. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to teach you how to converse." Lu Feng took several steps back in fright. The man before him was a madman, never giving anyone face. Lu Feng dared not take the risk, fearing a beating. Seeing him retreat, Lu Wenchao snorted derisively. Coward.
He seemed to recall something.
As for matters regarding my wives, there is no need for you to worry. Focus instead on your own eldest daughter. Lu Feng ultimately left in a huff. Since when had Lu Wenchao become skilled at provoking others? At the residence of the eldest princess, Li Shuanghe left in tears. The reason was that the little bundle had not had enough fun watching the drama. In the end, she insisted on saying, "Stinky brothers, all stinky brothers, there can't possibly be any girls." Shangguan Qingqing found it both amusing and exasperating. It seemed even deities had their capricious moments.
Wanqing, no.
I am still a child. Evening fell. After finishing her dinner, Mu Wanqing shamelessly asked Ziwei to help her wipe her rear end before comfortably entering the Phoenix space. Over the past 4 months, there had been little change in the space. Mu Demei was recuperating from his injuries, and even Mu Zhanfeng, who required blood transfusions to survive, did not make an appearance. Zhang Xuelian had been avoiding the outside world altogether. The storyline in the Little Princess Palace had not progressed significantly. The most noticeable change was in Mu Wanqing's physique. As she transformed from a small round bundle into a larger one, with double chins clearly visible. Inside the space, Mu Wanqing grasped the flesh around her waist. Deep in thought, she clearly hadn't consumed much, so why was her weight increasing so rapidly? Her mother, the princess, was now reluctant to hold her, claiming that carrying her felt akin to lifting a small sack of rice, quite burdensome indeed. Squatting on the ground in contemplation, she concluded that perhaps it was due to her still being a milk dumpling and her lack of exercise. Outside, snow was nearly upon them, but fortunately, the space remained a perpetual spring, devoid of cold. Dressed in a gown from her past life, Mu Wanqing retained the appearance of a 3-year-old. This led her to question whether she was perpetually stuck in this form within the space. In her previous life, she was not particularly tall. Would this life follow suit? Sighing, she suddenly jumped up, gazing at the expanse of spiritual herbs in the field. Aside from the previous growths, for new ones had sprouted just 2 days ago. Or else, there would have been no change at all. The color at the tail of the phoenix statue had increased slightly as well, indicating that the statue required gradual unlocking. Mu Wanqing gently caressed the phoenix statue, murmuring, "How much longer must I wait for you to emerge? Will you require me to eliminate the heroine and the hero slowly?" While reading novels, she hadn't paid close attention to the male lead's whereabouts. Otherwise, she could have dealt with him directly for a quick resolution. Moreover, she had no knowledge of where her third brother, the cannon fodder, had gone, as he was scarcely mentioned in the book. She only knew that he met his demise in less than a chapter. At times, Mu Wanqing pondered whether her arrival was closely tied to the statue. The spiritual water in the spiritual spring had also increased significantly. Her cultivation remained at the first level of chi refinement, and despite her prolonged stagnation, she had yet to advance. Mu Wanqing was on the verge of giving up hope. She had tried various methods, yet there was no progress. Ultimately, Mu Wanqing devoted her time to eating. Each time she entered the phoenix space, she would drink a bit of spiritual water, and this occasion was no exception. After drinking the spiritual water, she instinctively wandered into the wooden house. Suddenly, what caught her eye? On the bookshelf to the left of the entrance, 2 books had appeared.
Mu Wanqing hurriedly approached.
Using her fingers to channel her spiritual energy to retrieve the 2 volumes. One was a martial arts manual titled Fire Phoenix Whip, while the other was an unfamiliar text. However, the whip could certainly be useful for her mother, the princess, should her father and that little Xuelian provoke her. How delightful it would be to enhance her martial arts while chastising her inept father. Meanwhile, in a dungeon of the capital, Mu Demei was bellowing at the barred door. "Have your eyes gone blind? Do you dare to imprison this noble son-in-law? Are you not afraid that the princess will do away with you?" The guard on duty scoffed dismissively. "If you are truly Mu Demei, then I am the emperor himself. It has been relayed that those imprisoned here were reported directly by Her Highness, the princess. Even though recent rumors in the capital speak of discord between the princess and her consort, it does not imply that the princess would have him thrown into jail." Fuming, Mu Demei's face was swollen from mosquito bites, and after having been struck by lightning once before, he feared he might be disfigured this time. He consoled himself internally, thinking perhaps the guards did not recognize him. He believed that the princess would come to his rescue eventually. Ultimately, Mu Demei's thoughts remained fixated on Mu Lianxiao. He produced a large piece of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the jailer, saying, "That little girl is barely half a year old. I implore you, dear officer, to summon a doctor." Perhaps due to her tender age, Mu Lianxiao's fortune was still unstable. The guard weighed the silver in his hand, his heart softening. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall ensure a doctor is called for the child. She is too young to suffer any lasting afflictions. Mu Demiai's eyes narrowed, feeling a surge of resentment. That 10 taels of silver had taken him a long time to accumulate. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was unconcerned about her father's fate. She was engrossed in the books she could not comprehend. After reading once and still not understanding, she nearly resorted to drawing blood to enhance her understanding but ultimately refrained. Holding the Fire Phoenix whip manual, she exited the space. At that moment, Shangguan Qingcheng was engrossed in studying her own soft whip. She had numerous whips but rarely carried them. Suddenly, she halted her actions and looked at the object in the little dumpling's hands. What is that? Mu Wanqing smiled and responded, a book for the wolf and a book for mother. Internally, she thought, isn't it obvious? It's a book. My mother, the princess, truly has poor eyesight. Did all that spiritual water go to waste? Shangguan Qingcheng remarked, wicked daughter, do you think she should switch to a smaller notebook? Chapter 47. The soon-to-depart Empress Dowager. Despite the turmoil in Shangguan Qingcheng's heart, she took the book from Mu Wanqing's hands. The title on the cover read Fire Phoenix Whip, and she instantly recognized it as an extraordinary martial arts technique. Excitedly, she flipped to the first page, where an image of a woman clad in a red outfit appeared. Her hair elegantly tied up, the woman wielded a fiery red whip, showcasing techniques that were both profound and powerful. As if with a single strike, she could split mountains and rivers. Shangguan Qingcheng promptly closed the manual. Realizing such a martial arts text was akin to a national treasure and required careful handling. She was aware of many secrets held by the little dumpling, yet she hadn't anticipated that even such a technique could be produced. Observing her mother's cautious demeanor, Mu Wanqing felt perplexed. Isn't it just a simple whip technique? Why the need for such caution? Look at my mother, the princess, acting like she has never seen the world before. It's quite distressing. That technique was likely something she had carelessly collected from somewhere unknown. The inexperienced Shangguan Qingcheng thought to herself, if she were to die one day, it would surely be from the vexation caused by her wicked daughter. This little notebook was a reminder that she, the esteemed princess, had been deemed inexperienced by her own child. No matter how excellent the manual, it paled in comparison to her daughter's remarks. Shangguan Qingcheng suppressed her thoughts and commanded, go to the palace and deliver a message. I shall visit the Empress Dowager tomorrow, and please invite my imperial brother to join me. The Empress Dowager had borne 4 sons and 1 daughter, with Shangguan Qingcheng being the 4th, having 3 elder brothers and a younger brother. Her eldest brother, Shangguan Su, was the current emperor of the Great Xia. She was truly the center of countless affections. A figure clad in black swiftly appeared, kneeling on one knee before Shangguan Qingcheng, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Your Highness, the 4th princess, I am an heir. An is still on a mission and has yet to return. Shangguan Qingcheng suddenly remembered that she had dispatched an to investigate that scoundrel's hometown, wondering why he had not returned yet. Then you shall go to the palace and convey the message. Yes. An heir vanished without a trace. Is my mother planning to present the manual to Uncle the Emperor? However, this whip is generally more suited for women. It seems quite dashing for men to wield whips, yet swords are superior. Nonetheless, the royal family of Great Xia is indeed rather weak. Shangguan Qingcheng clenched her hands, relaxing them repeatedly in a cycle of tension and release. Their royal family was undoubtedly too weak, otherwise, how could they be so easily overthrown? The next day, wrapped in a delicate ball, Mu Wanqing was cradled by Qing Yun as they ascended into the carriage of the esteemed Shangguan Qingcheng, making their entrance into the palace. The little bundle was too small to comprehend the grandeur of their arrival. All she knew was that midway, she was gently transferred from the carriage to a palanquin by Qing Yun. A quarter of an hour later, a eunuch's sharp voice echoed, announcing, the crown princess has arrived. Princess Yu has arrived. Mu Wanqing mused that, in her former life as a formidable figure of the transformation stage, she had never experienced such a grand reception. Indeed, there was always someone to herald her arrival, and the fanfare was quite impressive. Cradled by Qing Yun, she was ushered into the opulent chambers of the Empress Dowager. Shangguan Qingcheng, with eyes slightly clouded, performed a respectful bow, saying, I pay my respects to mother. Although she had visited the Empress Dowager several times over the past months, each encounter with her mother's aging visage filled her with profound guilt. She felt woefully unfilial. With a gleeful expression, Mu Wanqing extended her tiny hands towards the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, Grandmother, the god of wealth, I have come. Have you prepared gifts for me? Each time she visited the palace, the Empress Dowager would bestow upon her a trove of treasures, making these visits a source of great joy for Mu Wanqing. Shangguan Qingqing's expression froze. Who could possibly explain how this mischievous girl had come to be? Each time, she managed to surprise her with her antics. The Empress Dowager's face lit up with a benevolent smile. Her little darling remained as innocent as ever, resembling her so closely. Was it truly so wrong for a mortal to cherish mundane delights? Unlike that wretched girl, who favored a detestable man and forsook her own mother. Supported by the ever-faithful Granny Zeng, the Empress Dowager hastened towards Mu Wanqing and her entourage. Qingqing, rise. Shangguan Qingqing stood, her hand resting on Qingyun's. Mother, your daughter has arrived. The Empress Dowager nodded and, moving behind her, lifted the little bundle into her arms. Oh, dear. My little darling has grown heavier. Grandmother is getting old and can scarcely carry you anymore. At 65, she was considered advanced in age for her era, and the worries of past years had taken a toll on her health. Despite living in luxury and receiving proper care, the burdens of motherhood had turned her hair gray. Mu Wanqing pouted in playful defiance. It's merely the fabric that is heavy, grandmother, not you. What do you mean heavy? Clearly, it is my adorableness that has expanded. Upon seeing grandmother, my fortune has surely increased. Shangguan Qingqing thought it fortunate that her mother could not hear the little one's words. The Empress Dowager's smile widened in delight. Good, good. My little darling is not heavy at all. I have heard that you have begun to eat solid food. Grandmother has prepared some delicacies for you. Overjoyed, Mu Wanqing planted a kiss on the Empress Dowager's face. Oh, grandmother, you understand me so well. I love you dearly. Yet, a thought struck her about the fate of the Empress Dowager as depicted in the novel. Her vitality seemed to drain away as if her very essence had been siphoned. Alas, it is a pity that grandmother's time is short. In the novel, grandmother passes away this winter, overcome with longing for the late princess's mother. Clutching the whip from her daughter's childhood, succumbing to grief, and being found with her body stiffened. Mu Wanqing wished for grandmother to live a few more years, not out of greed for her treasures and delicacies, but from a pure desire. The Empress Dowager's arms stiffened as she held the little bundle. Was she truly nearing her end? But she had not yet spent enough time with her little darling. Sighing, she thought, seeing Qingqing awaken to her true self and the arrival of this little one could be considered a peaceful departure. Shangguan Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to hold them back. It was all her fault. It was all because of her. Now, she was filled with regret. In truth, saving grandmother is not beyond reach. One need only find an opportunity to present her with a millennium-old ginseng, and she would be restored. The ginseng in my phoenix space, nourished by spiritual energy, is far superior to any ordinary herb. The Empress Dowager, who had just been filled with sorrow, now pondered, so she could avoid death? Yet, she feared it might affect her little darling and resolved to find a way to give a hint. She kissed Mu Wanqing gently on the forehead.
Come.
Let us go eat some delicious food. Shangguan Qingqing's heart finally eased, as she had been contemplating how to broach the subject of her little one saving her mother.
Now.
It seemed her little darling had taken it upon herself. Granny Zeng and the others sensed a shift in the atmosphere, oscillating between warmth and chill, and they attended with heightened caution. After Mu Wanqing finished her meal, the group engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the arrival of Emperor Shangguan Su. Suddenly, a voice resonated outside the Empress Dowager's chambers. Shangguan Qingqing immediately rose to receive the emperor. Before long, Emperor Shangguan Su strode into the Empress Dowager's quarters. Sister, I pay my respects to your majesty. Shangguan Qingqing attempted to bow. Enough of that, Qingqing. Do you think I don't know you? No need for such formalities. If you bow too much, I might just lose years off my life, Emperor Shangguan Su replied darkly, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, here comes my uncle, the cuckolded emperor, striding in with such familiar steps. Mu Wanqing exclaimed inwardly, unable to contain her amusement. Emperor Shangguan Su stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. This little cherub had arrived and already caused a stir with her words. What did she mean by cuckolded uncle? Could she not say something more flattering? The mere thought of it ignited his anger. The last time he had heard her thoughts, he had rushed back, only to catch a couple in the act. Though he had ordered their execution, it did little to soothe his ire. Who would not be furious to be humiliated like this? Let the emperor see my dear niece, he said, approaching Shangguan Qingqing and pinching Mu Wanqing's delicate cheek, causing her to puff up indignantly. You wicked uncle. You bully me. I shall not aid you should you face a coup.
Mu Wanqing silently protested. Emperor Shangguan Su's smile faltered. A coup?
This little cherub truly has a knack for shocking revelations. Each one was more explosive than the last, testing the limits of his composure. He fixed his gaze on the little one, anticipating her next words. Shangguan Qingcheng and the Empress Dowager also looked on, as that statement had been exceedingly startling. Yet, Mu Wanqing chose to remain silent, leaving the three of them in a state of anxious anticipation. Brother, I have a treasure I wish to present to you. For our great Xia nation. Shangguan Qingcheng was the first to break the silence. Oh, what treasure is this? Quickly, let me see. Emperor Shangguan Su replied with a smile. With an air of mystery, Shangguan Qingcheng produced an object wrapped in oiled paper and handed it over. Emperor Shangguan Su accepted it and casually unwrapped it. As an emperor, he had seen countless treasures, making it difficult for anything to truly astonish him. However, once the wrapping was removed, he revealed a tome of martial art secrets. The four bold characters Fire Phoenix, Cloud Whip capture the eye.
Un manual en whip technique?
Shangguan Su furrowed his brow. He held no interest in such matters. As the emperor, although he dabbled in martial arts, his daily responsibilities left little time for such pursuits. Furthermore, the royal treasury was replete with renowned martial arts tomes. And the palace was home to numerous experts. Therefore, martial arts manuals were never in short supply. Upon realizing it was a martial arts manual, Shangguan Su's interest waned. Do not underestimate this whip technique manual, royal brother, Shangguan Qingcheng remarked with a smile. This treasure was gifted to me by Wanqing. It is a divine endowment, incomparable to mundane martial arts. Indeed, indeed. This is a treasure from my spatial realm, though it may be somewhat inferior. It is still 100 times better than those outside. Mu Wanqing chimed in eagerly. Hearing this, Shangguan Su's interest reignited. Summon a royal instructor at once. He commanded. The royal instructors were among the most formidable experts in the realm. Before long, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage arrived at the Empress Dowager's chambers. Mr. Tang, please examine this manual and assess its caliber. Shangguan Su instructed as the whip technique manual was presented to the elder. With a slight bow of respect, the elder began to peruse the pages. Initially indifferent, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned the second page. This is... The elder's complexion changed rapidly as he flipped through the pages, alternating between distress, astonishment, and laughter. This display left Shangguan Su and the others exchanging glances. Mr. Tang was one of the most powerful instructors in the royal court, held in great esteem by the monarchy. Typically composed, he rarely displayed such emotional fluctuations. Yet now, a mere whip technique manual had him in thrall. Mr. Tang, what do you think? Does this whip technique manual hold any merit?
Shangguan Su inquired expectantly.
Your Majesty, from whence did this manual originate? Mr. Tang asked solemnly. I cannot disclose its source at the moment. If there is anything amiss, please speak candidly, Shangguan Su replied. After a moment's contemplation, the elder lowered his voice. This manual must be safeguarded with the utmost diligence. It must not be mishandled. In my estimation, this manual is likely on par with any of the supreme texts of our great Xia kingdom, if not more exquisite, he declared earnestly.
What?
Shangguan Su and his companions were taken aback. Shangguan Qingcheng wore a proud expression. While she knew that anything from Mu Wanqing's hand would not be ordinary, she had not anticipated it to be of such significance. If dedicated practitioners were trained in this manual, would not Great Xia produce a plethora of elite warriors? The mere thought was exhilarating. Splendid. This manual shall be placed in the innermost vault of the royal treasury, guarded by our most formidable royal guards and shifts. Shangguan Su declared with a wave of his hand, unable to suppress his delight. This was akin to the Shangguan clan acquiring another formidable weapon. Royal brother, this is a fine treasure presented by Wanqing. Should you not bestow a reward upon her? Shangguan Qingcheng giggled. Yes, yes, a reward. A generous reward. My esteemed mother truly has a way with words.
Mu Wanqing exclaimed excitedly.
A few 100 million wouldn't be excessive. 100,000 or 80,000 wouldn't be too little either. Please shower me with silver until I'm dazed. Her mouth watered at the thought of the impending fortune. Shangguan Su cleared his throat. I believe a gilded rattle would suffice as a reward. Mu Wanqing's inner laughter abruptly ceased, her face turning a shade of indignant blue. Is that all? A rattle, even if gilded? Not even true gold? She bristled. What I presented is a supreme martial arts manual. Uncle Green Hat, you are truly miserly. Chapter 49, The Muddy Intentions of the Fourth. Mu Wanqing was disinclined to engage with her miserly imperial uncle. He was excessively stingy. She pointed towards the door, saying to Qingyun, let us go out and play. Qingyun hesitated, glancing at the two highest dignitaries of Great Xia. Internally, she lamented, "Oh dear, my little lady, how can a mere maid move freely within the palace? You are still young. If you truly go out, who wouldn't say it was the maid's suggestion? Offending royal dignity could lead to dire consequences." Shangguan Su waved his hand, addressing the eunuch beside him. "Su Ningsheng, take the princess and her attendants out for a stroll. Just ensure there is no trouble," he commanded, fearing he might suffocate from his own vexation. "Yes, this servant understands," Su Ningsheng replied with a bow. The Empress Dowager looked fondly upon Mu Wanqing, cautioning her attendants, "Be mindful. Do not let my little darling catch a chill." "Yes, this servant will remember," they responded, bowing before hastily exiting Fenghuan Palace. Once outside, on a winding palace path, Su Ningsheng assumed the role of a guide. He smiled, pointing towards the right. "Jade Princess. This path leads to Her Majesty the Queen's Summer Palace, while that one leads to Concubine Jing's Elegant Palace. The leftmost path leads to His Majesty's Heart-Nurturing Hall, and en route, we shall pass the Imperial Garden. Though it is winter, the flowers in our Imperial Garden are still blooming vibrantly." He continued to prattle on about the unique three-colored double blossoms of Yen country, which could bloom in three hues simultaneously. Mu Wanqing was nearly overwhelmed by his incessant chatter. Pointing towards the direction of the Imperial Garden, she said, "Let us go there." Qingyun understood her intent and said to Su Ningsheng, "Su Gonggong, my lady wishes to go that way." "Ah, you wish to visit the Imperial Garden. A splendid choice. Indeed, girls enjoy flowers and our Jade Princess is no exception." A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Imperial Garden. The profusion of flowers, sword lilies, lilacs, and the famed three-colored blossoms created a breathtaking tableau amidst the starkness of winter. However, to her surprise, Mu Wanqing exhibited little interest in the flowers, glancing briefly before turning away. She pointed towards a nearby garden, exclaiming, "Let us go over there." She felt an inexplicable attraction to that direction. Su Ningsheng maintained his cheerful demeanor. "That area is our beast garden, home to some of His Majesty's pets, many of which are rare. One must not offend such ancestors. They must be well tended to." After his introduction, he inquired, "Princess Jade, would you like to head that way?"
Mu Wanqing nodded. "Ah,
Pets are far more fascinating than flowers, are they not? The rarer, the better." As she thought of this, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Su Ningsheng beamed with appreciation. Princess Jade truly has a discerning eye, even at such a young age. She knows to seek out the extraordinary. Indeed, given the princess's nature, she is certainly plotting something, Qingyun remarked knowingly. Soon they arrived at the beast garden. Su Ningsheng began his introductions, pointing to a large cage. "These are the emperor's cherished green and white silkies, of which there are only a few in all of Great Xia." He spoke with pride, for such creatures were exceedingly rare. Mu Wanqing looked into the cage, where 4 chickens of green and white hues were confined. She thought they appeared delightful, their plumage splendid, and their tender meat surely delectable. The palace attendants had obviously taken great care of them, as their cage was immaculate. One for braising, one for grilling, one for beggar's chicken, and, well, all of them must be arranged. Mu Wanqing mused, her mouth curving into a gluttonous smile as drool dripped from her lips. Su Ningsheng assumed the princess was simply excited at the sight of such rare creatures. As they continued deeper into the beast garden, they soon approached another cage. "This is His Majesty's favorite, the lion cat," Su Ningsheng announced. Mu Wanqing regarded the lion cat with disdain. While it was adorable, she deemed it of little use. "Cat meat is not palatable. I've heard it sour. The esteemed one has an aversion to sour flavors and is disinclined to indulge in such tastes. This is a unique delicacy of the Yen kingdom," but Mu Wanqing shook her head, expressing her distaste. "Fox odor, I detest it." In the moments of her shaking head, she caught sight of a resplendent palace ahead. Pointing towards the courtyard, she exclaimed, "Ah, what is that?" Su Ningsheng instantly perked up, excitedly explaining, "That is the Hall of Auspicious Beasts, where the auspicious creatures of our Great Xia reside. These creatures are quite aloof yet undeniably adorable, and they are also quite timid. Even our emperor has never had the pleasure of touching one. The auspicious beast is a Qilin tiger, and it is rumored that some possess the bloodline of the Qilin." Mu Wanqing pointed at the grand entrance of the Hall of Auspicious Beasts and replied, "Let us proceed." Su Ningsheng, with a troubled expression, said, "Princess Yu, perhaps we should not enter? The Qilin tiger is exceedingly shy, and you are still quite young. We fear it may harm you." Even with tenfold courage, we would not dare. Though not a man, he preferred to live rather than risk harm. "Let us go." Mu Wanqing's cherubic face bore a resolute expression. I wish to see what this auspicious beast looks like, and whether it has a roasted head. Observing Su Ningxing's hesitation, she commanded Qingyun, go ahead. Though frightened,
Qingyun obeyed Wanqing's instructions.
Upon entering the Hall of Auspicious Beasts, a fluffy white creature suddenly bounded out, hopping excitedly at Qingyun's feet. Its adorable voice was enchanting. You smell delightful.
Come down to play.
The Qilin tiger gazed up at Mu Wanqing, and she beheld a creature with a tiger's face, adorned with 2 small horns atop its head and a tail reminiscent of a lion. With a look of disdain, she remarked, "What are you, a 4-legged creature?" The Qilin tiger circled around, wagging its tail like a dog. Su Ningxing could hardly believe his eyes at the scene before him. Was this the Qilin tiger that even the emperor ignored? It appeared to be nothing more than a silly dog. "Oh no, you are too ugly. I find you repulsive," Mu Wanqing stated, launching into a playful critique. I am an auspicious beast. It is said that touching me brings good fortune, and yet you refuse." The Qilin tiger protested, feeling indignant, as many others wished to stroke its fur. "Oh, I am not in the mood. I merely came to see what you look like, and am left utterly disappointed." Qingyun, her heart melted by the adorable creature, crouched down and reached out to pet it. However, the Qilin tiger swatted her hand away.
How dare you?
This beast cannot be touched by just anyone. Then it leaped up and licked Mu Wanqing's hand. How delightful. Mu Wanqing, incensed, vigorously wiped her hand and shouted, how dare you? I am now unclean." She commanded Qingyun to exit the Hall of Auspicious Beasts. "Let's leave." The fluffy creature whimpered, sobbing heavily. Su Ningxing had no choice but to instruct the soldiers stationed outside the Hall of Auspicious Beasts. Chapter 50. The Auspicious Beast's departure from home. After Mu Wanqing and the others left the palace, outside the Hall of Auspicious Beasts, a commanding officer shouted, "Everyone, remain alert. The Auspicious Beast must not come to harm. If anything occurs here, it will cost us our heads." "Yes." The guards responded in unison, ensuring the hall was vigilantly secured. This was to prevent outsiders from approaching and to safeguard the Qilin tiger of Great Xia from escaping. As an auspicious creature, the Qilin tiger held immense significance. There were strict regulations regarding its departure from the hall. Inside, the adorable Qilin tiger blinked its large eyes, watching the direction in which Mu Wanqing and her companions had left. It possessed a keen sense of awareness, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from Mu Wanqing that drew it in. After meandering around the hall for a time, it seemed to have made a decision. Peeking cautiously outside, it wore a mischievous expression. The guards outside remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings, ensuring no detail escaped their notice. This was an essential skill for the guardians of the Hall of Auspicious Beasts. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from within the hall. Trouble! The guards outside were instantly alerted, rushing towards the hall. Upon entering, their faces paled in unison. "Where is the Qilin tiger? Where has our auspicious beast gone?" They searched frantically throughout the hall, their expressions betraying their fear. In the chaos, no one noticed a small creature stealthily leap down from a beam, curling up and quietly making its escape from the Hall of Auspicious Beasts. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, Emperor Shangguan Su was engaged in discussions with the royal advisors regarding the handling of a certain whip technique manual, contemplating who might be suitable for its study. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager leaned back and dozed off. At a certain moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, startling the Empress Dowager awake. The palace guards rushed to protect the emperor. An earthquake? Gasps of alarm filled the air as everyone panicked. Fortunately, the quake was brief, subsiding quickly. "Mother, are you unharmed?" Shangguan Su asked with concern, glancing at the Empress Dowager. "I am fine, but I wonder what caused this earthquake?" she replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. After all, the last earthquake in the capital had occurred many years prior, making such occurrences quite rare. Shangguan Su furrowed his brow in perplexity. "Mr. Tang, do you have any insights?" he inquired of the royal advisor. Mr. Tang frowned in contemplation, recalling the source of the tremor. After a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The Hall of Auspicious Beasts," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. "Quickly, to the Hall of Auspicious Beasts," Shangguan Su ordered, leading the way from the Fenghuan Palace. As he rushed, Shangguan Su's expression darkened. The Hall of Auspicious Beasts was an exceptionally significant place within the palace, housing the auspicious Qilin tiger, a creature intrinsically linked to the fortune of Great Xia. It must not be allowed to come to harm. Mr. Tang continued, The direction of the tremor was precisely where the Hall of Auspicious Beasts is located. Anxiety gripped everyone. Should anything happen to the Qilan tiger, it would adversely affect the fate of Great Xia. Shang Wansu's demeanor grew grave as he hastened, donning his yellow robes with urgency. If the auspicious beast is lost, how shall I explain this to our ancestors? He thought, recalling Mu Wanqing's prophecy of usurpation, causing his heart to race. Could this be the ominous sign? Soon, they arrived at the Hall of Auspicious Beasts, witnessing chaos from a distance. Shang Wansu's heart sank. Your Majesty. The guards trembled as they knelt upon his arrival. What has transpired here?
Sang Wansu demanded.
Your Majesty, the auspicious beast has vanished. One guard stammered in reply. What did you say? Shang Wansu's face turned a ghastly shade. The auspicious beast is missing? Is Great Xia truly to fall? To perish at my hands? Search. Search the entire palace. We must find the auspicious beast. He nearly shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. A command was issued, and a large contingent of imperial guards was dispatched throughout the palace to seek out the auspicious beast. That day, the palace was thrown into disarray as the guards searched frantically, nearly losing their sanity in the process. Yet despite their exhaustive efforts, the Qilan tiger's whereabouts remained elusive. Shang Wansu had no choice but to extend the search parameters, realizing there were no other options available. The auspicious beast's displacement signals a change in the heavens. Mr.
Dan whisper.
Now that the auspicious beast is missing, disaster is soon to follow. Shang Wansu felt a heavy cloud of despair settle over him. Proclaim my decree. Conduct a covert search of the imperial palace and its surrounding areas and ensure the swift recovery of the auspicious beast. Thus he issued a royal edict. The matter of the auspicious beast is of utmost importance. Should word of this incident leak, it would spell chaos for the Xia kingdom. How peculiar it is that the Qilan tiger, typically untouchable and never straying from the beast palace, has gone missing today. Could it be that someone has captured it? Murmured a voice. Capturing it seems unlikely. Even the most formidable warriors of the Great Xia cannot keep pace with the Qilan tiger at full gallop.
Who could possibly take it?
Another voice responded. With a furrowed brow, Shang Wansu inquired, who has visited the beast palace today? Your Majesty, the guard reported. Only eunuch Su and the Jade Princess, along with her entourage, have been there. The Jade Princess even approached the auspicious beast. Upon hearing this, Shang Wansu's brow furrowed even deeper. We must place special scrutiny on the Jade Princess, he declared curtly. In the princess's residence, Shang Wanqing returned with Mu Wanqing, intending for her to rest for a while. Mu Wanqing, prone to drowsiness, quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. As she watched over Mu Wanqing, Shang Wanqing gradually felt drowsy herself, lightly dozing off. Before long, a commotion outside roused her from her slumber. The auspicious beast has come to the princess's mansion, shouted the voices beyond. Auspicious beast, Shang Wanqing uttered in disbelief, hastily rising to leave her chamber. Upon stepping outside, she beheld a small, adorable creature resembling a miniature tiger with Qilan features. The little being perched upon the rooftop, tilting its head curiously as it peered into the room. Its obsidian-like eyes wide with wonder. It's the Qilan tiger. Shang Wanqing gasped in astonishment. How could it, the auspicious beast of the Great Xia, be here? Is it not meant to remain within the confines of the beast palace? Was it not said that should the auspicious beast leave the palace, calamity would ensue? The Qilan tiger remained on the rooftop, fixated on the sleeping Mu Wanqing within. Oblivious to the gaze upon her, Mu Wanqing merely turned over, continuing her peaceful slumber, occasionally blowing out a bubble, exuding an irresistible charm. The Qilan tiger remained motionless, entranced, as though fearing that the small figure below might vanish. Shang Wanqing stared, equally transfixed by the sight of the Qilan tiger. The auspicious beast of the Great Xia could not afford to be mishandled. The three of them, 2 humans and a tiger, stayed in an eerie silence for some time. At that moment, a soldier clad in armor rushed in to report, Princess. The Emperor is on his way. You must ensure the auspicious beast remains calm. Shang Wanqing signaled for silence, gesturing toward the rooftop to draw attention to the creature. Where is the Qilan tiger, Qingqing? Shang Wansu's voice boomed from outside. Soon, he entered the courtyard, clad in his dragon robe, his face etched with concern. Despite the frigid air, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Having been emperor for many years, Shang Wansu, though not overweight, was beginning to show signs of age. He was accompanied by Mr. Tang, who assisted him as they hurried in. Sho, Shang Wanqing whispered, placing a slender, delicate finger upon her lips. Look. At that moment, A throng of guards and eunuchs poured into the courtyard, discovering the emperor, the princess, and Mr. Tang all gazing intently at the rooftop. There, a fluffy white creature was gently pawing at the tiles, as if a flower thief peering in on a beautiful maiden. Mr. Tang, do you see? Shang Wansu quietly inquired of Tang Zhe, knowing that among them, only Tang Zhe possessed the martial prowess to retrieve the auspicious beast safely. Tang Zhe gazed thoughtfully at the Qilin tiger on a rooftop. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "It seems there must be something within that is attracting the Qilin tiger. Indeed, below lies the small one's bed, and the little one is blissfully sleeping there." Shangguan Qingcheng added. Shangguan Su turned to her and asked, "Qingcheng, what treasures might be contained within?" Shangguan Qingcheng hesitated. "It is not treasures per se, but rather a reincarnation of a fairy." She could not utter aloud. After a moment's struggle, she managed, "It is Wanqing's chamber, and Wanqing is currently inside, sound asleep." She then inquired, "Brother, why would the Qilin tiger come to the princess's mansion?" Shangguan Su replied, "I too am curious. Could it be that the little imp has enchanted the Qilin tiger? After a mere visit, the Qilin tiger has fled the palace." He shook his head. "I do not know." Tang Ze's expression shifted, and he jested, "Perhaps it finds the Jade Princess delightful. No child has ever yearned to visit the Beast Palace at such a young age. The Qilin tiger has resided there since its birth. It is no wonder it is drawn to the charming Jade Princess." Moreover, Tang Ze felt that the aura surrounding the Jade Princess was unusual. Though she was but a small child, she occasionally emanated an unsettling intensity. "Are you attempting to fool me? The Qilin tiger cannot be so simplistic."
Shangguan Su retorted.
Shangguan Qingcheng, however, remained impassive. The little one harbored many secrets. It was not surprising that it could attract the Qilin tiger. Noticing the Qilin tiger's unwavering attention on the room, oblivious to their presence, Shangguan Su proposed, "Mr. Tang, can you ascend and capture the Qilin tiger?" "I shall give it a try," Tang Ze replied, utilizing his powers to ascend to the rooftop. Landing a distance away from the Qilin tiger, he advanced cautiously, step by step, toward the creature. Shangguan Su smiled approvingly, stroking his beard. "It is indeed Mr. Tang, the esteemed royal offering, whose prowess is remarkable." Suning Sheng nodded in agreement. As they held their breath, Tang Ze drew closer, careful not to make a sound. When he was just a foot away, he halted, channeling his energy, his hand poised like a claw, ready to seize the Qilin tiger by surprise. The Qilin tiger, still engrossed in watching the interior, remained motionless. Tang Ze felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was nearly there, only an inch away. The onlookers in the courtyard held their breath in anticipation. Just as Tang Ze was about to touch the Qilin tiger's fur, it suddenly moved, darting like a flash of white light to the opposite end of the room. Tang Ze was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Qilin tiger, you should not be out here. Do you realize the calamities your presence may bring upon the Great Xia?" The Qilin tiger tilted its head, gazing at Tang Ze, seemingly puzzled by his words. With a soft growl, it seemed to urge Tang Ze to step aside, blocking its view of the delightful little human below. "Come back with me, Qilin tiger. Your duty is to protect the multitudes of the Great Xia."
Dong Shi implored earnestly.
Shangguan Su called from below, "Return, Qilin tiger." The Qilin tiger shook its head vehemently, refusing to comply. Why would it return when there was such a delightful little creature here? Both sides remained at an impasse. The Qilin tiger, incensed, felt its space encroached upon by the humans. Suddenly, a comical scene unfolded on the rooftop of the Ruishua building, a fluffy white ball darting ahead, with an elderly man with childlike features in hot pursuit. Those below watched anxiously. "It's over there." "No, it's behind you." Mu Wanqing had been awakened by the ruckus outside. She propped herself up on the railing of her small bed, glancing around the empty room. "What is happening? Has the princess's mansion been attacked? Did my royal mother flee with the servants, leaving me behind? Surely that could not be the case." As her thoughts swirled, a white ball landed on her little bed. Awu Mu Wanqing stared in astonishment. Who could explain why the auspicious beast of the imperial palace was on her bed? In her annoyance, she pushed the Qilin tiger away. The Qilin tiger, in playful defiance, flopped down, exposing its chubby belly and emitting soft sounds. With a heart-wrenching sigh, one might liken Mu Wanqing to a heartless scoundrel. Upon entering, Shangguan Su beheld a most astonishing sight, the aloof and unapproachable Qilin tiger lounging on the bed of his niece. Mu Wanqing, too, noticed their presence.
"Ah,
"Has my green-hatted uncle arrived? I didn't expect our meeting to occur so swiftly," she remarked. Shang Wansu's expression was one of unutterable complexity. He had no desire to encounter this little bundle of mischief, for each meeting served as a reminder of his predicament. Regaining his composure, he inquired, Wanqing, "Did you bring the Qilin tiger back?" Wanqing regarded him as if he were a simpleton. The others looked on in disbelief, wondering why His Majesty would pose such a question to the young princess, who was still so tender in years. Just when they presumed the princess would remain silent, she spoke, "No, take it away." With a plaintive howl, the Qilin tiger seemed to understand, shaking its head. Wanqing delivered a playful smack to the tiger's head, sternly commanding, "No more growling." The Qilin tiger, looking woefully dejected, promptly sealed its mouth. It was now evident to all that the creature was quite obedient to the princess's words. Shang Wansu, reminiscent of the cunning wolf, tempted Wanqing. "If you can persuade the Qilin tiger to return, I shall grant you an official title. What say you?" Wanqing eyed her green-hatted uncle skeptically, her thoughts echoing, "Do I appear so easily deceived?" Shang Wansu, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared, "I am the son of heaven. My word is my bond." As chapter 52 unfolds, Wanqing gazed up at her green-hatted uncle for a moment, letting out an inward sigh. "What can I say? After all, you are my uncle. Though somewhat miserly, it's better than nothing." The little tiger had taken advantage of her more than once, having licked her twice in just their second encounter. In her past life, she had perished due to the obsession of a male cultivator. Who would have thought that a mere synthetic tiger could be so brazen? It must surely be male, given its unabashed behavior. She patted the Qilin tiger's head and, with a mock ferocity, admonished Shu, "Go back. Why are you following me? Are you hoping to pilfer my food? I can hardly feed myself." Shang Wansu interjected, "The Qilin tiger is well fed daily by dedicated attendants, receiving only the finest delicacies." With a mournful whimper, the Qilin tiger crouched, its hind legs bent, forelegs straight, resting its head on its front paws, as if bowing in supplication to Wanqing. "You only wish to barter with me," it seemed to lament. Wanqing stubbornly turned away, presenting her back to the tiger, resolutely stating, "I have no riches to spare for you." With a sorrowful whine, the Qilin tiger reluctantly ambled toward Tangze, glancing back 3 times as it departed. In that moment, Wanqing felt akin to a heartless femme fatale, abandoning her companion. Shangguan Qingcheng could not help but chuckle at the scene. The little princess's portrayal of a wayward woman was nothing short of theatrical. Nearby, the less composed servants stifled their laughter. Wanqing once again pointed towards the door, without glancing back, insisting leave. The Qilin tiger finally ceased its glances back and made its way to the gilded cage beside Tangze. "Indeed, you are a heartless creature," Shangguan Qingcheng remarked. Seeing the little tiger safely inside, Wanqing eagerly turned to Shangguan Su, pleading, "Now, where is my official title?" Shangguan Qingcheng chimed in, "Brother, Wanqing has successfully convinced the Qilin tiger to return. Surely you must honor your promise?" Wanqing had indeed accomplished a significant feat, and her brother must not be stingy. Wanqing's heart soared at the thought. To be appointed an official at merely half a year old, I would be unparalleled throughout history. Uncle Emperor, grant me a title. 4th or 5th rank would suffice. Anything higher would be a bonus. And perhaps some gold and jewels as well. Shangguan Su endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. With regal authority, he proclaimed, naturally, "I am the son of heaven. When have I ever gone back on my word?" After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Allow me to reflect. Wanqing has saved the common folk of our great Xia, thus she deserves substantial reward." This little bundle of joy was somewhat too pragmatic for her own good. When in need, he was her emperor uncle. When not, merely the green-hatted uncle. Shangguan Qingcheng bent her knees slightly and bowed to Shangguan Su, stating, "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Wanqing. It is but fitting." Shangguan Su waved his hand dismissively. Wanqing brimmed with anticipation. Surely this title is genuine and not merely gilded? Shangguan Qingcheng, well aware of her brother's frugality, mused. After all these years, he has seldom bestowed tangible rewards. Shangguan Su retorted, "Am I truly that sort of person? What I give is always practical. Besides, with the treasury depleted, I, as an emperor, find myself in a precarious position." Observing her green-hatted uncle deep in thought, Wanqing felt an unexpected satisfaction. At last, my emperor uncle is about to take decisive action. Bestow upon me my title. Shangguan Su's eyes finally sparkled with enthusiasm as he declared, "Therefore, I appoint Wanqing as a 4th rank fei, granting her 10 taels of silver and the responsibility of overseeing the Qilin tiger." The fourth rank was precisely what the little one had requested. In a sense, he was fulfilling her desires, was he not? I pay my respects to Lady Fei. Su Ning and others greeted her with bows. Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with indignation. I asked for a fourth or fifth rank. And he truly bestowed upon me a fourth rank title. How miserly! 10 taels of silver. For an emperor to offer such a paltry sum is downright embarrassing. How parsimonious can one be, to the detriment of the entire dynasty? Mu Wanqing's internal monologue was fraught with frustration. Shangguan Qingcheng, too, had not anticipated her brother's stinginess, though she acknowledged that he had always been thrifty. Had I known, I would have bestowed an extra 50 taels, or even 100.
Sanguan Sulementid.
As they departed, Mu Wanqing continued to berate her green-hatted uncle. Shangguan Su left with a countenance of regret, realizing he had missed a chance to replenish the treasury. Observing the indignant expression on the little bundle of joy, he recognized that he would have to make it up to her in due course. Shangguan Qingcheng attempted to console him, saying, "Your father has held a fourth rank for many years. At your tender age, you have already surpassed his rank." Mu Wanqing pondered this for a moment but retorted, "What right does that wretched father have to be compared to me? Speaking of which, has that scoundrel been languishing in the capital's prison for several days? Is mother not concerned? Dear mother, while you may harbor no affection for that scoundrel, do be careful not to end his life all at once, lest my phoenix space's growth slow considerably. I am quite curious, considering the state he is in, would he still dare to lay a finger on Xiaobilian?" Mu Wanqing's thoughts began to wander. Shangguan Qingcheng remarked, "Let that scoundrel suffer a bit. Who knows how long this torment will last? While it is satisfying to punish him, it does lack excitement." Before long, the day of the anticipated snowfall mentioned by the heroine arrived. Though the weather was frigid, there were no signs of impending snow. The citizens of the capital took the opportunity to express their grievances to the heroine's family. "Your Highness, the wife of Lord Xia from the National Academy has sent an invitation, wishing to visit the princess's residence in 2 days," a servant reported. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanqing finally recalled the individual in question.
Is it she?
Chapter 53. The Request of Lady Xia. Shangguan Qingcheng rummaged through her memories, recalling how the little one had come to know Lady Xia. 2 days later, Lady Xia, accompanied by a few attendants bearing lavish gifts, arrived at the princess's residence. Shangguan Qingcheng sat regally at the head of the reception hall, while Lady Xia, Zhao Yingxin, knelt before her, performing a deep bow. "Your servant presents her respects to your highness, the princess." This nearly left Shangguan Qingcheng flustered, for she was quite familiar with Zhao Yingxin. Upon hearing that she was still unmarried, yet had already graced the battlefield and slain the Tautars, it was evident that her martial prowess was exceptional. Mu Wanqing gazed at the woman before her, who, although kneeling, held her back straight with an unyielding posture. How could I have forgotten her? She is indeed a true heroine. Just look at the commanding aura that surrounds her. How striking she is. She is the foremost among the 3 great female generals of the Great Xia, the formidable Axe Loli. Suppressing her inner thoughts, Shangguan Qingcheng slightly raised her right hand and spoke. "Madam Xia, please rise. I presume your visit today is for a matter of request." Zhao Yingxin bowed once more before standing. "Thank you, Princess Zhang. I have come to sincerely pledge my allegiance to you." Taking her seat, Zhao Yingxin pondered for a moment before stating her intentions directly. "Your Highness, I have come seeking your assistance, and I hope you will lend me your support." Mu Wanqing felt invigorated by her words. "Grant her request, esteemed princess. Zhao Yingxin's husband is the vice president of the National Academy, and her father-in-law is the head of Qingzhou, with numerous students under his tutelage, and he has not yet declared his allegiance. His support for the Shangguan family would be invaluable. In my previous life, the female protagonist used my space to cure her husband's yang deficiency. Thus she seeks to repay the favor." Her thoughts were interrupted as she was captivated by the radiant treasures behind Madame Xia. Wow, so many valuable items. "Grant her request. Grant her request." Shangguan Qingcheng, taken aback by the astonishing news, lifted her teacup and took a sip, suppressing her astonishment. "Oh, Madame Xia, do share. If there is any way I can assist, I shall do my utmost." "Thank you, Your Highness," Zhao Yingxin responded, rising to pay her respects. She then turned to her attendants, instructing them to leave. The servants placed the items upon the 4-sided table made of sandalwood and withdrew. Shangguan Qingcheng waved her hand. "You may all leave as well." She then turned to Qingyun and said, "Bring me the dumpling." Zhao Yingxin was not overly surprised that the princess retained the Jade County princess, perhaps out of concern for her health. She approached Shangguan Qingcheng once more. Kneeling earnestly as she spoke, "Your Highness, I have heard that both wives of the Yongbo Marquis are with child. They did not consult a renowned physician. So, I suspect it is due to your blessing. Having been married to my husband for 8 years without conceiving, though he and my in-laws have treated me kindly, I always feel a sense of indebtedness. I implore you, Your Highness, please assist me." As her words trailed off, her voice became choked with emotion, and she prostrated herself heavily upon the ground. Over the years, in the solitude of her own corners, she had often shed tears of sorrow. Mu Wanqing felt a pang of sympathy. How pitiful! It is clearly her husband's issue, yet she bears the burden alone. The plight of women in ancient times is truly heart-wrenching. Shangguan Qingcheng recalled that at the full moon banquet, the little dumpling had mentioned this matter, and she had heard some rumors regarding the Xia family. The Xia family had passed down their lineage for 4 generations, hence they named their son Xia Mianlian, symbolizing the hope for continuous offspring and blessings. However, Xia Mianlian was born frail and sickly, yet exceptionally intelligent, achieving remarkable academic results even while battling illness. Ultimately, he placed 3rd in the imperial examination, though it was said that he had faltered during the test. The current emperor, not wishing to lose such a talented individual, appointed him to teach at the National Academy, allowing him a more manageable role. Shangguan Qingcheng found herself in a quandary. Though she could resolve the issue for the little dumpling, she had not articulated how, whether to summon Xia Mianlian or devise another approach.
Mu Wanqing, meanwhile,
reminisced about the descriptions in the novel. The novel mentioned that Xia Mianlian's health was exceedingly weak, unlike Qin Jingshu and her sister, who could be cured with just a few drops of spiritual spring water. Xia Mianlian would likely require a more potent remedy. It could be troublesome and would take several days. Your Highness, I am aware that this matter presents difficulties and that divine medicines are rare to procure, but I truly find myself at a loss. Zhao Yinxin, seeing the princess pause, pounded her head against the ground repeatedly. After several blows, her forehead bore a bruise of blue and red. Shangguan Qingcheng, disregarding the formality, recognized Zhao Yinxin as a female hero and quickly stepped forward, one arm cradling the dumpling while the other helped her to her feet. "What are you doing?" "I have not refused to help. Rise at once." Mu Wanqing looked at the beautiful young lady before her, her lips curling into a playful smile, cramming for the exam. 3 days later. With that, she raised her hand and placed it upon Zhao Yinxin's forehead, applying the spiritual spring water from her fingertips. They must not allow others to think the princess's residence mistreats people. Zhao Yinxin felt a cool sensation on her forehead, and the pain that had previously throbbed there vanished. Shangguan Qingcheng considered the dumpling's immense capabilities, realizing she could not protect her alone. Since the dumpling had vouched for the integrity of the Xia family, she decided to place her trust in them. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "In 3 days, bring Lord Xia along." Zhao Yinxin, not one to be foolish, understood the underlying meaning. She recognized the importance of patience and once again knelt in respect, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Jade County Princess. I shall take my leave." After Zhao Yinxin departed, only Shangguan Qingcheng and Mu Wanqing remained, exchanging glances. Eventually, Shangguan Qingcheng broke the silence. "Qinger, what do you propose we do regarding Madame Xia? Is it a complicated matter? Shall I ask your mother to procure some medicinal ingredients for you?" Mu Wanqing shook her head and pointed to the treasures brought by Zhao Yinxin, saying "Woda." Shangguan Qingcheng playfully tapped her nose. "You little money grubber. All this is for you." She brought the dumpling closer to the treasures. Mu Wanqing raised her hands and collected all the treasures into her space, leaving not even the tray behind, leaving Shangguan Qingcheng momentarily speechless. After pondering, she advised, "Qinger, your mother is well aware of your many secrets, and I do not pry. However, I must remind you to never reveal such abilities in front of outsiders, lest you attract unwanted attention, understand?" This motherly concern resonated within Mu Wanqing's heart. She nodded in agreement. Who would dare covet my belongings? They must be tired of living. The mother and daughter exchanged light-hearted banter, with Shangguan Qingcheng doing most of the talking, while the little dumpling interjected with playful commentary and eye rolls. Frustrated, Shangguan Qingcheng handed Mu Wanqing over to Zy and departed. Upon returning to Ruishua Tower, Mu Wanqing lay on her small bed and entered the phoenix space. She surveyed the items before her, contemplating the necessary materials. She intended to prepare her grandmother's medicine as well, not wanting to delay any further since her grandmother's time was limited. Chapter 54. The plan to find fodder is advanced. Mu Wanqing paced within the phoenix space until she finally discovered the smallest purple sand ginseng. The The purple sand ginseng possesses excellent properties for replenishing vital energy and is precisely suited for Empress Dowager Chen's ailment. With determination, she pulled it from the soil, and at that moment, a violet glow emanated from it. Wanqing filled a small vial with spiritual spring water, observing the ginseng, which was about the thickness of her arm. She recalled that medicinal herbs were typically administered one at a time. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Harnessing her spiritual energy, she divided the purple sand ginseng into several portions, then gathered a handful of soil, mixing it with the spring water to roll into black balls of varying sizes. The remaining portion was ground into powder and combined with spring water to form small balls. Given her grandmother's kindness toward her, she would not present her with subpar offerings. Satisfied with the small round balls in her hands, Wanqing mused to herself about the ease of crafting these medicinal dumplings. They bore a striking resemblance to the well-known pills. As for why she mentioned 3 days, it was simply to avoid making things too easy. In the Phoenix space, Wanqing conducted her usual rounds, noticing little change. The next day, Shangguan Qingcheng regarded the varied clay balls in her hands with a peculiar expression. Opposite her, the little dumpling sat proudly, beaming with confidence. Your Highness, how do you find my skills? Impressive, right? You must be pleasantly surprised to know your daughter is so talented. After all, I am still your daughter, and you should feel proud. Dear Princess Mother, do not be stingy. Shower me with praise. Under the eager gaze and lively thoughts of Wanqing, Shangguan Qingcheng spoke up with a hint of irritation. Qing'e, you are truly remarkable. These pills you have crafted possess distinct characteristics, each with its own unique shape, much like the pills themselves. Upon hearing this, Wanqing's expression cracked. My princess mother is so beautiful, yet she struggles to find the right words. How can you not even give a compliment? Listen to how you praise me. It's only because I'm your daughter that you think less of me. Shangguan Qingcheng thought to herself. She feigned compliments. But the little one was unconvinced, and even rebutted her. What a troublesome daughter. Note this down, it must be recorded. Soon, the day arrived for the meeting with Zhao Yingxin. Zhao Yingxin and Xia Mianlian had arrived early at the reception hall of the princess's residence. As December had already set in, the capital was quite cold, but fortunately, the princess's residence was not lacking in charcoal fires. Xia Mianlian, who was typically sensitive to cold, felt somewhat better once inside the reception hall. 2 braziers had been lit in the hall, creating a warm atmosphere. Due to their nervousness, the two had already consumed several cups of tea by the time Shangguan Qingcheng and her daughter finally arrived. Upon entering, Wanqing spotted Xia Mianlian, who was bundled up tightly. His skin was pallid, devoid of color, resembling a living corpse. Ah, so this is Xia Mianlian. It is said he is exceptionally talented, with disciples spread far and wide. No wonder Zhao Meiren defied her family's opposition to marry him. Although Xia Mianlian was trying his best to suppress his discomfort, he could not quell the itch in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Yingxin supported him as they both bowed. We pay our respects to your highness, the eldest princess, and to the Jade Princess. Shangguan Qingcheng took her seat, while Qingyan stood behind her holding the little one. Rise. I have heard from my wife that your highness possesses miraculous medicine, so we have come to seek your grace in bestowing it upon us. Xia Mianlian spoke, slightly breathless. Shangguan Qingcheng entertained the little one and replied, It is but a trivial matter. This medicine came to me by chance. If it aids Lord Xia in his recovery, it is merely a stroke of good fortune on his part. Hearing this boast, Wanqing in Qingyan's arms sparkled with excitement. Are we engaging in Tai Chi? This back and forth, is it not exhausting? Shangguan Qingcheng expressed her weariness. Zhao Yingxin smiled and said, That is because your highness is magnanimous and cannot bear to see my husband suffer from illness. Shangguan Qingcheng issued a precautionary note. I cannot guarantee that this medicine will be effective, so it would be wise for you both to temper your expectations. This is understood. Xia Mianlian replied. Shangguan Qingcheng instructed Qingyi, go fetch the medicine for Lord Xia. Yes. Soon, Qingyi returned with an exquisite box, opening it to reveal a white jade vial inside. There are 10 spirit-nourishing pills. Lord Xia may try one first. Shangguan Qingcheng introduced, gesturing for Qingyi to present it to him. Wanqing gazed at her princess mother, bewildered. I just casually rolled some pills and they already have a name? My princess mother is truly dedicated. Of course. Just look at who she is. Shangguan Qingcheng replied. Thank you. Zhao Yingxin's eyes glistened with excitement. She took the vial and extracted a pill. Dear husband, here. Xia Mianlian accepted the spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it. Due to its size and peculiar taste, he had to drink 2 cups of water to help it down. Why does it taste so muddy? The flavor is quite strange. Yet he managed to suppress his discomfort. As the saying goes, good medicine is bitter to the mouth. Thus, a peculiar taste for miraculous medicine is to be expected. Once the spirit-nourishing pill was ingested, Xia Mianlian immediately felt significantly better. His body was filled with vigor, and he regained enough strength to stand upright, his complexion improving somewhat. The cold that had long plagued him was now accompanied by a hint of warmth. Even his usually composed demeanor revealed a flicker of excitement. Incredible. The spirit-nourishing pill is truly remarkable. Its effects are immediate. Zhao Yingxin had been closely observing her husband's condition after taking the medicine. Seeing Xia Mianlian improve, she couldn't help but excitedly tug at his sleeve. Husband, do you feel better? Really better? Now, father and mother need not worry about your health any longer. Xia Mianlian clasped Zhao Yingxin's hand in return. Indeed. My dear wife, you have endured much hardship over the years. They exchanged glances and knelt together. We are immensely grateful for your highness's grace in bestowing the medicine upon us. From now on, we will follow your highness faithfully. Shangguan Qingqing smiled and shook her head.
Rise.
As long as you devote yourselves to serving the great Xia and consider the welfare of the nation and its people, that is sufficient. I am not a rebel. What use is it for you to follow me? In times when the great Xia requires your assistance, do not hide yourselves away. Xia Mianlian's expression turned serious. That goes without saying. As citizens of Great Xia, it is our duty to uphold the integrity of our land. Shangguan Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what she desired. As the eldest princess, her fate was deeply intertwined with that of Great Xia. That is good enough. However, I would like to inquire about my wife's condition. Xia Mianlian thought but found it difficult to voice the question. Madame Xia is well.
Upon hearing this,
Xia Mianlian was taken aback, followed by a wave of guilt. It was he who had allowed others to malign her, branding her as a hen that could not lay eggs. Mu Wanqing admired such a person, rigid yet not pedantic. Observing the harmony between the couple, she couldn't help but think of her own princess mother. These beautiful women are all so fortunate. My princess mother is the most beautiful, yet she married a scoundrel. It seems my quest for a good father must commence soon. Shangguan Qingqing mused. Her plans to discipline her child must be expedited. Chapter 55. No need to worry. Release is imminent. In the Jingzhou Prefecture jail. Let me out. Let me out. I am wronged. The cell echoed with such voices, creating a cacophony.
Mudemei, Zhangquilian.
And others were all in the same cell. At this moment, the cell they occupied was notably different from others within the prison. It was neither filthy nor chaotic. It had beds, tables, and teacups, qualifying it as a luxurious cell in Jingzhou Prefecture. This was specifically prepared for the noble officials who found themselves incarcerated. Some high-ranking nobles, due to various reasons, would enter briefly and then exit, maintaining their status after serving a minor penalty. Jingzhou Prefecture could not afford to offend such individuals. Hence the establishment of the cell, where they were treated well to prevent repercussions upon their release. Mu Demei, being the current royal son-in-law with an official title, could not be mistreated by Jingzhou Prefecture, thus he was temporarily placed in the cell. Zhang Xuelian listened to the cries for injustice around her, feeling anxious and filled with worry. Miling, why don't you shout too? If they knew your identity, they would surely let us go. She looked at Mu Demei with hope. Mu Demei sat on the couch with a dark expression, not rising. What identity do I have? How can I make a ruckus like those criminals? He said displeased. Moreover, such shouting would not only be fruitless, but might also attract the guards' punishment, inviting trouble for ourselves. Then what do you suggest we do? Zhang Xuelian grew anxious. The young Mu Lianqiao was still so small. How could she endure the suffering of prison? Do not panic. Am I not thinking of a solution? Mu Demei was also somewhat irritated. As the royal son-in-law, a person of high status, when had he ever been imprisoned? It was utterly absurd. Father, mother, do not worry. We will not come to harm for the time being. Mu Lianqiao spoke up. Look, our cell is vastly different from those of other criminals. Only those of exceptional status are qualified to enter here. Upon hearing Mu Lianqiao's words, Mu Demei's eyes lit up. Our daughter is indeed clever. He clapped his hands and laughed, looking quite pleased. You a woman, get flustered over minor matters. Even Lianqiao, so small, is more composed than you, he remarked to Zhang Xuelian. The prefect of Jingzhou has placed us in this cell. What does that signify? It indicates he knows my identity and dares not treat us poorly.
Mudemei chuckled softly.
We certainly shall not be here for long. Upon finishing his words, Mu Deming rose and approached the door. Outside, Two guards were indulging in wine and snacks. You two, step forward. He commanded with the imposing authority befitting a royal consort. The two ceased their activities and approached him. Do you know my identity? Mu Deming's voice was low and grave. Yes, you are the esteemed Mu, consort of the princess. One of them replied with a bow.
A faint smell graced Mu Demin's lips.
You audacious fellows of the Jingzhou prefecture, knowing I am the royal consort, how dare you imprison us here? His expression shifted to one of cold anger. Please, noble consort, temper your wrath, the other guard responded calmly, clasping his hands in apology. We are merely following orders. Even our magistrate is bound by the same. It was the princess who sent word to the Jingzhou prefecture to apprehend us.
What?
Mu Deming's countenance instantly paled, shock written all over his face. The princess ordered his capture. How could this be? His expression darkened further. In the past, Shangguan Qingzheng had shown him unwavering devotion and affection. How could she issue such a command?
Emilang.
Could it be that the matter concerning us has come to her attention? Zhang Zuilian's face blanched, her voice trailing off. Otherwise, how could that lovesick fool act so out of character? Mu Deming fell silent, uncertain. Your Highness, couples often quarrel but reconcile. I am unaware of any discord between you and the princess. Yet, even in heated disputes, kind words can mend rifts, one guard remarked with a smile. A true man can bend and yield. For the sake of familial harmony, sometimes a little humility is a small price to pay. Upon hearing this, Mu Deming's expression softened. You speak wisely. Fetch me the 4 treasures of the study. I shall compose a letter to the princess. Once I am released, there shall be rewards for you. Thank you, noble consort. The 2 guards beamed as they hurried to prepare the writing tools. Furthermore, procure us some fine food, Mu Deming instructed. The guards complied, arranging for the provisions. Soon, a feast of fine wine and delicacies was delivered, along with the necessary writing materials. Mi Lang, you truly have a way with matters. Zhang Zuilian said, her spirits lifted and her anxiety dissipated. Mu Deming offered a slight reassurance before taking up the brush to pen a letter, instructing the guard to deliver it swiftly to the princess's residence. Once she reads my letter, she will surely come to release us, he asserted confidently. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, the magistrate of Jingzhou prefecture had been standing outside the gates for quite some time, his legs weary and drenched in sweat. He had come to seek an audience with the princess regarding the consort's predicament, hoping to gauge the situation. Unless he received a clear directive from the princess, he dared not act impulsively. Even though Shangguan Qingzheng had sent word, he could not afford to take drastic measures against Mu Deming and his companions. Marital disputes were notoriously delicate. They might reconcile swiftly after a quarrel. If he were to act against the royal consort, and the latter sought redress afterwards, he would surely incur the princess's wrath, bearing the blame alone. His position would be at stake, and his head could be on the line. The magistrate fidgeted with anxiety, his throat parched and ready to burst into flames. Occasionally, he would send someone to inquire. What news? Has the princess issued a statement? Is she willing to meet with me? Upon seeing Qingyi emerge from the princess's residence, he hurried to ask. You may enter. Qingyi waved her hand. The magistrate let out a sigh of relief and quickly followed her inside. Within, Shangguan Qingzheng sat regally in the main seat. As soon as the magistrate entered, he immediately prostrated himself on the floor. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Long live the princess. Rise, Shangguan Qingzheng motioned dismissively. After expressing his gratitude, the magistrate stood. Please take a seat, the princess offered. The magistrate perceived her calm demeanor as a favorable opportunity to broach the subject. Your Highness, regarding the royal consort. What of him? Shangguan Qingzheng interrupted coolly. He is unharmed. I have arranged for the best cell, with ample food and drink to attend to them. The magistrate reported, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Upon hearing this, the princess's countenance darkened immediately. The magistrate's heart sank. Had he erred? It seemed she was still in a foul mood. Forgive me, Your Highness, I believed, he stammered, hastily kneeling to explain.
What do you mean by that?
To presume to interpret royal sentiments is a grave offense. The magistrate's face strained of color. This heavy accusation could cost him his life. I beg for your forgiveness. Your Highness, he pleaded, prostrating himself further, terrified. The consort colludes with common women, sowing discord among the populace, a crime unforgivable. Do you understand? Shangguan Qingzheng stated flatly. I understand. Your Highness, the magistrate replied, drenched in sweat. Have they been tortured? Shangguan Qingzheng inquired casually. And no, he stammered. She paused momentarily. Then proceed. The consort deserves it. Her tone was indifferent. Yes, your highness, the magistrate hurriedly agreed. Emerging from the princess's residence, he felt his legs weaken. At that moment, he wanted to curse aloud. Who said the princess was gentle and meek? Such rumors were dangerously misleading. Just moments ago, he had nearly soiled himself from the weight of her displeasure. Perhaps I should return home to tend to my fields, he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow, resolving to submit his resignation after this incident. Remaining in the position of magistrate in the capital was fraught with peril. He might lose his head at any moment. In the Jingzhou prefecture prison, Mu Deming had grown increasingly impatient. Is there still no word from the princess's residence? He queried the guard who had just entered. Noble consort, we delivered your letter. But the princess did not even glance at it before burning it. The guard replied, his tone shifting to one of indifference.
What?
Burned it? Mu Deming's expression darkened immediately. Shangguan Qingcheng had dared to incinerate his letter. The guard, unfazed by his reaction, opened the prison door. Noble consort, please. Mu Deming had assumed he was to be released and felt a flicker of hope. He dusted himself off and adjusted his attire. Come, follow me. He called to Zhang Zuelian and Mu Zhanping, who joyfully trailed behind him, eager to exit the prison.
Halt!
Where do you think you are going? Planning to escape? The guard at the door drew his sword, ready to strike at any further movement. Zhang Zuelian paled, and Mu Zhanping fell to the ground in fright.
Mu Deming's fury erupted.
You insolent fools! What do you intend to do? He bellowed. Noble consort, your crimes are not trivial. Do you think you can simply walk out? The guard sneered. You belong here. They opened a filthy, decrepit cell that was no better than a pigsty. Mu Deming immediately protested. What manner of treatment is this for someone of my stature? You expect me to reside here? You will reside here whether you like it or not. The guard retorted coldly. How dare you? Mu Deming shouted in outrage.
Crack.
The guard's whip lashed out, striking Mu Deming, causing him to grimace in pain. You thought yourself a lofty consort? Here, you are merely a prisoner. The guard scoffed. Mu Deming stood in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had fallen to such depths. Mi Lang, please, let us just go inside, Zhang Zuelian urged in fear. The trio was forced to abandon the lavish cell for the wretched accommodations. I demand to see the magistrate. Mu Deming could no longer contain his frustration, shouting. The magistrate is here, the guard announced. The magistrate of Jingzhou prefecture appeared outside the cell, his face dark as night. Release me, at once. Mu Deming yelled in fury. The magistrate, however, ignored him, merely waving his hand dismissively. As a result, the jailer brought forth an array of instruments of torture, both large and small, a complete assortment. What do you intend to do, magistrate of Jingzhou?
Mu Deming's lips twitched.
You sow discord among the people. According to the laws of the Great Xia, you shall be severely punished. The magistrate of Jingzhou declared sternly. Use torture. At the command, the jailer stepped forward to administer physical punishment.
Zhang Zuelian, clutching Mu Liankao,
screamed in terror. Mu Zhanping was so frightened that he cried, his body going limp. Mu Demii retreated, his face ashen. You are executing private punishment. Once I am released from prison, I will definitely report you to the Grand Princess and His Majesty, ensuring your entire clan is exterminated, he shouted, his voice piercingly anguished. Upon hearing this, the magistrate leaned closer to his ear. Your Highness, this is specially arranged by the Grand Princess for you. Mu Demii's face stiffened. Disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? I demand to see the Grand Princess, he bellowed. The jailers, indifferent to his outcry, proceeded with the punishment. As the fingers were clamped, Mu Demii howled as if a pig were being slaughtered. Once seated on the tiger bench, his screams were more harrowing than a woman undergoing a cesarean without anesthesia. After several slaps, his flesh was torn and bleeding, and Mu Demii's lips turned pale as he fainted. Zhang Zuelian and Mu Zhanping could not escape the same fate, enduring punishment alongside him. Although the tortures were severe, they did not threaten their lives. The Grand Princess is my sworn sister. You treat me this way, and when I am free, I shall have her kill you all. Zhang Zuelian shrieked, her hair disheveled. The magistrate's expression darkened, revealing a glacial demeanor. Wretched woman, how can the Grand Princess, of such noble status, be associated with a lowly commoner like you? To disrespect her requires punishment, he coldly rebuked. Slap her. The jailers delivered several harsh slaps, causing Zhang Zuelian to lose her teeth, prompting her to wail in agony. Mu Zhanping, still a child, was petrified merely by witnessing the torture inflicted upon Mu Demii and Zhang Zuelian, leading him to cry out. Mu Lianxiao, being an infant, suffered no physical torment. Yet enduring days of hunger was unbearable for her. A fierce determination marred her small face. Once she rises to power, she vowed to eradicate all those responsible in the most tragic manner. She envisioned the day when heavy snow would fall, validating her prophecy. At that moment, the populace would surely regard her as a deity. Little did she know that she would not live to see that snow fall. After enduring relentless torment for several days, Mu Demii appeared gaunt, his eyes devoid of life. Years of indulgence had left him ill-prepared for such suffering. The dual torment of body and spirit nearly extinguished his will to live. Let me out! Let me out! I am wronged. I am innocent. I am the esteemed son-in-law of the current dynasty. Release me. I must see the princess. I must see his majesty. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he would loudly proclaim his innocence at the prison door. By the end of his outburst, he oscillated between laughter and tears, emitting strange sounds. Zhang Xuelian and Mu Zhanping gazed at him in terror.
Could it be that
Mu Demii has gone mad? The jailers shook their heads at the sight, muttering their disbelief. Chapter 57. The longing of King Changlin at the Grand Princess's residence. Mu Wanqing awoke from her midday slumber and ventured into the phoenix space, which had grown slightly larger. Upon closer listening, she learned that her despicable father and his mistress were suffering in prison. The Grand Princess had instructed the magistrate of Jingzhou to punish those individuals, ensuring their continual misfortune, allowing the phoenix space to flourish without her exerting effort, a rather fortunate arrangement. The female protagonist must be quite distressed in prison. How can a child's body withstand such torment? She mused, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, she was also eager to see the current state of the protagonist. After all, her own speech was rather clumsy at the moment, or she would have surely mocked her. Shangguan Qingcheng found this amusing, remarking on the childlike nature of her thoughts. Mu Jingchuan. He too wishes to witness the scene, to ridicule Mu Zhanping, who once wielded great influence. Now he must resemble a drowned rat. As the family pondered their various thoughts, Jingyi entered from outside. She spoke softly, Grand Princess. I have heard that the young master of the Changlin King's residence has fallen ill again, and it seems quite serious this time.
King Changlin, Kui Kinglin,
was valiant and skilled in battle, having defended the border towns of Great Xia for many years before returning to the capital in his old age. His family was renowned for their loyalty, with his son currently safeguarding the capital. Shangguan Qingcheng held great respect for the heroes who protected Great Xia. How could this happen? She wondered, concerned. King Changlin had fought countless battles for Great Xia, and his heir mirrored his father's admirable qualities. Yet his young grandson, Cui Su, had fallen victim to a strange illness, alternating between lucidity and confusion. What a pity, Shangguan Qingcheng lamented, expressing her sorrow over the unfairness of fate. Mu Wanqing found this familiar. Cui Su, the grandson of King Changlin? Wasn't he the protagonist's devoted admirer? The tragic circumstances surrounding the Grand Princess's residence bore his influence. My dear mother, do not be deceived by appearances. The Changlin family is akin to wolves in sheep's clothing. The narrative has stated that the Grand Princess's residence was raided by King Changlin himself. That old scoundrel has long coveted your beauty, and you have been ensnared and subjected to continuous humiliation by him. She dared not dwell on the latter thought, for it was too harrowing. Shangguan Qingcheng sensed the little one's thoughts and dropped the feather duster she held, her body weakening. Had it not been for Qingyi's quick reflexes, she would have collapsed. The thought that a burly man, with a rugged appearance and a beard, old enough to be her father, could covet her beauty was utterly revolting. She often heard the little one voice in her heart the notion of Great Xia being overthrown. Finally, she grasped a thread of understanding. Should she report this to her elder brother? Would he even believe her? If she claimed it was the little one's thoughts, she would surely be deemed mad. Lacking evidence, she knew she had to contemplate the matter further. Mu Jingchuan was utterly stunned, sitting rigidly, nearly toppling to the ground. As a son, how could he bear to hear of his mother being so humiliated? Why could the little one not grow up sooner? He wished to learn martial arts from her. Mu Wanqing noticed her mother nearly faltering and paused her foot chewing. Alas, my dear mother is still too weak. She must exercise more. She just chased after my second brother for a short while, and already her legs are giving out. Mother, while you are young, you must strengthen your legs. Otherwise, you will suffer from osteoporosis when you grow old. Qingyi, concerned, asked, Grand Princess, are you all right? Do you need me to summon a physician? Shangguan Qingcheng took deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. No need. Just fetch me a glass of water. Qingyi helped the Grand Princess to sit and poured her a glass of water, quietly advising her, Grand Princess, do not be overly distressed. The second young master is still young and can be taught gradually. Furthermore, he adores the young lady, which is why he wishes to take her out for leisure.
Wanqing wholeheartedly concurred.
Indeed, my mother is truly weak. She cannot withstand even this. Did my second brother not merely err a little? Shangguan Qingcheng inhaled deeply, comforting herself as she grew accustomed to it. She mentally referred to her notes, jotting down a few more observations. She recalled the whip technique the little one had introduced, the Fire Phoenix Cloud Whip, which she needed to practice, allowing her to protect a few children in the future. She must also cultivate some capable subordinates. Unbeknownst to everyone, Mu Jingchuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fierce, as if he had sworn a deadly oath. Today was also the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, a significant festival for Great Xia. People often said, child, do not be greedy. Once the 8th day has passed, it is the new year. On this day, every household would prepare laba porridge. Even the poorer families would cook up a bit. Laba porridge, also known as 7 treasures and 5 flavors porridge, Buddha porridge, or communal meal, is a dish made from a variety of ingredients. Once the porridge is prepared, it is given to friends and family before the family consumes it. The remaining laba porridge, if preserved and enjoyed over several days, is seen as a good omen, symbolizing abundance year after year. If porridge is bestowed upon the impoverished, it serves as a means of accumulating virtue for oneself. Thus, on this day, many noble households prepare laba porridge to distribute among the common folk. The residence of the Grand Princess is no exception. This has been a tradition year after year. This year, in particular, they have dined exceptionally early for the sake of bestowing blessings upon the little dumpling. After finishing dinner, Mu Wanqing remains sprawled on her designated small bed, gnawing on her tiny fingers. It is not a conscious choice, but rather an instinctual behavior of infants. Moreover, as she is teething, her gums are perpetually itchy. In the ancient days, entertainment was scarce. After a meal, one would simply sleep. Mu Wanqing lies in the inner chamber while Qing Yun and Ziwei gossip in the outer chamber. Enchanted by her own antics, Mu Wanqing is engrossed in her finger gnawing. Suddenly, a white dumpling leaps through the window and lands on her small bed. Mu Wanqing gently pats the head of Qilin Hu. Why have you come again?
She asks.
Just as Qilin Hu is about to voice a complaint,
She gives him a gentle slap. Keep it down.
he obediently nods, silenced by her reprimand. Mu Wanqing gazes at Qilin Hu, momentarily lost in thought. Although he is small, being the auspicious beast of the Great Xia, he should have no trouble carrying her. With this, she would have her own steed, allowing her to venture out more frequently to enjoy the world, watch performances, and savor treats. How delightful that would be. She immediately summons a few drops of spiritual spring water from her space and holds it in her palm. The fragrant aroma excites Qilin Hu, who begins to whimper softly, eagerly wanting to drink, his tail wagging like a puppy. I will let you drink, but you must obey me and carry me, she insists. If you disobey, I shall have my uncle the emperor lock you up. Qilin Hu nods vigorously, indicating his agreement. Mu Wanqing allows him to drink the spiritual spring water and then adds, after you've finished, find a place with water to play by yourself. Do not wander outside and cause trouble for others. Since you are the auspicious beast of Great Xia, you might as well cause mischief for my uncle the emperor. In that instant when Qilin Hu sipped the spiritual spring water, he felt a profound enhancement within his internal organs. He dashed towards the palace. Although he did not comprehend why the fragrant humans spoke as they did, being a well-behaved Qilin Hu, he naturally followed their instructions.
Wanqing,
thrilled at the prospect of having a means of transportation, quickly fell asleep, unaware that her actions would render the palace sleepless throughout the night. The next day, Shangguan Qingcheng was arranging her hair when Qingyi rushed in. Your Highness, there's trouble in the palace. What is it? Has a treacherous minister acted prematurely? Or has my royal brother been cuckolded again? Shangguan Su asked. Listen to me. Thank you for always being concerned about his infidelity. It is said that an extremely foul odor has emanated from the imperial garden. Shangguan Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She turned her gaze towards the engrossed little dumpling Mu Wanqing, who had her ears perked up, eager for gossip. It seemed this matter was related to her. Yesterday, in the imperial garden, Qilin, who had returned in a rush, halting at the garden's edge. The garden was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. Sure enough, moments after he stopped, he felt unbearable stomach pains, as if a tempest was brewing within him. He found a spot by a pond, squatted down, and experienced a significant release, feeling much better afterwards. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that the ground had lowered. His paws had grown larger, and his night vision had improved. Unfortunately, the odor he had produced was overwhelmingly foul. At that moment, Qilin, who was bewildered. As a sentient auspicious beast, he would never defecate carelessly. This fragrant human had led him to relieve himself in a place of human activity, tarnishing his reputation. He quickly washed his rear in the pond and stealthily returned to the auspicious beast hall. The unfortunate consequences first befell Shangguan-su, who, as a diligent emperor, often reviewed memorials late into the night. On this Laba festival, he had intended to discuss matters of human propagation with the empress. Upon reaching the entrance of Yangxin Hall, he was met with an unbearable stench. He covered his mouth and nose, fighting off nausea. What could possibly smell so foul?
Your Majesty, Suning Shang replied.
Struggling against his disgust, we have a situation. Soon, one of his attendants returned with news, appearing hesitant. Reporting to your majesty, it seems, what is it?
Sangguan suppressed.
Having already closed the doors and windows, yet the stench penetrated through, making it intolerable. He vaguely suspected this was connected to the Grand Princess's residence, as it had a history of such incidents. I absolve you of guilt. Speak the truth. Who dared to relieve themselves by the lotus pond in the imperial garden, resulting in such a potent stench? Shangguan-su wore an expression that questioned their intelligence. Who would dare to relieve themselves in his imperial garden? Investigate, find out. Thus, the entire palace descended into chaos. Shangguan-su investigated throughout the night, yet he could not ascertain the culprit. Your Highness, who could be so audacious? Qingyi inquired curiously. How could I know? It might be related to the little dumpling. However, she should not have left the princess's residence last night. Could she have accomplices? Shangguan Qingcheng pondered countless possibilities. Mu Wanqing inwardly lamented. How did I overlook the fact that he is not human? Not human? A monster? Shangguan Qingcheng suddenly understood that this incident indeed involved the little dumpling. However, what surprised her even more was that Qilin, who had sneaked out again. Not only had he escaped, but she also saw him. At this moment, Qilin, who was excitedly circling around Mu Wanqing. Yet, she felt that Qilin, who appeared larger. Mu Wanqing gazed at the significantly enlarged Qilin, who with satisfaction, her smile widening, drooling at the corners of her mouth. The larger he grew, the higher he could carry her. Oh, look, I've grown. Qilin, who exclaimed excitedly, sharing his news with the fragrant human. Mu Wanqing's expression faltered. When had she changed her name? Fragrant was so uncouth. Oh, Fragrant, are you foolish? I don't mind. Our Qilin Hu clan is especially loyal. I curse you. Mu Wanqing propped herself up on the bed, baring her 2 milk teeth, appearing fierce. Oh, I curse you. Qilin Hu responded. Oh, my master does not curse. Oh, it's not that I don't have a master. Mu Wanqing retorted. Oh, I am not fragrant. Oh, you're fragrant, the most fragrant. Qilin Hu was puzzled, as he believed he was speaking the truth. Why wouldn't he, the fragrant human, acknowledge it? Indeed, humans were too complicated. Even a small child could not fathom them. Mu Wanqing felt she could not communicate effectively with a Qilin Hu. Oh, do not call me fragrant. Qilin Hu whimpered. All right, Qingqing. Shangguan Qingcheng observed the scene, unsure whether to laugh or feel alarmed. The last time Qilin Hu had strayed from the palace, although disaster had not struck, the citizens of Great Xia could not afford to take risks. A soldier clad in armor hurriedly reported, Your Highness, the auspicious beast has vanished again. His Majesty has returned. The soldier hesitated, but Shangguan Qingcheng gestured for him to continue. Indeed, Qilin Hu is right here. They thought His Majesty was merely speculating. Shangguan Qingcheng rose and stepped outside the hall. Qingcheng greets the emperor. Shangguan-su happened to enter Ruishua Tower, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. Where is Wanqing? Qilin, who has left the palace again. Nothing is ever simple. He felt a wave of helplessness within. Your Majesty, please come in. Shangguan Qingcheng stepped aside. Upon seeing Qilin Hu, Shangguan-su was momentarily stunned. Who can inform him that the Kirin tiger, which he has pampered for many years, shows no signs of growth? In the brief time spent at the princess's residence, it has grown? Oh, here comes the green-hatted uncle? Look at those dark circles under his eyes. He must have had a sleepless night. Still required to attend the morning court. I suppose he rushed here right after? A decent emperor, living less freely than a dog. The aura exuding from Shangguan-su was overwhelming. Too audacious. Utterly audacious. Shangguan Qingcheng gazed at the heavens and the earth, deliberately avoiding her royal brother's gaze, fearing she might burst. Every day toiling tirelessly, the national treasury is nearly empty. It would be wiser to investigate that Inspector Zhang's household. His bedroom walls are adorned with substantial amounts of gold. Every night before bed, Inspector Zhang must caress and kiss that wall. On the surface, he wears patched inner garments, and his court robes are faded. He should take a glance at how long you've worn your inner garments. Poor green-hatted uncle, treating him as a trusted minister. It is also due to the benevolence of Consort Su. As a head eunuch, he secretly mends your clothes. Inspector Zhang is feigning poverty, while you are genuinely destitute. Ultimately, it only benefits the male and female leads, allowing them to recruit soldiers and gain an advantage. Shengguan Qingcheng assessed Su Ningxing, surprised by his remarkable skills. However, her royal brother seemed to be in a dire state. Shortly, someone would tailor some inner garments for him. Chapter 59, Severing the Female Lead's Financial Resources. Shengguan Su was profoundly shocked by the news revealed by Mu Wanqing. After all, Zhang Qinglu was his favored minister. While it appeared that basic sustenance was a challenge, he had actually built walls of gold, ultimately betraying the great Xia. The more Shengguan Su contemplated, the angrier he became, his malevolence nearly overwhelming. Zhang Qinglu was undoubtedly deceiving the emperor and betraying the nation. Even if he were to be dismembered or have his entire family executed, it would not quell his resentment. Observing her royal brother's fury over the Kirin tiger, Shengguan Qingcheng could not help but comfort him. Royal brother, the Kirin tiger has not gone elsewhere. It has been quite lonely in the beast hall for so many years. It likely enjoys Qing-er's company, which is why it occasionally comes out. Shengguan Su rolled his eyes inwardly. If memory served, the Kirin tiger had sneaked out of the palace just a few days prior, causing quite a stir in the Hall of Beasts, and he was not angry. This green-hatted uncle appears rather dim-witted. He can become so agitated over fetching the little tiger. Shengguan Su strained to listen to Mu Wanqing's sentiments, hoping she might divulge some explosive revelations. This time, the Kirin tiger did not escape, but obediently followed Shengguan Su back. After all, it could always run away again. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger, he declared. I will take Wanqing into the palace for a few days to prevent the Kirin tiger from sneaking out again. Shengguan Su picked up Mu Wanqing and made for the exit, with the Kirin tiger happily trailing behind. Royal brother. Shengguan Qingcheng hurriedly chased after them. She intended for her brother to bring back medicine for their mother, and besides, the little bundle was still so young. How could she bear to be apart for too long? Surely, it would wail incessantly. Unfortunately, her brother moved too swiftly. Upon chasing outside, she only caught a glimpse of a yellow shadow as he had already disappeared far away. Royal brother's constitution is improving, Shengguan Qingcheng murmured to herself. Well, if he can manage, allowing the little one to stay for a few days is not entirely unfeasible. Qingyi lowered her head, pretending not to hear. The emperor was evidently enraged. In the palace, the hall of nurturing the heart, Shengguan Su had barely settled when Su Ningxing brought him a cup of exquisite chrysanthemum tea from his apprentice. He placed the tea on the table. Your Majesty, enjoy a cup of chrysanthemum tea to calm your temper. I noticed your lips have begun to chap. Shengguan Su lifted the teacup and took a sip, only to recall Mu Wanqing's words about assisting the male and female leads. His eyes reddened, and he raised the teacup as if to throw it. Your Majesty, please don't. Su Ningxing quickly rushed to steady the teacup, fearing it would shatter. Once secure, he let out a sigh of relief. The emperor's belongings were meticulously crafted. Breaking one would cost a considerable sum of silver. TSK. Look how benevolent Consort Su is, saving yet another teacup. The green-hatted uncle is so miserly, only granting me 10 taels, yet he is willing to let a teacup break. Mu Wanqing continued her complaints. Shengguan Su found it amusing to see Su Ningxing, who had accompanied him since childhood, so cautious. He would rather defy him than allow the teacup to break. He shook his head and said, enough. Go find Prince Bao for me.
Prince Bao, Shengguan Fu?
Mu Wanqing searched her mind for information about Shengguan Fu. Shortly, a somewhat portly man, resembling Shengguan Su in some features, entered the hall. Shengguan Fu kneeled in the center. Your humble brother pays respects to your majesty.
Rise.
Shengguan Su was not as formal with Shengguan Fu. Thank you, your majesty.
Shengguan Fu stood,
not inquiring about the matter, but instead staring intently at the little girl sprawled on the bearskin rug beside the throne. If he remembered correctly, that was Qingcheng's little daughter. Royal brother has become increasingly willful. On another note, Mu Wanqing organized the information regarding Prince Bao. Hey, attentive uncle, look over here. A sweet, childish voice suddenly rang in Shengguan Yu's ear. Who is it? Could it be Wanqing? But she hasn't spoken. Attentive uncle, the princess's third brother. Skilled in martial arts, rather simple-minded, and very much afraid of women. Ultimately, to save the green-hatted uncle, He was slain by the male lead's elder brother, with his head used as a lantern. Tragic. So tragic. Shang Guansu stared at the little one. Do continue. Considering how his third brother defended him, he would refrain from mocking. Although Shang Guanfu was a rough man, he had a profound love for reading. Initially shocked and incredulous, he pondered the fate of being slain and having his head turned into a lantern. Was that his destiny? He gazed intently at Wanqing, his thoughts battling within him. This child was extraordinary. Could she be a little celestial being? Perhaps he was favored by destiny, and Wanqing was sent to save him. He firmly believed it. Ultimately, it was Shang Guansu who broke the silence first. Third brother, I have heard rumors that Zhang Qinglu is not quite clean. Go investigate discreetly. Not merely unclean. Zhang Qinglu appears respectable and unafraid of power, yet secretly accepts bribes to undermine ministers. The gold is hidden within the wall of his bedroom. Understood. Shang Guanfu clasped his fists and swiftly retreated. He needed to confirm the authenticity of the gold. Gold. Their father had always taught them brothers to assist each other. No one should let their sister or daughter suffer. Every time his royal brother lamented his poverty before him, he could not help but offer a bit. Leading to the Prince Bao's residence, living in considerable frugality, Shang Guanfu secretly rummaged through Zhang S' residence. Indeed, he discovered tens of thousands of taels of gold hidden within the walls, along with numerous precious paintings. 2 hours later, Shang Guanfu commanded soldiers to bring several chests and open them. Royal brother, I found 40,000 taels of gold and countless valuable paintings at Zhang Qinliu's residence. They are all here, please verify. Shang Guansu slammed his palm onto the dragon table in anger. With a loud bang, Wanqing, who had been grinding her teeth, jolted awake. Zhang Qinglu came from humble beginnings, and his wife was merely a scholar's daughter. After 20 years in office, how could he possess 40,000 taels of gold? What of 40,000 taels of gold? He probably has some in the toilet too. Yet the attentive uncle's capabilities are lacking. Shang Guansu was infuriated. The thought of having to come up with 40,000 taels of gold made him ache for years. Investigate. Do a thorough investigation. Third brother, surround Zhang's residence and seize his estate. Not a single person is to be spared. Shang Guanfu replied, it is already under control. As a younger brother, he naturally understood his royal brother well. The female lead's first batch of funds has been intercepted. She is quite pleased. Though it is merely a drizzle. Watching it gradually erode her resources is delightful, is it not? The green-hatted uncle, no matter how unprincipled, is still family, is he not? However, Emperor Uncle, how did you come to know about Zhang Qingliu's embezzlement? Have you been investigating him secretly all along? Treating him as a favored minister was merely a guise to lower one's guard. In that moment, Wanqing felt she had unraveled the truth. Indeed, the history of heartless imperial families is well documented. When the emperor dotes on you, every action appears endearing. Yet, in times of neglect, even your mere breathing is deemed a transgression. It seems I must tread carefully in my endeavors henceforth, lest I provide my green-hatted uncle with any incriminating evidence. Upon overhearing his niece's inner musings, Shang Guanfu, who was about to step outside, stumbled in shock, nearly tumbling to the ground. Though he managed to regain his balance just in time, Shang Guansu rolled his eyes internally. Are you still fearful of inciting my wrath? Have you not been perpetually lingering in my heart? Chapter 60. A nighttime stroll in the imperial kitchen. Evening. At the dining table in the side hall of the Yangqing Palace, Wanqing sat upon her designated stool beside her green-hatted uncle. In front of her lay a plate with several pieces of meat, a small bowl of lean meat porridge, and a pot of milk. Shang Guansu served himself a portion of every dish on the table, set down his chopsticks, and remarked, Uncle is uncertain of your preferences, so please indulge in these offerings. Do eat heartily, for nothing should go to waste. Today, in celebration of his acquisition of 40,000 taels of gold, he had instructed Su Ning to prepare a few extra dishes as a treat for the little one. Wanqing eagerly seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Uncle the Emperor is truly a good man. In the princess's residence, my mother was so miserly, doling out meat piece by piece. It was utterly unsatisfying. Meat should be devoured in hearty bites for true enjoyment.
Shang Guansu snorted in disdain.
So now you acknowledge my kindness? When there is food, I am the Emperor Uncle. When there is none, I become the green-hatted uncle. He observed as the little one, with her cheeks full, munched away contentedly. With a piece of meat in her mouth, her already round cheeks appeared even more adorable. Why had he taken several concubines yet still not sired a daughter? If not, why burden himself with multiple wives and unnecessary troubles? Suddenly, a eunuch's voice rang out. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Shangguan Su promptly rose to greet her. Son pays his respects to mother. Upon entering the palace, Empress Dowager Chen caught sight of Wanqing, who was choking and rolling her eyes, desperately trying to swallow. Alarmed, her hands trembled as she exclaimed, "Qing Yun, quickly." Qing Yun rushed forward, disregarding the emperor's presence, and began to pat the little princess's back forcefully. Noticing the little princess's flushed cheeks, she intensified her efforts. Finally, Wanqing coughed up the meat lodged in her throat. She hastily covered her mouth and continued to chew and swallow. Seeing that Empress Dowager Chen was ignoring him, Shangguan Su followed closely behind her and quietly inquired, "Mother, what brings you here?" Empress Dowager Chen, wielding her jeweled cane, aimed a strike at Shangguan Su. "If I hadn't come, how would I know you were attempting to harm my precious little one? At just a few months old, you give her chunks of meat. Are you trying to endanger her?" The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Missing her first strike, she pursued her wayward son around the dining table.
Shangguan soufflait.
Knowing all too well the pain of his mother's strikes, the pair darted around the table, while Wanqing struggled to chew, her head swiveling between the two. "Go, grandmother. Hit him, punish him." Who would have thought that even a grand emperor could be chased down by his own mother? "Mother, I am also concerned for Wanqing. Just look at how joyfully she eats."
Shangguan protested.
Empress Dowager Chen, spurred by his words, pursued him with renewed vigor. "Joyfully eats? My precious little one is turning pale from choking, and you dare say she eats joyfully? Is she dancing with her eyes? You are driving me to madness." Empress Dowager Chen huffed, dropping her cane and collapsing onto a stool, panting. Earlier that evening, upon noticing that the little one had not returned to the Grand Princess's residence, Shangguan Xingzheng had sent Qing Yun and Zihua to the Fenghuan Palace, entrusting her to Empress Dowager Chen's care. This was how she had witnessed the earlier episode. Seeing her grandmother seated, Wanqing eagerly grabbed a piece of chicken from her plate and offered it to her. "Grandmother, come dine with us. Do not be upset. Uncle the Emperor's meat isn't tender enough. It has great texture, even if I lack teeth." Empress Dowager Chen's heart melted instantly.
"Oh.
My precious little one truly knows how to show concern, unlike that scoundrel, who only knows how to infuriate me." Noticing her grandmother's prolonged silence, Wanqing popped the meat into her mouth. Life in the palace was indeed splendid. One could feast at will. "I almost forgot. Grandmother's health has been depleted. Once it reaches a critical point, she will collapse. That green-hatted uncle is most unfilial. What harm would it do to let grandmother strike him a few times?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Empress Dowager Chen found her little one's thoughtfulness heart-wrenching. Shangguan Su felt helpless. The little one was beyond reproach, rendering him a mere punching bag. "The medicine has been prepared. Grandmother need not perish. I wonder if the princess mother has delivered it to you." Empress Dowager Chen recalled the box Zihua had brought her. "Ah, so that is the medicine my little one made for me. I shall take it home immediately." Though it appeared somewhat unappealing, it was nonetheless a token of her little one's filial piety. That evening, Wanqing experienced yet another bout of stomach discomfort. As long as she could indulge in food, the ensuing discomfort was of little concern. It was merely the rapid onset of hunger that was bothersome. Late at night, within the eastern hall of the Fenghuan Palace, Wanqing lay in bed, helplessly nibbling on her fingers. Why had she not stored any food in her space? Now her stomach felt painfully empty. Outside her window, a white fluff ball stealthily scratched at the window, its movements surprisingly adept. Before long, the window swung open. The Qilin tiger leapt inside, nudging Wanqing with its head. "Awu Qingqing, I have arrived." Wanqing's face instantly brightened. "Awu, you came just in time. Take me to find food." "Ah, certainly." Climbing onto the back of the Qilin tiger, Wanqing grasped the fur at the back of its neck. "Awu, hold on tight. Qingqing, we are off." Their first stop, the small kitchen of the Fenghuan Palace. Wanqing lifted the lid, only to be met with disappointment. Empress Dowager Chen, being devoted to her religious practices, seldom indulged in meat. There were only a few pastries and a pot of soup. Nevertheless, Wanqing took a piece of pastry, thinking her grandmother would appreciate it. "Awu, little tiger, do you know where the imperial kitchen is?" "Ah, of course." The Qilin tiger raised its head high. There was no place in the palace it did not know. Wanqing, akin to a general commanding from steed, declared, "Let us proceed." The Qilin tiger skillfully evaded patrolling soldiers, navigating through the corridors until they reached the imperial kitchen. Upon entering, Wanqing's eyes widened in awe. The pastries were of countless varieties, and the meats were plentiful: roasted chicken, stewed goose, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, and braised duck. With a chicken leg in her left hand and a duck leg in her right, she generously tossed the chicken and duck tails to the Qilin tiger, who grimaced but swallowed them nonetheless. After much effort, Wanqing had only nibbled a tiny bit off the meat. Alas, only 2 baby teeth stood in her way. She even contemplated using her spiritual power to manifest a few more teeth. Abandoning her attempts to munch on the meat, she turned her attention to the exquisitely crafted pastries, each more alluring than the last: mung bean cakes, apricot blossom cakes, hibiscus cakes, and crystal cold cakes. Nibbling on the pastries, she occasionally leaned over to sip the soup, thoroughly enjoying herself. Before long, she felt uncomfortably full, rubbing her distended belly. Why must you always be such a spoilsport? Suddenly, she heard voices from outside the imperial kitchen. With a swift wave of her hand, she stored all the meat and pastries that met her aesthetic standards into her space, discarding the duck leg marked with her teeth. Climbing onto the back of the Qilin tiger, the duo fled rapidly, leaving behind a chaotic scene. Who goes there? Chapter 61, The Imperial Kitchen Under Siege. Who is it? Several patrolling soldiers rushed over, but could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting out the window, appearing to possess both human and beastly features.
Ah!
A monster. The following day, whispers of a rumor spread throughout the palace. A white monstrosity boasted 2 heads, one resembling a fierce beast with formidable horns, and the other bearing the countenance of a human child. It had a penchant for pilfering stored treats and meats, particularly relishing duck legs. In the palace of Ya and Gong, the esteemed Zheng Guifei reclined languidly upon a tiger-skin couch. With a languorous gaze, she addressed the maidservant before her. "Is the milk snow frog I requested not yet prepared?" The maid replied in hushed tones, "Your Highness, the imperial kitchen has informed us that it has been devoured by the beast with a human face." Zheng Guifei, preening her nails, furrowed her brow and scoffed. "What manner of beast is this? Surely it must be a man masquerading as such." The maid remained silent. A similar scene unfolded in every palace. In the Fenghuan Palace, Empress Dowager Chen occupied the seat of honor on the left, while Shangguan Su sat on the right. Zheng Guifei knelt at the lower position, her eyes brimming with tears as she lamented, "Your Majesty, I am unable to sleep at night. The physician has advised that I must consume milk snow frog daily to restore my health. If I am unable to do so, I fear for my life. Your Majesty, you must apprehend the culprit, or I may perish. Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me." Coughing weakly, she continued, "I have always been frail, relying on exquisite sea cucumbers for sustenance. If this continues, I shall not survive." Her voice was feeble, exuding an air of impending collapse. Empress Dowager Chen, along with Shangguan Su, shared in the frustration of the situation. After court, he found himself in dire hunger, seeking a morsel but finding none. Only an assortment of green pastries left behind by the nefarious creature. Since being mockingly dubbed Green Hat Uncle by Wanqing, he had developed an aversion to all green foods, and the sight of those pastries was maddening. He ventured to Iha Palace, only to discover the same green pastries laid out there. With irritation mounting, he hurried back to Fenghuan Palace. Shortly after his arrival, a swarm of concubines descended upon him, as if orchestrated, making it impossible to enjoy even a few bites of dessert amidst the din. Empress Dowager Chen busied herself with a child, lamenting the emperor's lack of ambition in acquiring more concubines, resulting in a household rife with intrigue and drama. Meanwhile, Wanqing silently munched on a melon, observing the myriad of unique personalities among the concubines, each with a multitude of schemes. Goodness, one woman is worth 500 ducks. There must be thousands here. Green Hat Uncle, you are truly fortunate. Shangguan Su retorted, "If this fortune is yours to bear, by all means take it." Noticing his mother's disinterest, he rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I shall expedite the investigation. You may all withdraw." "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The exaggerated voices echoed, sending shivers down Shangguan Su's spine. He waved his hand impatiently. "Withdraw at once." The authority in his tone prompted the concubines to retreat reluctantly. Once they had exited, Empress Dowager Chen set Wanqing down upon a bearskin rug, standing to seize the emperor's ear when he was not paying attention. "I warned you to limit your acquisitions. Now look at the chaos, with everyone scheming and playing their parts. If you are not weary, I certainly am." As she scolded him, her grip tightened.
Ouch!
Shangguan Su sprang up, bending slightly and tilting his head. "Mother, please be gentle. My ear feels as if it may come off." The palace maids and eunuchs, sensing the shift, discreetly retreated from the hall. "Su Ningsheng, who permitted your departure?" Did I grant you leave? As he hastened to the door, he made sure to close it swiftly behind him.
Ah,
The esteemed Su Fei has abandoned the green hat, uncle. May you endure the lessons of love alone. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Qin tightened her grip further. When did Su Fei slip in another concubine? Isn't the harem chaotic enough? Let it fall, for you do not need to listen. Your father has but me. The harem is overflowing with women, leaving me no peace. Observing the commotion, Wanqing retrieved a pastry from her spatial realm, nibbling as she watched the unfolding drama. It is not my fault. I merely wish for a daughter. 2. With that, Shangguan Su fell silent, struck by the painful truth. On that day, Wanqing and the Qilin tiger indulged in the meat they had stolen the previous day, with Wanqing sampling various dishes, discarding the tougher ones for the Qilin tiger to gnaw on. Predictably, Wanqing soon found herself with an upset stomach, her infantile constitution unable to endure such feasting. That night, the duo returned to the imperial kitchen once more, collecting any appealing food items. The following day, upon learning that the imperial kitchen had been raided again, Shangguan Su shivered with dismay as he rushed to Fenghuan Palace. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Qin disliked disturbances, thus the concubines dared not cause any trouble in her presence. Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, observe the bruises at the corners of my eyes. Without Milk Snow Frog, I could not sleep a wink last night. Cough, cough, cough. I fear my time is short. Wanqing could no longer bear the performance of these skilled actresses, internally scoffing. Such nonsense. While Milk Snow Frog may have some sedative properties, it's hardly a panacea. That bruise could be remedied with a touch of ink, turning you into a national treasure. Shangguan Su contemplated. So, was he deceived yet again? Empress Dowager Qin felt a twinge of exasperation. Each night, she took her medicine and was awakened by its unpleasant odor. Her hopes of indulging in a lie dashed by the antics of her ungrateful son. Moreover, snow frog milk is hardly delectable. Its fishy taste is unbearable without ginger to mask it. With a smile, Empress Dowager Qin noted, My little darling is quite knowledgeable. Shangguan Su realized with certainty that those delectable foods were indeed pilfered by Wanqing. The patrolling soldiers must have seen the white figure of the Qilin tiger accompanying her on these escapades. The thought of entrusting the Qilin tiger to Wanqing's care filled him with doubt and concern. How to instill discipline? Although the Qilin tiger was a mystical beast with some awareness, it was quite willful, heeding only Wanqing's commands. Who was still so young and not to be scolded or struck. Anxiety plagued Shangguan Su, causing his hair to fall in clumps.
Chapter 62. Shangguan Su fast repeated rejections.
For several consecutive days, Wanqing visited the imperial kitchen. Initially, she only desired the prepared dishes, but soon she began to gather all the ingredients she found appealing. The sheer number of providers in the imperial kitchen made it impossible to secure fresh ingredients promptly. Consequently, apart from Fenghuan Palace and Iha Palace, all others expressed their grievances, cursing the creature with a human face that invaded their kitchen while leaving the Empress Dowager S and the Queen S kitchens untouched. Speculation ran rampant. Some theorized that the creature favored women resembling Empress Dowager Qin and Queen Lu, explaining its selective thievery. Others suggested it was a demonic entity, as its trail had gone cold despite days of pursuit. The emperor, overwhelmed, sought counsel from the Empress Dowager daily, yet no solution emerged. The tale of the creature soon reached the outside world. In the residence of the eldest princess, Shangguan Qingcheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news. Qingyi, prepare some congee to soothe the stomach. The little one should return today. My royal brother's patience is commendable. Go, close the gates of the Phoenix Palace. No one is to be admitted. Early in the morning, Empress Dowager Qin learned that the imperial kitchen had been robbed once again. And this time even the ingredients had been stolen. She was astonished by Wanqing's lack of discernment. Yet, what concern was that of hers? She still had to prepare some nourishing meals for her precious little one. Sons were merely a source of worry. Over the past few days, after taking her medicine, she felt significantly better. The wrinkles on her face had notably diminished, and her once silver hair was gradually returning to a darker hue. She appeared as though she were in her 50s. Although she had to endure unpleasantness daily, it was followed by an extraordinary sense of well-being. Her little one had said it was a cleansing of the body, ridding it of impurities. When Shangguan Su arrived at the gates of the Phoenix Palace, he found them firmly shut. Su Ningxing shouted for quite some time before a voice from within finally replied, The Empress Dowager is not receiving guests today.
Shangguan Su's lips twitched.
This was not merely a refusal to receive guests, it was a refusal to see her own son. In the Yi Palace, the Empress, Lu Lanqing, was informed by her confidant, Granny Qi, that the Phoenix Palace was closed to visitors. Upon hearing this, Lu Lanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Though it also made sense. Proclaim that I am unwell today and shall not receive guests. Summon physician Li to check my pulse while you're at it. Lu Lanqing said languidly, sitting down and idly touching her temples. The news of the theft in the imperial kitchen was common knowledge, and the only places in the palace with food were Yi Palace and Phoenix Palace. The emperor could only visit these two locations. Moreover, there were numerous concubines in the emperor's court, all vying for his attention. Lu Lanqing had no desire to entertain so many. Your Majesty, this may not be advisable, Granny Qi said hesitantly, glancing at her mistress. Lu Lanqing paused as she peeled an offering of oranges. What's wrong with that? There are so many concubines. It's not as though I summoned the emperor to take them in. Why should I bear the burden of his headaches? With so many concubines, the emperor had alternatives. The pretense of being sufficient for his affections, of being cherished for a lifetime, was a deceit. She had been tricked into becoming the crown princess and then the empress. And what had that yielded? Were it not for Shangguansu being the emperor, Lu Lanqing would have gladly torn him apart. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, if the emperor insists on coming in, you may ask him if he remembers what was said in the Eastern Palace. Granny Qi paused, silent for a moment, before she had no choice but to retreat and make arrangements. She had watched her mistress grow up and understood her temperament well. She was resolute and unwavering. Indeed, these years had been arduous for her. As Shangguansu arrived at the Yi Palace, once again receiving the news of being denied entry, he grasped the situation. His mother and the empress were clearly avoiding him. That was one thing for his mother, but pointing at the gates of Yi Palace, he seethed, Lu Lanqing, you are utterly audacious. I am the son of heaven. The entirety of Destia belongs to me. I shall go wherever I please. Such insolence had rendered the harem lawless. Lu Lanqing, open the gates. I wish to see what ailment you possess that forbids my entrance. Su Ningsheng silently observed the ground, pretending to be deaf. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. The other eunuchs had retreated far back. As Shangguansu shouted until his voice grew hoarse, he noticed Su Ningsheng had bowed, playing with his whisk. Su Ningsheng, why are you looking down? Come help me shout. Your Majesty, please spare me. I dare not. Su Ningsheng shook his head. The crux of the matter lay not in whether someone would emerge from within, but in the fact that he himself was not to be spared. You. Shangguansu pointed at Su Ningsheng, momentarily at a loss for words. In his fury, he kicked the gates of Yi Palace. Granny Qi, open the door for me. Granny Qi inside immediately knelt. Your Majesty, please spare this old servant. I dare not. Moreover, the Empress instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? The Empress wishes to know if you remember what was said in the Eastern Palace. Shangguansu ceased his knocking. Very well, I am in the wrong. Eating something green would be beneficial for his health. As he stepped outside, all the concubines rushed towards him. Shangguansu's face darkened, and he took off running. Su Ningsheng, I shall return to the Yangxin Palace. The Prince Bao seeks me for urgent matters. No one is to disturb me. Su Ningsheng, feeling despondent, slowed his pace. The emperor always cast the difficult problems onto him. Your Majesty, the consort Zheng and her entourage arrived, catching only a glimpse of the emperor's yellow robe vanishing into the distance. I have seen all the esteemed ladies. The Prince Bao has urgent business with the emperor and prohibits any disturbances. I inform you all so you need not waste your trip. After bowing once more,
Su Ningsheng fled. Breathless, Shangguansu ran.
The soldiers on the route, witnessing the emperor sprinting like a gust of wind, assumed something was amiss. Come, protect the emperor. A group of soldiers surrounded Shangguansu. Your Majesty, could it be that the beastly horde has returned? Forced to halt, Shangguansu erupted in anger. What horde? I am merely exercising. Do you not understand? Go patrol. If there is another issue within the palace, I shall have your heads. A throng of women followed behind. What if Su Ningsheng could not hold them back? Upon returning to the Yangxin Palace, Shangguansu sat for a while to regain his composure, munching on some green food. The more he thought about it, the more oppressed he felt. Su Ningsheng, fetch the eldest princess. Let her take the jade princess away. I can no longer endure this. Whoever wishes to rear this troublesome creature may do so. Chapter 63. Hurry, get out of my way.
Su Ningsheng obediently replied, yes.
Is His Majesty finally unable to endure it? Let the eldest princess come to take away the jade princess. Shangguansu saw that Su Ningsheng only agreed, but did not take action. What are you waiting for? Quickly bring that little troublemaker away, or I shall face familial discord. Your Majesty, the Prince Bao has arrived. Su Ningsheng, observing the emperor's furious demeanor, spoke quietly. Shangguan Su finally settled down. Summon him. Su Ningsheng proclaimed loudly. Summon the Prince Bao to the palace for counsel. Prince Bao enters the palace to offer counsel. Your humble servant greets you, royal brother. Shangguan Yu bowed.
Rise.
What brings you here today, third brother?
Shangguan Su inquired.
I have discovered that Zhang Qinglu has been embezzling and accepting bribes. It has been confirmed that nearly 70,000 taels of gold, along with countless jewels and paintings, were found in his residence. His son has been extravagant in Qinzhou, committing numerous offenses, including the abduction of maidens. I have apprehended all members of the Zhang family, and his descendants are en route to the capital. Saying this, he produced a stack of evidence. Su Ningsheng stepped forward to receive it and presented it to Shangguan Su.
Bang!
After hastily reviewing the evidence, Shangguan Su slammed his palm on the table in fury. What a vile Zhang Qinglu! He is utterly disgraceful. Zhang Qinglu is to be stripped of his assets, publicly executed in 3 days, and his wife and daughter are to be sent to the labor bureau, forced to work without respite. His underage descendants shall be exiled to the frontier, never to return to the capital.
Shangguan Su grota decree.
Considering the income of over 70,000 taels of gold, he sincerely praised, third brother, you have done well. Having a brother like you saves me much trouble. Does my royal brother intend to reward me?
Shangguan Su coldly interrupted.
You should go proclaim the decree. If you desire gold, forget it. I take my leave. Prince Bao rolled his eyes. Royal brother, it is midday. Your humble sister greets you. I wonder why you summoned me? Shangguan Qingqing entered, her face alight with a smile as she gazed at Shangguan Su. Wanqing had spent a considerable amount of time in the imperial palace, and given her youth, it was time for her to be taken home. As a mother, one would think that you would be concerned about her well-being, yet Shangguan Su wore a countenance of deep grievance. Shangguan Qingqing replied with composed dignity. What cause do I have for concern, dear brother? If the emperor is fond of Qing'e, he may certainly allow her to linger in the palace for a while longer. Without further ado, Shangguan Su seized Shangguan Qingqing's hand, urging her to leave. Let us go. Wanqing is in Fenghuan Palace. If we remain here any longer, not only will he be green with envy, but he will be entirely consumed by it. In Fenghuan Palace, Granny Zeng was reporting to Empress Dowager Chen. Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that Inspector Zhang has embezzled and accepted bribes exceeding 70,000 taels of gold. He is to be executed in 3 days, and his family will be exiled to serve as slaves, with all under the age of 7 dispatched to the frontier, never to return to the capital. Not only did he rob the protagonist of her wealth, but he also condemned her little companion. The Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed. Granny Zeng continued. Word from the Yangxin Hall indicates that the Grand Princess is quite eager to see Princess Yu and will soon come to escort her back to the residence. The Empress Dowager's heart was as clear as day. Is that so? Perhaps the Emperor has summoned her. It would only be in his desperation that he would call for Qing'e. Very well, our little darling has been in the palace for a few days. And though she has been troubled with an upset stomach daily, she still frequents the imperial kitchen. It would be prudent to bring her home, where she might exercise some restraint. His Majesty approaches. The Grand Princess arrives. While munching on a piece of meat, Mu Wanqing felt perplexed. Oh, why has my mother come? Is she missing me? Upon seeing the noticeably slimmer little bundle before her, Shangguan Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy. However, the thick little notebook still seemed to long for the little one. She made a few notes from afar. Mu Wanqing extended her greasy little hands, signaling for her mother to embrace her. Shangguan Qingqing averted her gaze, performing a respectful bow to the Empress Dowager. I pay my respects to mother. After Shangguan Su returned the courtesy, he added, Mother, Qingqing has come to take Wanqing back home. Quickly depart. Make haste. Just as Mu Wanqing withdrew her hands from her mother's disdainful grasp, she resumed gnawing on her meat to soothe her heartache. No, I won't go back. I promised little tiger that we would continue our escapades in the imperial kitchen tonight. Shangguan Su sat down, his expression grave as he addressed Mu Wanqing. Wanqing, you are still young and should be growing up beside your mother. Look at you, suffering from longing at such a tender age. You've grown thin. I don't wish to grow thin. I eat so much every day, but the pieces just don't cooperate, Mu Wanqing protested, shaking her head vigorously. I won't return. If I go back to the Grand Princess's residence, Mother will start to impose rules on me again. Shangguan Su immediately sprang up. You cannot refuse to return. A child must understand the importance of home, and you are no longer a mere child. You hold an official title and must set an example.
How can that be?
If you do not return home for a single day, I shall find no peace. Mu Wanqing's expression turned blank. Did she not merely hold a nominal position? Is there truly so much restriction in being a mere official? Aside from being slightly higher than that scoundrel father, I possess no other worth. Thinking of her scoundrel father, Mu Wanqing recalled the Phoenix space. Speaking of which, has that scoundrel father spent a considerable amount of time in the Jingzhou prefecture prison? I must devise a plan to have my mother extricate that family. They deserve some torment, or else my progress in the Phoenix space shall be too slow. Shangguan Su had indeed forgotten that man. With his temperament, he would have executed him outright. However, he had heard that Qingcheng had already dealt with him several times, which was acceptable. Giving him a mere slice would be too lenient for Mu Deming. If that dog of a man were released, he would have to go watch a show someday. Mu Wanqing turned to her maternal grandmother, hoping she might intervene and keep her there. Alas, the Empress Dowager had begun discussing Shangguan Qingcheng's recent changes. Mu Wanqing felt utterly disheartened, realizing she would have to rely on herself. Nest cloth fat. I will not return. Shangguan Su disregarded the little one's defiance. Enough. Time is of the essence, and I shall not keep you two here for a meal. The imperial kitchen has been plagued by thefts lately and is devoid of food. I shall not impose upon you. His final words were laced with a hint of resentment. Mother, look how Wanqing has lost some weight. It seems she is better off by Qingcheng's side. Shangguan Su fretted, fearing the Empress Dowager's dissent. The Empress Dowager rubbed her eyes, tears glistening. My little darling, your grandmother cannot bear to part with you. Please wait until you grow a bit more before coming to stay with me permanently.
Mu Wanqing sighed. Ah.
It seems that with age, one loses the authority to dictate the lives of their children. Fear not, grandmother. When I grow up, I shall support you. That green-hatted uncle is truly intolerable. The Empress Dowager's tears became more genuine. Her little darling was truly remarkable. In the end, Mu Wanqing was taken back to the Grand Princess's residence by Shangguan Qingcheng.
Ah.
I can no longer savor the joy of gnawing on meat while cooing away. Chapter 64. The scoundrel father has been released. Let us punish him. On the morning of December 20th, Su Ning came to the Grand Princess's residence with a message. As the new year approached, during a thorough investigation by the Jingzhou prefecture, they discovered Mu Fuma along with the wife and children of his cousin. They requested the Grand Princess to fetch them. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingcheng felt exhilarated. Finally, some action. She eagerly sifted through her collection of whips, choosing the most unsightly one. After all, such a filthy man would only tarnish her better whips. Having made her selection, she scooped up the little bundle.
Kenya, come.
Your mother will take you on a joyous outing. She gestured to a maid who had recently been learning whip techniques from her. You lot, accompany me. Do not bring disgrace upon my name. The five of them tugged at their whips in unison, declaring, We shall remember. Shangguan Qingcheng turned to the most gentle-looking maid among them and asked, Qingyu, recite the rules of this household. Those who bully the weak shall be punished. Those who are ungrateful shall be punished. Those who deceive for wealth or lust shall be punished. Those who harm the natural order shall be punished. Those who bully the princess shall be punished. Qingyu's voice was soft, yet it conveyed an undercurrent of menace and severity. Shangguan Qingcheng was thoroughly pleased. Excellent, follow me. Mu Wanqing's lips twitched in response. My dear mother, I very much wish to ask her about the third driving test. The third driving test? What on earth is that? Is it some sort of celestial code? Shangguan Qingcheng appeared oblivious. The group departed in the Grand Princess's exclusive carriage. In the Jingzhou prefecture prison, a shadow guard approached with utmost respect.
Mu Fuma.
We have received word that the Grand Princess has come to escort you. Please step outside. Mu Deming, seated on the dry grass, burst into joyful laughter. I knew that Qinger cared for me. She could not bear to see me suffer. It must be due to her deep affection. The shadow guard internally rolled his eyes, pondering how such a person could even become a Fuma. Cousin, once you are out, do not forget about us three. Zhang Xuelian, looking disheveled and pitiful, exclaimed.
Mu Demon.
Upon seeing her in such a state, nearly wretched, he restrained himself, recalling the talents of Mu Lianxiao. Of course, I shall not forget you, he replied, assuring her. Rest assured, my lord, Lady Zhang and the two children are also on the Grand Princess's list for retrieval. Zhang Xuelian was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting her injuries altogether. I knew my sister would not abandon me. She still regards me as her sister. Mu Lianxiao's expression darkened. She was determined to rise to a position of authority in the future. With her extensive knowledge, it was merely a matter of time before she assisted someone in ascending the throne. Mu Zhanpeng cowered in the corner, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of release. What are you dawdling for? Help your Fuma up. Having endured nearly a month in prison, Mu Deming was tormented by swarms of rats. His hands and feet were afflicted with frostbite from the cold, swollen, and unbearably itchy. The skin was torn and cracked in places, and he could hardly withstand the discomfort. As he rose to his feet, the fissures upon his foot expanded further. The shadow guard had no choice but to assist him. After all, who could deny the significance of his status as the imperial son-in-law? Just as they exited the confines of the Jingzhou prefectural prison, the sunlight struck them with an intensity that was almost unbearable. They closed their eyes, taking a moment to acclimatize to the sensation of being bathed in daylight once more. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Shengguan Qingcheng and Mu Wanqing already disembarked from their carriage, awaiting their arrival.
Mu Demei.
Observing the growing beauty of the woman he had known for over a decade, felt a swell of pride. The most exquisite woman in all of Great Xia was none other than his wife, the one and only Princess Chang. Qingcheng, I knew you would not allow me to suffer the torments of imprisonment alone. Do you realize how much I have missed you during these days? I long for you to the point where food lost its appeal, and look, I have grown thin. I bear no resentment towards you. If you can come to terms with it, I shall be elated. He tenderly brushed his disheveled hair aside, adopting an expression brimming with affection. To the side, Zhang Suelian clenched her teeth in response to his words, tightening her grip around Mu Lianxiao's hand. Sister, I knew you would not abandon me and my cousin. Although I do not know what I did to upset you, I apologize. Please forgive me. Zhang Suelian knelt in a pitiful plea, her face marred by blemishes. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, repulsed by the scene before them. Oh, what a spectacle we have here. Look at this pair of dogs, so well suited. A scoundrel and a wench, destined for an eternity together. Mother, strike him. At that moment, a resounding crack echoed as Shengguan Qingcheng struck Zhang Suelian's back with a whip, landing perfectly. Did I not mention that my mother has never given birth to a sister for me? Crack. Another lash followed. I recall that Madame Zhang was imprisoned in Jingzhou Prefecture for her slanderous words against Master Shizhan. What relation do I have to that? Such commanding presence. My dear mother, you are simply magnificent. I adore you. Continue this way, strike her with vigor, just leave her breath enough to continue our entertainment next time. Concealed in a private chamber behind Jingzhou Prefecture, Shengguan Su reveled in the display. Now that is my royal sister. Yes, strike. And do not forget that scoundrel. Mu Demei felt it was time for him, as the head of the family, to showcase his charm. Qingcheng, we are all family. Why must you hold a grudge against your sister-in-law? After all, she addresses you as sister to foster our closeness.
Oh?
Is that so? Shengguan Qingcheng's smile was radiant. Zhang Suelian, stubbornly raising her head from the ground, beheld the more breathtaking visage of her sister, filled with a desire to mar it. Mu Demei nearly lost himself in admiration.
Indeed.
They would not quibble with their sister-in-law, for they were family. He was so gentle, with the love of the princess for him. Surely she would comply with his every wish if he lowered himself and spoke kindly. However, to his astonishment, another crack resounded. Mu Demei looked in disbelief at that unparalleled face. Qingcheng, you. Shengguan Qingcheng laughed lightly, casually flicking her wrist. Mu Demei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his back. It is quite all right. I bear no ill will towards you, Qingcheng. Shengguan Qingcheng nodded, stepping forward. Mu Demei, filled with excitement, wiped his hands on his clothing, thinking she was coming to support him.
Crack.
Crack. With a lightness in her step akin to a dance, Shengguan Qingcheng swung her whip again. Only Mu Demei understood the force behind it.
Ah.
My apologies. I merely moved my hand carelessly. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth in mock innocence. No matter. You dance beautifully. Mu Demei gritted his teeth through the pain. Shengguan Qingcheng smirked. In that case, Qingyu, proceed. Chapter 65. Mu Lianxiao's change of heart. Yes. I shall cherish this opportunity, Qingyu said, smiling as she stepped forward. Mu Demei cast a glance at the lovely Qingyu, her back slightly curved from the muscle pain. Yet she immediately straightened with resolve. Qingcheng truly cares for me. Having a princess for a wife is indeed a splendid feeling. He then turned to Qingyu with the demeanor of a gentleman, smiling as he spoke. I must trouble you, Qingyu. At his words, Qingyu beamed even more brightly. Please bear with me, my lord. This is my first time, and I am not very knowledgeable. Mu Demei's heart swelled with secret delight, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. Was she implying what he thought? Qingcheng, this. Mu Wanqing grew increasingly disenchanted with this scoundrel of a father. Indeed, His mind is filled with nonsense, always thinking of vulgar matters. Did you not see the whip in Qingyu's hand? Zhang Xuelian watched as Qingyu approached Mu Demii. The fair, smooth face was blindingly glaring, igniting a desire to destroy it within her. Yet she felt compelled to counsel, Princess Chang, your cousin is the imperial son-in-law. How can you send someone into his chambers? As the sole princess, he should maintain his purity for you. Presently, she wondered if she could ever restore her beauty. If any temptress approached Mu Demii, regaining his favor would be all the more difficult. Shangguan Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as her lips parted slightly. No matter. I do not mind. Crack. Suddenly, Qingyu struck, her movements graceful and elegant, revealing the whip marks on Mu Demii's shoulder. She wore a look of regret. Alas, it was slightly misaligned. Mu Demii's expression cracked. Why is this happening? Qingqing, before he could finish, Qingyu struck again. Crack. 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 Once she had finished, Qingyu continued to smile. The imperial son-in-law should respectfully refer to you as princess. Zhang Xuelian felt a surge of delight at the sight. Only in this manner will Mu Demii remember my worth. Is that Mu Demii? A middle-aged woman queried a nearby onlooker. The observer nodded. If I recall correctly, over a month ago, that woman was seen carrying a half-year-old girl, claiming she was a divine maiden. Was that not with a man in a mask? Is that Mu Demii? Was it not said they were a family of 4? Another person asked, perplexed. Perhaps not. Our great Xia's Princess Chang is the most beautiful. To marry her is a blessing beyond measure. How could he desire outsiders? Shangguan Qingqing felt satisfied. Qingyu is indeed the right choice. She has proven herself. Even if Mu Demii were to swell with pride, it was evident that the princess had not truly come to terms with the situation. He chose silence instead. Nevertheless, Qingyu seized the opportunity. I am speaking to you. How should you address me? Mu Demii, wincing in pain, begrudgingly replied, Princess Chang, I acknowledge my mistake. Crack. Mu Demii felt a sense of grievance. He had already addressed her. Just as he intended to speak, Qingyu interjected, when conversing with Princess Chang. The imperial son-in-law should refer to himself as a mere minister. Does the imperial son-in-law, after over a decade in office, not understand the basic principles of etiquette and hierarchy? You are aware of the distinctions. I am the imperial son-in-law, and you are merely a servant. Mu Demii nearly shouted. My master is Princess Chang. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, adopting a stance that invited confrontation. My wife is still the princess. Mu Demii retorted inwardly, sensing that Princess Chang's enthusiasm for him was waning. Mu Wanqing laughed at Qingyu's antics. Haha, this Qingyu has some skill. Aside from her choice in men, my mother has a commendable eye. Yet, perhaps due to her novice status, her whip technique lacked strength, appearing rather feeble. Shangguan Qingqing was quite pleased with Qingyu's performance. She could finally enjoy the spectacle like a spectator at a show. The selection of this servant by Qingqing is quite commendable, yet her skills leave much to be desired. In order to witness the performance, Shangguan Su specifically stayed up late last night to review the memorials. So Ningsheng responded. I have heard that the Grand Princess only recently selected someone to begin learning the art of whip techniques. It appears she is perhaps wary of fatigue, as wielding a whip requires considerable strength. What does the Royal Grand Princess lack? Such tasks are not simply called for, with many vying to undertake them. I had thought she would impart the Fire Phoenix Cloud Whip, but it seems that was not the case. Meanwhile, Mu Lianxiao felt utterly disheartened by such parents. With her abilities, these parents are nothing but a hindrance. It appears she must seek an alternate path. With her extensive knowledge, she is not concerned about finding a place. Her only fear lies in her current weakness and utter lack of resistance. After more than 20 lashes, Mu Demii's body was covered in wounds, some areas even left uncovered. He was still somewhat unwilling to accept his fate. Your Highness, Grand Princess, what wrong have I committed? Just tell me, and I shall amend my ways. I only beg not to be treated with such coldness. My body bleeds, and my heart is already shattered. Mu Wanqing regarded him with disdain. This scoundrel of a father, having strayed to find little Billion, with 2 children already, now wishes to eliminate me, and begins to feign pity? Shangguan Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Perhaps it brings me joy to see you in distress. She felt a sense of unease, and after a moment, realized that it was the lack of refreshments while watching the performance that left her feeling unsatisfied. She must remember this for next time. Mu Demii was left speechless. Should he not be alive? Mu Wanqing silently criticized. When someone loves you, even your farts are deemed fragrant. When they do not, even your breathing is wrong. Yet this scoundrel father truly does not deserve it. Mu Lianxiao rolled her eyes skyward. She suspected that her transmigration might have caused a butterfly effect, leading to many inaccuracies in events. For instance, the incessant snowstorm that should have lasted 10 days was absent. Or the Grand Princess, who once adored her husband, has now changed entirely. Everything is shifting. She cannot adhere to the original plot. The closest connection now lies with the Grand Princess. After finishing their snacks and dealing with the ruffians, Shangguan Qingcheng and Mu Wanqing prepared to depart joyfully. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Mu Lianxiao's voice called out, "Your Highness, Grand Princess, I have urgent matters to discuss with you." "Lianer, you seem hesitant," thought Zhang Xuelian. "Oh dear, is the protagonist becoming restless? She wouldn't dare to compete with me for the Grand Princess's affection, would she?"
Boo-hoo.
Mu Wanqing tightly grasped the sleeve of the Grand Princess. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Shangguan Qingcheng inquired, her beautiful eyes glinting with curiosity. Little Lianxiao thought to herself, the Grand Princess's residence has been severely harmed by Mu Lianxiao in the novel. She was eager to see what capabilities this so-called protagonist possessed. "Alas, I am destined to be a pitiful child unloved." A hint of sadness crossed Mu Wanqing's plump face. Moreover, she had just begun her journey into writing novels, hoping for the kind support and guidance of her dear readers. Additionally, her humble plea for a 5-star rating and perhaps 1 or 2 free flowers would be greatly appreciated.
Chapter 66. Mu Lianxiao contemplates surrender.
Little Mu Wanqing had already devised dozens of plans for her future. Yet, her inability to walk remained a significant flaw. Even basic self-care was challenging. What if she took little Tiger along? If the Grand Princess wishes to claim the protagonist and abandon me, I shall take little Tiger with me. We could wander together, beg together, or even rob together, establishing ourselves as rulers of a mountain, seizing a few little slaves, and developing a small faction to compete with the Emperor Uncle would be quite delightful. The more Mu Wanqing thought about it, the more appealing it seemed. Shangguan Qingcheng was seething with anger, genuinely wishing to slap the wretched daughter in her grasp. As the Grand Princess of Daxia, how could she possibly forsake her own daughter? Even if the Emperor brother could spare her, the Empress mother would undoubtedly ensure her demise. Wretched girl. She even considered taking the Qilin tiger to rob and establish herself as a ruler. Contemplating this, Shangguan Qingcheng delivered a sharp slap to Mu Wanqing's backside. Smack.
Mu Wanqing,
Lost in thought, was momentarily stunned. When she regained her senses, she burst into tears.
What?
Wolfish wretch. The Grand Princess mother reveals her guilt and resorts to striking me. Next, will she take my food and give it to Mu Lianxiao, followed by my room and status? Though it didn't hurt much, Mu Wanqing felt deeply aggrieved. In her past life, she had never experienced a mother's warmth. Was this new existence about to end so soon? Shangguan Qingcheng mused. Do celestial beings truly possess such convoluted thought processes? It gives me a headache. The smile on Mu Lianxiao's face was unmistakable. After tempering her expression, she spoke. Your Highness, Grand Princess, though the County Princess is a few minutes my senior, we are indeed different. After all, there are hardly any girls who can speak fluently and compose poetry by the age of 6 months. In truth, compared to others, the County Princess was quite intelligent. She silently added a thought. Yet, she is no match for me. Shangguan Qingcheng tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Oh? There are indeed few individuals like you, possessing such cunning intellect. However, this seems rather suspicious. Mu Wanqing, hiccuping through her tears, clenched her tiny fists tightly. What if I had several thousand years of knowledge? My parents abandoned me early, otherwise, I too would undoubtedly be a cultured immortal. Tears streamed down the little one's cheeks, causing Shangguan Qingcheng's heart to ache. She regretted acting too hastily. She should have maintained a ledger before resorting to punishment. All of this was incited by that woman from outside. Shangguan Qingcheng's tone grew colder. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? The icy tone sent a shiver down Mu Lianxiao's spine. Is this the royal aura of the Grand Princess? She must elevate herself even higher. Stealing her nerves, Mu Lianxiao declared, Might the Grand Princess grant me a moment to speak privately? This is not a suitable place for discussion. After all, what I have to say concerns the Daxia dynasty. The surrounding audience was filled with curiosity. What could a girl of barely 7 months possibly have to discuss with the Grand Princess? Mu Wanqing was equally intrigued, eager to uncover what schemes this transmigrated protagonist was concocting. So curious was she that she momentarily forgot her tears, glistening droplets still clinging to her eyes, rendering her an image of pitiful innocence. Qingyi, take her to the carriage. Qingyun, stand guard, ensuring no one eavesdrops within 20 paces. Yes. The onlookers instinctively retreated, leaving only Mu Demii, Zhang Xuelian, and the Grand Princess's entourage. Zhang Xuelian clung to Mu Lianxiao, reluctant to let go. She dodged Qingyi's outstretched hand, suppressing her pain. What are you doing? Step away. Do not touch my Lianer. Time and again, she evaded capture. Mu Lianxiao's eyes brimmed with impatience. This mother was nothing but a hindrance. Mother, let go. Her voice was crisp yet tinged with urgency. Zhang Xuelian felt a pang of hurt. After all, she had labored to bring this child into the world. A premature birth at over 7 months, she had exhausted all her savings and possessions to ensure her daughter's survival, yet now her daughter looked at her with disdain.
Lianea.
Mu Lianxiao suppressed her emotions, smiling as she spoke. Mother, I must discuss important matters with the Grand Princess. Please do not interfere. Only then did Zhang Xuelian reluctantly release her grip. After Qingyi carried Mu Lianxiao away, Qingyun turned to the trio with a smile. Gentlemen, do you wish for my assistance? At the sight of Qingyun's beaming face, Mu Demii instinctively recoiled. This maid was truly terrifying. He hurriedly shrank back, mumbling, no need, no need. I will take my leave at once. This woman was too unpredictable. It was best to keep a safe distance. Just as Zhang Xuelian was about to speak, smack. Do the idle onlookers not understand the language? Qingyun's smile remained, yet her voice was laced with coldness. Zhang Xuelian could only walk away in tears, glancing back at Mu Zhanping every few steps. Mu Lianxiao, however, did not look back, her heart light as she followed Qingyi onto the carriage. Once aboard, Princess Shangguan Qingqing sat down with the little dumpling in her arms.
Speak.
What matter do you wish to discuss with this palace? Do not attempt to deceive me. For should I grow angry, my wrath is not something a mere merchantess daughter can endure. With an air of unwavering confidence, Mu Lianxiao replied, naturally. It concerns a matter of such magnitude that it could expand the territory of the Great Xia several-fold, or perhaps even unify the realm. What say you, Your Highness? Are you intrigued by this? Princess Shangguan Qingqing, piqued with curiosity, inquired, is it truly so marvelous? Pray, enlighten me. Isn't it merely bombs or firearms? Why all the mystery? I thought it was something truly ingenious. As Princess Shangguan Qingqing listened intently to the little dumpling's thoughts, she also paid heed to Mu Lianxiao's words. When Mu Lianxiao spoke of her expertise, her face radiated confidence. Indeed, this device is called a landmine, possessing boundless power. Simply bury it in the ground, and when the enemy approaches, pulling the trigger will cause it to explode, ensuring that none shall survive. Landmines? How archaic. I had imagined something that could obliterate an entire city in an instant, leaving it barren for years. An egg? What sort of egg? Princess Shangguan Qingqing was quite perplexed. Had eggs evolved to such an extraordinary state? Yet she merely flickered her eyes dismissively and remarked, it sounds rather appealing. But how can I place my trust in you? Although you share a lineage with my daughter, I am not well acquainted with you. Why should I trust a stranger? Moreover, what is it that you truly desire? Not for wealth, but for clarity. Dear mother, do not be deceived. I harbor few demands. I merely wish to become your goddaughter, to be recorded under your name. I seek not titles such as county princess. Merely being the second daughter of the Grand Princess's estate would suffice. Mu Lianxiao believed her requests were modest. With her skills, she could easily befit a princess or even a crown princess. And what skills do you possess that make you believe you could be the second daughter of the princess's estate? Princess Shangguan Qingqing maintained her icy demeanor. This individual harbored grand ambitions, merely aiming to be the second daughter of the Grand Princess? Such lofty words. Should she succeed, the princess's estate would inevitably succumb to the grim fate foretold by Wanqing. With such ambition and temperament, she would devour everyone within the princess's estate, leaving no trace behind. The entire Great Xia would be overturned, the throne usurped, and the populace left in despair. How could Princess Shangguan Qingqing possibly acquiesce? She merely wished to toy with her for a moment. However, Mu Lianxiao believed she had swayed Princess Shangguan Qingqing, and thus eagerly sought to demonstrate. Your Highness, I am a divine being sent from above, knowledgeable in celestial phenomena and earthly geography, well-versed in the past, present, and future, capable of discerning fortune from misfortune, and good from evil, she proclaimed with a confident smile. Moreover, the knowledge I possess transcends several dimensions of contemporary society. To put it simply, it is of an entirely different caliber. Should I become the second daughter of the princess's estate, I shall devote myself to utilizing my knowledge for the benefit of the common folk of Great Xia. Our nation shall usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. becoming the most powerful and flourishing dynasty in history, and all will take pride in living during this golden age, while you, Grand Princess, will etch your name in history. Celebrated for eternity. Mu Lianxiao spoke with fervor, her rhetoric vibrant and inspiring. She painted an exquisite vision that left all listeners, except for Princess Shangguan Qingcheng and Mu Wanqing, utterly captivated. Princess Shangguan Qingcheng maintained a stoic expression, while Mu Wanqing shook her head disapprovingly. How splendid! Had I not been aware of the protagonist's subsequent actions, I might have almost believed her. Mother, this Mu Lianxiao is but a grand deceiver, painting an enormous pie in the sky. It smells enticing but can never be tasted. Whoever believes her is a true fool. Mother is astute. She surely won to be misled.
No, wait.
Her stubborn romantic inclinations for that scoundrel father could lead her to sever ties with the royal family. She might indeed be swayed by the protagonist.
What if she no longer wants me?
Princess Shangguan Qingcheng rolled her eyes internally, realizing how her precious daughter truly perceived her. Yet upon reflecting on her past actions, she felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, wishing she could slap herself. Her daughter's concerns were not without merit. Is what you speak of regarding these landmines truly as formidable as you claim? Princess Shangguan Qingcheng asked, her brow furrowed. Truth be told, she was somewhat intrigued. If her royal brother were to acquire such a potent weapon, the strength of the Great Xia army would undoubtedly multiply, ensuring their dominance. Yet this young girl had quite the appetite. Absolutely. I assure you with my very integrity.
Mu Lianqiao responded confidently.
Recognizing the stirrings of interest in Princess Shangguan Qingcheng and inwardly reveling in her triumph. Once I become the second daughter of the Grand Princess's estate, how could that foolish Mu Wanqing possibly contend with me? Once I seize power, everything will be at my command, she thought, her gaze filled with disdain for Mu Wanqing. How could this child even think to compete with her? It would be a trivial endeavor. Feeling the challenge, Mu Wanqing pouted. Oh, dear mother, please do not be fooled. Is it not merely a landmine? What difficulty is there? It is composed of charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. I can make it myself. Why rely on her? Princess Shangguan Qingcheng's elegant brows knitted slightly. Mu Wanqing can make it too? This revelation was entirely unexpected. My little darling truly is capable of anything, she mused, unable to suppress a smile. Seeing this, Mu Lianxiao mistakenly believed the Grand Princess was lost in the dream she had woven, feeling a surge of pride. After all, how could someone so dim-witted secure a royal title? She thought to herself that had she been born a princess, she would already be exalted and revered, not having to humbly seek approval here. Since you speak of these landmines so highly, I truly wish to see one, Princess Shangguan Qingcheng remarked coolly. Your Highness, does this mean you are in agreement? Mu Lianxiao's face lit up with joy. Do not be too quick to rejoice. Princess Shangguan Qingcheng raised her hand. Words alone cannot inspire trust. You must present tangible proof. Please, Your Highness, trust in me.
Mu Lianqiao implored.
Here is the plan. I shall return and begin crafting them. In 4 days, I will revisit with the landmines for you to witness their might. Then go ahead. Princess Shangguan Qingcheng nodded indifferently. Qingyi, escort the divine maiden out. She issued her command. In 4 days, we shall witness a miracle. Mu Lianxiao proclaimed with certainty before being led away by the princess's maid. It's over. It's truly over. I shall be replaced. Mother, do not abandon me.
Mu Wanqing lamented internally.
Mother, I promise to behave better. Do not replace me, please. A daughter cannot be without her mother. The more she thought, the more sorrowful she became, feeling as if she were truly forsaken. Initially amused, Princess Shangguan Qingcheng soon found herself unable to maintain her laughter. A sense of relief washed over her. Could it be that this wayward daughter was finally reflecting? If she were to be a bit less capricious, it would spare her much worry. Wanqing, how could I ever abandon you? You are my sweetest little darling. Princess Shangguan Qingcheng said tenderly. Mu Wanqing paused in surprise. Is this what it means for a mother and daughter to share an unspoken bond? Mother can actually discern my thoughts. Her little face filled with astonishment. Oh no. Does this mean I shall have no privacy whatsoever in the future?
Mu Wanqing lamented internally.
Princess Shangguan Qingcheng could not conceal her delight. The little dumpling truly was delightful. And she still desired privacy? Your intentions are as transparent as glass, with every thought etched upon your visage, rendering the need to listen to your inner voice obsolete. And yet, you still wish to preserve your privacy? Accept your fate. Relay my orders. Find a way to procure more charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter, commanded Shangguan Qingcheng. her voice cool as she addressed her subordinates. Although puzzled, they dared not inquire further and complied without question. What is the princess planning? Could it be she intends to fabricate landmines herself? Is that even within her capabilities? No, please. It could explode. Shangguan Qingcheng smiled sweetly, casting a glance at Mu Wanqing, whose expression revealed ulterior motives. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine, an ominous premonition creeping in.
Chapter 68. Mulianya questioned her ikistence.
At the Mu residence, fools. Utterly foolish. How can you all be so dim-witted? You can't even master such a trivial task? Mu Lianxiao's petite face was clouded with anger. Upon returning home, she immediately gathered her closest allies, Zhang Zuelian and Mu Zhanping, to commence the clandestine production of landmines. However, this endeavor was far beyond contemporary understanding. Despite the materials laid out before them and Mu Lianxiao's personal guidance, they struggled for hours without producing a single product. Initially, Mu Lianxiao patiently taught and encouraged them, but as time passed, her frustration boiled over. Zhang Zuelian and Mu Zhanping found themselves chastised by this little goddess, left speechless. They erroneously believed their ineptitude was solely their fault, disconnected from Mu Lianxiao's instruction. These landmines are essential for our rise. If you cannot perform, how can we enter the princess's residence? How can we seize power? How can we elevate ourselves?
Mulianya scolded, her disappointment palpable.
Reflecting on their prison days, could they truly accept such a fate? Zhang Zuelian and Mu Zhanping fell silent, haunted by memories of their suffering in the Jingzhou prefecture prison. Why did we endure such hardship? It was all due to our lack of power. Mu Lianxiao relentlessly prodded, seeking to ignite their ambition. It was undeniably effective. Let us fight. Let us carve out a tomorrow. Let us forge a future.
Mu Zhanping bellowed.
We will follow Lianxiao. She will surely lead us to prosperity. For she is a goddess descended to earth. Zhang Zuelian nearly became a fervent devotee of Mu Lianxiao. If Mu Wanqing were to witness this scene, she would surely scoff, lamenting the waste of Mu Lianxiao's potential as a cult leader. The Mu family, invigorated and driven, persevered through the challenges, drawing ever closer to success. Finally, after 2 days and nights, a spherical object emerged. Mu Lianxiao's expression was one of elation. At last, we have created a landmine. This weapon has the potential to turn the tides and reshape history. I shall be the legend who heralds a new era for this world. Her face radiated joy as she imagined Shangguan Qingcheng's astonishment upon witnessing this revolutionary invention. Surely, securing her position as the second lady of the princess's residence was all but guaranteed. On the agreed third day, Zhang Zuelian carried Mu Lianxiao to the princess's residence, seeking an audience with Shangguan Qingcheng. Naturally, Zhang Zuelian lacked the standing to meet the princess directly, and thus entrusted Mu Lianxiao and the iron object to a maid before anxiously waiting outside the estate. When Qingyi brought Mu Lianxiao to Shangguan Qingcheng, the latter was leisurely strolling through the garden with Mu Wanqing, admiring the flowers. Commoner Mu Lianxiao, I greet the esteemed princess. Mu Lianxiao stated calmly, despite being cradled in a swaddling cloth. Shangguan Qingcheng cast a casual glance her way. What brings you here? She inquired. Mu Lianxiao's lips curled slightly. Your Highness, the task is complete. We await your inspection. However, I suggest we find a spacious area, as the landmine possesses immense power and should not be taken lightly. Mu Wanqing scoffed, having glimpsed the object in Qingyi's hands. Isn't that just a dirt bomb? How powerful could it possibly be? Leave the city, Shangguan Qingcheng commanded, waving her sleeve. Soon, a carriage departed the princess's residence, heading towards the outskirts of the city. After half an hour, the carriage halted in a desolate area. Mu Lianxiao directed the princess's entourage to set up the landmine before beckoning Shangguan Qingcheng and the others to step back. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Please do not be overly startled, she said with a faint smile. However, Shangguan Qingcheng and the others remained expressionless. Mu Lianxiao felt a twinge of awkwardness. Pull the wire. She called to the person controlling the detonation. The individual promptly yanked it with force.
Boom!
A resounding explosion echoed, sending dirt and stones flying, creating a sizable crater where the landmine had been placed. Compared to ancient weaponry, this device was devastatingly lethal. Mu Lianxiao was thoroughly pleased with the landmine's power. After all, this was her first attempt, and given that she merely instructed the Mu family to create it, achieving this level of potency was commendable. Surely, Shangguan Qingcheng and the others must be dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock, she thought, wearing a smile as she glanced over. Yet, to her dismay, Their expressions remained unchanged. Shangguan Qingcheng and her maid wore bland expressions, even appearing slightly amused, their brows furrowed in mild discontent. It was an expression of, "Is that all?"
How could this be?
Mu Lianxiao was bewildered. Where is the shock? Where is the awe? Why are they so calm? It's a landmine, an object capable of altering an era. Was it ignorance or merely delayed reaction? Your Highness, how does the power of this landmine compare? Mu Lianxiao asked with a smile. This craftsmanship is crude, and its power is still limited. If guided by me, we could certainly develop far more formidable devices. Shangguan Qingcheng replied with a mocking smile. Is this truly the epic-making weapon you spoke of? She asked coolly. Absolutely. I assure you.
Mu Lianqiao hastily replied.
A mere trifle, merely showing off my skills. Shangguan Qingcheng retorted coldly, showing no interest. Upon hearing this, Mu Lianxiao's brows furrowed in confusion. Showing off my skills? Ha. Look at the protagonist's expression, caught off guard. Isn't it amusing? She thought gleefully. It's just a landmine. Who can't produce a few? What is so special about it? Your Highness, are you dissatisfied with the landmine's power? I can still make improvements, Mu Lianxiao tentatively suggested. This level of power seems inconsistent with your claims, Shangguan Qingcheng remarked. Your Highness, have you encountered something more powerful? Mu Lianxiao's eyes flickered with disbelief. Qingyi, show Miss Lianxiao a thing or two, Shangguan Qingcheng ordered. Qingyi complied, pulling out a large piece of cloth from the carriage, revealing several items. In an instant, Mu Lianxiao's expression froze, her face a mask of disbelief. Within the fabric lay several landmines, crafted with far greater finesse than her own, each boasting a distinct and refined shape. Is that a bouncing Betty?
Mu Lianqiao wondered.
Her mind racing. And an anti-infantry landmine? This can't be real. Am I seeing things? Is that an anti-tank landmine? Her mind short-circuited as she stared, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. What were these items? How could they exist in this era? Was it even plausible? She had thought that creating a mere dirt bomb would be groundbreaking, only to be utterly eclipsed by the astonishing devices presented by the princess's residence. The dirt bomb paled in comparison, lacking any semblance of sophistication. She couldn't fathom where the princess's residence had sourced such extraordinary inventions. Chapter 69. The pie is too large. It cannot fit in one pot. Miss Lianxiao, it seems this item is not as formidable as you claimed. Shangguan Qingcheng's beautiful eyes turned icy. Do you know the consequences of mocking me? The latter part of her statement dripped with a chilling tone, exuding royal authority. Mu Lianxiao trembled slightly, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Your Highness, the princess, please temper your anger. She composed herself and calmly stated, this was merely a lapse in judgment on the part of the person involved. Had I acted personally, the impact would have been exponentially greater. Moreover, my skills extend far beyond this mere landmine. I possess an inexhaustible array of talents. Shangguan Qingcheng's gaze met Mu Lianxiao's, urging her to continue, though it carried an unmistakable undertone of menace, subtly implying that should she fail to provide any useful information, her existence would be rendered moot. I can create glass that is clearer and more radiant than crystal. Your Highness is well aware of the value of crystal, and from what I understand, our nation does not possess the technique to manufacture it. If our great nation could produce glass, we would no longer need to expend vast sums purchasing it from Yuegao, allowing us to invest more in the development of our own realm. Furthermore, my repertoire of designs far surpasses that of Yuegao. Other neighboring nations would flock to our land to procure our glass, ensuring our royal treasury flourishes. Mu Lianxiao strained her mind to recall the skills she possessed. After all, crystal was highly revered in ancient times, symbolizing status and wealth. She believed that such an enticing proposition would be sufficient to sway Shangguan Qingcheng's decision. The texts had indicated that the royal treasury was in a state of depletion. Here we go again. The protagonist is painting grand illusions for my mother, the princess. The vision is far too grand to be contained in a single pot. Dear mother, do not be deceived. It is merely glass. I can make it too. My masters seem to have shown me how. Now, what were the raw materials again? Shangguan Qingcheng cradled the small child gently, her hand instinctively patting in reassurance. Truly, she was of the Shangguan lineage, and it seemed the heavens had sent this little one to save the realm. Henceforth, she would cherish the child dearly. Shangguan Qingcheng decided to set aside matters regarding the ledger for the time being. To produce clean, transparent glass, one must grind quartz into powder. Mix it with water that has been sedimented with plant ash, and then burn it repeatedly in a brick kiln. I have heard that quartz is a somewhat luminous stone. I wonder if our nation has any Suddenly, Shangguan Qingqing's face lit up with joy, for she had encountered such stones before while hunting, drawn to their sparkling allure. Not due to their rarity, but rather their abundance. Mu Lianxiao remained vigilant, keenly observing every expression of the princess, hoping to glean some insight. Having learned from her previous misstep, Mu Lianxiao was considerably more cautious. However, Shangguan Qingqing's mastery was beyond her comprehension, leaving the inexperienced Mu Lianxiao in a quandary.
Yet.
With this sudden twist, Mu Lianxiao felt assured that she had secured a place aboard Shangguan Qingqing's vessel. However, given my mother's propensity for romantic notions, it is likely that before marriage, she will be preoccupied with adorning herself or sneaking out of the palace to chase the winds of nature. After marriage, she will be utterly devoted to that scoundrel father, neglecting even her own mother, a true wayward daughter. Shangguan Qingqing's smile abruptly faded. This wayward child. How could she postpone matters of accountability? This left Mu Lianxiao in a predicament. What did the princess's expression signify? Even if she did not agree with the method of crafting crystal, surely it did not warrant such a grimace. In a short span, Mu Lianxiao found herself caught in a whirlwind of contrasting emotions on this frigid winter day. Taking a deep breath, she nervously inquired, "Your Highness, I assure you, every word I speak is rooted in truth. After all, my designs, craftsmanship, and styles all surpass the techniques of Yuegao, eliminating any fears regarding their marketability. We could also establish a trading convoy to sell to foreign lands or auction them to merchants within our great nation, undoubtedly fetching splendid prices." Her enthusiasm mounted as she envisioned the grandeur of such an event. Shangguan Qingqing nodded earnestly. "You speak truthfully. Yet, given your stature of barely over a foot, with not a hair fully grown, and your inability to stand upright, how can your words be deemed credible? Do you presume this princess is easily deceived? Or do you think my intellect is lacking?" Just moments ago, Mu Wanqing had been applauding, but now she abruptly fell silent. The princess has turned her ire even upon herself. Mu Lianxiao suddenly recognized her own lack of credibility. "Nay, I did not mean to imply that," she stammered. "Then what did you mean?" Shangguan Qingqing's pupils constricted, her tone frigid. This wretched spirit was indeed a menace. Had it not been for the necessity of the little one's assistance in expanding her dominion, Shangguan Qingqing would have contemplated extinguishing her existence right then. "I merely believe that as a citizen of Great Xia, I ought to contribute to our nation rather than indulging in a life of excess based solely on my lineage." As she spoke, Mu Lianxiao's gaze bore into Mu Wanqing, her words laden with implication. Why should Mu Wanqing, merely by virtue of her status, receive adulation from all of Great Xia? Mu Lianxiao was far superior to that child who only knew how to act cute and cradle milk. She was resolute in her belief that others simply had yet to witness her abilities. Otherwise, who would not revere her? Shangguan Qingqing's expression remained impassive, her voice rising in intensity. "Mu Lianxiao, you are exceedingly bold to dare mock this princess. Considering your tender age, I shall overlook this transgression. As for your claims, I shall take note and discuss them further when you can present tangible evidence." "Your Highness," Mu Lianxiao attempted to interject, but Shangguan Qingqing cut her off. "Your current task is to grow up well. You wouldn't wish to become a dwarf, would you?" Mu Lianxiao fell silent, for indeed, she did not wish for that. "Qingyi, escort her back. Additionally, ensure that old Madame Tian tends to her well." At this, Mu Lianxiao felt a wave of satisfaction. Ever since old Madame Tian had joined the Mu residence, she had been rather high-handed, relying on her association with the princess. Now that she had the backing of the princess, surely that old hag would be compelled to serve her dutifully. This protagonist is truly peculiar. How can she be pleased while being monitored? It's utterly incomprehensible how her scholarly prowess came to be.
Mu Wanqing scoffed inwardly.
Shangguan Qingqing's lips curled slightly. Indeed, her little one was astute. In the grand hall of Erasua Tower, Shangguan Qingqing was informed, "The eldest young master has arrived. Quickly summon him." Shangguan Qingqing rose hurriedly, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, the little one, still nursing, glanced toward the door before returning to her bottle.
"Oh.
My blind elder brother has finally come to his senses? One might think he had languished in despair for half a year, due to the broken engagement. What was there to be attached to? It was merely a performance of the spring chamber before you. Previously, he was blind to it all. Now he ought to take a good look." As Mu Jingxiu prepared to enter the room, he thought, "This sister is far from endearing." Her words cut like a knife. Chapter 70. Mu Jingxiu sought the stage. After painstakingly regaining his composure, he stepped into the grand hall of Ruishua Tower. Mu Wanqing paused in her nursing, her round eyes blinking innocently. "Big brother."
"Ah."
"The blind and foolish elder brother. Taking a deep breath, Mu Jingxiu steadied his emotions, donning a warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze as he greeted. Well met, my plump and round little sister. Mu Wanqing's expression froze mid-nursing. Where am I fat? Where am I round?
I'm merely adorably plump.
Big brother is too cruel. If he continues to be green-eyed, I shall not take responsibility. Let him be green to his heart's content. The little one even resorted to her previous life as terms. Clearly infuriated. At this moment, Shangguan Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, having held back her emotions for so long before finally calling out. Mu Jingxiu stepped forward, kneeling with a thud before Shangguan Qingqing, bowing his head low. You foolish child. Shangguan Qingqing pulled Mu Jingxiu into her embrace, patting his back with fervor. How could you be so heartless as to not even visit your mother? What misfortune befell me to have borne such a wretched child? Why must you bear your burdens alone? I am your mother. My own mother. How could I possibly refuse to assist you? Poor child. You mischievous rascal. As Shangguan Qingqing wept loudly, she struck down upon him, her cries growing increasingly desperate until she was utterly overcome with tears.
Mu Jingxiu knelt silently.
Tears streaming down his face, his frail form standing upright as he endured his mother's blows. Only after a while did he sob and confess his faults. Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. It is my unfilial behavior that has caused you distress. I am truly sorry. I shall not repeat it. His fear of causing his mother difficulties, of inciting discord between her and that father of his, weighed heavily upon him. Mu Jingxian could hardly bear to contemplate what calamities might ensue if his mother and that so-called father were to fall out. After all, she loved with all her being. A son may not speak ill of his mother, he could only endure the injustice. Oh my dear mother, just listen to that sound. It speaks volumes of the pain. That is your own son. Do not strike him to death or inflict internal injuries. It would break my heart and waste my precious spiritual water. That's quite a lot. You know, just a few drops could lure several creatures to serve as my steeds. Shangguan Qingqing, gasping for breath between her sobs, abruptly came to a halt. You appear as though you've lost your husband, wailing so pitifully. Truly, your worthless father has justified his existence, she remarked. Mu Jingxian, observing his elder brother's frail, monkey-like body, could hardly imagine how he could withstand the relentless onslaught from the princess. Oh, dear. Look. My brother's mouth is on the verge of bleeding, someone exclaimed. At last, the tears ceased to flow. Shangguan Qingqing pulled Mu Jingxian up, a teasing glint in her eye as she addressed the little one. Is it beautiful? Is it delightful? Indeed.
Delightful, Mu Wanqing instinctively replied.
Wiping her tears, Shangguan Qingqing, her voice slightly hoarse, added, Delightful, is it? Then, tonight, let us feast on porridge. You and your elder brother have cried for far too long. It may lead to heatiness, and we ought to consume something lighter. At that moment, Mu Jingxian was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. A child must heed his mother, he thought, as Mu Wanqing's expression of amusement faded. Alas, I should have concealed this. Joy can sometimes lead to sorrow. Is not eating vegetarian the domain of monks? As mere mortals, we ought to leave some room for others. Let's not encroach upon their paths. Mu Wanqing, her expression pitiful, had tears welling up in her eyes. Shangguan Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy for her.
No.
It shall only be a little, she decided. Mu Jingxian chuckled at his sister's rosy nose. Does my sister still possess any privacy? He jested. Enough. It is utterly devoid of privacy. Mu Wanqing writhed on her little bed, beginning to act spoiled and throwing a tantrum, tears soon spilling forth, rendering her an utterly pitiable sight. Shangguan Qingqing felt her heart ache. Very well, a tiny bit shall suffice. Mu Wanqing, clutching the edge of the bed, stood up and planted a kiss on the princess's cheek. Good. Shangguan Qingqing's heart melted in an instant, prompting envy from Mu Jingxian, who lamented that his sister had yet to bestow such affection upon him. Upon hearing of the prospect of meat, Mu Wanqing's heart lightened. Oh, it pains me so. These tears do not flow easily. Were it not for biting the inside of my cheek, they would not have come forth at all. Shangguan Qingqing's melted heart was suddenly doused with cold water. What a wretched child. Mu Jingchuan felt a pang of sympathy. In the future, he vowed to become an official and earn wealth, providing his sister with an abundance of meat. The family of four gathered joyfully for dinner, seated together. Mu Jingxian solemnly declared, Mother, I wish to participate in the spring examinations next year. I will be 12, yet I have yet to attain the title of child scholar. I would like to attempt the exam. Shangguan Qingqing was somewhat taken aback, recalling that Jingxian had only regained his sight 6 months prior. He had been blind for 5 years, and 5 years ago, he had already been preparing for the exam. With a sigh, her expression tinged with sadness, she replied, "If that is the case, then you may go. Whatever you choose to do, your mother will support you." She felt a deep sense of indebtedness toward her eldest son. "Do not place too much pressure upon yourself. In my heart, you are the best." Mu Jingxian reassured her, "I understand, and I will strive to succeed." He knew well that his mother had endured much gossip during these years. Though confined to the courtyard, he had overheard plenty. The 3 sons of the princess's residence. The eldest son, blind in both eyes, is deemed unfit. The second son, plagued with misfortune, has no future. The third son has been away from home for many years, never to return. They say the prince consort is a top scholar. Yet it seems the 3 sons will struggle to even attain the title of child scholar. My son shall achieve greatness. Mother, await your good news, Shangguan Qingqing said, her eyes brimming with tears, nodding in appreciation. Mu Wanqing had faith in her elder brother's literary talents. Brother, as your younger sibling, I believe in you, Mu Jingchuan added. Suddenly, Mu Jingxian patted Mu Jingchuan on the shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I believe in you too, second brother. When will you take the exam? As the sons of the princess, we must bring honor to our mother. We have no titles to inherit. We must rely on ourselves. We cannot allow others to speak ill of our mother. Shangguan Qingqing beamed. Her Jingxian had grown up. She further advised, yes, Jingchuan, you must learn from your elder brother. Indeed. Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mu Jingchuan's smile appeared more dismal than when he was crying. Let me take the imperial examination? I would rather wield a heavy hammer. An idea struck him. He resolved to delay. Isn't my elder brother only taking the exam at 12? If he had not been poisoned by that wretched father, would he have waited until now? Fortunately, my elder brother is resilient. Damn it, that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingqing rose and took up a whip, striding toward Ruishua Tower. Chapter 71. Not a single one shall escape. In Mingda Courtyard, Mu Demiai lay on the bed, pointing accusingly at the kneeling Dr. Lu, unleashing a torrent of curses.
Quack.
It has been several days, yet there has been no sign of improvement. What use are you to me? My face cannot bear any scars. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Dr. Lu, kneeling with an air of dignity, replied, Prince Consort. Even divine medicine requires time to take effect. Moreover, my medical skills are mediocre. I only know some common remedies. How can you expect results so swiftly? You are but a prince consort who rose to power through the princess. What is there to be so arrogant about?
Mu Demei, furious,
grabbed a pillow from behind him and hurled it at Dr. Lu. I care not for excuses. If you cannot heal me, you need not live. He had suffered greatly during the latter half of his time in the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture. His once slender frame had become emaciated, resembling a withered branch. His body bore numerous injuries, and the bites from mosquitoes had left terrifying marks all over his face. His handsome visage, which had once won the favor of the princess, was now marred. Months prior, the princess had likely been too concerned about him, leading to their discord, which remained unresolved. Now, with his appearance diminished, it was even more challenging to reconcile with her. He understood well the significance of the princess to him, once his looks were restored. He had no doubt he could win her over again. Dr. Lu, exasperated, rose to his feet, looking at the man on the bed with scorn. Prince Mu, one must act in accordance with their conscience. Although you owe me your life and a second chance, I have also committed numerous unscrupulous acts on your behalf, including that one matter. If you intend to sever our ties, I shall not hesitate to see us both perish. The disdain in his gaze was glaringly apparent, causing Mu Demiai to feel a prickling discomfort. Furious and touched on a sore point, he could not help but seethe with anger. Presumptuous. I am still an official. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Beware, I may charge you with great disrespect. Dr. Lu merely laughed. His eyes filled with contempt as he spread his hands. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and punish me. You, a mere idle official, do not wield such power. And besides, do you think I would willingly place my trust in you? As a petty and narrow-minded individual, I, of course, must retain a contingency plan. Otherwise, I would be left with nothing but bones and remnants. Mu Demi's gaze was venomous as he coldly sneered. Are you not concerned for your wife and children? They are all in the hands of this prince. Dr. Lu's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes bloodshot as he pointed an accusatory finger at the bedridden Mu Demi. You, despicable wretch. I have diligently assisted you, only to discover you are such a person. Just then, Princess Shangguan Qingqing entered Mingda Courtyard. The young servant, witnessing the princess's furious demeanor, who held a whip in her hand, immediately knelt in the doorway, saluting her. I pay my respects to your highness, the princess.
Doctor.
Lu is currently attending to the prince. Please allow him a moment. He internally lamented, for the prince had commanded no one was to enter. And he was merely a servant. How could he possibly obstruct the princess? Get out of my way. Shangguan Qingsheng kicked the young servant, sending him tumbling. She then forcefully kicked open the palace door and strode inside. Your highness. The servant hurriedly followed. The loud bang startled the two men embroiled in their argument. Mu Demi sprang from the bed, his heart racing at the sight of the princess. Could it be that the princess still cared for him? He gazed at Shangguan Qingsheng with longing. Your highness, what brings you here? Is it to see your humble servant? Dr. Lu quickly masked his previous expression, rolling his eyes inwardly as he knelt, saying, This humble citizen pays his respects to your highness. Shangguan Qingsheng, wielding the whip with both hands crossed over her chest, smiled enigmatically.
Ah.
You're all here. It saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. I wonder what brings your highness to seek out this humble citizen? Dr. Lu's smile turned sycophantic, completely devoid of the disdain he had shown towards Mu Demi. A sense of foreboding washed over Mu Demi, yet he forced a smile. What business does your highness have with me?
I shall do my utmost to comply.
Shangguan Qingsheng's smile took on a sinister tone. Then you shall cooperate well. With that, she unleashed the whip with a crack. Crack, crack, crack. Blood soon marked the skin of both men. Mu Demi struggled to maintain his composure, asking, Your Highness, may I inquire what crime I have committed to deserve such torment? Ever since that wretched girl turned 1 month old, he had suffered unrelenting misfortune. Mu Demi's eyes darkened with malevolence, filled with hatred. That wretched girl would one day pay for her transgressions. Shangguan Qingsheng, noticing his expression, grew increasingly displeased and continued to strike.
Crack,
crack. She firmly believed there was no one who could withstand her punishment. If one session was insufficient, she would simply administer another. When Mu Wanqing was carried in by Mu Jingxian, Shangguan Qingsheng was already in the midst of her onslaught.
Oh.
Is the action already this intense? Mother, how majestic you are. Just like that. Another whip for that old man on the left side. One more for the scoundrel below. Mu Wanqing commented, and Shangguan Qingsheng struck accordingly. Is that old man the physician of the princess's residence? After being unexpectedly saved by the scoundrel, he has harbored gratitude ever since. Subsequently, Mu Demi used his charm to secure the position of palace physician for Dr. Lu. Shangguan Qingsheng felt a twinge of discomfort. Did her little group know all her embarrassing moments? Though Dr. Lu possesses remarkable medical skills, he is far from a good man. His superb abilities are misused, poisoning my elder brother with secret concoctions, and later committing numerous heinous acts for Mu Lianxiao. It can be said that Mu Lianxiao's position, one beneath the emperor and above all others, owes much to him. Not to mention the poisoning of my elder brother and administering drugs to my maternal grandfather and the emperor. It seemed he was backed by a sect of medicine. As Shangguan Qingsheng listened, she intensified her strikes. That dog of a man dared to poison her Jingxian? Was all his joy at the birth of his son merely a facade? Even a tiger does not consume its offspring, yet he was worse than a beast. With these thoughts, Shangguan Qingsheng delivered several more lashes. It was only when Mu Demi was on the brink of unconsciousness that she ceased her assault. At this moment, Dr. Lu, due to his age, had already fainted. Shangguan Qingsheng placed her foot on Mu Demi's chest, bending slightly at the waist, and coldly remarked, Mu Demi, have I been too merciful with you? Is that why you dare to persist in your schemes against me? Is that why you have the audacity to harm my family? Mu Demi shook his head frantically.
No, no, no.
Shangguan Qingsheng seized his collar, demanding no? You did not administer the poison to Jingxian? Thankfully, Jingxian is resilient. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of mere blindness. Do you feel no remorse? Do you not fear the vengeful spirits that might haunt you at midnight?
Mu Demi trembled.
No, it wasn't me. How could I do such a thing? He pointed at Dr. Lu, continuing it was him, that old scoundrel. Rest assured, none of you shall escape. Shangguan Qingsheng clapped her hands, disdainfully, wiping them clean. Green shoots. Wake him up. Yes. Green shoots splashed a visibly murky basin of water onto Dr. Lu.
Ugh, doctor.
Lu jolted awake, shivering from the cold water, the pain coursing through him eliciting involuntary sounds. Are you awake? Now tell me how you poisoned Jingxian 5 years ago. Shangguan Qingsheng seated herself on a nearby chair, exuding an air of finality. If they failed to convey the truth today, their fates would be sealed. I will speak. I will speak. It was all the prince's command. He wanted the life of the eldest son and instructed me to prepare a slow-acting poison, applying it to every page of the books the eldest son read. He noted the eldest son's habit of licking his fingers while turning pages. Over time, after 2 years, the poison deepened, and the prince offered him a nourishing soup. Originally, the prince sought his life, but fortunately, the eldest son was blessed and merely lost his eyesight rather than his life. Dr. Liu, clearly frightened from earlier, spilled the details like beans, though his eyes darted nervously. Finally, Dr. Liu knelt on the ground, genuinely bowing his head. Your Highness, every word I spoke is the truth. I implore your Highness to discern wisely.
Yet.
As he knelt, his fierce gaze seemed to convey, Mu Demi, since you are devoid of benevolence, do not blame me for being unprincipled.
Wanqing.
Having retrieved a piece of lotus cake from the phoenix base, munched while watching the spectacle.
Oh.
Today's performance is splendid. Is Mother avenging brother? That old scoundrel should have been dealt with long ago. Had it not been for my inability to walk, I would have ended him myself. But Mother, we truly share a mind. You know exactly what I am thinking. Seated, Shangguan Qingqing rolled her eyes. You are not merely unable to walk. You are utterly incapable of ambulation. Mu Demi's eyes flickered, suppressing his pain as he bellowed. Outrageous. How dare you, old wretch, slander this prince? In the capital, it is known far and wide that this prince is unwaveringly loyal to your Highness. I have never frequented brothels nor entangled myself with any women. Jing Xian is this prince's firstborn. I have invested considerable effort into him. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. How could this prince poison Jing Xian? Does the scoundrel's raised voice stem from guilt? Mu Jingxian, holding the little one, gazed expressionlessly at the father who sought his life. His face betrayed no emotion, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Do you not know whether what I say is true? Dr. Liu, with a defiant neck, looked towards Mu Demi, as if resolved to stake everything. Mu Demi, no longer feeling any pain, stood up and kicked at Dr. Liu. Bold Lu Xingliang, who commanded you to malign this prince? Jing Xian has achieved success. This prince is delighted. How could he possibly be a hindrance to me? Is this how you present yourself? Does your family know? The final remark from Mu Demii was laden with menace. Mu Wanqing took a bite of her cake, inwardly reflecting. I recall this well. It was detailed in the novel. My elder brother possesses an extraordinary memory and comprehension ability, which initially brought me great joy. However, I could not withstand the fabrications of that little billion. She claimed to have encountered a Taoist who foretold that her husband's official prospects were at an end, overshadowed by a more formidable successor. Furthermore, the worthless father refused to acknowledge that he had ascended only due to the princess mother. He believed himself to be born of the highest rank, incapable of stagnating at a mere 4th grade official level. Thus he turned his ire upon my elder brother. After all, sons can always be begotten anew. Shangguan Qingqing's eyes reddened with fury. Throughout history, the great Xia has favored its princesses. Hence, it is common knowledge among the court that the imperial consort cannot wield real power. Yet that wretched man dared to lay the blame on her son. She loathed her own blindness in loving a creature beneath contempt. Shangguan Qingqing sprang to her feet, brandishing her whip. With a series of sharp cracks, she struck Mu Demii until he lay prostrate on the ground, and she stepped upon his face. You should consider yourself fortunate that you still hold some value and will not perish immediately. Otherwise, I would have flayed you alive in an instant. Remember this. Mu Demii, I shall not kill you, but you will not find solace. Each day you shall dwell in a hell of your own making. Turning to Lu Xingliang, she produced 2 pitch-black pills. As for you, I offer you one of these pills. Consume it, and I shall spare you. The remaining one is reserved for your imperial consort. Lu Xingliang, confident in his medical expertise, reasoned that since the princess assured him he would not die, he had ample time to unravel the mystery. He casually swallowed 1 pill and forcefully administered the other to Mu Demii. Kneeling before Shangguan Qingqing, Mu Demii's face was a mask of terror. He was oblivious to the nature of the poison. Your Highness, Qing'er, you cannot treat me thus. I am your husband. He gazed pleadingly at Mu Jingxing, his heart swelling with hope. Qing'er, Jingxing is unscathed, is he not? Since he is well, could you not spare me? After all, I am his biological father. Seeing Shangguan Qingqing remain unmoved, he turned to Mu Jingxing, grasping at his clothing and shaking it. Jingxing, please plead for your father's mercy. Remember how much I once cherished you. Spare you? When you administered chronic poison to him at the tender age of 4, did you ever consider sparing him? Shangguan Qingqing's gaze was fierce, her desire to dismember Mu Demii palpable. She then smiled and elaborated. This poison is known as the 7-day bone-breaking pill. Every 7 days, the victim endures excruciating pain as their bones shatter, and it takes another 7 days to begin healing. The one who consumes it will suffer daily, caught in a torment where life is a curse and death a distant solace. May you both relish this experience. At her words, Mu Demii and Lu Xinliang simultaneously emitted anguished cries.
Mudemai fervently shook Muin Xinkes garment.
Jingxing, please beg your mother for the antidote. I have been misled by others. I truly love you. The intensity of his desperation nearly caused Mu Jingxing to lose hold of his younger sister in his arms. Taking a step back, he coldly replied, If you cause my sister to fall, I shall not hesitate to sever your fingers one by one. Mu Wanqing was quite fond of such a brother. Truly, he is my brother. He has learned well from our mother, who strikes when displeased. My brother, too, does not tolerate disrespect. Shangguan Qingcheng felt a sense of pride. Her Jingxing had finally shed his tendency to bottle up his emotions. Mu Demii, in a fit of rage. Cursed, unfilial wretch. I am your father. You dare treat me so? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Do you not fear the scorn of the world? Mu Jingxing revealed the first smile since entering Mingde courtyard. Oh, is that so? I have heard tales of a father who was struck by lightning. Might it be that he has wronged his late father? How fortuitous. I am a quick learner. Wenjie, fetch me a knife. Chapter 73. A severed bond between father and son. Wenjie, feeling for his master, harbored no small amount of anger towards Mu Demii. The so-called imperial consort had condemned the eldest son to 5 years of darkness. During that time, he had succumbed to despair, attempting to end his own life countless times, isolating himself in fear of the outside world. His health had deteriorated, reducing him to a mere shadow of a man. Thus, as he raced to retrieve a knife, Wenjie selected a rather dull one, believing that a blunt blade would inflict more pain. Here you go, young master. He presented the knife. What a talent this Wenjie is. Look at that knife, ornate yet dull. With my brother's strength, it is evident he could never sever anything with a single stroke. Upon seeing the knife, Mu Demii first recoiled in fear, then sank to his knees, wailing to the heavens.
Rechte.
You dare turn your hand against your own father? A disloyal child shall meet a dire fate. Heaven will not spare you. Why does it not strike this wretched child with a thunderbolt? Even now, Mu Demii refused to acknowledge his own culpability, believing he had merely made mistakes common to all. Mu Jingxing harbored an intense hatred for this so-called father, wishing to drain every drop of blood that bore his lineage, forever severing their ties. Yet he did not wish to provide satisfaction to those who bore him ill will.
Is that so?
I believe I understand why father was struck by lightning. It is due to his lack of compassion. If he could harm his own flesh and blood, what would prevent him from turning against me? Someone, hold him down. He gestured as he cradled the little one in Qingyun's arms. Mu Demii began to tremble in fear, shaking his head frantically. No, you cannot do this, Jingxing. I was wrong. He felt that this ungrateful child had gone too far, forcing an elderly father to bow his head in apology. The surrounding servants and guards glanced between the princess and the imperial consort, caught in a dilemma. When gods clash, mortals suffer. However, they ultimately resolved to follow the eldest prince's orders. Impudent knaves, let go of this imperial consort. Release me. Mu Demii felt the noose tightening around him, struggling fiercely. Your Highness, will you not intervene on Jingxing's behalf? Shangguan Qingcheng cast a cold glance at Mu Demii before turning her gaze gently towards Mu Jingxing. Jingxing, should you fear, your mother shall intervene. Rest assured, regardless of your decision, I shall support you. She spoke with a warm smile. As the eldest son of the princess's estate, he could not afford to be naive. Everyone in the princess's household should have long recognized this beast in human guise. Mu Jingxing replied softly, Mother, I am not afraid. He glanced at the knife in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips as he traced it over Mu Demii's hand. Although the knife was dull, Mu Demii perceived it as exceedingly sharp, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. His complexion paled, and he began to tremble slightly. Lu Xinliang, lying on the ground, watched the unfolding scene with a look of malicious glee. Truly, this is what you deserve. Had you maintained your principles and refrained from entering the princess's estate, you might have enjoyed a harmonious family life. Unable to endure any longer, Mu Demii erupted into a furious tirade. You madman! You lunatic! I am your father. Since I gave you life, what wrong is there in wanting it back? His face contorted in rage as he shouted. This, indeed, reflects the true thoughts of a worthless father. Even his affection for little Billion is scant. As for the princess mother, his regard was merely a facade, dictated by her status. He has always loved himself above all, seeking only those who serve his interests, Mu Wanqing lamented. Scoundrel! Shangguan Qingcheng, incensed by his words, immediately lashed out with her whip.
Crack.
The force of the strike left a distinct mark of blood across Mu Demi's back. Mudmi cried out in agony, his wails echoing through the air. I could barely contain myself. Shangguan Qingcheng's expression was frigid, subtly laced with murderous intent. Is this something a father should utter? Even a tiger would not harm its own cub. As she beheld Mudmi, all affection had long since vanished, leaving only disdain and fury in her heart. Were it not for this scoundrel's contribution to Mu Wanqing's growth, she would have relished the thought of a blade severing Mudmi from existence.
Mugingan.
You possess tremendous audacity. Do you truly intend to slay your own father? You shall be struck down by divine wrath. You will be forever condemned by the world.
Mudemi shouted in desperation.
The princess's residence will forever bear the stigma of disgrace, unable to hold its head high again. Upon hearing these words, Mu Jingxi's countenance darkened. Although Mudmi was at fault, if he truly wielded the blade, the infamy of patricide would be inescapable. This despicable father is utterly shameless. Despite his heartlessness and cruelty, poisoning his own flesh and blood, he dares to invert right and wrong. His audacity is astounding. Mu Wanqing expressed her outrage with disdain. If I were the elder brother, I would simply strike him down. But wait, if I were to slay this scoundrel, my own potential for growth would be severely hindered. Yet he is truly infuriating. Mu Wanqing found herself in a quandary. Upon hearing this, Mu Jingxi's murderous intent gradually dissipated as he regained his composure. You are unworthy of dragging our princess's residence into disgrace over a wretch like yourself, he stated coldly. Suddenly, Mu Jingxi thrust a dagger into his palm, blood cascading down. Jingyan! Shangguan Qingcheng gasped in horror. Mu Wanqing was equally startled. My bloodline stems from you. A fate I did not choose, ordained by heaven. Yet in the future, I can forge my own path. Mu Jingxi spoke indifferently, disregarding his bleeding hand. The blood spilled today serves as proof. I, Mu Jingxi, sever all ties with you, and from this moment forth, we shall no longer share a father-son bond. Should you dare to harm any member of the princess's residence again, I swear, I will reduce you to ashes. You shall find no resting place in death. His words struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Mudmi stood in stunned silence, gazing at Mu Jingxi, who appeared chillingly unfamiliar. This eldest son, whom he had never regarded with much thought, now seemed utterly alien. But he is merely 11 years old. How could he not resemble a child of that age? The aura he exuded could rival that of a merciless general. He admitted it. Fear had taken root within him. To feel intimidated by a mere 11-year-old boy was unthinkable. Leave.
Mu Jingxi spat coldly.
Never dare to appear before me again, or the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to bear. This time, Mudmi dared not utter another word, hastily scrambling to his feet and fleeing in a desperate tumble. He likely would not return to the princess's residence again. Enduring the pain coursing through him, he fled from the princess's abode, only to realize he was the prince consort, and this was his home. The thought of that fearsome offspring filled him with venomous hatred. Mother, did I do the right thing?
Mu Jingxi inquired.
You did splendidly. Shangguan Qingcheng replied with a gentle smile. You have matured beyond what I anticipated. Jingyan, you have truly become a man. Truly my elder brother, so impressive, so imposing. Mu Wanqing gazed at him with admiration. Mu Jingxi smiled faintly, a hint of chilling coldness lurking within that smile. Chapter 74. Madame Xia is with child. On the 25th day of the 12th month, every household began exchanging New Year's gifts. At the Xia residence, an elderly physician, having completed a pulse diagnosis for Xia Mianlian, beamed with joy and declared, Congratulations, my lord, your health has been restored. Moreover, procreation will no longer pose a challenge. Those present were momentarily taken aback. The elderly physician continued, Might I inquire, my lord, who is the one responsible for your recovery? I have devoted years to maintaining your health, merely managing to preserve your life. Who is this miraculous healer? I am truly in awe of their remarkable skills. If possible, I would like to seek their wisdom. The wrinkles on the old physician's face formed a flower-like pattern as he smiled. He noticed the members of the Xia household standing in a daze, unable to respond. Realizing the joyous surprise, he discreetly stepped aside. Old man, is it true? Have you truly recovered? After a prolonged silence, Madame Xia finally reacted, tears streaming down her cheeks. The elderly Lord Xia patted her hand and said, "It is true, our son has truly recovered." Upon closer inspection, his eyes were red-rimmed, tears glistening at the corners. Madame Xia looked at her daughter-in-law, who stood in a stupor, and said, "Poor Yingxin has suffered so much over the years." Indeed, Zhao Yingxin had married into their family for over 8 years and endured too many grievances. Initially, it was merely a casual remark between two families, without any exchange of tokens. At that time, Zhao Yingxin could have sought a better match, but chose to marry into the Xia family. Over the years, the elderly lord and lady Xia treated Zhao Yingxin as their own daughter. Heaven bless, our Xia family shall finally endure. Madame Xia clasped her hands together and bowed towards the door. "My husband, you are well." Zhao Yingxin's tears flowed down like a string of pearls, but she paid no mind to wiping them away. Her cries were filled with surprise, grievance, and excitement.
He is truly well.
"How wonderful! How wonderful!" Zhao Yingxin spoke with fervor. In her excitement, she suddenly swayed to the side. Xia Mianlian hurriedly caught her, cradling her in his arms and gently rocking her. The radiant complexion brought forth by the miraculous medicine turned pale in an instant. "Yingxin, Yingxin, what is wrong?" "Yingxin, Dr. Zhang, hurry. Come see what is happening to my wife." "Yingxin, Yingxin." Madame Xia's expression changed drastically. It cannot be that one has recovered while another falls ill. Her daughter-in-law had always been healthy. How could she suddenly faint? "Dr. Zhang, hurry. What has happened to my wife?" After placing Zhao Yingxin on the bed, Xia Mianlian grasped Dr. Zhang's hand and shook it desperately. Dr. Zhang, furious, puffed out his beard. He forcefully yanked his hand away. "Let go, you little rascal. How can I take your pulse like this?" Xia Mianlian was frantic, while Dr. Zhang continued to stroke his goatee. "Then speak, what is wrong with my wife?" "This old man always plays with people's emotions. If he cannot treat her, I shall seek the imperial physician to attend to her." "What?" Xia Mianlian's expression changed dramatically. Dr. Zhang glared at him, his beard bristling. "Enough. It is merely a case of pregnancy. Must you be so excited?" "What? Pregnant? Is that true?" Madame Xia exclaimed in disbelief. "I can discern a joyous pulse, though it is still early. I merely took a bit longer to assess. Madame is less than a month along. She needs to rest quietly and cannot be too elated or despondent." Dr. Zhang admonished while packing his belongings. As he tidied up, Xia Mianlian, grinning like a fool, finally asked, "Are you certain? Is my wife truly with child? How could there be any doubt? When you have time, do tell me who that remarkable healer is, and perhaps introduce me." Dr. Zhang paused in his actions, glaring at him. Xia Mianlian suddenly burst into laughter.
"Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
"I am finally going to be a father." He had always known his own health was poor, and after years of marriage, they had yet to conceive, leading to much gossip about his wife. Yet, no matter how he explained, outsiders would never believe that the issue lay with him. After the crown princess bestowed the medicine, his health had improved, culminating in this miraculous recovery. Madame Xia playfully swatted Xia Mianlian. "You rascal, keep your voice down if you disturb Yingxin. I will not let you off lightly." Yet the smile in her eyes revealed her overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the usually stoic Lord Xia pondered for a moment before asking, "Mianlian, was that medicine given by the crown princess?" Indeed. The Grand Princess bestowed upon her son 10 medicinal pills, which significantly improved his condition after consumption. Xia Mianlian took a moment to collect her thoughts before responding earnestly. The matriarch of the Xia family wore a serious expression. "Old master, we must express our profound gratitude to Her Highness the Grand Princess. Their family had always adhered to the principle of repaying kindness. This was an immense favor. Mother, Her Highness the Grand Princess requires nothing from our Xia household." Xia Mianlian glanced at her father. Her primary concern lay with the child and the great Xia dynasty. "Father, our family has never taken sides. We have always maintained neutrality. Regardless of which emperor reigns, our lineage remains steadfast." The old master sighed, his gaze profound. "From now on, we shall be loyalists." Mianlian had already made her choice when she visited the Grand Princess's residence. "Father, do you blame me for this decision?" Xia Mianlian asked, somewhat breathless. She had grown weary of witnessing her son's daily suffering and her wife's silent tears. "How could I?" The old master commanded, "Prepare the New Year's gifts. Once our daughter-in-law awakens, we shall pay a visit to the Grand Princess's residence." He understood the challenges his son had faced, having relied on medicine daily. "Make the preparations abundant. At the Grand Princess's residence, Shangguan Qingcheng practiced with a whip while Qingyi handed her a handkerchief. Your Highness, the headmaster of Qingzhou Qingyang Academy and his family have arrived. The headmaster of Qingyang? Old Master Xia? Shangguan Qingcheng paused in surprise. Indeed. Please proceed to the front hall. I shall change my attire. The old master likely came regarding his son's condition. Shangguan Qingcheng felt perplexed. Was Xia Mianlian's health still not fully restored? Has Master Xia's illness improved? Qingyi lowered her head. The maid has not heard. Shangguan Qingcheng sighed. Very well. We shall find out upon meeting. Old Master Xia, what brings you here? You are quite the busy man, with so many students at Qingyang Academy. Greetings to your Highness the Grand Princess. I am deeply grateful for the medicine you have provided for my son. Chapter 75. The Unworthy Father's Mentor. The old matriarch of the Xia family, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on the ground to pay her respects to Shangguan Qingcheng. Your Highness, you have rescued my son from suffering, and within just 2 months, my daughter-in-law has conceived. This grace is greater than the heavens. I can offer no recompense, but to bow deeply in gratitude. Mianlian, you should prostrate yourself several times for the Grand Princess. Yingxin cannot do so due to her condition, so you must do it for her. I implore your Highness for your understanding. Yes, Mother, I understand. Xia Mianlian knelt once more, repeatedly knocking his forehead against the ground until it turned a deep crimson. To an onlooker, it might seem as though he were seeking forgiveness for a grievous misdeed. Thank you, your Highness, for the medicine. Shangguan Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle. Master Xia was truly straightforward. Rise, old matriarch Xia. There is no need for such formality. It is indeed a blessing for the Xia family that Madam can conceive. I have merely rendered a small service. Shangguan Qingcheng was somewhat astonished. She knew the little one's miraculous spring water was effective. But she hadn't anticipated such rapid results. Has it only been 2 months? Madam has been pregnant for just over a month. It speaks volumes of its efficacy. In the future, if I ever leave home, or am driven out by the Grand Princess, I could sell childbirth pills and surely make a fortune. Shangguan Qingcheng contemplated, wishing to reprimand the wretched girl, who was now contemplating leaving home. Perhaps I should produce more, to enhance the reproductive capabilities of Great Xia, thus significantly increasing the population. When foreign powers invade, we would have the advantage in numbers. Shangguan Qingcheng lowered her hand, considering the little one's understanding. But no. Great Xia is too impoverished to support such an endeavor. It is best to abandon the idea. The texts state that Great Xia's grain yield is exceedingly low, and many children in remote areas have perished from starvation. Shangguan Qingcheng acknowledged that is indeed a pressing issue. She composed herself, stating, the Xia family has not had a pregnancy in several years. This good news may herald a continual stream of blessings. Your Highness, I am truly grateful. If ever you or the Great Xia dynasty should require my assistance, I shall certainly be at the forefront, Zhao Yingxin said, tears glistening in her eyes. Speaking from the heart, thanks to the Grand Princess, she could now become a mother. Shangguan Qingcheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Madame Xia. I have great admiration for you, Madame Xia. The old matriarch smiled brightly, cheerfully responding, it is all thanks to Her Highness the Grand Princess. Otherwise, my son would still be reliant on medicine. The pills you require are readily available. I am pleased that Master Xia can benefit from them. Madame Mu Wanqing had grown weary of the polite exchanges and internally scoffed. This is truly exhausting. Isn't this just a game of Tai Chi? I have a large watermelon, cut in half. 1/2 for you, 1/2 for him. Huh? Shangguan Qingcheng thought to herself. The little one is indeed a simpleton, proving that he will not be one to beat around the bush. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Xia Zicheng observed, waiting for their conversation to conclude before he rose and clasped his hands. Your Highness the Grand Princess, I am not one for eloquence. Should you ever require anything, please do not hesitate to ask.
I shall do my utmost.
Xia Zicheng had always held himself in high regard, rarely seen lowering his head willingly. Most officials in the court would still bow upon encountering him.
Wow.
This is the man who has nurtured countless talents and produced many outstanding disciples, the most remarkable of whom holds a second-rank position. One must understand that from the third rank onwards, exceptional talent and ability are required. What a pity! What a pity! Alas! Shangguan Qingcheng was astounded. Xia Zicheng was unafraid of power, indifferent to fame and fortune, and devoted to teaching and nurturing. Throughout Great Xia, who did not know of Master Xia's illustrious name. Yet, it remained a mystery why he ceased to take on disciples after the last one. It was said that the individual was of humble origins, yet no one knew their identity or had seen them. The world speculated that Master Xia's final disciple may have met with an untimely demise, leaving him heartbroken and unwilling to accept more students. Shangguan Qingcheng struggled to comprehend. Such a respected figure, what could possibly trouble him? Who could have harmed him? Could it have been that concubine Mu Lianqiao? Mu Wanqing sighed repeatedly in her heart. The conversation that followed confirmed Shangguan Qingcheng's suspicions. Since I took him on as a student, I have educated him as if he were my own son, nurturing him in secret. This is known to very few. Shangguan Qingcheng was thoroughly astonished. The scoundrel was actually Master Xia's last disciple. But why had Master Xia never made this public, and why had she never heard of it? Later, when the scoundrel passed the provincial examination, Master Xia intended to announce it publicly. However, at that time, the scoundrel was quite arrogant, feeling himself extraordinary, indulging in other people's patronage to pursue pleasure, and even took a concubine. Master Xia was greatly disappointed and admonished the scoundrel. Yet, the scoundrel at the time disregarded this and dismissed that woman. Before long, he returned to the brothels. There's no wall that doesn't he let the wind through. Eventually, Master Xia's friends discovered it. In a fit of rage, Master Xia expelled the scoundrel from his tutelage and warned him never to claim to be a disciple of Xia Zicheng again, or he would face dire consequences. Afterward, the scoundrel, spurred on by Master Xia's meticulous guidance and his handsome appearance, attracted my somewhat foolish mother. My mother then implored her grandfather to secure him a top scholar position. Shangguan Qingcheng was seething with anger. Wretched girl. How could the gossip circle back to me? The key point is that the wretched girl even insulted me. Shangguan Qingcheng mentally noted this down as a grievance against the little one. The scoundrel sought to rely on the pampered princess to advance his career. Yet, he never anticipated that although the official family favored the princess, they maintained boundaries. The prince consorts are never given substantial power. Xia Zicheng continued to observe Mu Wanqing. The young princess exhibits an extraordinary spirit, as enchanting and delightful as snow itself, far surpassing that of her father. Observing the constant changes in the complexion of the eldest princess, he presumed she was troubled by the educational prospects of the Jade Princess. Such a gifted child ought to be nurtured from a tender age. Otherwise, it would be a pity if she were to grow up misled. Xia Zicheng felt a surge of admiration for talent. His approach to accepting disciples was entirely spontaneous, unbound by the constraints of society. Might I inquire if your highness has found a tutor for the Jade Princess? Princess Shangguan Qingcheng was still engulfed in the overwhelming information and had yet to regain her composure. Instinctively, she replied, not yet. She is still very young and has not yet sought a tutor. In the grand families of the capital, it is customary for parents to seek educators for their daughters as soon as they are born, ensuring enlightenment by the age of 2 or 3. Mu Wanqing harbored a sense of foreboding. No, I'm still just a child, barely 7 months old. You scheming old man, you have ill intentions.
Oh?
What do you think of me? Xia Zicheng was immensely confident that the eldest princess would certainly agree to his proposition. This old man was indeed up to no good, utterly deranged. Mu Wanqing's heart began to lament. Was she to be forced to learn at just 7 months? In Chapter 76, Mu Wanqing found herself compelled to take on an apprenticeship. Before Shangguan Qingcheng could react, Mu Wanqing was already in a frenzy. In her desperation, her words became remarkably clear. I do not want a teacher. I am too young for that. Why must I pursue scholarly pursuits? I don't need a teacher. Isn't it more enjoyable to simply relax and eat snacks? Despite lacking formal education in her past life, she had yearned for it. Yet in this life, she was already a princess. What need had she to toil and study? Xia Zicheng displayed a smile of appreciation. Indeed, the Jade Princess is exceptionally astute, capable of independent thought at such a tender age. I have not erred in my judgment. Aside from that merchantess daughter, I have encountered no one with such brilliance. Yet that girl he had met was cunning even at a young age, hardly resembling a child. The Jade Princess, however, radiated an ethereal charm. Hadn't Xia Zicheng publicly declared that he would no longer accept disciples? Shangguan Qingcheng found it puzzling, since that dog of a man was a disciple of Xia Shan. He should have resisted the idea of accepting the little one as a pupil, rather than seeking to take her under his wing. Furthermore, the child was a girl. The little princess nodded fervently. Yes, I am a girl. You, a revered scholar, need not tarnish your reputation for the sake of accepting a girl as a disciple. Xia Zicheng countered, Your Highness, I am no such antiquated individual, and I trust you are not either. Moreover, my intention in accepting the Jade Princess as my disciple is not out of obligation, but rather a genuine belief in her potential. If she were to study under me, I am confident I could cultivate her into the foremost talented woman, incomparable to others. I have no interest in you. Do not impose upon me. Why must I strive to become an accomplished woman, competing for a position that I am already inherently entitled to? Why must I exhaust myself when others are struggling to survive? Shangguan Qingcheng felt compelled to reprimand this wayward child. Was a favorable birthright a license for capriciousness? She recalled her own childhood, where, despite being mischievous, she had still received a proper education. The onlookers, including Xia Mianlian and the matriarch of the Xia family, were taken aback. Hadn't he, the old man, proclaimed he would not accept disciples? Why was he suddenly so eager to take on a student, especially one so young? Yet they all chose to remain silent. I do not like you, Mu Wanqing declared with conviction. What is this nonsense about being the foremost talented woman? That title belongs to the main character, Mu Lianxiao, with her innate brilliance. Besides, why should I compare myself to a child of an outsider? That would be beneath me. I refuse to learn. Shangguan Qingcheng admonished with a stern expression. How can you speak to your teacher in such a manner? This little one truly needs a good teacher. In her previous life, she had no guidance. Now that there is an opportunity, she must ascend to greatness. Moreover, as the mother of the little princess, it was her prerogative to make such decisions. Xia Zicheng was indeed a commendable choice. Shangguan Qingcheng embraced Mu Wanqing and performed a slight bow. Master Xia, I shall entrust to your care from now on. Should she misbehave, please feel free to discipline her. I shall not interfere. Anything like a ruler's rod is acceptable. Mother, is it not enough for you to manage me alone? Must I also be subjected to that old man? I've heard he is quite severe with his disciples, often resorting to corporal punishment. No, please don't. Held in her mother's embrace, Mu Wanqing felt utterly despondent. She had thought she could lounge about for the rest of her days, and now, before even reaching 1 year of age, she was to have a teacher. Xia Zicheng was taken aback. Your Highness, such an honor. I am but a humble scholar. How could I possibly accept such a courtesy? Please, you are Qing's teacher, and since she has yet to learn to walk, I must act in her stead. This was splendid. She no longer needed to worry about her little one becoming illiterate. Excellent. From this day forth, Qing shall be my 100th disciple. I only accept 100 in my lifetime, and now my goal has been fulfilled. Xia Zicheng beamed with childlike joy.
Mu Wanqing's gaze wandered.
Old man, this is your own doing. I hope you do not end up exasperated. Shangguan Qingcheng glanced at Xia Zicheng with a hint of sympathy. At 55 years of age, he should be able to handle the responsibility, right? Xia Zicheng assumed that Shangguan Qingcheng was concerned for her young apprentice. There is no need to worry, Your Highness. Let her begin her education at the age of 3, as is customary for the young ladies and gentlemen in the capital. Qing will be just like them. With that, he produced a precious item wrapped in cloth from his bosom and handed it to Mu Wanqing. Qing, this is a token of my esteem for you. It is the most cherished possession of mine, carried with me always. The Xia family members were astonished. This inkstone had been a personal treasure of Xia Zicheng for many years, and he was willing to part with it for the Jade Princess, indicating how much he cherished this pupil. Mu Wanqing was elated, her chubby little hands reaching out excitedly. Receiving a gift for becoming a disciple? I must seek out more teachers then. I shall become quite wealthy. However, her hand froze midway. What is this dark, grimy lump? Is it ink? Seeing his little disciple's delight, Xia Zicheng could not help but smile, reciting, the ink, once played with, brings tears to the handkerchief. Mu Wanqing's expression stiffened, her tiny hand retracting swiftly to hide in her mother's embrace. That was well recited. Let us not do that again. The matriarch of the Xia family removed a piece of jade from her waist and personally presented it to Mu Wanqing. I have nothing of great value, but this jade is somewhat presentable. I hope the Jade Princess does not find it lacking. Mu Wanqing quickly snatched it up. This jade is splendid. I like it. He. I've struck it rich. The matriarch is wonderful, unlike that old man who gives me ink. Who would want that? Shangguan Qingcheng remarked. The little one's greed is showing again. Jade Princess, this is the most valuable item my elder brother possesses. I will make it up to you later. Xia Mianlian added, producing a talisman from her pocket. This talisman has been with me since childhood. May it bless the Jade Princess with safety as she grows. Mu Wanqing initially thought it was a treasure, but quickly realized, just a piece of paper, a lowly talisman. It's worthless. She turned away, seeking Zhao Yingxin, wondering if the girl might possess something more precious. Zhao Yingxin approached with a cheerful demeanor. Little junior sister. My parents and husband have bestowed upon me their most cherished possessions, so I cannot be stingy. Mu Wanqing as heart sword. How delightful. Surely girls are given gold, silver, and precious jewels. I am indeed fortunate. However, when Mu Wanqing beheld the item before her, she was utterly taken aback. This was not merely a tattered piece of paper, but rather a substantial stack. Zhao Yingxin retrieved a remarkably ancient tome from her bosom. The wear and tear on its pages indicated it had been perused frequently, resulting in their yellowed appearance. Madame Xia, this is inappropriate. Absolutely inappropriate. Upon seeing the prominent title on the cover, Thunder Battle Axe, Shangguan Qingcheng sprang to her feet. It is said that Thunder Battle Axe is an ancient tome of spells, long thought to have vanished from existence. Even its disciples have faded into obscurity, rendering it a lost treasure. Who would have anticipated it to be in Madame Xia's possession? This is far too precious. Perhaps Madame Xia should keep it for herself. Mu Wanqing utilized her spiritual perception to scan the contents of Thunder Battle Axe. This technique is indeed among the elite, even among ordinary martial arts. No wonder the princess's mother would be so astonished. No, dear mother of the princess, please temper your fervent gaze. It is clear you desire it. Yet you feign disinterest. Beside them, Xia Zicheng and Xia Mianlian awkwardly extended their hands. Although they were scholars, they had certainly heard of the illustrious reputation of Thunder Battle Axe. Naturally, the old matriarch of the Xia family was also aware of its renown. Shangguan Qingcheng reluctantly averted her gaze. Zhao Yingxin was well aware of the allure of her mother's ancestral technique. This martial art was passed down from her mother, and entrusting it to the great Xia dynasty eased her mind. She was now the last scion of the Tian family. Xia Mianlian had begun to discern that his junior sister held disdain for the gifts presented by his father and himself. He recognized that the princess's residence possessed far superior items. After all, they could produce such miraculous herbs, let alone a mere talisman for peace. Silently, he stowed away the talisman he had carried since childhood, gently resting his hand on Zhao Yingxin's shoulder. In the future, I shall accompany you, and with our child, I am certain that our parents in the heavens will watch over us. Regarding his wife's matters, Xia Mianlian only grasped the tip of the iceberg. He had only vaguely overheard her mention them in dreams. Husband, do you not blame me? Zhao Yingxin asked, deeply moved. She cast a furtive glance, her hand reaching out, conflicted over why her junior sister had not accepted her father-in-law's ink and the kindly gaze of her mother-in-law. If he dares to blame you, I shall cast him out. How could I allow Yingxin and our child to suffer? Yingxin, focus on nurturing the baby. I shall handle everything else. The old matriarch of the Xia family shot a warning glance at Xia Mianlian. How could that be? Mother, do not wrongfully accuse me. My wife does not permit me to share a bed. And so, the family enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. Dear mother of the princess, do you not feel envious? Just look at that scoundrel of a father, then gaze upon other men. Do you not believe that good men belong to others? Let us expel him and find a new father. Mu Wanqing relished the convivial ambience. Among all the villains, the princess's residence is the most tragic. At least they enjoy some fortune. The princess's mother is left only with deception, the little one lamented. Shangguan Qingcheng posed a question. If there were a wayward daughter who constantly reminded you of your past mistakes, what would you do? Mu Wanqing accepted Thunder Battle Axe and theatrically retrieved a small bottle from her bosom, offering it to Zhao Yingxin.
Here, take this.
It was water from a spiritual spring she had bottled out of boredom, kept for emergencies. She needed to gather more allies for the future, especially to contend with the male and female leads. Drink it for good health. All of you, drink. Contemplating this, Mu Wanqing issued a few more reminders. Observing Xia Zicheng's persistent grip on the tome, she resignedly accepted it. With her thoughts, she summoned a small spiritual mushroom from her space. Here, brother, a gift. She presented it to Xia Zicheng. Together with sister-in-law, it makes 7. Becoming a disciple is out of the question. Surely I cannot kneel to her. How could someone of such high status bow to a mere mortal? Shangguan Qingcheng mused. She was flabbergasted. Initially seeking a teacher, it had now transformed into a brother? Xia Zicheng exclaimed, What? Brother? This is unacceptable. Yet when he beheld the palm-sized red spiritual mushroom, his tone softened immediately. Junior sister, is this for me? Then I shall accept it, brother. Xia Zicheng swiftly grasped the red spiritual mushroom. Its freshness and rich fragrance indicated its exceptional quality. Such a fine red spiritual mushroom had likely never been seen in the entire great Xia dynasty. He considered himself the foremost individual of the time. Junior sister? Xia Mianlian gazed incredulously at his father. Was this rapid transformation of his father too much to fathom? Hadn't he always refused to bow to power or yield for food? Xia Zicheng carefully cradled the red spiritual mushroom, patting Xia Mianlian. You little rascal, this is my little junior sister. You should call her little aunt. Such a precious item should not be consumed carelessly. It must be preserved for future use. Wait, has the little one suddenly taken on a new generation? All due to a single mushroom? Very well. I concede that I too cannot part with it. Enough, dear mother of the princess. Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy? She boldly produced 2 larger red spiritual mushrooms for her mother. Here, do not be envious. Shangguan Qingcheng nearly lost her composure at this display. This time, for the sake of the mushrooms, she chose not to hold the little one accountable. Zhao Yingxin and the old matriarch of the Xia family, after their initial astonishment, fixed their gazes upon Mu Wanqing's bosom. How could such a small bundle contain so many items, and none seemed damaged? The group shared a collective thought. Surely the medicine must have been produced by the little aunt or junior sister. Xia Zicheng assured, rest assured, junior sister, I shall impart all my knowledge to you henceforth. Such a precious gift demanded that he ensure she learn something in return. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes, pointing at the red spiritual mushroom. If you wish to eat it, do not leave any behind. This old man clearly shows signs of ill health. He surely cannot withstand my ire. A taste of this will ensure he does not meet an untimely end at my hands. The red spiritual mushroom exudes a delightful aroma. Let us not record this just yet. Very well, I now have a junior sister. My master in the afterlife will surely be pleased. Xia Zicheng said with a smile. At that moment, in a certain location, an elderly man sneezed twice in succession, sensing an ominous premonition. Thank you, junior sister. The old matriarch of the Xia family said with a smile. Since we have decided to follow the Shangguan dynasty henceforth, there is no need for such formality. What is to be accepted should be accepted, allowing both parties to feel secure. Indeed, a family that understands the value of acceptance. I can rest easy knowing that this family is now aligned with the great Xia royal family. Mu Wanqing nodded with satisfaction. Primarily, she hoped the old man would not perish from her vexation. She had no fear of others coveting what she produced. Just days prior, she had ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement. In this world, none could rival her, and anyone daring to covet her would surely face dire consequences. Junior sister, brother has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. We can begin your enlightenment when you turn 3. Xia Zicheng was eager to return home to savor the exquisite red spiritual mushroom, wondering if it would grant him immortality. Shangguan Qingcheng contemplated the little one's identity, fearing that without education, he might be bullied in the future. Wait, Xia Shan, Qing'er has always been clever. She should commence her literacy education after the new year. Chapter 78. The princess's residence is toxic. Xia Zicheng was left in a state of disbelief. What? The others were equally stunned. Mu Wanqing's expression instantly soured. Dear mother of the princess, are you out of your mind? I am only 7 months old. Even after the new year, I shall merely be 8 months. 8 months. 8 months. For heaven's sake, act like a human being. Shangguan Qingcheng gazed at the red spiritual mushroom beside her, her expression still warm as she spoke. The academy will commence soon. Qing'er can start then without waiting for the 15th. With the confirmation from Her Royal Highness, Xia Zicheng completely forgot about returning home to eat the spiritual mushroom. Your Highness, the little junior sister is not yet 8 months old, he exclaimed incredulously. As he spoke, he began to mutter to himself. So, what if she is 8 months? My junior sister is exceptionally gifted. Ordinary people cannot compare. No, I refuse to go. I am still too young. Mu Wanqing continued to resist. Her protests were in vain, as Shangguan Qingcheng made a definitive decision. Little junior sister, brother is leaving now. Mu Wanqing pointed towards the door.
Go on, leave.
Ever since you arrived, nothing but trouble has followed. Forcing someone who isn't even weaned yet to start attending school. And needing to be carried there no less. Does she not care about her dignity? When she is called little junior sister on the street, yet she is being cradled and cannot even see who is calling her. Goodbye, little uncle. Come visit when you have time. Zhao Yingxin cheerfully greeted. Farewell. Mu Wanqing coldly uttered a single word. After seeing off the Xia family, Shangguan Qingcheng felt quite pleased. Today, she had arranged for the little dumpling as schooling, and had even obtained 2 delightful treasures. Qingyi, fetch me a gilded floral box. The little dumpling expressed a desire to eat, sharing with her 2 sons until they were satisfied. The remaining piece she reserved for her green-capped royal brother.
Ah!
That little dumpling has led me astray. That evening, an unbearable stench wafted through 2 locations in the capital. At the princess's residence, Wanqing exchanged glances with her 2 sons after finishing the red Ganoderma. If they didn't recognize the familiar faces, they would surely think they were confronting monsters. Hadn't they already experienced this? Why was it recurring? Hadn't the younger sister shared with them before? The 3 calmly sought places to cleanse themselves.
Emerging afterward? Ah.
Mu Jingchuan exclaimed at the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Sister, who are you? Where is my mother? No, sister. You're wearing a married woman's hairstyle. Have you already wed? What a pity. Why couldn't you wait until I grew up to marry me? He sighed repeatedly, lamenting that such a stunning sister belonged to someone else. Mu Jingxing assessed his own body, then regarded the person before him, and began to piece things together. Sister, why are you silent? Wait. Why do you resemble me so closely? Could you be the daughter my mother lost? Mu Jingxing could no longer contain his laughter, clenching his fist and coughing.
Mu Wanqing laughed uncontrollably.
Gahaha, my foolish second brother is getting dimmer by the day, not even recognizing our own mother. A meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork must be in his future. But mother is truly beautiful. Look at that fair skin, exquisite features. She looks no older than 18, and her ample figure adds an enchanting allure. Mu Jingchuan's expression shattered in realization. It was his mother. Why hadn't he his elder brother or younger sister warned him? Truly love was lost. Wanqing's pretty face turned furious as she twisted Mu Jingchuan's ear. You little rascal, say that again. Who do you wish to marry? I send you to study, and yet you're only thinking about marriage. You treat education as if it were a matter of life and death. Mother, please be gentle. My ear is about to fall off. It's not that I don't want to study, but the books refuse to cooperate, stubbornly resisting entering my mind, and writing is even harder. They never follow my lead. However, I do quite like my sister's book, Thunder War Axe. If only you would let me learn, then I could protect mother and my sister. More importantly, I could slay the yet-to-appear male lead, and that outside woman. Mu Jingxing silently took note of this. Oh, so you want to protect him, will you? Thankfully. I feel my body has reached its peak. He exerted a gentle force, and the jade in his hand crumbled into powder. As he felt the change, he was astonished. Had his strength increased? Would he now be able to learn martial arts? Yet, he kept this discovery to himself. Mu Wanqing, feeling that the spectacle wasn't enough, encouraged her mother further. Yes, yes, hit him, mother, hit him. Twisting ears is dull. It's much more entertaining to use a stick and hear him cry out. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Has the little dumpling become this brazen? Thankfully, she was formidable. Otherwise, how many more would she have to endure? At the Xia residence, the family was gathered around the dining table. Xia Ziqing chewed on the red Ganoderma, savoring the flavor. This red Ganoderma has no taste. The old madam, struggling to chew due to her poor dental health, disapproved. Nonsense, it clearly has a slight bitterness and is rather dry. Upon further tasting, it's somewhat bitter. No, wait. It's exceedingly sweet. It warms the body and flows towards the dantian. Zhao Yingxin took a small sip from the vial containing the miraculous liquid, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. Xia Mianlian, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Father, mother, may I have a taste? Suddenly, the old madam caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Mianlian, how did I teach you? How can you release such odors while dining? If you want to let me have any, then fine. How dare you accuse me of flatulence? Old woman, why is your makeup smudged? Old man, you are becoming increasingly odorous. The stench is growing stronger. All 3 shut their eyes, not wishing to witness such a mortifying scene. On this day, no one dared approach the vicinity of the princess's residence or the Xia residence. Those familiar with the symptoms emerging from the princess's residence knew it was due to Mufuma. Meanwhile, speculation arose concerning whether the stench at the Xia residence was connected to the recent visit to the princess's abode. Having just returned from the princess's residence, it was already the 2nd time they had been afflicted with this foul odor. People began to murmur, Mufuma is truly unfortunate. We are lucky that our princess does not despise him. If it were me, I would have cast him to the streets long ago. Indeed, indeed. Mufuma is becoming less human by the day. There was once a time when he was regarded as handsome and dashing, another remarked. A voice whispered, I say. It must be that the princess's residence is toxic. Xia Shanlong would never visit the Fuma. He is simply not worthy. Chapter 79. The Male Lead, Cui Yanxiu. The following day, on the 26th of the 12th month, Mu Wanqing entered the imperial palace early. The Fenghuan palace was serene at that hour.
Oh.
My little darling has arrived. Come here for a kiss from grandmother. Empress Dowager Chen hurriedly approached Qingyun, taking Mu Wanqing into her arms. Grandmother. Mu Wanqing planted a kiss on the Empress Dowager's cheek. God of wealth, I have returned. The Empress Dowager chuckled, delighted to hear her little darling's affection. Come, my little darling, grandmother has prepared a unique longevity lock and bracelet for you. Mother, do not spoil her too much. She already has several large boxes of longevity locks. Mu Wanqing, however, grasped the gifts tightly, stuffing them into her clothes and seizing the opportunity to store them in her phoenix space. She patted her chest confidently, declaring, I'll wear a different one each day. I love grandmother. The Empress Dowager burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Very well. My little darling shall wear them in rotation. Mu Wanqing rummaged through her clothes, and the Empress Dowager watched as she pulled out a ginseng the size of a baby S-fist. After years of occupying a high position, the Empress Dowager had never encountered such a fine specimen. It could only be a ginseng spirit. The Empress Dowager quickly pressed down on the little dumpling, instructing the palace maids and eunuchs. All of you leave. Yes. Once the palace maids and eunuchs had withdrawn, only the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and Shangguan Qingqing remained. The little dumpling, being restrained, looked utterly bewildered. Does grandmother not like my gift? I only wished for grandmother to eat it and live a long life so I can receive many rewards each year. Hee, most importantly, I want grandmother to live for 100 years. Shangguan Su and Lu Lanqing initially thought the Empress Dowager had something significant to discuss. Upon hearing the little dumpling's heartfelt wish, they realized it was simply a matter of affection. Mu Wanqing brandished the ginseng again. Grandmother, eat. Eat for longevity. Longevity means many gifts. The Empress Dowager's eyes welled with tears, touched by her little darling's wish for her longevity. Unlike that wretched son, the Emperor shows no regard for his mother, the Empress. Thank you, dear little one. Grandmother shall surely enjoy this treat. She is not curious about the origins of the little one's ginseng. Some secrets are best left unexamined. Even the ever-knowledgeable Shangguan Su was astonished by the sheer size of the ginseng, at least a millennium old. His storeroom contains a 200-year-old ginseng, a tribute from the king of Changlin. 1,000-year ginseng. How envious he feels. Is it not this that transformed the enchanting Qingqing into a youthful maiden of 18? Shangguan Qingqing protests. Do not wrongfully accuse me. The wretched girl did not provide it. What of you, Wanqing, Emperor uncles? Lu Lanqing also feels a pang of jealousy. The legendary ginseng of 1,000 years is said to possess spiritual essence, granting longevity to those who consume it. She too desires youth, despite her meticulous care. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes and the disparity in her complexion reveal her age of over 40. Mu Wanqing retrieves another piece from her bosom. Shangguan Su's face brightens with delight as he eagerly reaches out. Wanqing, with good intentions, offers it to the Emperor uncle.
No.
Mu Wanqing's hand trembles slightly as she plucks a ginseng root, neither too large nor too small. Shangguan Su extends his hand eagerly.
Do not.
Wanqing hands over the root. Here.
Take it.
On account of your status as my Emperor uncle, I grant you this ginseng root. Otherwise, with your miserly nature, you would hardly deserve even this. Shangguan Su's expression stiffens as he accepts the root. Even the root is centuries old. He places it directly in his mouth. Not particularly palatable. Yet, upon consuming it, the fatigue within his body dissipates swiftly, and even the strands of hair that had begun to gray gradually regain their color. Shangguan Qingqing feels a twinge of jealousy. She has never had such an experience. Thankfully, they are all her kin. Mu Wanqing beams at Lu Lanqing. Empress Aunt here. Empress Aunt is beautiful and generous, far superior to the miserly Emperor uncle. Lu Lanqing's eyes glisten with emotion. Her gifts have not been in vain. Thank you, Wanqing. She vows to treat Wanqing even better in the future. Wanqing seems to have a fondness for riches, and she happens to have a bit to spare. She will arrange for a delivery upon returning. Empress, you cannot consume an entire root alone. Share half with me, and I shall alleviate your burden. Shangguan Su immediately exudes an imperial aura. The others stare in disbelief. This brazen behavior is truly astonishing. This palace cannot consume it all at once. I can do so in 2 sittings. There is no need for the emperor to share. The Empress Dowager recalls that King Changlin had presented a ginseng over 300 years old to the emperor. Why should he compete with the empress? The Empress Dowager favors the empress over her son, as the empress is far more generous, often bestowing her with fine gifts. Shangguan Qingqing is accustomed to this, after all. It is not their first acquaintance. The ginseng presented by King Changlin? that was given by his grandson, Cui Yanqiu, to his grandfather. 2 pieces were given, one 500 years old, and the other 300 years old. The 300-year-old one was offered to the emperor uncle by King Chonglin to curry favor. And after accepting it, the emperor did him a favor in return. That favor alone garnered substantial wealth for the king of Chonglin's estate. Shang Guansu endeavors to recall the details. He indeed had promised King Chonglin a small request. Did not King Chonglin say it was merely a trivial matter? The royal family cannot engage in commerce, a rule passed down through generations, to avoid profiting at the expense of the populace. The Empress Dowager and the others glare at Shang Guansu with indignation. Their own misfortune has enriched others. Foolishly adhering to ancestral teachings, they find themselves in a tight spot. Just because ministers oppose does not mean you cannot persist. You are the emperor. Do you not know how to resolve matters with a bit of force? What kind of emperor are you, lacking even a modicum of courage? Otherwise, how could there be a Cui Yanqiu, with wealth to spare for recruitment? Shang Guansu's eyes redden as he uncovers the truth. It was he, that ambitious wolf, whom he had raised himself. He has heard of Cui Yanqiu, a natural talent for martial arts, excelling in both literature and combat, who was taken under the wing of a master 5 years ago at the tender age of 3. He has not returned to the capital in recent years. The Empress Dowager grits her teeth. She knew it. The king of Chonglin's family was not to be trusted. Had it not been for the lack of challengers at the time, they would not have sent King Chonglin. King Chonglin was valiant in battle, achieving great feats. Thus awarded the title of a prince of a different surname. Shangguan Qingqing feels revulsion at the mere mention of that individual. The Mu brothers, Mu Jingxi and Mu Jingchuan, exchange glances, their eyes filled with determination. They are resolute. That person cannot be allowed to live. The Empress Dowager, burdened with thoughts, waves her hand to dismiss everyone. The palace maids and eunuchs observe the emperor's hasty exit, followed closely by the empress. Lastly, the princess royal joins them. All 3 wear somber expressions, unaware of the events that transpired within. Each can only follow their respective masters, departing in haste. In the Yangxin Hall, Shang Guansu barely settles before dismissing all present. Su Ningxing, summon Mr. Tang.
Yes.
Shortly thereafter, the royal courtier, Tang Zhe, arrives in the grand hall. I pay my respects to the emperor. I wonder why the emperor has summoned me with such urgency?
Dongsha bows respectfully.
Shang Guansu seldom exhibits such urgency. Mr. Tang, I have summoned you today to convey a matter of great importance. You are to travel to Guizhou on my behalf to locate an individual. Once found, you must eliminate him on the spot. Ensure that he is confirmed dead. In Iha Palace, the Princess Royal commands, Feng Qing, go and eliminate someone for me. In the Princess Royal's residence, she inquires of an heir. How long has it been since you last took a life? In Fenghuan Palace, Long Yi prepares for action. That afternoon, four groups of elite warriors, dispatched by the royal family, secretly journeyed to Guizhou. Their target, a boy named Cui Yanqiu. Within a martial arts training ground nestled in a mountain in Guizhou, a boy, resembling Shang Guansu at around 6 years of age, is drenched in sweat. Resting against a stone step, he tilts his head to glance at a slightly older boy beside him. Cui Shixiang, do you not miss home? The little boy inquires. Cui Yanqiu shakes his head. He was brought to this place by his master at the tender age of 3, and his attachment to his family has waned considerably. Their figures have become increasingly indistinct, though they often send him letters. I'm doing well, he stated while caressing the bag he carried, a token hand-stitched by the so-called mother in his memories. I am also quite curious about what they look like. The other brothers can recall their parents' appearances. Mu Jingling was taken away by his master when he was just over a year old, leaving him with no memories of his family. His master merely told him that his name was Mu Jingling and that he hailed from the capital. For years, his master has forbidden him from contacting his family, insisting that he must achieve a certain level of skill before doing so.
Cui Yanqiu sighed.
What is there to be curious about? Listen to your master, and focus on your training. Indeed, once we earn our master's approval, we will be able to descend the mountain.
Brother Cui.
Do you know who my parents are? You are also from the capital. Surely you have heard the master speak of them? You must know something, Mu Jingling inquired, still somewhat curious. Trusting Cui Yanqiu implicitly due to their shared origins, Mu Jingling confided in him about his worries, secrets, and good fortune, just as he had when they discovered something valuable in the mountains. Cui Yanqiu shook his head. I don't know. I was only 3 when I became a disciple.
All right.
Mu Jingling had grown accustomed to such answers, yet he could not resist the urge to ask. It's time to train, junior brother. We must work hard to master our skills so we can provide more assistance to our families, Cui Yanqiu urged. Mu Jingling nodded and followed Cui Yanqiu to the training grounds, diligently practicing. Both were exceptionally gifted, surpassing their peers in strength at the same age, garnering their master's high hopes. Your skills have improved again, brother, Mu Jingling said, his eyes brimming with admiration. Within the sect, he revered his master the most. But he felt closest to and admired Cui Yanqiu above all his fellow disciples. To him, Cui Yanqiu was akin to an elder brother, distinctly different from the others. After their training session, the disciples dispersed, waiting only for dinner. Yet, in his youthful exuberance, Mu Jingling exclaimed, "Brother Cui, let's go catch fish in the river." Cui Yanqiu chuckled and shook his head. "Look at you, climbing everywhere, and your trousers are torn again," he pointed out, indicating the rip in Mu Jingling's pants. Mu Jingling's face flushed with embarrassment. "Go change. I'll sew them for you," Cui Yanqiu said. "Thank you, Brother Cui," Mu Jingling replied, changing out of his torn trousers. Cui Yanqiu threaded a needle and mended the fabric. This was a regular occurrence. He had always taken great care of Mu Jingling in their daily lives. Once finished, he asked Mu Jingling to try them on. "Brother Cui, your sewing skills surpass those of many young ladies," Mu Jingling teased. "If not for you, I would be left with nothing to cover myself."
Cui Yanqiu smiled.
"You can consider me your older brother. I have always regarded you as my younger brother." Mu Jingling's smile grew more sincere. "From now on, we will share both fortune and adversity. If anything arises, I will be the first to stand by your side," he declared earnestly, with the earnestness of a child. "All right, I will remember your words. Now go and play," Cui Yanqiu replied. Mu Jingling ran off joyfully. After he left, Cui Yanqiu's smile quickly faded, replaced by a depth of thought that belied his youth. Mu Jingling, the third son of the princess's residence, will surely be of great service, he murmured softly. Chapter 80. The New Year's Gift from the Qilin Tiger. On the 27th day of the 12th month, the residents of the Grand Princess dispatched all their New Year's gifts. The family of the Yongbua Marquis came to deliver a considerable amount of gifts. Mu Wanqing was overjoyed, having made a small fortune. Of course, she had to reciprocate with gifts of her own, each person receiving a small vial of diluted spiritual spring water. Fortunately, she had few acquaintances, so she only sent gifts to those she deemed worthy, based on the characters from the novel. She understood the principle that a single tree cannot form a bridge. Many hands make light work. Thus, she sought to cultivate trustworthy relationships with the princess's residents, ensuring she would be prepared should any situation arise in the future. At the Yongbua Marquis' residence, upon returning, Li Shuang carefully presented a small white porcelain bottle to Qin Jingzhu. "Sister, look how thoughtful Princess Yu is. She already understands the importance of reciprocity at such a young age." Qin Jingzhu replied with a smile, placing the porcelain bottle to her ear to gently shake it. Hearing the liquid slosh inside, "Sister, what are you doing? Just open it. Are you afraid Princess Yu might have sent you a bug?"
Li Shuang asked, perplexed.
"It seems you really are afraid," she teased. "Sister, are you afraid of bugs? You little brat, are you asking for a beating?" Qin Jingzhu retorted. Knowing that her greatest fear was indeed the green caterpillar, Li Shuang, with her slightly rounded belly, challenged, "Then why don't you come and hit me?" Qin Jingzhu feigned ferocity. "You little girl, have you gotten so cheeky after a few months without a beating?" She felt it was high time to discipline this audacious girl who dared to mock her. Lu Wenchao raised his hands in a gesture of plea, anxious beyond measure. "Ladies, I beg you to take it easy. You are both about to become mothers, yet you still chase each other around, making me fret." He was at a loss, unable to pull one without the other being upset. The physician had warned them that neither Jingzhu nor Shuang should engage in vigorous activities. Don't run. Don't run." Lu Wenchao, a big man, was at his wit's end. These two women, pregnant and yet so unruly, left him no peace. He couldn't afford to be too strict, otherwise he would surely face punishment.
Just like now.
Qin Jingzhu, looking at Li Shuang, playfully pinched Lu Wenchao's left arm. "As a concubine, you should know to respect the legitimate wife. If I can't hit you, I can't hit your husband."
Li Shuang erklärt Bäckerherr.
Equally fierce, pinching Lu Wenchao's right arm. "The legitimate wife is not acting like one. All she does is bully me, a weak girl. If you bully me, I will bully your husband." Lu Wenchao stood there in a daze, wondering why he was always the one hurt in the end. "Hit your husband. Beat your husband." Qin Jingzhu thought it was time to call it a day and adjusted her clothes. "I'm tired. Let us take a break," she declared, sitting down on a chair. "Then let us rest." Li Shuang immediately ceased her antics. All that remained was Lu Wenchao, who wore a bewildered expression. "Feeling thirsty?" Li Shuang took a swig from the white porcelain bottle filled with spiritual spring water. Sister, the water princess you sent me tastes better than the tea at the Grand Princess's residence. Really? Chen Jingzhu also took a sip, her expression turning blank. Could it be that the water was provided by the little princess? Was it the same before? Does this mean our Yongbua Marquis' residence owes a debt to the little princess? How thoughtful of her at such a young age, thinking of her sister. Lu Wenchao, suspecting something amiss, also drank. Is this syrup? It seems to be. Chen Jingzhu said, her expression turning serious. From now on, treat Princess Yu with respect. They rarely asked why, simply responding all right. The next day, on the last day of the year of Wendy, during the morning court assembly, Yongbua Marquis, what business do you have with makeup? Lu Feng mocked derisively. The typically rugged man appeared much more refined that morning, with smoother, whiter skin. What? Have you developed a fondness for makeup? You look like a woman. Lu Wenchao touched his skin, feeling quite pleased. After drinking it yesterday, he felt significantly stronger, and his complexion had improved remarkably. He had previously thought his two women had stolen flour from the Grand Princess's residence, only to realize there were benefits he had not anticipated. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with disdain. How could this noble compare with your crude military officer? That officer is illiterate and lacks etiquette. I disdain to measure myself against a weakling. Lu Wenchao felt particularly spirited today, becoming the center of attention wherever he went. Alas! Yesterday at the princess's residence, Princess Yu reciprocated our gifts. A mere drop of divine water healed all the hidden injuries I sustained on the battlefield and rendered my skin fair as porcelain. However, not everyone can receive the princess's annual gifts. Such treasures ought not to be hoarded. Those literati are not lacking in funds. Let them purchase their own. My wife has remarked that the princess adores gold and silver. Mu Wanqing, you're rather kind, aren't you? Oh really? Do you take me for a fool? What can a girl of the princess's tender age possibly offer? Lu Feng glanced at him, as if regarding a simpleton. What could a 7-month-old infant provide? Milk? The princess? Many of the scholars exhibited faintly uncomfortable expressions. The princess is their junior master, and they had just received word that their teacher had taken on a young apprentice. To their astonishment, it was none other than the princess. Regardless, they must pay her a visit. Xia Mianlian also attended the court for the last time. Unfortunately, this official had also arrived. The officials witnessed the robust figure of Xia Mianlian, whom they had only heard of before but had never seen. Today, Shangguan Su did not allow Su Ningxing to call the roll. He simply sat on the dragon throne, listening to the discussions among the ministers. He secretly ground his teeth in resentment, for the little dumpling was stingy enough to give him only a single ginseng hair. Why should they possess such gifts? Should he not trip them up a bit? If he was unhappy, then let everyone share in the discontent. Ahem. The ministers below were arguing too fiercely to notice. Ahem. 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 Shangguan Su continued to interject. Su Ningxing hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, should I summon the imperial physician for you? This news rapidly spread throughout the palace. In the Divine Beast Hall, the Qilin tiger heard the rumor outside that Princess Yu possessed a kind of divine water that could rejuvenate one and cure all ailments. It felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They were so familiar with each other. They had strolled through the imperial kitchen several times together. So, why had it not received any annual gifts? Was it because it did not attend, thus missing out on the reciprocation? The Qilin tiger's eyes darted thoughtfully. What could it possibly offer as a gift? Perhaps it should visit the imperial kitchen again? Or maybe it should wait a while. The kitchen is filled with delicious food. And it planned to pack some treats for Mu Wanqing to win her favor. Happy New Year! May the little treasures enjoy a prosperous year of the dragon, good health, and great fortune. Chapter 81. A Conspiracy Between One Man and One Beast, revised. In the afternoon, the Qilin tiger dashed out of the Divine Beast Hall toward the imperial kitchen. Captain, the Qilin tiger has gone out again. Should we follow? Asked the guard at the gate to the little captain beside him. What for? The Qilin tiger is likely off to find something to eat in the imperial kitchen. The captain shot him a glance, exasperated. The imperial kitchen doesn't concern us. The Qilin tiger remembered Mu Wanqing's preferences well. Green things were absolutely off-limits. Ever since it had accompanied Mu Wanqing to the imperial kitchen, it had ceased to eat raw meat. It frequently checked in on the kitchen ordering dishes. The head steward and chefs had grown accustomed to it. The Qilin tiger swaggered into the kitchen. The divine beast has arrived. What would you like today? The head steward greeted.
Ah.
The Qilin tiger ordered the largest meal box and a dozen other dishes. It only stopped when the head steward insisted it could not fit any more. There were too few annual gifts. It wondered if it could exchange them for Mu Wanqing's reciprocation. The head steward stood there, dumbfounded. Why was the divine beast asking for so much food today? Was it expecting offspring? At the princess's residence, Mu Wanqing was currently engaged in a battle with a chicken leg. Perhaps due to the effects of the spiritual spring, she felt her teeth were emerging much faster than before. Compared to infants of the same age, she was growing at an astonishing rate. The imperial chef is indeed exceptional. I could eat these chicken legs every day without growing tired of them. It's a pity I can only have 2 each day. Perhaps the princess's residence is too poor to afford more chicken legs. Raising an entire family is no easy feat for mother, especially with a scoundrel father to support as well.
Alas.
I suppose I must make do. Shangguan Qingcheng, who usually paid attention to table manners, nearly cursed aloud. It seemed as if she were mistreating the little dumpling. Mu Jingxian placed a small piece of green vegetable into the little dumpling's bowl. Sister, you're still young. You can't eat too much meat. It wouldn't be good for you. At that moment, Mu Wanqing could think of only one thing: resistance. Unfortunately, as she was busy gnawing on the chicken leg, she had no time to respond.
Green.
It's the color of forgiveness. Forget it. For the sake of my elder brother, I shall not hold this against him. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, Qingqing, I've brought you a New Year's gift. The Qilin tiger entered, setting down the meal box and growling softly. Shangguan Qingqing and Mu Jingxian's eyes widened in surprise. Why had the Qilin tiger come to the princess's residence again? Mu Wanqing caught a whiff of a familiar scent. My annual gift? She immediately realized. This little tiger is quite considerate, knowing her family is poor and bringing food from the imperial kitchen to nourish her. Yes, everything is what Qingqing likes. Not a single green thing. Such a good boy, come here. The Qilin tiger brought the meal box closer, and Mu Wanqing quickly stored it away in her space. Mu Jingxian, watching the disappearing meal box, turned to his older brother. Why does this meal box look somewhat familiar? Mu Jingxian replied, it's from the imperial kitchen. How could it not be familiar? Although our maternal grandmother never visited, she did send plenty of food from the kitchen. Brother, it seems the Qilin tiger is quite close with our sister. Moreover, it appears as though she can understand its words. The two exchanged words effortlessly. Mu Jingxian said enviously, Sister is amazing. Shangguan Qingqing rolled her eyes. If you read more, you could also become as remarkable. She had grown accustomed to it. Ever since the Qilin tiger had come out to find the little dumpling, it had proven that its presence would not bring calamities.
Mutingsuan, suddenly.
I am no longer envious. Though his memory had improved significantly, he still disliked reading. Qingqing, I've delivered your annual gift. So shouldn't you give me something in return? Qingqing, I'm not greedy. Just a few bottles of divine water will suffice. The Qilin tiger circled around Mu Wanqing's personal space incessantly. Mu Wanqing thought, has her act of reciprocation reached the palace? Otherwise, how would the Qilin tiger know? Her eyes darted back and forth. Once the new year is over, she must go to her senior brother's school. Being carried there would be quite embarrassing. If she had a divine beast as a steed, wouldn't that be splendid? Mu Wanqing generously took out 2 bottles of undiluted spiritual spring water from her space. Here. But you must promise me one thing. You will be my mount in the future. This was a thought she could not voice aloud. Otherwise, her mother, the princess, would certainly object first. No problem. I'll take care of it. The Qilin tiger stood upright, patting its chest in a human-like manner. Shangguan Qingqing looked on, bewildered, as if witnessing a negotiation. Once their agreement was finalized, Mu Wanqing clapped her hands and, with wide, watery eyes, said, Mother, I want to get down.
All right.
Shangguan Qingcheng, with a doting expression, gestured for Qingyun to lift the little dumpling down. Mu Wanqing steadied herself against the chair and took a few steps. The Qilin tiger, after tasting the spiritual spring water, came to Mu Wanqing's side. The little dumpling patted the Qilin tiger's rear, signaling it to sit. Her actions left the onlookers in a state of apprehension. It is said that one must not touch a tiger's rear, let alone that of a divine beast like the Qilin tiger. The little dumpling not only touched it but also gave it a few pats.
No.
Shangguan Qingcheng and her 2 children shouted in unison. The Qilin tiger settled down, allowing Mu Wanqing to climb atop its plush back. After which the majestic creature cautiously stood up. What's wrong? Mu Wanqing tilted her head and inquired. Seeing that the little one was unharmed, Shangguan Qingcheng finally exhaled, her heart that had been suspended now at ease. It's fine, Qinger, hold on tight. Little tiger, let us go.
The
Qilin tiger trotted forward. carrying Mu Wanqing into the garden of Horatio Tower. The three who had just relaxed their worries now found their hearts racing once more as they dashed out of the palace, calling out loudly. Qinger, slow down. Sister. Hold on tight. Sister. You look so cool. Giggling, Mu Wanqing reveled in the joy of the moment, as if she had truly returned to her childhood. Although Shangguan Qingcheng was well aware of the little one's incredible abilities, her concern lingered, her gaze continually fixed on the child. Not wishing to interrupt the little one's delight, her worry remained unabated. Mu Jingxian wore a similar expression. Only Mu Jingchuan was energetically chasing after the Qilin tiger, shouting boisterously, Sister, run faster. I'm going to catch up to you. Inside Ruishua Tower, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed, filled with the sounds of laughter. That night, the Qilin tiger slept in Mu Wanqing's room, refusing to leave, and the others dared not send it away. At the hour of high, Mu Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes and whispered, Little tiger, let us go.
What?
The Qilin tiger approached the bedside, responding softly. Together, they slipped through the window, vanishing into the night. Chapter 82. Emptying the Mu residence. Upon exiting Ruishua Tower and climbing over the back gate of the princess's residence, they arrived at a crossroads. The Qilin tiger halted. Awa. Qingqing, which way should we go? Mu Wanqing recalled the location of the Mu residence in her mind. She pointed to one of the paths and declared, Let us go. It took them a full half an hour of winding through paths to finally locate the Mu residence. The Mu residence consisted of 3 courtyards. It was only through Shangguan Qingqing's influence that they had been able to purchase it in the southern city. They arrived at the largest courtyard, where the Qilin tiger expertly lifted a tile, enabling them to observe the happenings within the room. Mu Wanqing gazed at the Qilin tiger, her grape-like eyes shining brightly in the darkness, as if questioning, Why are you so skilled at this? Do you often engage in such peeping activities? Shouldn't a beast prefer its own kind? Why such peculiar behavior? The Qilin tiger returned the gaze at the little figure perched on the roof. If I admit to having seen you alone, will I be punished? Ultimately, it was the Qilin tiger that relented first, pointing a paw towards the interior. At that moment, Mu Lianxiao was not asleep. She was conversing with an elderly maid, whom Mu Wanqing recognized as Granny Tian, sent by her royal mother to teach little Bilian the proper decorum. Lying on her bed, Mu Lianxiao asked the maid who was tucking her in, Granny Tian, You have been by the side of Her Royal Highness. Do you think she will like me? With your intelligence and talents, Her Royal Highness will undoubtedly appreciate you. Moreover, you possess such a wealth of knowledge, Granny Tian replied with a kind expression and a gentle voice. Indeed. Otherwise, Her Royal Highness wouldn't have entrusted you to take such good care of me. Mu Lianxiao had merely asked out of curiosity. Receiving an affirmative answer only solidified her belief that entering the princess's residence was only a matter of time. However, being still young, she could afford to wait another year or two. Recently, she had been practicing standing, hoping to walk on her own soon. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Granny Tian's eyes reflected disdain. How dare she aspire to the position of the second daughter of the princess's residence without considering her own worth? The Qilin tiger bared its large teeth. A wish she wants to steal your mother. A wish should I smite her with a single paw? Mu Wanqing's gaze turned fierce. Goodness! She still has designs on my royal mother. She must not die just yet. She remains useful. Nonetheless, this girl does not seem capable of causing any significant disturbance. I am curious to see what a scholar can achieve. In terms of skill, Mu Lianxiao will undoubtedly excel. Yet, she should not expect to live too comfortably. With a snap of her fingers, Mu Lianxiao fell into a deep slumber. Once grounded, the little one climbed onto the Qilin tiger's back and made her way to the bed. From her spatial pouch, she retrieved the precious ink gifted by her senior brother, alongside a small vial of diluted spirit water, preparing to grind some ink and leave a mark. Upon seeing her reach for the familiar white porcelain bottle to pour onto the inky substance, the Qilin tiger hastily intervened. What are you doing, Qingqing? You cannot waste divine water.
Em grinden ink.
Isn't that obvious?
What?
You cannot waste divine water. Give it to me, and I shall assist you. The Qilin tiger snatched the inky substance and began to lick it with its tongue. The bristles on its tongue mingled with its saliva, turning pitch black. Mu Wanqing looked at the Qilin tiger, which appeared as though it had been poisoned, and felt quite speechless. There was no need to be so frugal. She had ample diluted spirit water. Go lick it off my face. The Qilin tiger hesitated, disliking the human-s odor. Yet, it had no choice but to obey Qingqing's command. It leaped onto the bed and vigorously licked Mu Lianxiao's face a few times, nearly scraping it off with its spiny tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. The blackened doll is truly ugly. Glancing around, Mu Wanqing collected everything in the room, except for the bed. She then moved on to the next room, which was Little Billion's chamber. Mu Wanqing recalled that there was a secret room behind Little Billion's vanity, where she always pretended to be poor. In reality, she had merely concealed her treasures. Following the instructions from the book, Mu Wanqing pressed a button on the lower left corner of the vanity and the secret room opened. Inside, she discovered a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels. This must be worth tens of thousands of taels, Mu Wanqing murmured softly. Many of these treasures originated from the palace. Some taken by her scoundrel father from the royal mother, while others were surreptitiously acquired by Little Billion from the royal mother. Additionally, some were gifts from others seeking to curry favor with the princess's residence. However, they now belonged to her. Mu Wanqing collected everything, including the boxes, into her spatial pouch. Finally, she swept through the room, ensuring nothing was left behind. Once more, she had the Qilin tiger lick Mu Lianxiao's face a few more times. After thoroughly clearing the Mu residence, they found themselves in an alley nearby. The Qilin tiger continued to heave and retch. Awo, this divine beast is unclean. Woe is me. Awo, I am unclean. Awo, I need a wash. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes, sitting on the ground. The very thing it had chosen to lick now elicited such complaints. In exasperation, she took out a bottle of spirit water. Here, the beast, now acting adorably, drank the water and instantly felt a sense of relief.
What?
Ching, where are we going? I'll take you. Let us go to the northern city. I've heard that life is quite difficult for those living in the northern city of the capital. There are so many useless items in the space that need to be dealt with. Upon arriving in the northern city, the scene was starkly different from the bustling southern and eastern cities. It resembled a refugee camp, with many people emaciated, little more than skin and bones. In the cold winter months, lacking warm blankets, entire families huddled together on a single bed for warmth. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but reminisce about her past life, recalling how her family would leave behind one or two items. For those in dire poverty, she would leave a bit more or even a small amount of silver. Returning to the princess's residence, Mu Wanqing was burdened with thoughts.
What?
Ching, don't be sad. If it doesn't work out, I'll take you to a residence every day.
What?
Let us rob the rich to help the poor. The Qilin tiger softly consoled her. There are so many suffering souls in the world. How many can she truly save? To ensure they have enough food and warmth, the first step is to enhance food production. The diet in the daxia is still too simplistic. She needs to find a few solutions in the future. The female protagonist seems to possess some knowledge regarding the central plaza. Henceforth, she must assign more individuals to guard it. The following day, on the 28th day of the 12th month, many households in the northern part of the city awoke to discover one or two unfamiliar items in their courtyards. Your Highness, is this not the very item you have long desired? The residents exclaimed in reverence. The heavens have manifested their will. The heavens have manifested their will. They knelt in worship, reminiscent of a grand pilgrimage. Chapter 83, A Night Visit to the Long Lin Wang Manor. As dawn broke, two anguished cries pierced the stillness. When Mu Lianxiao and Zhang Xuelian awoke, they felt a searing pain on their faces, as though their skin had been cruelly stripped away. Due to the limited income of the Mu household, there were few servants remaining, and aside from a select few, most had been dismissed by Zhang Xuelian. Oh no, madam, we have been robbed, a maid cried in panic. Zhang Xuelian glanced around, only to find that apart from the large furniture, everything had vanished. Even the window screens had been taken. What audacious thief dares to pilfer from the Mu residence? Do they wish for death? Someone, go report to the authorities. She had no garments to don and could only rise swathed in her quilt. Zhang Xuelian anxiously opened the secret chamber. Surely, such a concealed place would remain undiscovered? However, upon entering, she was met with an empty expanse, devoid of even a single strand of hair. Her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. It's over. It's over. All the years of effort I have poured into this. At the Long Princess's manor, as noon approached, Mu Wanqing had yet to awaken. Qingyun and Ziwei were increasingly anxious. Though the young princess often indulged in late slumbers, it had never extended this far. Shangguan Qingcheng's eyelids twitched incessantly. She gazed at the peacefully sleeping child and the drowsy Kirin tiger lying beside the bed, a sense of foreboding welling within her. Shangguan Qingcheng wished to inquire of the Kirin tiger, but alas, she could not comprehend the language of beasts, and the creature showed no inclination to respond. It was not until mealtime that the aroma of chicken legs roused Mu Wanqing. Mother, I'm so hungry. The little dumpling sat up, rubbing her eyes. She had returned to the princess's manor only after a night of labor, and her youth had caused her to fall into a deep sleep immediately. Once Siwei had dressed and washed her, she eagerly began her meal. In the palace, within the divine beast hall, a member of the feather guard inquired, "Chief, why hasn't the Kirin tiger emerged today?" Ordinarily, by this hour, the Kirin tiger would swagger into the imperial kitchen to place an order. "Why ask me? Perhaps it overindulged yesterday, and is not hungry," the chief retorted, giving the young guard a kick. They had only just changed shifts and were unaware of the Kirin tiger's absence, assuming it had already returned. After another hour, the young guard suggested, "Should we not check inside?" "Very well." The chief pushed open the grand doors of the divine beast hall. A team searched high and low but found nothing. The chief suddenly shouted, "Quick, report to the emperor. The Kirin tiger has gone missing." What terrible misfortune! To have to work during the new year was already disheartening. But now the Kirin tiger was lost as well. This not only failed to appease, but would surely result in punishment. What a stroke of bad luck! Everyone lamented. In the Yangxin Hall, Shangguan Su, upon hearing the news of the Kirin tiger's disappearance, rubbed his temples in exasperation. No need to search further. Go inquire at the Long Princess's manor. It is likely it has gone to seek out Princess Yu. Su Ningfeng pondered for a moment before asking, "What business would the Kirin tiger have at the Long Princess's manor? What could possibly attract it there so frequently? Perhaps it is delivering gifts?"
Shangguan Sum used.
As he genuinely could not fathom what lure the Long Princess's manor held for the Kirin tiger. Before long, their suspicions were confirmed. The Kirin tiger was indeed at the Long Princess's manor and was not inclined to return. Shangguan Su waved his hand in resignation. "Let it be. It cannot cause any significant upheaval there, nor will any disasters befall us." After finishing breakfast, Mu Wanqing continued her slumber, for she had grand plans for the night ahead. When evening descended, Shangguan Qingcheng deliberately allowed some leeway, keen to observe where the duo would venture that day. The news of the burglary at the Mu residence had spread like wildfire, and given the behavior of the pair, it was likely that the little dumpling was indeed involved. No one else in the entire capital possessed such capability. Shangguan Qingcheng first instructed Qingyun and Ziwei to leave, feigning sleep herself, and then ordered her hidden guards to follow the little dumpling. As night fell, Mu Wanqing felt invigorated. She found it remarkably easy to exit the manor and rather early as well, much to her satisfaction. The Long Lin Wang manor was not difficult to locate, being merely 2 streets away from the Long Princess's manor. Upon reaching a vantage point near the Long Lin Wang manor, Mu Wanqing observed, "There are indeed a considerable number of guards here, quite fitting for the cowardice of the Long Lin Wang." She noted the steady stream of patrolling guards and, after a thorough survey, discovered a small dog hole at the back entrance, where the security was somewhat less stringent. The Kirin tiger looked at the dog hole with reluctance. "Why must we crawl through a dog hole? As a noble divine beast, it is beneath my dignity." The roofs were swarming with hidden guards. This was the only place with minimal surveillance. Mu Wanqing patted the tiger's back and urged, "Little tiger, let us go." Inside lay the ferocious hounds bred by the Long Lin Wang. She had a plan to tame them. Indeed, as soon as Mu Wanqing crawled inside, a pair of glowing green eyes in the darkness fixated upon her, sharp teeth stained with the remnants of fresh blood, indicating a recent meal. Mu Wanqing was aware that this hound belonged to the Long Lin Wang, typically fed on disobedient individuals brought to the backyard. Fortunately, she had brought a vial of spiritual spring water to entice the hound, ensuring it would remain silent. Gradually, she inched closer, then summoned her spiritual energy, delivering a swift blow that felled the hound. The Kirin tiger trembled. How fierce! Yet it felt an odd affection for her. Having feasted upon human flesh, Mu Wanqing found the hound repugnant and did not take it with her. She considered this an act of vengeance for the innocent lives lost. Relying on the knowledge gleaned from the tomes of her previous life, Mu Wanqing deftly evaded guards and hidden sentinels, more often incapacitated, making her way to the main courtyard of the Long Lin Wang manor. Inside, several individuals were seated. Lu Feng, Qin Guanlin, and who else? From Mu Wanqing's perspective, she could only discern the Long Lin Wang at the helm, along with the 2 others. Lu Feng sat at the lower position, his expression one of reverence. "My lord, you have toiled greatly. That person has clung to the throne for far too long. Historically, the capable have always taken the reins, and the current emperor's capabilities are increasingly inadequate. Indeed, Long Lin Wang, you commenced your battles at a mere 10 years of age. It could be said that half of Daxia's territory was won through your efforts." Qin Guanlin concurred. "Roles are distinct, and as subjects of Daxia, our nation requires our service. It is my duty to lead troops into battle for the peace of the common people of Daxia, the Long Lin Wang said with a smile, though internally, he felt immense satisfaction. The throne was indeed overdue for a change. Lu Feng continued, Long Lin Wang, I have several officials eager to follow you. Perhaps the Duke of Yongkang could introduce them? The Long Lin Wang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Moments later, he inquired, Qin Guanlin, how goes that matter? Chapter 84. The Ambitions of the Long Lin Wang. Rest assured, Long Lin Wang. Qin Guanlin replied with a respectful bow. I will ensure its completion, and will not disappoint your expectations. That task fell well within his jurisdiction. For the esteemed Minister of Revenue, fabricating a falsehood was quite simple. Upon hearing Qin Guanlin's name, Mu Wanqing confirmed that she had indeed recognized him correctly. Qin Guanlin was quite distinctive, marked by a peculiar mole on the left side of his forehead, and he was a corpulent figure weighing nearly 200 jin. Holding the rank of second-grade minister, he served as the Minister of Revenue. The excessive indulgence and lavish consumption may have contributed to his considerable obesity. Prince Chonglin's directive to Tan Guanlin surely bodes ill. Mu Wanqing endeavored to recall the matter at hand, yet her mind yielded no clarity. Tan Guanlin pondered the rampant gossip circulating throughout the capital. Recently, there had been whispers of a miraculous elixir, purportedly from the residence of the princess, which claimed to enhance vitality, cure ailments, beautify the skin, and even prolong life. Shall I procure some for you, Prince Chonglin? He mused, harboring a desire to acquire some for himself, as his own health had notably declined. However, he dismissed the notion of such concoctions, deeming them mere child's play, unworthy of the Minister of Revenue's serious consideration. Tan Guanlin held a deep disdain for the Yongkang Marquis family, considering them foolish for having rejected the marriage proposal from the eldest son of the princess's household. A child's sweetened water? Yongkang Marquis, have you become so complacent? He scoffed, recalling that both Lu Wenchao and Xia Mianlian had personally tested the elixir. With Xia Mianlian's health remarkably restored despite her lifelong ailments that even the royal physicians could not mend. Mu Wanqing reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Even as gossip swirled, she found herself benefiting from unexpected financial windfalls. As for the elixir's efficacy, she knew that rumors tended to exaggerate. I could always enhance it with my own ingredients, she thought. Throughout this discourse, Prince Chonglin remained absorbed in the jade ring he toyed with, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. I have also heard that the Jade Princess has recently become the youngest disciple of Master Xia Zicheng. Does the Yongkang Marquis not regret this? An alliance with the princess could elevate your standing, as many esteemed officials owe their positions to Master Xia's tutelage, Tan Guanlin taunted. Unable to conceal his disdain for Lu Feng, whom he viewed as a self-important nobleman clinging to past glories. Your daughter remains unmarried, does she not? You might consider betrothing her to the eldest son, Lu Feng retorted dismissively, incredulous that a blind man could ever be deemed worthy of his cherished daughter. Tan Guanlin shot him an indignant glare, asserting, my daughter is already promised to another. And I hear that the eldest son of the princess's household has regained his sight and is preparing for the spring examinations. How can you expect a blind man, even one who has been so for 5 years, to succeed? Lu Feng scoffed, unimpressed by the prospect of a son-in-law who could not participate in the examinations. Mu Wanqing felt a surge of anger at the disrespect shown to her elder brother, convinced of his eventual success. The Yongkang Marquis' daughter must be enduring hardships. Perhaps a visit to observe her plight was in order. Do not underestimate the eldest son. He has been preparing for this for 5 years. Tan Guanlin remarked with a hint of superiority. Such a sycophant, Lu Feng replied coldly, still dismissive. My daughter is destined for the future throne. Enough of this bickering. Prince Chonglin interjected impatiently, weary of their fruitless exchanges. As the two begrudgingly averted their gazes, thoughts of the princess stirred something restless within him. His eyes fixated ahead, as if he could pierce through barriers to glimpse her vibrant form. Beside her stood a man, and at the thought of recent rumors regarding the capital, a smile crept upon his lips. How fares the Wood Duke? I hear he has been disfigured, and is now imprisoned after being whipped by the princess. Tan Guanlin chuckled. He had caught wind of the prince's infatuation with the princess, and it indeed seemed credible. Oh, is that so? Prince Chonglin's interest peaked, akin to a hunter spotting prey. Indeed, someone like Mu Dimiai is utterly unworthy of the princess's grace, Tan Guanlin added, embellishing his words. Pray tell, Minister of Revenue, which side are you truly on? Mu Dimiai's downfall brings us no advantage, and while he holds power, he can still offer us some benefits, Lu Feng retorted, unable to tolerate Tan Guanlin's duplicitous nature. Prince Chonglin's previously subtle smile flattened into a grim line. Tan Guanlin cursed under his breath, deeming Lu Feng a fool. Meanwhile, Wanqing frowned, realizing that this old man still harbored feelings for her mother. Upon hearing that the woman had become even more radiant and youthful, Prince Changlin commanded, "Find a way to procure more of that divine water." "Understood." Tan Guanlin bowed in acquiescence. "Depart." Prince Changlin waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, I take my leave," Tan Guanlin replied, and once the others had exited, the prince sat in solitary contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally murmured, "You shall be mine, and this world shall be mine as well." Having listened for so long without gleaning any valuable information, Wanqing succumbed to drowsiness and nestled into the embrace of the Qilin tiger. It was not until an hour had passed that she stirred, awakening to find the room shrouded in darkness. Both she and the beast alighted, taking time to clear the area of hidden guards and sentinels. Upon entering the chamber, Wanqing utilized her spiritual energy to ensure Prince Changlin remained in a deep slumber. Next, she proceeded to abscond with all valuables, leaving behind nothing, not even a blanket. Unlike her previous endeavor, suddenly, she noticed a gleaming sword nearby, adorned with large gemstones. Is this the prized sword of Prince Changlin? It seems rather diminutive, more akin to a lady's trinket, she mused. A brutish man, indeed. Although it appeared somewhat lackluster, she found herself quite fond of it. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and with a smirk, she decided to practice her swordsmanship, drawing the blade from its sheath. Alarmed, the Qilin tiger quickly interjected, "Ah, Ching, do not play with the sword. You are still young, and it is perilous." "Fear not," Wanqing assured, clutching the sword as she staggered toward Prince Changlin's bed. The sight caused the Qilin tiger to fret immensely.
"Ah!
No, you cannot take a life. It will have repercussions for you," it implored anxiously. Just days prior, it had awakened a trace of its bloodline, which dictated that gifted individuals must not strike against ordinary folk unless in self-defense. "I do not intend to kill," Wanqing retorted, as she generally refrained from harming those without the means to defend themselves. However, she was resolute in ensuring that those who crossed her would wish they had not.
"Ah!
That is a relief." The Qilin tiger relaxed and began scouring the room for valuables to procure more of the divine water. Finally, Wanqing located an opportunity and grasped a handful of hair, slicing through it with the blade. It appeared she had overestimated her aim, as the initial stroke left a rather uneven result. A crimson liquid streamed down his neck, clearly indicating that she had severed a piece of flesh from his chin.
"Ah!"
That was shorter than expected. "My inexperience shows," she murmured, producing some diluted spiritual water to apply, which rapidly healed the wound. In no time, hair began to regrow, although the coarse, dark strands were rather enviable in their abundance. Before long, the hair had grown to over a meter in length. Testing her progress, she found the task of cutting it to be somewhat laborious, realizing that it was quite absurd. Thus, she shifted her focus from the hair to the challenge of cutting Prince Changlin's locks, applying the lessons learned from her earlier attempts. However, her technique proved frustratingly inconsistent, resembling a haphazard lawn mowing rather than a precise trim. On the bed of the King of Changlin, strands of hair lay scattered chaotically, as though it had endured a tumultuous ordeal. Lying there, the king could hardly move, so Wanqing took it upon herself to adjust his neck. However, in a moment of misjudgment, she exerted too much force. With a resounding crack, it seemed as if the king's neck had tilted alarmingly. After meticulously trimming the hair on the left side, she flipped his head to the other side, producing yet another crack. At last, the little one had finished her work. The result resembled a mane nibbled by a horse, with some hairs nearly grazing the scalp while others remained several centimeters long, akin to a person suffering from severe alopecia. Wanqing admired her handiwork, nodding in satisfaction, though the eyebrows appeared quite disheveled. In a playful mood, she also mischievously snipped the king's eyebrows. The sudden return of Qilin who caused him to shudder. Ching is too ruthless. The hair was frightful enough, but the beard seemed to have thickened several-fold and grown alarmingly long. Qilin who vowed never to provoke Ching again. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of two hidden guards from the princess's residence, who, upon confirming that the Jade Princess was unharmed, returned to report the news. Of course, this was permitted by Wanqing. Otherwise, with their clumsy methods, they would have already been dealt with by her. In the princess's residence, Shangguan Qingcheng sat upon the little one's bed. Upon receiving the news, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She laughed because her little Qinger had grown up and was capable of avenging her. She cried for the little one, wondering how she would teach her in the future. She was far too unruly. Just keep following her. As long as Qinger is safe, you need not intervene. If you do, you might spoil her plans. With that, the hidden guards vanished into the night, leaving Shangguan Qingqing sitting at the head of the bed, stroking the now cold quilt. This child had endured great suffering in her past life. Though rather impetuous in this life, she was fiercely protective. Henceforth, she would shower that girl with double the affection. At the Chanlin King's manor, Mu Wanqing had now shifted her focus. The king was excessively cautious, hiding treasures in countless places. Her recollection of those locations was scant, leading her to discover a hidden chamber only in the study. The moment she opened it, a dazzling golden light nearly blinded her.
Wow.
There must be at least 100,000 gold pieces. There was also a considerable amount of silver and numerous precious paintings, including a portrait of her mother, the late princess, hanging on the wall. Enraged, Mu Wanqing ripped down the painting and smashed it to smithereens. Her mother was tainted by the king's infidelities. Though the king's wife had passed away early, he had taken numerous concubines and still harbored thoughts of her mother. Cui Buqing, well done. After clearing the main courtyard, she and her beast made their way to the second largest courtyard of the Chanlin King's estate, belonging to the king's eldest son, Cui Yu. From within the main hall came the incessant sounds of a woman's moans. Peering through the window, the pair observed, "Ah, Qingqing, that man is inhumane. Taking advantage of that woman. The woman sounds so pitiful, yet her expression seems otherwise." Mu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Although she had only lived to 16 in her previous life, she understood the scene unfolding before her. They always claimed ancient people had no forms of entertainment and slept early, yet here they were, well past 1 o'clock, still engaged in their exercise. Cui Yu had quite a fine physique, it seemed. Qilin, who, unable to contain his curiosity, continued to inquire incessantly. With little else to occupy her, Mu Wanqing decided to intervene and bring the two inside to a halt. You should be done this long ago. Look at how red that woman's face is from being bullied. Mu Wanqing retorted, they're simply practicing their martial arts. Humans are truly strange. Practicing in bed at such an hour. Qilin, who expressed his disdain, that man was indeed lacking. Mu Wanqing felt an overwhelming urge to swat this gossipy little tiger away. They swiftly cleared one courtyard after another, then proceeded to the northern city, distributing items that the common folk could use. Doing good deeds should not come at the expense of the common people. As for the rest, Mu Wanqing decided to take them to her mother, the princess, for her to sell. Once the king's household purchased them back, she would steal them again. As dawn approached, the duo finally returned to Mu Wanqing's room. However, upon entering, a soft voice greeted them. "You're back?" Startled, Mu Wanqing shivered. Could it be a ghost? The thought alone was enough to send chills down her spine. Leaning against the bed, Shangguan Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. "Why aren't you coming in? That voice sounds remarkably like my mother, the princess." Mu Wanqing gestured to Qilin, who to enter. "You still know to come back? It's almost on." Shangguan Qingqing held a small stick in her hand, her expression somewhat stern. Upon seeing this, Mu Wanqing began to act coy, sweetly calling out, "Mother, wrong." Shangguan Qingqing nearly softened. Her little one truly knew how to exploit her weaknesses. No amount of calling will help. You're still so young. Going out at night. What if something happens? An ominous premonition surged within Mu Wanqing. Oh no, I might have gone too far this time. Didn't he dare? I see you dared quite a bit. Chapter 86. Mother, are you plotting against me? Mu Wanqing was momentarily at a loss for words. What's wrong? Grown up and can play by yourself now? Shangguan Qingqing was utterly exasperated. This child was becoming unmanageable. She feared the child would learn bad habits and, more importantly, that she might encounter things that would be unfit for her innocent eyes. Qilin, who sensed something was amiss, but upon seeing the little one was unharmed, he leaped out the window, disappearing into the night. Qingqing's mother is too terrifying. Otherwise, I would be in trouble.
I'm not. Mu Wanqing retorted.
I was busy with important matters, okay? She also lamented how unfaithful Qilin who was. How could he leave her to face this alone? At just 7 months. You've learned to sneak out at night. Look at you growing up. Shangguan Qingqing seized Mu Wanqing's chubby little hand, delivering a few light taps. Smack, smack, smack. Mu Wanqing instinctively withdrew her hand, realizing the pain. You feel that now, huh? Will you dare to do it again? Shangguan Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy. To strike her child was to hurt her own heart. Mu Wanqing blinked her large eyes, glistening with tears, looking utterly pitiful. I don't actually feel pain. You're a mother of 4, and still haven't you gotten used to it? Mother, you must learn to let go. Don't let me provoke you one day. Shangguan Qingqing felt as if she might just die from filial piety. With another few taps, she inadvertently struck with a bit more force. Does it hurt? You certainly don't look like it. What kind of child, when struck, doesn't he cry out loud? Mu Wanqing queried. Is crying the only measure of pain? Mother, it truly hurts, she wailed. I'll never dare again. Next time, I'll continue. The foundation of the Changlin King's household is surely more than what we've seen. Shangguan Qingqing found herself in a dilemma. Whether to continue or to stop was a matter of contention. Frustrated, she tossed aside the stick. As long as you understand your mistake, it's fine. Now, tell me, what were you up to? Mu Wanqing pondered. What can I say? I can't reveal to the princess that I was stealing wealth from the Changlin King's estate. Nor can I mention that Cui Buqing, that old rascal, has been harboring thoughts of her and even placed her portrait in a hidden chamber. Shangguan Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that old man had been thinking of her for so long. Nor did she realize the lengths to which her little one would go for her sake. She sighed, speaking earnestly. Mother understands you did all this for the good of our princess's residence, but you must remember, you are merely a 7-month-old infant. No matter how capable you are, I will still worry for you. I know you have many secrets, but there are things you can share so that I can assist you. Your task is to grow up well. For months, she had been attuned to the heartfelt whispers of the little one, yet never had she revealed her own feelings. There were certain truths she could no longer keep to herself. When Mu Wanqing was struck, not a single tear had escaped her, but now her eyes were rimmed with red, tears swirling within. The sensation of being cherished is truly delightful. I shall do everything in my power to protect this family. Those who wish to bully her kin shall find no opportunity. The foolish child, Shangguan Qingqing, cradled the little one in her arms, her heart aching with compassion. Surely, in my past life, I must have accumulated virtue to be blessed with such a wonderful daughter, like Qing. Wanqing, as sorrowful emotions abruptly ceased, her inner thoughts swirling. Oh, mother, is it possible that you are simply too foolish, and heaven has sent me to save you? Shangguan Qingqing instinctively tightened her embrace. Wicked daughter. Wanqing's soft form was drawn closer. My dear mother, are you attempting to murder your own daughter? Women are indeed capricious. Just moments ago, you were laden with concern for me, and now you seem to wish for my demise. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Qingqing composed herself and gradually loosened her grip. Wicked daughter, do you harbor disdain for your mother? What an egregious misunderstanding. Though mother may be a bit naive, she is exceedingly kind to her children and family. How could I ever harbor disdain? Wanqing was taken aback by the question.
No, how could I?
I love you dearly, mother, the little one exclaimed, planting a kiss on her mother's cheek before drifting into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day. Shangguan Qingqing, her heart full of tenderness, gently laid the little one down and tucked her in before stepping out of the room. She called upon Qingyu and the others to practice their skills. She needed to provide the little one with a formidable support system. As dawn broke, the sun began to cast a gentle glow on the horizon, and the entire Changlin Wangfu erupted in cries of alarm. First, the servants discovered that all the ornaments and treasures, gold, silver, and jade, had vanished without a trace.
Then,
the furious roar of the Changlin Wang echoed throughout the main courtyard. Upon awakening, he felt as though something akin to a wooden splinter was piercing his flesh. Startled, he sat up and realized that the weight on his chin felt rather peculiar. Looking down, he was met with the sight of a bushy, dark beard that was thicker than a horse's tail. How could it have grown so wild beneath his very nose? He tugged at it, nearly pulling his skin off in the process. Who dares to confront this king? He bellowed, demanding to know the identity of the perpetrator. When had his once pristine beard transformed into such a coarse and dark mass? Who had dared to do this while he slumbered? Yet outside his door, neither guards nor hidden sentinels made their presence known. Where is everyone?
Cui Buqing sit inwardly.
It was only then that he noticed his chamber was nearly barren, save for a bed. Who had the audacity to rob the Changlin Wangfu? With no response, Cui Buqing was left with no choice but to traverse the floor barefoot, one hand dragging the bizarrely heavy beard along with him. As he swung open the door, he was met with the sight of his meticulously trained guards sprawled on the ground, unconscious. In the distance lay a group of cloaked shadowy figures, unmistakably his own. Cui Buqing kicked the nearest guard with a swift motion. Useless wretch, rise and uncover what in the world has transpired. Who are you? The guard, awakening groggily, beheld a man with a long, dark beard, devoid of eyebrows and sporting an eccentric hairstyle. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, only to discover it was absent. He shouted instead, "Someone, apprehend the assassin. What manner of monster dares to invade the Changlin Wangfu? Fool! Do you not even recognize your own king?" Cui Buqing delivered a forceful kick to the guard. By the heavens, is that leg made of iron? It nearly brought him to his knees in agony. Yet, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain. "You are the Changlin Wang? Please forgive me. How have you come to be in this state? What has become of me? The Wangfu has been robbed. Are these guards merely idling about?" Within the Changlin Wangfu, a cacophony of reprimands erupted. In the secondary courtyard, Cui Yu forcefully kicked a woman beside him, for he was frozen and unable to rise. Chapter 87. The Imperial Concubine.
Li Bai Rou.
On the eve of the new year, the entire capital was abuzz with patrolling guards, diligently searching for any suspicious individuals. Anyone deemed even remotely questionable was summoned to the Jingzhou prefecture for questioning. After all, it was the Changlin Wang who had issued the command. The Changlin Wang and his son held considerable military power, and he was the only prince of a different surname in the current dynasty, celebrated for his valor in battle. Moreover, the residence of a prince consort in the southern city had also fallen prey to theft. The entire capital was rife with anxiety, fearful that the indiscriminate thief might soon pay them a visit. The audacity of it all was staggering. Who could possibly clear an entire estate in such a short span? Many speculated whether the robbery was a ruse orchestrated by the Changlin Wang himself. But why would he do such a thing? Of course, the little one, still in slumber, remained blissfully unaware of these events. On the 29th day of the 12th month, families busily adorned their homes with couplets and hung lanterns in preparation for the new year. Some took to crafting delightful treats, sugar figurines, various round dumplings, and colorful rice. The very next day, on the 30th day of the year, a grand New Year's Eve banquet was held within the palace, inviting civil and military officials to partake. According to tradition, the Princess of Chong was expected to attend. This time, however, Shangguan Qingqing was reluctant to invite that loathsome man to accompany her. The family of four departed early in the morning, leaving Mu Dimiai behind in the courtyard, bellowing in protest. "Someone, release this prince. Today is the New Year's Eve banquet, and, according to palace custom, I am to attend alongside the princess. How audacious of you to imprison me!" The once boisterous courtyard fell eerily silent. The guards exchanged disdainful glances. Even in his current state, he still fancied himself a threat. They could hardly believe their eyes. The family proceeded to Fenghuan Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Qin, where a few of Shangguan Su's concubines and some of the Empress Dowager's daughters-in-law and grandsons were present. Wanqing found herself the center of attention, receiving numerous gifts in the process. The little one, upon spotting something she adored, would return the gesture with a gift of her own. Is this the famed divine water that has captivated the capital? The imperial concubine gazed enviously at the white porcelain bottle held by the Baoqin Wangfei. It certainly looked the part. Another chimed in. Wanqing recognized this individual as the Princess of Heng, her aunt Zhang Qinyu. Hearing this, others cast covetous glances toward Wanqing, their expressions clearly conveying their desire. The imperial concubine plucked 2 emerald hairpins from her own head and removed 4 intricately designed gold bangles from her wrist, each clearly of considerable value. She gracefully approached Wanqing, stuffing the items into her embrace while cheerfully proclaiming, "Princess Yu, I possess little of worth, merely these trinkets. Yet I hope you will find them to your liking." After a moment, she added cautiously, "I would simply love to acquire some of that divine water." "No need for gifts. I would gladly purchase it." Wanqing, momentarily distracted by the gifts she had just received within the Phoenix space, returned to reality just in time to witness the sudden influx of items into her arms. Delighted, she accepted them and scrutinized the woman before her. Adorned with various hairpieces embellished with large pink crystals, earrings set with red gold and gemstones, a pearl necklace with plump beads, and numerous rings upon her fingers. She was truly a sight to behold. Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! With such ostentation, one is practically inviting robbery." She reflected on the information regarding the imperial concubine. Li Bai Rou, sister to the foremost royal merchant, was brought into the harem by the emperor, hoping she would bear a daughter for the royal family, as her mother had given birth to many daughters. Regrettably, the genetic prowess of the esteemed Shangguan Su is overwhelmingly formidable. Despite Li Bai Rou having spent a considerable duration within the palace, she has but a single son remaining. Alas, such a beautiful child is being utilized by that heartless emperor uncle merely to adhere to the norms of producing princesses. The favored concubine Mu Wanqing generously produced 2 vials of elixir from her bosom. "Are these for me?" Li Bai Rou found herself momentarily stunned at the sight of the 2 small white porcelain bottles presented before her. while others were granted only one vial. She was fortunate enough to receive two. Indeed, Princess Yu must hold her in special regard. She had previously envied the Empress, whose skin still resembled that of a 20-year-old despite her advanced age. Within the harem, she could forego all rivalries, save for that of Beauty, who does not wish to appear radiant. Indeed, Wanqing confirmed with a nod of her head. Thank you, Princess Yu. Had it not been for the decorum of the occasion, Li Bai-ro would have leaped for joy. She cradled the elixir protectively in her arms and rummaged through her garments, ultimately producing a stack of silver notes from various pockets, sleeves, pouches, and hidden folds. Princess Yu, I possess little of value, only these mundane trinkets. I hope you do not find them lacking. Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. What use could she possibly have for such things? She had already collected a substantial box of them from the Wang family of Chonglin. Beside her, Shangguan Qingqing's smile froze. The little one had reverted to her oblivious self. Unfamiliar with silver notes? The Empress Dowager's eyelids twitched. This concubine favored using silver notes to bestow favors, yet this time, she had miscalculated her audience, for the little darling likely did not recognize their worth. Seeing Wanqing decline her offering, Li Bai-ro assumed it was due to its meager amount. Today, she had not brought much to the palace banquet. Likely no more than a mere 100,000 taels of silver. I hope, Princess Yu, that you will accept this. I shall certainly make amends in the future. Surely, the beloved little princess of the Grand Princess's residence does not lack for silver? The onlookers gaped in awe. To present several thousand taels of silver so readily was indeed the hallmark of the emperor's sister. Wanqing, incredulous, thought to herself, who on earth brings several thousand taels of silver to a banquet? She quickly accepted the offering. After all, why refuse a free gift? Recognizing the potential for camaraderie, Wanqing generously bestowed several more vials upon her. To Li Bai-ro, wealth was but a trivial matter. Her brother had fallen ill from prolonged business dealings, and she could easily spare a vial for his recovery. In due time, any silver her brother provided would be returned to Princess Yu. Thank you, Princess Yu. Only one person present, the wife of the Duke of Yongkong, was left astounded. She never imagined that within the Grand Princess's residence, a mere young girl could wield such financial influence. Yet, it was merely a vial of water. How could she dare to accept so much? Did she not fear being overwhelmed? A girl must eventually marry. If no betrothal were to be rescinded, all of this would undoubtedly belong to her daughter. And her daughter's possessions were, in essence, her own. But wait, her daughter was destined to become the future empress. How could a former blind girl presume to be worthy? At that moment, a eunuch approached and knelt, announcing, Your Majesty, the banquet is prepared. Please proceed to the Suanian terrace. The Empress Dowager nodded, kindly instructing, Then, ladies, shall we depart? Chapter 88. The Unfortunate Shangguan Cheng. A fine spectacle? Both the Empress Dowager and Shangguan Qingqing felt an ominous premonition rising within them. The charming little one's notion of a spectacle could hardly bode well. Wanqing did not disappoint their expectations, beginning her tale in a measured tone. It was perhaps yesterday when Lu Si-ro met her young lover in a secluded, desolate courtyard of the Yongkong Duke's residence. Next to a dry well in the courtyard stood a centuries-old willow tree, said to have been planted by a pair of star-crossed lovers long ago. However, with a shift in imperial power, her husband perished in battle, and upon receiving the tragic news, the woman, dressed in her wedding attire, hanged herself from the willow in despair. The willow, being of a keen nature, had long since absorbed the essence of that couple, as she played and watered it beneath its branches. After her death, her spirit sought vengeance, but found herself nearly obliterated instead, ultimately retreating to the willow to resume her slumber. Yesterday, as Lu Si-ro frolicked beneath the willow with her lover, she inadvertently cut her palm, causing her blood to splatter upon the tree, awakening the dormant ghost. The spirit immediately possessed Lu Si-ro, launching a fierce attack on her young suitor. Do not inquire why Wanqing was privy to such intricate details. The novel elaborated extensively on this episode. It was through the subjugation of this ghost that Mu Lianxiao garnered considerable acclaim. In her palanquin, the Empress Dowager recited a prayer, realizing that the supernatural truly exists. But what connection did today's New Year's Eve banquet have with Lu Si-ro and the ghost? Did Lu Si-ro not avoid all banquets? Shangguan Qingqing internally urged for haste. This family had finally encountered misfortune. As long as it does not affect my kin, I shall be content. Yet, the crux of the matter had yet to be revealed. In her quest for revenge, the ghost resolved to attend today's New Year's Eve banquet, seeking proximity to the royal family to fulfill her vendetta. However, my fifth cousin, Wanqing, bears a striking resemblance to the ghost's husband, prompting the spirit to insist on betrothing herself to him, declaring her devotion to him alone in this lifetime. My bookish fifth cousin, having never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle, was utterly captivated, exclaiming sentiments of weak water flows for 3,000 miles, yet I drink but one ladle, and in the heavens I wish to be a pair of winged birds. On earth, a branch intertwined. Just as Wanqing was preparing to bow to his royal grandmother, he heard the sweet, innocent voice of a little girl. Is my fifth cousin being addressed? The sole girl nearby, his cousin, was the one who spoke. He had no time to ponder further, only recalling that he was to convey such words to a ghost. How scandalous! How fantastical! As the procession drew near, he suppressed his thoughts and bowed respectfully. Grandson greets the Empress Dowager, the royal aunt, and His Highness, the fifth prince. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at the elegant young man before her, her expression somewhat inscrutable.
Rise.
Yet, internally, she mused, you appear presentable, yet I never anticipated you would be of such character. Wanqing paused momentarily, reflecting that despite his extensive reading, it had ultimately led him to this blind folly. Even Wanqing, though somewhat dull, sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. It felt as though an eternity passed before the Empress Dowager finally said, let us proceed. As Wanqing followed the entourage, he caught sight of Wanqing nestled in Qingyun's arms, clad in a red princess gown, wearing a red tiger hat and red tiger shoes. Her fair skin glowed with health, and her round, sparkling eyes were fixed upon him. How utterly delightful! This singular thought filled his mind. Hello, cousin.
Wanqing beamed,
Revealing her 4 pearly teeth. Greetings, fifth cousin. Wanqing's heart melted at her adorable greeting. The sound of his cousin calling him fifth cousin was simply enchanting. Fond of melodious voices, Wanqing chose to temporarily forget the earlier discourse. Observing her cousin, who donned a scholarly green robe, radiating an aura of intellect, she sighed inwardly. So this is the unfortunate fifth cousin. He is indeed quite handsome. One cannot deny that the Shangguan lineage is remarkably blessed. The novel states that once he was ensnared by love, he became utterly besotted, even applauding when witnessing the demise of his own brother. Wanqing, captivated by her dulcet tones, could hardly fathom how such delightful sounds could utter such shocking words. Was it said he was bewitched, or had he gone mad? Although he was a bookish lad, he cherished all forms of literature, including tales of romance. He suppressed all feelings of discontent and pondered whether his cousin had come to offer him a warning. Thus, perhaps all was not lost. What ghost? Henceforth, even a mere mosquito would find it impossible to approach him. He would not be driven to madness. Which of his kin was destined for slaughter? Was there still time for him to train in martial arts? In the future, should anyone dare to bully his brother, he would simply thrust a blade through their heart. Why not inquire who has been bullying his brother now, and directly take action? Even a clay figurine possesses some temper. Moreover, he is of royal descent, naturally embodying an innate regal demeanor. The entourage swiftly arrived at Suanian Terrace, with each individual harboring their own thoughts. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. The noble consort has arrived. His Highness the fifth prince has arrived. Lady Yu has arrived. Everyone rose to pay their respects. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. May she live for 1,000 years. I pay my respects to Her Highness the Princess, the noble consort. His Highness the fifth prince and Lady Yu. Wanqing shouted, her dignity somewhat diminished as she worried that those calling out might lose their breath from shouting so much. Empress Dowager took her seat and, with a robust voice, proclaimed, be at ease. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Mother, you have finally arrived, Shangguan said with a smile. Longing had already reported the matters of Fenghuan Palace to him. He cast a reproachful glance at Wanqing, resembling a little wife, lamenting how this small group was generous to everyone but stingy towards him. Up until now, he had only received a single ginseng whisker. Wanqing has not been taught well by you. Empress Dowager explained with a beaming smile that she had not seen the little dumpling for a few days and had played with her a bit longer. Many of the ladies present cast furtive glances at the Empress Dowager, then at each other, whispering about the rumored heartache of the Empress Dowager, suggesting her days were numbered. The woman seated above, with lustrous black hair and preserved youth resembling a resplendent lady in her 30s, occupied the position of the Empress Dowager. Shangguan exchanged glances with Su Ningsheng, who immediately understood and began to sing. Lu Lanqing interjected, Your Majesty, every year it is the same performances, and they inevitably become tedious. I believe this year we could adopt a different approach. Shangguan Su feigned interest, smiling as he inquired. Oh, pray tell. What do you have in mind, Your Majesty? Chapter 89. Do not cross me. I propose that the young talents present showcase their finest skills, regardless of the type, as I am willing to offer a set of pink crystal adornments as a reward. As Lu Wanqing spoke, she gestured for a maid to present a particularly exquisite set of headpieces. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the assembly of ladies. Pink crystal is exceedingly rare. There are scarcely a few sets in the entire capital. The Empress actually offers this as a prize. What a thoughtful gesture, remarked the princess consort. Even she did not possess such a treasure. However, she felt no jealousy. The pink crystal suited young maidens. A lavishly dressed young lady remarked. Indeed, this is something even the Rabai Pavilion possesses only a few of. Rabai Pavilion is the largest jewelry shop in the entire Daxia, and indeed in the surrounding nations, known for its top-tier designs and craftsmanship. Such establishments are scarce, underscoring the rarity of pink crystal. I would do anything for this pink crystal. If it were part of my dowry, my in-laws would surely regard me with greater esteem. How shameless, a young girl speaking of her dowry and in-laws. Then don't participate. That would increase my chances. But with your talents, it seems I have overthought it. The discussions below continued unabated. Li Bai-ro noted, though pink crystal is scarce, I use purple crystal instead. I shall also contribute a piece of pink crystal. That trinket has grown tiresome to me. A cacophony of astonishment erupted below. Such a spectacle had not occurred in previous years. All the young ladies resolved to exhaust their talents to compete, and some young men joined in, naturally motivated to win the pink crystal adornments for their beloved. I shall contribute a portion, Mu Wanqing remarked, adhering to the principle of purchasing tickets and tipping for performances. I shall contribute water. Uft, a voice derided. Does the Yu County princess think we are playing house? How could she offer water? Her daughter was to participate in the performance, and what worth was a bottle of water? Madame Lu Fong covered her mouth, chuckling softly. What an apt remark. The Yu County princess is quite young. How could she tease the other young ladies? What a massive pot to stir. Yet Mu Wanqing completely ignored it, rolling her eyes dismissively. What business is it of yours? Just as Lu Fong was about to retort, she was met with several piercing gazes, prompting her to hastily silence herself. Is that divine water, perhaps? The princess consort regarded the small porcelain vial with surprise. She had only obtained a bottle by offering her own dowry to this niece. Indeed.
Mu Wanqing nodded.
Divine water? Does it truly exist? If not, just look at the beauty of the Empress Dowager and the Empress. You can see for yourself. I shall stake everything on this. A considerable line formed at the registration area. Many young men were moved to join the ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, please begin your preparations, announced Shangguan Yu, Shangguan Wu, Shangguan Cheng, and Shangguan Mo, who were all gazing intently in Mu Wanqing's direction. They longed to embrace their little sister affectionately. Beside them, Mu Jingxing and Mu Jingchuan had evidently turned into statues, enchanted by the sight of their sister. The first performer, Xiao Mingyue, daughter of the Minister of Justice, presented her musical talent. A delicate girl of about 13 or 14 years glided to the center. After a courteous bow, her hands danced over the strings, and a cascade of melodious notes filled the air. The audience closed their eyes, envisioning the scenes conjured by the melody. Upon the conclusion of the piece, Mu Wanqing blinked. Well, we cannot understand it, but it is indeed delightful. The second performer, Lu Si-ro, the young lady of Yongkong Prefecture, showcased a dance. As Lu Si-ro took the stage, the spectators were momentarily stunned. Was she not only 9 years old? Why was she dressed so maturely? Though her dance was commendable, it felt somewhat incongruous, akin to a child donning adult attire. Yet, Lu Si-ro on stage paid no heed to the murmurs around her. Although her movements never faltered, her gaze remained fixed upon Shangguan Cheng, as if she were looking through him to someone else. Elder brother, this girl is terrifying. It feels as though she intends to consume me whole. Shangguan Mo shrank back, expressing his discomfort. Ever since he had overheard his cousin's heart, he had kept his distance from all women, even young girls. Shangguan Yu understood the expression well. What nonsense! She is still so young. Surely not. Did we not hear that she has a suitor? Could the news be incorrect? Oh no, our fifth cousin has been targeted. Look at that expression. As if she wishes to swallow him whole. The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Fifth cousin. Why are you still drinking water? You mustn't sneak out for a bathroom break. Otherwise, that female ghost will be waiting for you. Shangguan Cheng immediately set down his teacup. He would not drink again. He would rather die of thirst. He had a habit of drinking continuously when nervous. Those who could hear the heart's voice discreetly set down their cups, even reducing their alcohol intake. No one wished to encounter a ghost. Shangguan Mo was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by fear. This is too terrifying, too terrifying. I must find my mother.
Meanwhile,
Lu Xiro had completed her dance and, tilting her head, mischievously asked, Elder Brother Chung, what do you think? Is it beautiful? She had originally come to seek vengeance, but was unexpectedly delighted to spot a familiar figure in the imperial garden from afar. When did they become so familiar? Shangguan Cheng's expression hardened, exuding an aura that warned, do not cross me. Lu Xiro, receiving no reply, felt a twinge of sadness. Elder Brother Chung, do you truly not recognize me? Shangguan Chung suppressed his discomfort, fearful of losing his composure. The others present were left bewildered. What was happening? This was news to them. Lu Feng and Lu Fang's expressions also darkened. The fifth prince, Shangguan Chung, was born of consort Li and could not inherit the throne. He was naturally not among their best choices for a son-in-law. Ro heir, how could you speak such nonsense after a single cup of fruit wine? Lu Fengshi hastily pulled Lu Xiro back to her seat. Chingguo, chose not to pursue the matter further, for after all, she was merely a young girl. And it was only natural for her to harbor feelings of affection. The others did not blame her either, as only she could hear the heartfelt whispers of the dumpling. Chingguo Mu Wanqing's originally sweet voice took on an uncanny tone. A shiver ran down everyone's spines. What a coincidence, that female ghost is also named Xiro. If I weren't familiar with the storyline, I might suspect she was a doppelganger. Chapter 90. Don't come any closer.
Chapter 91, Mu Liankao catches ghosts.
This is not the realm of cultivation. Doppelgangers cannot exist here. Even for cultivators, one must reach the nascent soul stage to practice such techniques. Lu Xiro clearly lacked that level of strength. At this moment, Lu Xiro noticed that Chengge did not reciprocate her feelings. Instead, he seemed to harbor a dislike for her. Her expression darkened considerably. This man was merely reminiscent of her husband. It was his fortune. Yet that young lad was utterly oblivious. Little did she know that several onlookers had already begun to take note of her.
Suninges keng vispart toshangguan su, Your Majesty.
Wanqing has reported that the Chonglin Wangfu has been robbed. The hair of the Chonglin Wang has even been gnawed at. Meanwhile, the little dumpling, engrossed in the spectacle, clapped her tiny hands incessantly. Her lively spirit was palpable, and she even sneezed. Wiping her nose without a care, she continued to enjoy the beautiful performances.
Wow.
This young lady is stunning. Wow. This young lady has such a fine figure. Upon witnessing the performance of a young gentleman, she exclaimed, wow. This young man has quite the pectorals. Wow. This handsome man truly captivates my heart. Shangguan Xingcheng felt an urge to silence the exuberant little dumpling. How could one endure such relentless chatter? Besides, the performer was not even as attractive as she was. The little dumpling truly lacked discernment. Empress Dowager Chun and the others were relieved to be seated further away. From such a distance, the little dumpling's heartfelt exclamations were less pronounced. Yet, thanks to Mu Wanqing's vocalizations, the entire family's attention shifted from a talent on display to discussions of physical appearances. Shangguan Su scrutinized the martial artist's son performing a sword dance below and felt a sense of disdain. This lad's physique was not even 1/10 of what he had achieved in his youth. It appeared he needed to have the imperial physician attend to Wanqing's eyesight.
Wow.
Look at this young lady's figure. She seems as delicate as a willow. However, as she admired once more, Mu Jingxing pointed at the performers below. Sister, you must steer clear of such individuals in the future. Mu Wanqing, puzzled, asked why. It's a pity not to appreciate such a beautiful young lady. Isn't it often said that one should seize the opportunity while the flowers bloom, lest they find themselves grasping at empty branches?
Mu Jingxing retorted.
Was that how one used that phrase? Mu Jingchuan thought his sister was quite cultured, and her reasoning was sound. Without any substance, wouldn't they just end up swindling your money? Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend money on pastries and chicken legs instead?
Mu Jingxing earnestly advised.
Mu Wanqing gulped. Indeed. That sounded appealing. Mu Jingchuan nodded in agreement, the two youngsters successfully swayed by Mu Jingxing's counsel. Meanwhile, the instigator merely smiled in satisfaction. This young man writes so well for someone so young. I can barely recognize the characters.
Mu Jingxing mused.
He writes like a master? How should I persuade him? After contemplating, Mu Jingxing said, Sister, let me tell you, as long as one has hands, one can write. I believe you can do it too. There's no need to envy others. Mu Jingchuan thought his brother was talking nonsense. Brother, why can't I write? Mu Jingxing shot him a glance. unceremoniously stating, "Because you are too foolish, your mental capacity is limited." Then he turned his gaze back to the little dumpling with tenderness. "Sister is so clever. She will surely learn quickly." Mu Wanqing nodded earnestly, convinced that she was indeed not dull and would master it right away. The performances below had lost their charm. However, as the commotion grew louder, Mu Wanqing felt her appetite dwindling. Qingyan took the little dumpling outside. Just as they reached the edge of a terrace, a woman's voice rang out in alarm.
Ah,
"How can you? How can I not?" A male voice responded sternly. Mu Wanqing gestured for Qingyan to stop. Indeed, the palace gossip was both tantalizing and intriguing. The woman's voice escalated. "You shouldn't be so close. You ought to be more chivalrous." "Why should I be chivalrous? Is there a law in the Great Xia that mandates such behavior? Besides, if you are aware of your frailty, why venture out at all? Wouldn't it be better to stay home?" The man crossed his arms defiantly. The woman, in a fit of fury, ran away crying. Wow. He is undeniably a straight man. How can he refuse such advances? At that moment, Shang Wanqing saw Mu Wanqing exit and followed, thinking that since his little cousin was sent by heaven to save him, she must have a way to deal with that female ghost. He was truly at his wit's end. The more anxious he became, the more restless he felt. "Cousin, wait for me." Shang Wanqing panted as he caught up, already breathless from the chase. Just as he emerged, he saw that the female ghost had followed him out as well. "Is there a ghost chasing us?" Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes. Wasn't her fifth cousin nearly 10 years old? Did he really lack the courage to go to the restroom alone? At the end of the path lay only the latrine. "Chingo, why are you running so fast? It's quite tiring to keep up," Lu Sairu said lightly, though she appeared to be gliding effortlessly. "Don't come any closer." Shang Wanqing's face turned pale as he hid behind Qingyun. "Cousin, you must save me." Lu Sairu feigned sorrow.
Sheng Ye.
"Are you truly so heartless?" Shang Wanqing craned his neck to peek out. "There is no affection between us." Tears welled in Lu Sairu's eyes as she bit her lip. "Have you truly forgotten? Under the willow tree that year." "The willow tree? I was only 9 years old." From that moment on, the willow would become the tree he despised the most, without exception. "Scoundrel, hurry and leave."
Muvanming unaset haraura.
Terrified, Lu Sairu fled in a panic. This was not the ideal time to eliminate the female ghost. She would have to wait until tomorrow. The credit for capturing the ghost would be all hers. Mu Wanqing decided. Shang Wanqing nearly collapsed from shock at Mu Wanqing's imposing presence. "Cousin, you are truly formidable." Little did he realize, this was merely the restrained power of the little dumpling. Of course, if I can't subdue a mere ghost, how could I ever become a celestial being? Become a celestial being? Immortal, with boundless power, capable of moving mountains and seas. I wish to join as well. He envisioned himself as his cousin's ultimate follower, merely hoping she would guide him in the future. The banquet finally concluded. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Chen, fearing the female ghost might cause further commotion, decided to disperse the gathering early. The daughter of the Minister of Justice, Xiao Mingyue, claimed first place, while the second was awarded to the daughter of the Left Chancellor. The third place went to a young gentleman.
Chapter 91. Muliankao catches ghosts. Ah.
Save me. Don't pursue me any longer. Within the palace, Prince Shang Wanqing raced about in sheer terror, pleading for help. After the female ghost had been frightened away by Mu Wanqing the previous day, he had anticipated a period of peace. However, just one night later, he found himself entangled once more. Shang Wanqing was on the verge of losing his wits. Panting heavily as he fled, Lu Sairu trailed behind him at an unhurried pace, like a shadow, no matter how he tried to shake her off.
Sheng Ye.
"We are fated by heaven. No matter where you go, I will find you," Lu Sairu chimed with a chilling laugh. "I shall forever be yours. Let us remain together for all eternity." As Lu Sairu drew closer, Shang Wanqing's face turned ashen. "Do not come any closer. I barely know you. So, do not approach me." He is nearly fainting from fright. "Where is my little cousin? Why hasn't she come to exorcise the spirits today?" Shang Wanqing regretted not going directly to the princess's residence yesterday to stay over. Lu Sairu, eager to advance, wore a triumphant smile upon her countenance. "Bold wretch." A voice filled with authority reprimanded from the side. Shang Wanqing turned to look, as if he had spotted a savior. It was none other than Emperor Shangguan Su and Empress Dowager Chen arriving in their royal sedan chair. As the sovereigns of the palace, they would not permit any spectral entities to wreak havoc within their domain. "Father, grandmother," Shang Wanqing shouted loudly, scrambling to their side. Lu Sairu glanced at the pair. her brows knitting into a frown. She was a female ghost, not a mere mortal. Why would she heed the emperor or the empress dowager? No one shall obstruct my pursuit of Qinglang. No one at all. Lu Xiru bellowed, her visage contorted in rage as dark mist enveloped her. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. Wretch! This is royal ground. How dare you act so brazenly? Shang Wansu's countenance darkened in fury, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded the guards to seize her. Observing the approaching royal guards, Lu Xiru let out a disdainful laugh. Do they think they can contend with me, these misfits? With a flick of her wrists, a tempest erupted, scattering the royal guards in disarray. Both Shang Wansu and Empress Dowager Chen's expressions shifted dramatically. Quickly summoned the royal exorcists.
Sang Wansu urgently commanded.
In no time, several esteemed royal exorcists arrived. Please, lend your skills to subdue the spirits. Shang Wansu said, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, please wait. We shall handle this female ghost. The royal exorcist smiled confidently, believing it would be an easy task. Wretched creature, reveal your true form this instant. One of the exorcists swung his staff, casting forth a beam of golden light, exuding a divine and familiar aura. The golden radiance blazed forth, appearing quite formidable. Yet, as the onlookers regained their senses, they found the golden light halted before Lu Xiru, unable to advance another inch. Here, take it back. Lu Xiru waved her sleeve. The golden light then reversed, crashing back into the royal exorcist.
Boom!
Several were knocked down, issuing pitiful cries. The royal exorcists were not specialized ghost hunters, and they regarded Lu Xiru with trepidation, thus refraining from further bravado. Your Majesty, our skills are lacking. This exceeds our capabilities, and we are powerless. One exorcist lamented before Shang Wansu. With a weary gesture, Shang Wansu dismissed the royal exorcists. Could it be that only Xiao Wanqing can subdue this female ghost? Shang Wansu furrowed his brows in deep concern.
Come on!
Come at me. No one can separate me from Qinglang. Lu Xiru shrieked hysterically, wreaking havoc within the palace. Reluctantly, Shang Wancheng continued to flee. Lu Xiru pursued with keen interest, unaware that Shang Wancheng was nearing madness.
Quick!
Summon my cousin to the palace. Shang Wanqing shouted as he ran. Shang Wansu sighed, yielding to the situation and ordering someone to rush to the princess's residence. He could not bear to remain in a place so disturbed by that female ghost. Your Majesty, a young girl seeks an audience at the palace gates, claiming she possesses the means to deal with the spirits. A royal attendant knelt to report. A young girl, exorcising spirits? Shang Wansu and Empress Dowager Chen's expressions darkened. What ordinary girl could speak so? It must be that original heroine whom Mu Wanqing despised. Exorcising spirits, is it? I shall see how she intends to accomplish that. Shang Wansu thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Soon Mu Lianxiao was brought to the imperial garden of the palace. Witnessing the grandeur of the palace, Mu Lianxiao's mind was consumed with ambition. She desired power. She desired wealth. Leveraging her identity as the chosen one, achieving her goals would not be difficult. However, as if she had grabbed the wrong script, recent events had unfolded with great misfortune, causing her considerable distress. The haunting in the palace presented yet another opportunity. If she could resolve the spirit issue, she could negotiate favorable terms. Mu Lianxiao, is it? What are your abilities? Shang Wansu fixed a cold gaze upon her and inquired. I am well versed in celestial and earthly matters, known as the Divine Maiden. There is virtually nothing I cannot accomplish, Mu Lianxiao boasted, her small stature radiating confidence. Exorcising spirits? How challenging can it truly be? What a divine maiden!
Sang Wansu remarked blandly. Not sente divide maiden.
Were it not for the child, I would have long since had the prince's family executed. Your Majesty, exorcising spirits is but a trivial task. Simply assign some people to follow my instructions. And it shall be straightforward, Mu Lianxiao continued. However, should I manage to subdue the spectral entity, I have a humble request. I hold great admiration for the princess, and hope to be accepted as her adoptive daughter. I beseech your Majesty to grant this. Shang Wansu's gaze turned even colder. To speak of conditions before achieving anything? He snorted disdainfully. What would be said if she failed?
Mu Lianxiao smiled confidently.
Should I fail to resolve the palace's spirits? I willingly accept any punishment, to be dealt with as you see fit. She vowed earnestly. Very well. Shang Wansu replied with a cold smirk, then go and try. Thank you, your Majesty. Mu Lianxiao rejoiced, believing her goal was finally within reach. Black dog blood, peachwood sword and child's urine, she instructed nonchalantly. Requesting the necessary items. The narrative world does not encompass such methods for dealing with spirits. These are lethal to demonic entities. And I refuse to believe this time will not work, she thought with self-assurance. Soon, Wanqing rushed in with Lu Xiru in tow. Douse her with black dog blood and child's urine. Then stab her with the peachwood sword. Mu Lianxiao commanded immediately. The palace guards promptly acted according to her instructions. Humph! Lu Xiru waved her sleeve, and the black dog blood and child's urine flew away. The peachwood sword snapped effortlessly, yielding no effect whatsoever. Mu Lianxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. Chapter 92. The Exorcism of Xiru. May all the little fairies find that last year's unfulfilled wishes lay the groundwork for this year's surprises, with delightful surprises every day.
Hee hee hee.
Lu Xiru's smile was wickedly charming. Suddenly, Lu Xiru teleported to Wanqing's side, her hand reaching to caress his cheek. Chenglang, it seems this little sister's methods are ineffective, she purred. Just as that frail, bloodless hand was about to touch Wanqing, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground.
Ah!
Do not touch me, you vile ghost! He shouted at the entranced Mu Lianxiao, who was being cradled by a palace maid. You claim to be a divine maiden. Why don't you subdue this female ghost? Shangguansu's expression darkened. As an emperor, how dare she deceive him? A divine maiden? Fail to handle this matter, and your entire family shall face dire consequences. Be aware that deceiving me carries the penalty of annihilating your entire lineage. Lu Xiru regarded Mu Lianxiao with disdain. Little sister, for the sake of my happiness, you and your entire family must make a sacrifice. You are not even 1 year old. You haven't truly experienced life. Dying 1 matter. Perhaps in your next life, you'll be reborn into a better family. She concluded with a sinister chuckle.
Hee hee hee.
Can the exorcism talisman deal with her? Mu Lianxiao pondered in her heart, communicating with the system. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, after the Mu residence was ransacked, Mu Lianxiao furiously climbed out of bed, only to tumble to the floor and injure her forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. The blood trickled onto the bracelet she had purchased on the street, inadvertently binding her to an invincible charm system. Of course it can, requiring only 10 points. I have a total of 30 points. Points can be earned again, but life cannot be regained, and you cannot guarantee you'll traverse again. Can you? The system's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Mu Lianxiao contemplated. The main issue was that earning points was exceedingly challenging. The impression she left in the square was lamentably poor, and now the process of cultivating goodwill has become exceedingly sluggish. Lu Xiru, with a mocking tone, declared that no one could save him now, and he should simply follow her. She returned to the side of Wanqing. Don't come over, father. Quickly, go find my cousin. Wanqing, in a state of panic, stumbled away. Elder Baiyu, I kindly ask you to swiftly retrieve Princess Yu from the princess's residence. Shangguansu gazed at the dazed child before him, feeling an inexplicable aversion. Very well, your majesty, the elder in white replied, bowing and vanishing in an instant. My cousin is on her way. She will surely deal with this malevolent spirit. Wanqing regained his confidence. Do you truly believe I fear that mere child? Lu Xiru cast a glance. Meanwhile, Shangguansu, filled with fury, bellowed at Mu Lianxiao, how dare you deceive me? Summon someone to execute her, and obliterate her entire clan. His son was evidently not in immediate danger, but he needed to vent his anger first. Yes. This subordinate obeys. The Imperial Guards swiftly took action. Lu Xiru was possessed by a female ghost. They could do nothing to her. A mere infant was hardly their match. The guards approached Mu Lianxiao with increasing proximity. Host, time is of the essence. Damn it.
Mu Lianxiao grittet hertit.
If she could resolve this, the benefits would be manifold, and the realms she could access would be different. Has the script changed? Wasn't this supposed to happen in the street? Mu Wanqing was momentarily bewildered as she was carried out of the residence. The narrative in the book did not align. Shangguansu and Wanqing's eyes suddenly brightened. There was hope. Cousin, please save my 5th cousin. Wanqing cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. The crowd paused, preparing to witness the spectacle.
Mu Wanqing nodded.
Then, her aura surged, and she bellowed, You wicked creature, reveal your true form. Otherwise, I shall ensure you never reincarnate. With a swift motion, she drew a talisman infused with spiritual energy and cast it forth. Under the talisman's influence, Lu Xiru's expression twisted into one of rage. As a translucent adult female figure manifested, struggling desperately, her voice transformed into an ethereal wail. I have never harmed another. Why can't you spare me? I only wish to accompany Qin Lang for the rest of his life. Why can't you grant that? I have not sought vengeance. I desire only to be with Qin Lang eternally. After your death, residing within the willow tree was inherently wrong. You ought to report to the underworld, not linger in the mortal realm. Mu Wanqing noted that the ghost bore no sins, hence she refrained from being excessively harsh. Siru was aware of this as well, and thus emerged from Lu Siru. The onlookers beheld a woman in flowing red, exuding the essence of Jiangnan's waterways. I merely wish. Lu Siru began. But Mu Wanqing interrupted. You wish to rekindle your bond with your husband, correct? But does he wish the same?
No, no.
Shang Wanqing shook his head frantically. Mu Wanqing continued, moreover, is he truly your husband? He is merely a descendant of your husband's family. Furthermore, the matters of the past will be adjudicated by the underworld. You should not remain fixated on this. I should have realized, Syra murmured. Hatred is but a fleeting illusion. After residing in the willow tree for many years, I should have come to terms with this. The anger of my youth has long since dissipated. All that remains is my obsession with my husband. Enough, Syra sighed. Imbued with humanity, I ask that the little immortal master escort me on my final journey. Little immortal master? The onlookers were taken aback. Was Princess Yu truly so formidable? Mu Lianxiao seized the opportunity to strike, casting the talisman meant to banish ghosts.
Perish.
Mu Wanqing harnessed her spiritual power, grasping the talisman. How does Mu Lianxiao possess such a talisman? While its level is not high, it can ensure a ghost never reincarnates. How malicious. Shangguan Su, too, sensed the complexity of this female protagonist. You wish for her to never reincarnate?
Mu Wanqing spoke coldly. No, no.
Syru instantly reverted to her lifeless form. Her tongue elongated. Neck contorted, eyes wide, she suddenly floated before Mu Lianxiao. Don't come closer. Mu Lianxiao fainted from terror. Too easily frightened. Syra scoffed, returning to her normal appearance. Little immortal master, my gratitude. Mu Wanqing inscribed a talisman, and Syru stepped into it, vanishing shortly thereafter. Mu Lianxiao is done for this time. But what shall I do now that I've lost a subject to expand my space? Bring that traitor to the dungeons. Chapter 93. Mu Lianxiao's Golden Finger. Let go of me. Let go of me. Mu Lianxiao was hoisted by the royal guards, destined for imprisonment and execution. A child not yet a year old faced death, dragging the entire Mu clan into the abyss. I wonder how Xia Billion and that scoundrel father will react upon hearing the news. Will they still regard their precious daughter as a goddess? Mu Wanqing mused with a hint of schadenfreude. A filial daughter descends from the heavens, sacrificing her entire clan. The faux female lead must perish. How will the plot unfold after this? How will my space evolve? When will I restore my original cultivation?
Mu Wanqing pondered.
Growing increasingly distressed, the onlookers, privy to her thoughts, shared her concern, unsure how to assist. Cousin, my dear cousin. Shangguan Chung rushed over, nuzzling against Mu Wanqing. If it weren't for you, my brother would have been finished. You are my great benefactor. Mu Wanqing's expression darkened. Get away. You lecher, filthy and clingy. If you don't back off, I will summon that female ghost again. Shangguan Cheng's face paled, and he fled in fright. This cousin was far too terrifying. Truly a little goddess from our royal lineage, so young yet capable of dealing with demons and spirits. Empress Dowager Qin gazed at Mu Wanqing with affectionate pride. Well done. Continue to excel. Shangguan Qincheng smiled brightly. A daughter's success reflects glory upon her mother. This matter is largely thanks to Wanqing. Had it not been for her, one can only imagine the chaos that would have ensued. That child named Mu is truly detestable, daring to deceive the emperor.
Shangguan spoke coldly.
Mu Wanqing had no time to engage with them, for as soon as she delved into her spatial realm, she discovered a delightful transformation. The space had expanded significantly, more so than in previous instances. Not only that, but the vitality within had flourished, and the concentration of spiritual energy appeared to have increased. So subduing ghosts can indeed augment my space. How splendid.
Mu Wanqing rejoiced internally.
She could distinctly sense that the space had transformed twice, once when she subdued the female ghost, and a second time when she guided her to the afterlife. After much contemplation, Mu Wanqing concluded, I understand now. Subduing demons and accumulating merit can foster the growth of my space. With these realizations, her spirits lifted. With a clear direction ahead, the path forward seemed far simpler. Son, having achieved such great merit, shouldn't he reward her? The voice of Empress Dowager Qin whispered in her ear, invigorating Mu Wanqing. I adore rewards. even knowing that her frugal emperor uncle would offer little of substance. She couldn't help but harbor expectations. What if? Rewards? Of course we should, Shangguan Su replied dismissively. Princess Yu possesses remarkable abilities to subdue demons. I propose we bestow upon her the title of demon-subduing master. Mu Wanqing's expression instantly soured. As expected, she should never have held high hopes for her stingy uncle. A title? Not even an official position. What use is that? He clearly had no intention of granting anything of substance. So miserly. It's no wonder he wears the green hat. What concubine could possibly tolerate such a stingy emperor? Shangguan Su's face darkened, while the concubines stifled their laughter. Even the empress turned her face away, fearful that Shangguan Su might catch her stifled mirth. Your Highness, surely there should be some reward? The Empress Dowager Chen remarked with a heavy tone, unable to restrain her disapproval. Shangguan Su furrowed his brow, reluctant to bestow any gifts. After all, it was quite commendable that he had not yet exploded with rage, considering his ill-fated niece incessantly mocked him with her taunts. I believe that magnificent pearl recently presented by the Persian Empire would make an excellent gift. Let us give it to her, the Empress Dowager suggested. Mother. Shangguan Su instinctively wanted to refuse, but a piercing glare from the Empress Dowager stilled his tongue. The pearl was far too large and heavy. Wanqing could hardly lift it. However, he was abruptly silenced when Mu Wanqing reached out her chubby little hand and effortlessly lifted the stone table beside her, which weighed at least 70 to 80 jin. The crowd gasped. Shangguan Su's face darkened. Oh, so this is how it is? A prodigious strength indeed. Fine, let her have it. He waved his hand irritably. Wonderful. Grandmother is so kind. Thank you, grandmother. Mu Wanqing exclaimed, planting a kiss on the Empress Dowager's cheek, which elicited a delighted smile from her. Shangguan Su gritted his teeth in frustration. The treasures were his to give. The credit belonged to his mother. In the capital's prison. Mu Lianxiao was not unfamiliar with this place. She appeared somewhat more composed than before. Yet, her heart raced with anxiety. This time she was charged with treason, facing the gruesome punishment of death by 1,000 cuts, with her entire lineage at stake.
Why?
Why did that wretched child always ruin her plans? Her eyes brimmed with malice and resentment. She agonized over expending 10 precious points to redeem that talisman, only to see her efforts thwarted by Mu Wanqing at the last moment. System, what is that little girl's background?
Mu Lianqiao inquired.
Uncertain. Perhaps she possesses a counterpart akin to my own, the system replied. What? She has one too?
Mu Lianqiao's countenance darkened.
Wasn't she meant to be unique? Upon reflection, the narrative had shifted repeatedly, each time tied to Mu Wanqing. This child seemed to be her nemesis, consistently leading her to ruin. This little illegitimate child must perish. A fearsome glint flickered in Mu Lianxiao's eyes. Host, the immediate priority is to escape from prison. Otherwise, you will face a cruel execution. The system cautioned gravely. Mu Lianxiao's expression softened slightly. Is there any way for me to escape?
She asked.
There is a method for 20 points. You can exchange for a teleportation talisman that will randomly transport you outside the prison, the system explained. What? 20 points? Mu Lianxiao's face darkened further. She had only 20 points left, all painstakingly accumulated through subterfuge and flattery, and she had already squandered 10 in the palace. Would she truly lose her last 20 as well? Please do not despair, host. This is the only method to secure your freedom. Points can be earned anew. The system reassured her. Do you not wish to survive? To seek vengeance? Only by living can you have the opportunity for retribution.
Mu Lianqiao hesitated.
Trust me. I will assist you in vanquishing Princess Yu, granting you dominion over the Great Xia, positioning you at the pinnacle of power. The system urged, akin to a persuasive leader of a cult. With gritted teeth, Mu Lianxiao made her decision. Make the exchange. She spent her last 20 points to acquire the teleportation talisman. Mu Wanqing, with a system at my side, I refuse to believe I cannot triumph over you. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 94. The Sacrifice. In the Imperial Garden, Mu Wanqing played with a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, her spirits high. Finally, I've forced my miserly uncle to part with some treasure. Why is he so stingy? Do you know why I call him the Green Hat Uncle? One concubine's betrayal is nothing. He even supports a son for some high-ranking official. Shangguan Su's face, already unappealing, darkened further like soot. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the surrounding concubines. Which wretched woman could it be? The last one executed bore no children, so it cannot be her. Who among them is so cleverly hidden? There are only a few concubines with children in the palace. Who could it be? The consort? Unlikely. She is too preoccupied with her own vanity.
Li Fei.
She is too passive. It should not be her. The Empress Dowager fixed a steely gaze upon Shang Guansu, seemingly questioning why he was pursuing so many women when he had yet to father a single daughter despite donning numerous metaphorical hats. Shang Guanqing looked at her royal brother with sympathy. Being emperor, yet being cuckolded, was there truly a difference from being a scoundrel? Shang Guancheng's ears perked up. Had he heard something? Would speaking out lead to a secret execution by their father? Shang Guansu shrank back awkwardly. The concubines outside shivered, as if they had walked through the gates of hell. Mu Wanqing observed the strange atmosphere. What's wrong? Why is Green Hat Uncle staring at others? Isn't it because he occupies the latrine without doing his business? With so many beautiful aunts, he cannot enjoy them all. Yet he won't allow others to partake either? What kind of nonsense is this? Shang Guansu thought. Wasn't he being a consort of the current emperor a matter of great honor? The first day of the new year began with Mu Wanqing's rise to fame as a little fairy, concluding with Shang Guansu's fury. The following day, the second day of the new year, marked the annual sacrificial day for the great Xia royal family. On this day, all civil and military officials were required to attend. Early in the morning, the kitchen prepared meals, lit incense, and offered sacrifices to the kitchen god, the god of wealth, the bodhisattva of time, the door gods, and the ancestors in the ancestral hall at home. After breakfast, they were to proceed to the royal tombs for worship. As the sole girl of the Shangguan dynasty, Mu Wanqing naturally had to participate. However, she was quite reluctant to do so. Wouldn't tea sleeping be far more delightful? Unfortunately, Shangguan Qingcheng coldly rejected her protests, and the little one was promptly lifted from her bed. A large procession made its way to the royal cemetery. The Grand Minister had everything prepared, awaiting the dishes crafted by the imperial chefs to be arranged. Each person held a stick of incense, uttering prayers of gratitude for their ancestors' blessings, hoping for peace in the afterlife and the prosperity of the great Xia dynasty for generations to come. Due to the necessity of kneeling, Qingyan had no choice but to set the little one down. Throughout the ceremony, Mu Wanqing's gaze remained fixated on the food atop the altar. With her height advantage, she quickly crawled towards the offerings, saliva pooling in her mouth. She had risen late that morning. Her mother had carried her out, and today, the princess mother had declared that no extra food would be provided, forcing her to make do with a meager breakfast. "I'm coming for the delicious food," she declared. The others sensed an impending disaster. At the altar, the Grand Minister continued to recite the sacrificial prayers. Shang Guansu and the Empress Dowager stood in the front row, clearly witnessing the little one's rapid advance with her hands and short legs. Neither dared to intervene. Today, our emperor shall snap. Snap. Mu Wanqing had already seized a handful of nuts and began to munch. She had intended to grab a chicken leg, but it was too far out of reach, so she settled for the nuts. The onlookers murmured, "Is a rat scurrying in the Huangling? That noise is quite significant."
Shang Guansu's mouth twitched.
This girl was becoming increasingly unrefined. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing finished the nuts and continued to wriggle forward. Slurp. Wow, this is truly delicious. These people are so hypocritical. Such wonderful food is wasted on offerings. Those who have passed cannot eat it. It would be much better to give it to me.
Mu Wanqing exclaimed,
Chowing down as she critiqued, given the scarcity of resources in ancient times, how can they afford such waste?
Ah.
If only Green Hat Uncle understood. Shang Guansu thought, feeling the sting of embarrassment as an emperor with no dignity left. The Grand Minister constantly felt a presence behind him. Yet he could not afford to pause mid-ceremony, and was thus compelled to press on with resolute determination. The ministers in attendance, originally seeking merely to indulge in a few extra moments of slumber, had neglected their breakfast and were now left with rumbling stomachs.
Silently, Shang Guansu swallowed hard.
He had never before appreciated the exquisite taste of pastries as he did now. With a decisive rip, Mu Wanqing tore a leg from the sacrificial roasted chicken. Were delicious. Truly, it is exquisite. Since the Empress Dowager had grown older, she had largely forsaken meat. She had never given it much thought before. But now she felt as though she had missed out on countless earthly delights. No, she resolved upon returning, she must indulge in a good gnaw. Below, Shang Guanyu and his brothers, along with Mu Jingxing and his siblings, felt both their spirits and bodies were being tormented. The little glutton was indeed insatiable. Yet, even more outrageous events were yet to unfold. Mu Wanqing noticed that the chicken leg had grown somewhat cold. Thus, she placed it atop the fire of the burnt offerings to roast it anew. Sizzle. Why do I smell the aroma of chicken? murmured Lu Wenchao to his companion nearby. I smell it too, Shangguan Su lamented inwardly. What kind of celestial being is this? He couldn't help but wonder if Wanqing had been a pig in her past life. Crack. At that moment, Mu Wanqing produced a handful of chestnuts from seemingly nowhere and tossed them down. Shangguan Su felt an urge to strike someone. The Empress Dowager's years of composure were on the verge of rupture. Next, may His Majesty represent the ministers in offering prayers to heaven and earth. Finally, the Grand Minister completed the lengthy recitation of the sacrificial rites. Shangguan Su took a few steps forward, desperately signaling to Mu Wanqing to move aside. If anyone were to witness this, he would surely be roasted over the fire himself. However, she paid him no heed at all. With a deep breath, he proclaimed with authority, "May in the new year, the great Xia enjoy peace and prosperity, with favorable winds and timely rains." Mu Wanqing silently echoed in her heart, "May there be an abundance of wealth and treasures." Shangguan Su nearly lost his composure. He quickly corrected himself, "May the great Xia reach unprecedented heights." This little glutton was indeed a source of mischief. If you desire wealth, just say so. No need for such convoluted expressions.
Wanqing remarked disdainfully.
The Emperor bowed. Chapter 95. Ancestral Spirits Manifest. Feeling herself as a descendant of the Shangguan dynasty, Mu Wanqing thought it was time to pay her respects after having arrived and indulged. Thus, she knelt down suddenly.
Bang!
However, the moment she knelt, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, swirling as if the very heavens were about to be overturned. Mu Wanqing remained blissfully unaware. Just as her head inclined to touch the ground, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, shattering the offering table before her. Many officials were left dumbfounded. The heavens had unleashed a thunderous warning. This was a divine admonition. The Grand Minister, terrified, knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Mu Wanqing was jolted by the residual shock of the thunder, her entire being enshrouded in darkness. A shadowy figure sat on the ground, stunned by the sudden strike. What is happening? Is it merely because I ate your chicken? I could simply return one to you. How petty! How miserly! Mu Wanqing fumed, seated there in indignation. What is this? The Grand Minister pointed at Mu Wanqing in terror. In all his years of service, he had never encountered such a situation. Was this a divine warning of impending calamity? He murmured to himself. Calamity, you say? I merely pilfered a morsel meant for the heavens. Sacrificial rites typically involved offerings to both heaven and ancestors. As a former deity, she thought it was trivial to sneak a bite without consequence. Mu Wanqing performed a cleansing spell, and instantly, she was restored to her pristine state. After having overshadowed the protagonist the day before and conducted a successful rite, her spatial abilities had expanded significantly. Upon returning home last night, she entered her phoenix space. The area had increased several-fold, with a greater abundance of spiritual springs and plants. The statue above was nearly covered in vibrant feathers. Within the space, she discovered several basic spellbooks and 2 crops. The methods of cultivation differed greatly from those in her past life, yet for reasons unknown, she was unable to employ her previous techniques. However, through diligent practice of the new spells, she could cultivate her abilities. Thankfully, her memories of her former life aided her learning process immensely. To her surprise, today would demand her skills. A simple cleansing spell posed no challenge. Yet, the tuft of hair atop her head vanished without a trace, transforming her into a little nun. Shangguan Su couldn't contain his laughter. This girl was finally receiving her comeuppance. Let us see if she dares to mock him, the Emperor, again. Princess Yu? The Grand Minister was bewildered. Just yesterday, he had heard that Princess Yu was a little celestial being, and now she was to become a harbinger of disaster? Mu Wanqing calmly prepared to bow again. One must complete the ritual, with 3 bows. However, the instant she knelt once more, another bolt of lightning struck down before her. Unfazed, Mu Wanqing persisted, striking her head against the ground again.
Bang!
This bow nearly shattered the ancestral tomb. The crowd finally grasped the situation. My ancestors, please arise. Do not continue bowing.
Shangguan Su rushed forward, intent on lifting Mu Wanqing.
However, she nimbly dodged him. This was quite amusing. Perhaps if the ancestral tomb were to be struck, treasures of gold and silver would be uncovered. Thus, she had no intention of stopping and prepared to bow again.
Don't.
The crowd extended their hands in protest. What do you mean, don't?
Mu Wanqing replied, puzzled.
Did they not wish to compete with her, a mere child? For the treasures buried in the yellow tomb? That would be splendid. They would all belong to her. With that thought, Mu Wanqing readied herself to bow again. Elder Baiyu rushed over, scooping her up. Unbeknownst to her, Elder Baiyu's strength seemed to have increased significantly. If this continued, the Shangguan royal ancestral tomb would surely be reduced to dust. Once Mu Wanqing was carried away, the sky instantly cleared, and the thunder vanished without a trace. As if nothing had transpired. Yet, the marks left by the lightning on the sacrificial altar remained starkly visible, reminding all that it was no mere illusion. What is happening? Why did the royal ancestors not accept Princess Yu's reverent bow? Could it be that Princess Yu is an auspicious? Someone whispered. The ministers below began to murmur among themselves. After all, such calamities had never occurred during ancestral rites. The ministers could not help but speculate wildly. Inauspicious, you say? I am a goddess. How dare you claim I am inauspicious? Humph, believe it or not, I'll one day unearth your ancestral tomb. Mu Wanqing thought indignantly. Who dares to speak so recklessly shall face execution. Shangguan Su bellowed with authority, silencing the minister's chatter. He frowned, urging the Grand Minister to continue with the ceremony. Today's events were indeed peculiar. Even with his strict orders, he could not silence the whispers of the people. Why had Wanqing's kneeling invocation summoned thunder? It left him perplexed. The ancestral rites were hastily concluded. Although Shangguan Su issued a strict command forbidding the dissemination of the day's occurrences, the news of the lightning incident leaking was merely a matter of time. With questions weighing heavily on his mind, Shangguan Su retired late that night. In his dreams, he found himself amidst the clouds, where he encountered the spirits of the departed. Grandfather. Shangguan Su gasped in astonishment. There stood his ancestor amidst the mist. Was this a dream sent by his forebear? What guidance does he seek? Shangguan Su quickly knelt in inquiry. As he lifted his head, he was taken aback. This ancestor of the Shangguan royal family appeared quite haggard and disheveled, far from the valiant figure depicted in the portrait. In the future, do not allow that little brat from the Qingqing family to kneel before the ancestral spirits at will, the elder sighed. Please, esteemed ancestor, enlighten me. Shangguan Su clasped his hands in reverence. He yearned to understand the reason behind the day's events. The elder widened his eyes in astonishment. With a single bow, a century of merits is eradicated. Should she bow thrice, I shall have squandered 3 centuries of cultivation. How could our ancestor endure this? Staring at the furious patriarch, Shangguan Su was left in a daze. A single bow, a century lost? What on earth is happening? The weight of such a tribute from that girl is beyond the endurance of the Shangguan ancestors. The old man shook his head and sighed.
What? Shangguan Su exclaimed.
Shock evident on his face. The severity of the situation was astonishing. Just who is Mu Wanqing? Even the royal ancestors cannot withstand such a gesture? This girl is extraordinary. Beyond the grasp of ordinary reasoning. You must take good care of her in the days to come. The old man spoke slowly, his tone grave. Remember, as long as she exists, the Shangguan dynasty endures. Should she cease to be, the mountains and rivers will collapse, and dynasties will change. Shangguan Su felt a chill run down his spine. The weight of the patriarch's words was heavy. He had not anticipated that Mu Wanqing was of such importance. Her existence tied to the fate of the Shangguan dynasty. He solemnly vowed to heed his ancestors' admonitions, bowing deeply before the elder, declaring, I shall remember your teachings. The old man nodded, his figure gradually fading away. Also, do not allow her to kneel to our ancestors again. If she must kneel, let it be to other ancestors. His voice echoed amidst the clouds. Chapter 96. Shangguan Su is at a loss. The following day, early in the morning, Mu Wanqing had just awoken when she received an imperial edict along with rewards. The essence of the decree conveyed that Mu Wanqing, having subdued a female ghost, was favored by the heavens, endowed with great fortune, and was indeed a true goddess. Along with this, she was bestowed with a trove of gold and silver jewelry, including several precious items. Mu Wanqing was somewhat taken aback. Is the sun rising from the west today? My uncle, the green-hatted one, is surprisingly generous. Could it be that he has done something to betray me? Or perhaps he desires something of mine? She pondered, absently touching the smooth, bald egg of her head adorned with a hat. Shangguan Qingcheng and her brother, Shangguan Jingchuan, were equally astonished. Given the nature of their elder brother, the emperor, it was improbable that he would offer such lavish rewards. However, seeing the little one's appearance, the 3 couldn't help but stifle their laughter. The once dark strands of hair were now entirely gone, leaving a perfectly bald little nun. Shangguan Qingcheng took the decree on behalf of the little one, hesitating briefly before asking, is my elder brother all right? Su Ningsheng's expression turned grave. During the night watch, he seemed to have heard something about ancestors. Reflecting on what he witnessed on the first day of the new year, he opted for honesty, admitting that his sleep had been rather restless. Shangguan Qingcheng and the others understood. It was evident they were awaiting the little one to rush for help. I understand now, Su Gonggong. I must hurry to the palace and cannot wait for you, Shangguan Qingcheng signaled, and Qingyi immediately understood, producing a purse from her sleeve.
Su Gonggong.
The princess invites you all for tea. Su Ningsheng did not decline, expressing gratitude for the princess's generosity. In the Yangxin Palace, while poring over documents, Shangguan Su sneezed twice in quick succession. As the emperor, he had no time for rest, tirelessly reviewing memorials day and night, diligently working himself to exhaustion. Surely, that girl must have received my rewards by now. She must be overjoyed, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Wanqing will surely be contemplating how to return the favor. Shangguan Su paused, speaking to himself. He envisioned a millennium-old ginseng, vowing to relish it thoroughly, with no one daring to lay a finger on it. Green-hatted uncle. You may not be beautiful, but your aspirations are quite grand, he mused. Just as he finished reviewing 2 memorials, he heard the boisterous voice of his only sister. Elder brother. Shangguan Qingcheng rushed to the Yangxin Palace, fearing that her elder brother might not have long to live. As she ran, she cried out, "Please, do not let anything happen to you. I do not wish to become a princess of a fallen nation." Shangguan Su, at that moment, began to doubt if he should lie down. The guards outside exchanged glances, wondering if the emperor had truly passed. The entourage from the princess's palace had come to mourn. Shangguan Jingshuan's lips twitched in dismay, wishing not to be associated with these 3 women. Upon entering the Yangxin Palace, Shangguan Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening. The others following behind felt a sense of doom. Everything was over. Su Ningsheng stood outside the palace door, hesitant to enter, dreading the scene he might witness. However, when he saw the dazed expression on the princess's face, the last thread of resolve snapped, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Your Majesty, how could you be so heartless? Leaving your servant behind, you depart alone. I have followed you since childhood. What am I to do now?" He wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve and continued to cry, "Your garments were mended by my hands. All your needs were arranged by me. How will you manage without me? Your Majesty,
Take me with you.
Su Ningsheng wept bitterly, his lamentations echoing through the air. Instantly, the atmosphere outside the Yangxin Palace turned somber. The guards and palace maids hurriedly scattered.
Quick.
Inform Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Hurry. Notify the Empress and the ladies of the various palaces. Alert the princes. The maids and eunuchs wept as they rushed away, utterly failing to remember to summon a physician. Anyone unaware would think Su Ningsheng is the green-hatted uncle's consort. Look at how sorrowful he is, how deeply he mourns, Mu Wanqing commented. Shangguan Su, at that moment, was somewhat bewildered, questioning how the situation had escalated to this point. His demise seemed utterly absurd. Had he not known the character of his royal sister, he might have suspected she was feigning chaos to orchestrate his death. Clearly, she would never do such a thing. What on earth is happening?
Shangguan Su finally inquired.
As he was weary of the incessant crying, this green-hatted uncle is quite unfortunate, but if he dies, who will ascend the throne? Could it possibly be that super-poor, yet overly generous third uncle? Suddenly, she heard the voice of the green-hatted uncle.
Oh.
The green-hatted uncle is fine. Could it be he is feigning illness to swindle my treasures? Indeed, with his health, he cannot compare to grandmother. His constitution is poor. And with all the memorials he reviews, he suffers from a myriad of ailments, Shangguan Qingcheng remarked. The trio exchanged doubtful glances at Shangguan Su, as if to say, "So, this is the kind of emperor you are." However, it was rather excessive of the uncle to deceive his sister for her treasures.
Shangguan Su demandan fast.
As long as feigning illness could procure him hundreds or thousands of years of spiritual herbs, ginseng, he would gladly indulge in it. Little did he know, chaos had erupted within the palace. Empress Dowager Chen and the ladies of the various palaces were hastily making their way after hearing the news.
Mu Wanqing sighed.
Retrieving a ginseng from her space, rolling her eyes, she remarked, "Stop pretending to be ill." Shangguan Su swiftly snatched it from her, his face beaming with joy. Finally, he had acquired it. Su Ningsheng, realizing the emperor was unharmed, wiped his tears and rushed to Shangguan Su's side, kneeling and clasping his feet. "Your Majesty, you are safe. How splendid." The Empress Dowager would soon see Shangguan Su, triumphant with ginseng in hand. Enraged, she swung her cane and struck. "I shall end your foolishness. In pursuit of the precious treasures of heaven and earth, you have resorted to feigning illness, you wretched child. Lu Lanqing, and the various palace ladies reveled in the spectacle. Well done. You nearly frightened them to death. The gathered princes and the empress urged their mother to exert herself.
Shangguan Sudak repeatedly, exclaiming, I am wronged. Wronged? Today.
I shall put an end to you. Emma Wanqing clapped her hands in delight from the side.
Chapter 97. Mulyanqiao Mitskui Yankyu.
In the southwestern region of the Great Xia Kingdom lies a mountainous area devoid of plains. The weather here is notoriously unpredictable, with the saying that one can experience 3 days of rain without a single day of sunshine, and the land is rarely flat. This is Qian, specifically Guizhou. Hidden within the western peaks of Guizhou is a little-known dojo. The disciples there diligently practice daily, seldom descending the mountains. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flash of white light suddenly erupted from a patch of grass outside the dojo. Once the brilliance faded, a female infant appeared. This was none other than Mu Lianxiao, who had escaped from the dungeons of the capital. In a moment of desperation, she spent her last 20 points to exchange for a teleportation talisman from the system. Upon using it, her surroundings were engulfed in a blinding whiteness, rendering her vision obscured. After a dizzying spin, she opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? Mu Lianxiao mused, sensing the strangeness of her surroundings, and immediately inquired of the system. Southwest of Xia Kingdom, Guizhou, came the prompt reply.
Guizhou.
Such a distance. Mu Lianxiao couldn't help but display her surprise. This location was far from the capital, separated by an unmeasurable expanse. Truly, the teleportation talisman she exchanged for 20 points had transported her a considerable distance. The emperor wishes to annihilate my entire clan? Let him try, after all. I am not of this world, Mu Lianxiao thought nonchalantly. Having crossed into this realm, her only concern was for herself. Moreover, the Mu family and that foolish father were utterly insufferable. She felt no remorse for their demise. With her mind settled, Mu Lianxiao began to survey her surroundings. Am I in the mountains? Her expression darkened, brows knitting together. An infant abandoned in the mountains had few prospects for survival. If not devoured by wolves, she would surely perish from starvation. Is this how my story ends? Mu Lianxiao's heart brimmed with reluctance. Do not worry, host, there are signs of human activity nearby. The system reassured her. As if to confirm its words, a cry soon echoed in her ears. Help! Someone save me! She immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. Within the dojo, a group of youths was engaged in their daily training. Mu Jingling was captivated by the movements of Cui Yanqiu, lost in admiration. Brother Cui has improved again. When will I ever catch up to him? His eyes sparkled with determination as he set his sights on his admired figure, believing that he too would swiftly progress. Help! The sudden cry for aid startled the group, halting their training. In this desolate wilderness, from whence did the plea originate? The other disciples were puzzled. Cui Yanqiu raised an eyebrow and swiftly made his way toward the source of the sound, with Mu Jingling close behind. Before long, the two stumbled upon a small female infant calling for help from the grass. Their eyes widened in disbelief. After all, how peculiar it was for a child who appeared to be less than a year old to be shouting for help. Could she be a demon? My master has spoken of the existence of spirits and creatures in this world. Encountering such an extraordinary child in the depths of the mountains could very well mean she is a supernatural being. Mu Jingling stated solemnly. I think we should quickly inform our master. It would be best for him to handle this, Mu Jingling suggested. However, Cui Yanqiu stopped him, his gaze fixed intently on the infant. He felt an inexplicable connection to her, a sense that she was of immense significance to him. Mu Lianxiao was also scrutinizing the two. She too felt a strange resonance.
Who are you?
What are your names? She inquired. My name is Yanqiu. And my surname is Cui. Cui Yanqiu replied, then gestured to Mu Jingling, saying, This is my junior brother. His name is Mu Jingling. Upon hearing their names, Mu Lianxiao's heart jolted.
Cui Yanqiu, Mu Jingling.
She murmured their names, a meaningful smile spreading across her face. It seems the heavens are aiding me.
Cui Yanqiu.
The destined prince from the pages of a book. As long as I collaborate with him, success will come effortlessly. And what was the name of that foolish boy beside him?
Mu Jingling.
Isn't he the third son from the princess's residence who has been missing? It was said that the princess's household had searched for him for years without results. Who would have thought he was now associating with the male lead as if they were brothers? A wicked thought took root in Mu Lianxiao's mind. The princess's residence and that little bastard have brought me to this plight. If I were to appear before them with their third son, and he were to turn against them, ha ha ha, Mu Lianxiao had already conceived her plan for revenge. She intended to subdue Mu Jingling and use him as a weapon against the princess's residence. Who are you? How is it that you can speak at such a young age? Mu Jingling asked, curiosity evident in his voice. I am a divine maiden of the Western sacred teachings, endowed with innate wisdom. I have unfortunately found myself in this predicament. I hope you both can extend a helping hand. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Mu Lianxiao fabricated her tale with ease.
Kui Yankyu remained somewhat skeptical.
But the naive Mu Jingling believed her, without hesitation. Rest assured, we will certainly aid you and entrust you to our master. We will not allow you to perish in the wilderness, Mu Jingling said cheerfully, his smile warm. Yet, in Mu Lianxiao's eyes, this demeanor portrayed him as a simpleton, easily manipulated. Then please take me to meet your master, she requested. Mu Jingling eagerly scooped her up in his arms. Mu Lianxiao rewarded him with a smile. You are quite adorable. Mu Jingling, cradling her, couldn't help but exclaim.
Ding.
Received positive affection from Mu Jingling. Host earns 3 points. The system's notification chimed, and Mu Lianxiao's spirit soared. Just by letting him hold her, she had directly gained 3 points. At this rate, accumulating points would be effortless. Using the people from the princess's residence to earn points, then exchanging them for divine artifacts to take revenge on them. If they knew, their expressions would surely be delightful. Mu Jingling held Mu Lianxiao, and together with Cui Yanxiu, they brought her to meet their master. Master, we have found a divine child. Mu Jingling shouted from a distance. Upon hearing this, their master appeared before them with remarkable speed. What a remarkable being, Mu Lianxiao thought, her eyes glinting. If she could subdue him for her own purposes. A divine maiden? Let me see. The elder scrutinized Mu Lianxiao, his expression shifting. Little girl Mu Lianxiao, I have the honor of meeting you, senior. Mu Lianxiao said with polite grace. The elder was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Mu Lianxiao. Master, why not take her in? It would be a virtuous act for us, and her intelligence would surely be beneficial, Mu Jingling implored. Master. What my junior brother said is precisely what I wish to convey, Cui Yanxiu added in agreement. Mu Lianxiao felt a wave of disdain wash over her. The third son of the princess's residence truly was rather foolish. This sycophant, I have set my sights on him.